Chapter 723. Whose is it? The ninth summit was surrounded by the light from the setting sun that was reflected off the surface of the sea, giving it a dazzling feeling. Once Su Ming and his second senior brother saw the tall person standing on the mountain, they gradually stopped charging forward and stopped in midair. There were thousands of feet away between them and the ninth summit. The figure in the distance was so incredibly familiar to them. It was Hu Zi. Hu Zi, with his thick, powerful back and shoulders as well as his sturdy body, was looking at Su Ming and his second senior brother from the mountain. It was as if he had been standing there since a long time ago, waiting all this while, believing that one day Su Ming would return, second senior brother would come home, eldest senior brother's body would appear before him, and their master, Tian Zi, who loved changing his clothes, would come back to the ninth summit. Second senior brother. Hu Zi's voice came in loud buzzing tones. As his voice reverberated in the air, he took a step into the air and charged towards Su Ming and his second senior brother like a fierce tiger. As he took huge strides forward, he closed those thousands of feet within an instant. When a huge gust of wind crashed into everyone's faces, a gentle smile appeared on second senior brother's face, and he went up to hug Hu Zi. Hu Zi's expression was filled with excitement. He hugged second senior brother tightly, with slightly red eyes. The faint traces of tears were from joy that one felt after seeing family members that they had not seen for years. Second senior brother, how could you come back only now? Hu Zi wept, and just like when he first reunited with Su Ming, he started bawling. His cries spread through the entire area, causing all the other people who were staying on the ninth summit to quickly walk out. They then saw Su Ming and the group in the sky. Bai Su was also in the crowd. She looked at Su Ming, and a smile appeared on her face. Dressed in a purple gauze dress, she stood on the mountain with her black locks flying in the breeze. However, very soon, her gaze fell on the woman who was sizing up the crowd with a smile on her face while riding on a yellow mutt behind Su Ming. The two's eyes met at that moment. The woman pursed her lips and smiled before nodding towards Bai Su as a sign that she had seen her. Bai Su could not really tell just what was the woman's relationship with Su Ming, so she only smiled and nodded as well. She could not tell what the woman was thinking about, and hence did not know that Yu Xian was sighing in her heart. Yu Xian cast a sideways glance towards Su Ming. She suddenly felt that there seemed to always be women one way or another involved with the little dummy Su. This was one such woman when they were in southern Swamp Island, and now there was another in the ninth summit. Based on the expression of the woman in the purple dress standing on the ninth summit, Yu Xian could already tell that she had a complicated relationship with Su Ming. She did not know what had happened to her. Ever since Su Ming's second senior brother had set up that marriage that was more of a joke than anything, her heart would feel a little uncomfortable every time she saw another woman appear beside Su Ming. However, she did not choose to take the initiative as she did in southern Swamp Island. Instead, as she looked into Bai Su's eyes, not only did she smile, she also lifted her hand and tugged the hair that had been blown before her eyes. That action was filled with feminine beauty, and it served to make her beautiful face stand out, immediately making her beauty become even more eye-catching. Hu Zi was bawling nearby, his tears almost drenching second senior brother's robes. Second senior brother was slender and could not compare to Hu Zi's burly stature. When Hu Zi hugged him, his entire person was drawn into his younger brother's embrace. He could hear Hu Zi's cries in his ears as he patted his back. The smile on his face made Hu Zi cry even harder when he saw it. Second senior brother, I'm sorry. When you left, the mountain had been filled with plants, but now that you're back, there's nothing left. Those plants and flowers are all gone. Su Ming watched this from the side and felt his heart fill with warmth. Hu Zi's honesty and adorable attitude, as well as second senior brother's gentle demeanor that was akin to the spring wind, made the ninth summit regain its past presence, although it was faint. All right now, Hu Zi, don't cry. The plants may no longer be there, but I can still plant them again, second senior brother said with a smile, patting Hu Zi's back. Second senior brother, you have to promise that you won't hold a grudge against me because of these plants. Hu Zi blinked and cleared out some tears again before starting to bawl again. All right, I won't hold a grudge against you. Second senior brother smiled and shook his head, but gradually, a hint of doubt appeared in his heart. Really? Hu Zi immediately stopped crying. His tears also instantaneously disappeared. Truly, Hu Zi, did you do something? The doubt in second senior brother's heart grew stronger. All right, that's what you said. When you left, I saw that the plants occupied too much space, so I cleared them out a little. So that's what happened. It's fine. I won't hold a grudge against you for this, second senior brother said with a smile. That's including the plants outside your house. I thought they looked rather pretty, so I started drinking there and fell asleep. But once I woke up, I discovered that all the plants had died. Hu Zi let go of his brother's hands and took a few steps back towards Su Ming. What else? Second senior brother continued smiling. He would not be concerned by this. The 3 small blue shrubs outside your room bloomed one day, and they smelled especially nice. So that day, I got hungry and broke them off to eat them while drinking. Hu Zi took another few steps back and stood beside Su Ming. Also, I ate all the seeds kept in the 4 boxes you hid under your bed. There was also a garden you hid behind your house with a series of runes and seals so that no outsiders would get in there, right? I broke that too and used all the flowers there to make wine. I already finished drinking it. There are also some dried fruits you hid under a big rock at the foot of the mountain. I ate them as well once I found them. They weren't that good and really dry. I don't understand why you would change your hiding spot every single day so that I wouldn't find them. And I drank the water you treasured and had placed in a few bottles in Master's cave because I got thirsty one day and didn't have any wine with me. It made me suffer through a few days of diarrhea. Also, after you left and before the calamity of the eastern wastelands arrived, I thought that very few people in the other mountains besides me knew that you had left, so I invented a rune that would allow me to transform and changed into your shape, wore your clothes, and went off to peek at quite a few number of people. Second senior brother's expression gradually changed, but there was still a smile on his face as he looked at Hu Zi. What else? What else? Second senior brother, I can promise you that I've found every single one of your hiding spots in the mountain. Honestly, those seals of yours may deceive other people, but who am I? I could see through them with just one glance. The only thing that was slightly more difficult and took me a long time as well as a huge amount of effort to break was that spot 7 steps away from Master's cave abode where you hid your... Second senior brother, I didn't expect that you had that sort of hobby. You hid some really interesting beast skin scrolls about a man and a woman fighting. Those were really fun to read. Damn it, Master was the one who hid those things there. Second senior brother glared at him, and his cheeks turned slightly red. He instinctively looked at the crowd in Ninth Summit, then immediately appeared next to Hu Zi with a single move and seized his neck. You said you won't hold a grudge against me. Youngest junior brother, save me. Hu Zi shuddered and immediately cried out, but his second senior brother still got him by the neck and flew to the Ninth Summit, right into Tian Xiezi's cave abode. Shrill screams then came from the cave. A strange look appeared on Su Ming's face, and he let out a fake cough. He remembered that Hu Zi had not been like this when he initially returned to the Ninth Summit, but he seemed really energetic now. Little dummy Su, what's that beast skin about a man and a woman fighting that your senior brother spoke about? Could it be some sort of divine ability? How could it only describe a man and a woman fighting? Yu Xian frowned. After a moment of thought, she asked Su Ming about it, puzzled. Su Ming was also momentarily stunned. He thought about it carefully for a moment, then shook his head. He had seen his second senior brother's expression change once Hu Zi said those words, and he looked as if he was in a hurry to justify himself before he looked at the crowd underneath. After that, he had brought Hu Zi to their master's cave abode to teach him a lesson. Could it really be some sort of divine ability? One outsiders aren't supposed to know about it. Su Ming cast a glance at his master's cave abode. He could hear Hu Zi's pained cries coming from within, so he decided that he should look for a suitable time to ask them just what sort of divine ability it was. Qian Shun, the bald crane, and the mutt were right beside him. The mutt rolled its eyes and put on a look of disdain. Qian Shin's face, though, had a vulgar look to it. Only the bald crane was stunned and had a similar expression as Su Ming and Yu Xian. It scratched its head and started mumbling to itself. A man and a woman fighting? It must be some strange divine ability. I'll have to learn it when I have the chance. They were not the only ones who showed a reaction. There were quite a large number of people in the Ninth Summit at that moment, and most of the men and women there immediately spotted incredibly strange expressions on their faces. They would occasionally look towards the cave abode where the screams were coming from, then look towards Su Ming, who they held in the same amount of respect as they would a deity, thinking hard about it. Bai Su's petite face colored red. When Su Ming had gone off to search for his master several years ago, Hu Zi had restored his cultivation and used a long period of time to break the seal that contained that so-called beast skin about a man and a woman fighting. At that time, she had heard Hu Zi mumbling to himself, seemingly because he had failed several times while he tried to break that rune. He had only managed to open it a year ago, And in the midst of her curiosity, she had also read that beast skin about a man and a woman fighting by his side. Most of the people's expressions in the Ninth Summit were incredibly odd as they forced down their laughter. Only Su Ming, Yu Xian, and the bald crane were still out of the loop. Hu Zi's pained voice echoed in the midst of all the screams from the cave abode. Second senior brother, you broke your promise. I just looked at that beast skin scroll you treasured. It's just about a man and a woman, a man and 2 women, a man and 3 women, a man with 4 women, and so on fighting against each other naked. Oh, that's not mine. It belongs to Master. Anger appeared in second senior brother's voice. Nonsense, that rune had your presence. It's exactly the same presence you left behind on all your other seals. Don't even think about lying to me. Oh, there's even one about 2 women. Master imitated my seals. Damn it all. Hu Zi, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson today. Chapter 724, Youngest Junior Brother, do you really want to see it? The light from the moon fell on the ground and turned into glistening sparkles on the waves at the surface of the sea, as if there were silver scales spread out on them. The sea breeze blew gently, and it wasn't cold when it touched their faces. It seemed to have fused together with the moonlight, becoming a light veil for the moon. Under the moon and the sea breeze, Bai Su smiled. She looked calm, but the wild beauty within her was still there. She held a pot of wine in her hand and filled up Su Ming's cup, which was placed in front of him, before she sat down demurely by his side. Second senior brother sat across Su Ming. His expression was melancholic as he looked at the sky and the sea. He touched the mountain rock under him and drank the wine in his cup in one fell swoop. It feels good to be home, he said softly. Hu Zi was also by their side, his face swollen and bruised. When he heard it, he let out a harumph. He did not use a wine cup, but picked up the pot of wine right in front of him and took a big swig from it. You promise breaker, I shouldn't have told you. It's just a few plants and a stupid book about a man and a woman fighting. I'm not even in terms. Hu Zi mumbled, but when he saw his second senior brother looking towards him with a smile, he quickly shut up. He was afraid of his second senior brother. This was something Su Ming knew as well. Hu Zi was not afraid of their eldest senior brother, and he was not even afraid of Master, let alone Su Ming. He was originally the youngest among them, but when Su Ming arrived, the feeling of a senior brother had instantaneously grew in his heart. To him, even if he died, he would absolutely not allow anyone to bully his youngest junior brother. Yet Hu Zi was truly afraid of second senior brother, because eldest senior brother was constantly in isolation and would not hit him, because Su Ming was his youngest junior brother and would not hit him, because Master was too busy and would even occasionally come to Hu Zi with shifty eyes while asking him to break some runes. He was not afraid of Master, either. However, this was not the first time second senior brother had hit Hu Zi. All the past experiences had caused Hu Zi to be incredibly terrified of second senior brother. But he also had a very strange personality. The more afraid he was of something, the more he would want to challenge it. It was precisely because of his fear that he had bawled the moment he saw second senior brother. These cries and tears contained the excitement of a reunion and also terrified nervousness. This was why he had decided that he might as well use words to restrict his second senior brother, then confess to everything that he had done in one breath. Once he did that, he did not expect that he would still be hit. You're my senior brother, and we haven't met in years, but right when we meet, you hit me. Hu Zi felt incredibly wronged and took another big swig from his pot. Senior brother Hu Zi, what's that book you mentioned about a man and a woman fighting? Could you let me see it? This voice was very clear and contained hints of naivety. It was Yu Xian's voice. With a look of puzzlement and curiosity, she sat down beside Su Ming and asked Hu Zi. Second senior brother's expression twitched, and he glared at Hu Zi, instantly dispelling Hu Zi's urge to speak as his face brightened with a lively glow. Little sister Yu Xian, that book isn't anything good, and neither is it a divine ability. It's best that you don't read it. It's very difficult to understand. The 2 spots beside Su Ming were now occupied by Yu Xian and Bai Su. Bai Su covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Yu Xian was momentarily stunned, then lifted her chin. No matter how hard that book is, I'll be able to understand it. I have plenty of books in my house, and I managed to finish all of them when I was 10. There's nothing I don't understand. Senior brother Hu Zi, bring me that book. I don't believe that I won't be able to understand it. Yu Xian let out a harumph. The mutt lying beside Yu Xian blinked when it heard her words, then bared its teeth in a grin. That expression was incredibly strange, but the mutt did not make a single sound. Qian Shun was holding onto a pot, pouring wine for Su Ming's second senior brother with an eager and attentive look on his face. When he heard Yu Xian's words, he accidentally spilled some of the wine. He was forced down the mad laughter in his heart, rejoicing inwardly that even the witch would have such a day upon her. He looked forward to the moment the woman's expression changed when she saw the book about the man and woman fighting. That's right. Hu Zi, come on, bring that book too. The boy that was the bald crane rubbed his hands with a look of curiosity, but before he managed to finish speaking, Hu Zi glared at him and lifted his right hand to seize the boy's neck. Damn you. Did you really think that I won't manage to see who you are? You're that damn bald crane. As the bald crane screamed in pain, Hu Zi swung him a few circles before throwing him again the ground again and again. Change into a woman. I'll let you know personally what's drawn in that book. Hu Zi stood up and lifted the bald crane before he threw him on the ground again. Second senior brother was taking a sip out of the wine cup at that moment. When he heard Hu Zi's words, he nearly spat out his drink. As he laughed wryly, he looked at Hu Zi and the bald crane, then at the puzzled Yu Xian as well as Bai Su, who knew what was going on but had decided not to speak and had instead chosen just to smile. Eventually, he looked at Su Ming. When he saw a slight spark of curiosity towards the beast skin book in Su Ming's eyes despite the indifferent look on his face, he could not help but let out a long sigh and shift his gaze to look at the statue placed near their group. That statue was naturally their eldest senior brother, and there was a pot of wine placed in front of him. This was a gathering among those of the Ninth Summit. Their eldest senior brother might have turned into a statue, but this was his home. He must be present when the disciples of the Ninth Summit gathered together. The bald crane's screams of pain traveled outwards, and his body rapidly changed to his original look, that of a crane without feathers. With Hu Zi holding onto its neck, it continued forming arcs in the shape of a fan as it was repeatedly hit against the ground. Who, you little brat? Your grandpa crane is a crane of integrity. I am not going to change. You damn brat, if I didn't save you all those years ago, you would have turned into a seed a long time ago. I refuse to change. I refuse to. Hu Zi glared at the bald crane and brought it to his face. How dare you talk about what happened in the past? Do you think I don't know about this? You could have saved me with an even easier method, but you just had to let me suffer. You don't want to change, huh? Fine. I'll drag you into my dreams and continue beating you up there. Let me tell you, your grandpa who is great. A year ago, I had a dream, and I dreamt that I reached Berserker Soul Realm. Guess what? When I woke up, I really reached Berserker Soul Realm. Su Ming smiled and brought the wine cup to his lips to take a sip. He had managed to tell much earlier that Hu Zi had become far stronger than before, and only then did he know the reason. When he remembered their master talking about the mysteries of Hu Zi's interdream, as well as his expectations towards him, he was not surprised. Their second senior brother was also looking at Hu Zi with a smile. He might always hit him, but he was even happier than Hu Zi himself when he saw Hu Zi's level of cultivation increasing. I'm not going to change even if you enter dreams. Your grandpa crane is a crane of integrity, and I won't submit to your will. It was rare that the bald crane would be so firm. As it screeched, its expressions and tone made it clear that it would absolutely not submit to Hu Zi, even though he was abusing his power. Yet at that moment, Yu Xian, who was beside Su Ming, blinked and said with a smile, Senior brother Hu Zi, don't be angry. How about this? I'll have it change into the form you want, but you'll have to show me the divine abilities you learned from the book, okay? Second senior brother immediately let out a few fake coughs, but before he managed to say anything, Su Ming had already cast his eyes on the bald crane. It's fine even if you transform for a while. Senior brother Hu Zi, you have reached Berserker Soul Realm, and you can use that divine ability to let me see the circulation of your chi. I feel that your chi has stagnated in certain parts, but I don't know what caused it. Second senior brother hit his forehead. He had no idea what he could say now. Hu Zi's expression became a little strange. He might be simple and honest, but he had still managed to understand what that beast skin book was about. After a moment of hesitation, his face turned red, which was a rare sight on him. Youngest junior brother, do you really want to see it? Hu Zi looked at Su Ming helplessly. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Are you sure you really want to see it? Hu Zi looked as if he was about to cry, then turned towards his second senior brother as if he was trying to ask him what he should do. His second senior brother decided to turn his head away and ignore him. Fine then, youngest junior brother, since you want to see it, then I'll give it my all. When Hu Zi gritted his teeth, a look of excitement appeared on Yu Xian's face. She pointed at the bald crane and ordered it with a clear voice. Little Baldy, hurry up and change. No, even if you beat me to death, I won't change. It doesn't matter who's the one who said it. I won't change. This Grandpa Crane won't submit to anyone. I will absolutely not bow my head this time. Even if Dao Chun becomes my steed in front of me, I won't change. The bald crane cried out loudly with a determined look on its face. It continued telling itself that this time, it definitely must adhere to its principles, and it would absolutely not change into a girl. This was the bottom line that it must absolutely not pass as Grandpa Crane. Heh, youngest junior brother, if it refuses to change, I can't do anything about it. Huzi let out a sigh of relief and quickly sat down. Just as he was about to take up his pot of wine and continue drinking, he suddenly widened his eyes and stared blankly at Yuxian. Right before his eyes, Yuxian brought out a bag with flowers embroidered on it from her bosom. She poured out some sparkling crystals from it and threw one into the distance. That crystal turned into a ray of crystalline light as it flew, but then a black shadow shot up with a whooshing sound and caught up to the crystal before it grabbed it with its claws. It was naturally the delighted bald crane. The crane brought the crystal in its claws to its beak and bit down on it. The crane's eyes instantly began sparkling. Yu Xian threw out a few more crystals with a smile, causing the bald crane to fly about everywhere. In the end, Yu Xian flipped over the bag towards the ground, and a dozen-something crystals instantly fell on top of each other on the ground in a pile. The light that spread out from them made the bald crane so excited that it started shivering. Transform. Once you do, I'll give all of this to you, Yu Xian said with a smile. At that moment, all talks about principles and bottom lines faded away in the bald crane's eyes. The pile of crystals on the ground became the highest bottom line and the greatest principles in the world in its eyes. Without a single bit of hesitation, it moved its body swiftly, and a delicate lady with a vulgar expression appeared before the group. Senior brother Huzi, hurry up and use that divine ability. Yu Xian was truly incredibly curious, and she was also slightly unwilling to accept what Bai Su had said about her not being able to understand this ability. When she saw that the bald crane had already transformed, she immediately opened her mouth and urged Huzi to take action. Su Ming also looked over. Second senior brother closed his eyes and sighed with a wry smile. Huzi was stunned. He looked at Su Ming, then at Yu Xian, and at Bai Su, whose cheeks were flushed red and whose expression had turned strange. Eventually, he looked towards his second senior brother, who had his eyes closed. Then, Huzi scratched his head hard, looking as if he was about to burst into tears. Youngest junior brother, do you really want to see it? Chapter 725, Morning Dao Sect. In the end, Huzi could not find it in himself to give a show of the contents in the beast skin book to Su Ming with the bald crane. As he was struck by a cloud of gloom, he looked at Su Ming helplessly, then patted his own forehead, thinking that he was indeed the most intelligent person in the Ninth Summit, or at the very least smarter than his youngest junior brother. Otherwise, why would he understand things that his youngest junior brother did not, and even played them out in his dreams multiple times? That was why he decided to bring out some of the beast skin books that he had hidden away so that second senior brother would not be able to take them, and handed them to Su Ming. Once he did so, the bald crane quickly went to Su Ming's side. Yu Xian, too, widened her eyes and looked closely at the beast skin book. She refused to admit defeat, thinking that no matter how profound a divine ability was, she would not necessarily be unable to see some clues about it. Su Ming also turned his attention to the beast skin book. Once he took it, he opened it, but at just the first glance, he was stunned. After a moment, he frowned. Once he mulled over it, a strange look gradually appeared on his face. The bald crane was dumbfounded at first, but then it let out a long breath, and its eyes began to shine. It stared at the pictures on the beast skin book, its breathing quickening. Yu Xian stared at the pictures in the beast skin book for a long while before her brows slowly furrowed, but there was still mostly bewilderment on her face. This is why she snatched the beast skin book from Su Ming's hand and started examining it carefully. Su Ming let out a fake cough. Then his gaze landed on Huzi, who immediately put on an aggrieved expression. When Su Ming looked towards his second senior brother, the man quickly picked up a pot of wine and pretended to drink from it. Little dummy Su, this divine ability is really easy. Why don't you understand it? I just don't know why they don't wear clothes when they train, though. Yu Xian plopped her chin on her left hand and flipped through the beast skin book with puzzlement on her face. Judging by her expression, She was not joking. Yu Xian did indeed not understand what was drawn in the book. I don't know why either. Su Ming quickly picked up his wine cup and drank from it, wanting to avoid the topic. He had understood it somewhat, but the more he understood it, the more it showed just how naive Yu Xian was. It was also at this moment that Su Ming noticed a trace of adorableness about Yu Xian for the first time. Yu Xian flipped through a few more pages before she looked at Su Ming and said, "No, your expression is off. You must know why. Tell me, why don't we try practicing it? But we have to wear clothes, though." Su Ming nearly spat out his drink, then immediately snatched the beast skin book from Yu Xian's hands and threw it back to his second senior brother. As he let out a few dry coughs, he found that he could not remember just how long it had been since he had been caught in such an awkward situation. Bai Su covered her mouth and laughed by the side. When she saw that Yu Xian was still trying to figure out the secrets in the beast skin book, she laughed out loud till her body started trembling, and when she saw the rare, awkward look on Su Ming's face, she became even happier. "All right now, we'll talk about this later. Yu Xian, Bai Su, please go rest. Us fellow brothers have something to discuss with each other." Second senior brother put away the beast skin book into his bosom, while also letting out a few fake coughs, and languidly told others to disperse. Bai Su stood up obediently. Yu Xian continued wondering about the things in the book, but when she saw the mutt grinning with a smug look, she went and kicked it before grabbing the fur at the mutt's neck and leaving with Bai Su. She would not have originally left so easily, but at that moment, Yu Xian had something important to do, and that was to think about the pictures on that beast skin book and what exactly were the secrets contained within them. She lifted the mutt, which was now swathed in misery after that bout of delight, and left after turning into a long arc. As for the bald crane and Qian Chun, once an unknown thought rose in the bald crane's heart. It cast a profound look at Qian Chun and continued to stare at him until goosebumps appeared on his face. Then, the crane sat down on Qian Chun's body and continued treating him as its stead as they left as well. At that moment, only Su Ming and his senior brothers were left at the top of the 9th summit. Su Ming drank his wine in huge gulps, and when he downed his 8th cup, he lifted his head and glared at Hu Zi and his second senior brother. Second senior brother looked as calm as ever. As he smiled, he even nodded at Su Ming before he took a sip from his wine cup. Hu Zi, however, had a miserable look on his face. When he saw Su Ming looking over, he immediately spoke. "Youngest junior brother, those beast skin books belong to second senior brother." "Nonsense, they belong to master. But your presence is in them." "Damn it all, that was master imitating my presence. Those really belong to master." Second senior brother could no longer keep the calm smile on his face and glared at Hu Zi as he spoke. Su Ming watched Hu Zi and his second senior brother bicker about who was the owner of that beast skin book. He smiled wryly and shook his head, then picked up the pot of wine and took a big swig from it. "It might not belong to master. It might actually belong to eldest senior brother." Hu Zi blinked. "Huh, that's also a possibility. It might actually belong to eldest senior brother." Second senior brother immediately smiled. "Honestly, I think there's also a possibility that it belongs to youngest junior brother." Hu Zi cast a sideways glance at Su Ming. Before second senior brother could agree to his words, Su Ming quickly put down his pot of wine with a very solemn expression. "That beast skin book belongs to master," Su Ming said seriously. Second senior brother instantly put on a serious look. Once he nodded, he said to Hu Zi, "That's right. Even youngest junior brother agrees to it. So it looks like it really belongs to master. Or perhaps it belongs to eldest senior brother." "Eldest senior brother, if you don't speak up, I'll take it that you shook your head. Eldest senior brother won't lie, so it must really belong to master." Hu Zi's mouth twitched. Eldest senior brother no longer had a head, so there was no way he could actually shake his head. Su Ming and second senior brother had already told Hu Zi about what happened to eldest senior brother. Only since he knew about the reason behind why eldest senior brother was missing, and that he was still alive, did Hu Zi have the heart to talk about the question of the owner of those beast skin books. "All right, they belong to master. Well, master has no respectable qualities despite his age anyway, and he often uses my runes to peek at others. It's very logical that he hides such things." Hu Zi immediately moved to stand with his second senior brother and Su Ming. But as he spoke, he fell silent. The joyful atmosphere that surrounded them previously gradually disappeared as if it was blown away by the sea breeze. As the moon shone on them and Hu Zi fell silent, second senior brother did not speak up, either. Instead, he looked at the sea and the sky. There was a slightly melancholic look on his face. Su Ming drank his wine quietly. I miss Master. Hu Zi mumbled softly. When I reached Eastern Wastelands, I searched everywhere, but I only managed to find some clues. It seems like Master has already left the land of Berserkers and went out of Death region. At that time, I was ambushed and chased down by the Immortals. In the end, Tian attacked and suppressed me under Great Leaf Immortal Sect. Many years later, I sensed eldest senior brother's presence approaching the place where I was. Second senior brother picked up his pot of wine and took huge gulps from it. Sadness filled his face. I slayed all of Tian's clones in the place where immortals descend and eventually killed his magical body as well. As one of the immortals' 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it will be difficult for Tian to descend to the land of Berserkers again in a short period of time. Eldest senior brother was captured alive by Tian all those years ago because he wanted to turn him into his clone, but in the end, eldest senior brother used Tian and returned to his roots by cutting his own head. He took up his battle axe and named himself Shingon. Su Ming mumbled as he looked at his eldest senior brother's statue. I only knew that second senior brother is in Great Leaf Immortal Sect because eldest senior brother told me about it. Eldest senior brother once said that Master's presence was no longer in the land of Berserkers, but that Master was not dead. There can only be one explanation for this. It's just as you said, second senior brother. Master has left the land of Berserkers. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then drank his wine. Then we can be certain that Master has left the land of Berserkers. A dark light shone in second senior brother's eyes as he mumbled under his breath. What could have caused Master to leave the land of Berserkers in such a hurry that he would not even have time to tell us? Unless Master did not go willingly, but instead had run into an accident, or had even run into a powerful enemy. Morning Dao Sect. Hu Zi suddenly lifted his head and looked at second senior brother. He remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Su Ming looked at them. He had a feeling that Hu Zi and second senior brother knew a secret that he did not. Hu Zi fell silent. A smile appeared on second senior brother's lips, but that smile showed a biting, cold, killing intent. Su Ming remained calm, but the murderous aura within his calm composure was the thickest among the 3 of them. Yu Xian's mud is a world-traversing abyss dragon. That last must have been able to come to the land of Berserkers because of it. With that dragon, we might be able to leave the land of Berserkers and Death region to head to the land of Immortals. A glint appeared in second senior brother's eyes. Qianshun is also not a Berserker. He's a person who descended to our land, but he's not an immortal. The way he descended is different from the others, and we had an agreement before that he would take me to the place he descended, Su Ming said calmly. Humph, that bald crane has its own secrets as well. I brought it to my dream before, and it did not notice that I saw some of its memories here and there. That bald crane is not a spirit from the land of Berserkers, but neither did it come from the land of Immortals. It came from true Morning Dao world. It seems like it has quite a complicated relationship with that Morning Dao sect that Master mentioned before. A lively sparkle appeared in Hu Zi's eyes. At that moment, the simple and honest demeanor could no longer be found on him. Instead, there was a rather crafty look on his face. Youngest junior brother, you entered Master's tutelage late and joined the battle between the Shamans and Berserkers soon after. Then, you were alone outside. There are many things you don't know about. Master did not have time to tell you those things before he went missing either. Second senior brother looked at Su Ming when he spoke. He had already managed to tell the questions in Su Ming's mind. Master is a Berserker, but the sect he entered and the skills he inherited were not from the land of Berserkers, but an incredibly huge galactical sect within true Morning Dao world. There are an endless number of disciples in that sect, and it's the most powerful sect in true Morning Dao world. More accurately speaking, that sect is the reason why true Morning Dao world exists. The entire true Morning Dao world, and even the Immortals' 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are just a part of that world. That sect is too big, and its name is Morning Dao Sect. True Morning Dao world is in truth this sect. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had never heard of this before. Master told us all of these when he thought the time was right. He had intended to tell it to you once the battle between the Shamans and Berserkers ended, but before he could manage to do so, he went missing. Second senior brother looked at the sea and the sky, and an expression that said he missed Master appeared on his face. Chapter 726. His second senior brother and Hu Zi's origins. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then asked slowly, "Then who is Dao Chun? What is his relationship with Morning Dao?" Dao Chun is Morning Dao Sect's progenitor and also master of true Morning Dao world. His will has existed for an endless amount of years, and it's said that his level of cultivation has reached an incredibly terrifying stage. I don't know the details either. When Master introduced Morning Dao Sect, he once mentioned that his master, who is our Grandmaster, is one of the many sect elders in Morning Dao Sect. It doesn't matter whether it is the immortals or the other races. As long as they have certain qualifications, you will find that you can trace them all the way back to Morning Dao Sect. There is a sect elder from Morning Dao Sect behind each of the races. Morning Dao Sect is like a huge web that fills all the corners of true Morning Dao world. That's why I said that Morning Dao Sect is actually true Morning Dao world. Our Grandmaster has only taken in 18 disciples in his life. Our master was taken in as a disciple when he was roaming about the lands of berserkers. At that time, there were several other berserkers who also went under our Grandmaster's tutelage. They once went out of the land of berserkers multiple times with our Grandmaster. But in the end, due to different ideals, due to the difference in opinion regarding their path of cultivation, and due to Master injuring a large amount of people due to an incident, he left Grandmaster and returned to the land of berserkers. When he returned to the land of berserkers, the injuries he sustained that year did not heal, and he became weaker and weaker as time passed. But it was precisely due to this weakness that he created change of heart. It's the same change of heart that allows our roots and foundations to never change no matter what sort of divine abilities we practice or what happens to our external appearance. Our eldest senior brother is a descendant of Daylily and the Lord of the Shamans. He has been with our master the longest. I was originally a soul fragment in the world, gathered together by the first phantom equal from Phantom Day's tribe to become a phantom. I never had any intelligence. When Phantom Equal died, I suddenly obtained intelligence. I didn't vanish after that, but started drifting about in the world. Many years passed, and then I met our master. He helped me transform and gave me the Abyss Dragon Scale to gather corporeal form. From then on, I followed Master and became his second disciple. Second senior brother spoke softly, but his voice reverberated in the air. Huzi's origins are even more complicated. He was also the one who was valued the most by our master, because his potential surpassed mine and eldest senior brother's. His second senior brother cast Huzi a glance. Huzi drank quietly by the side. He did not speak. Death region is a mysterious place. Master once said that this mysterious existence is a place that even Morning Dao Sect has to be careful of. Berserkers. Haha. Berserkers aren't a race that appeared naturally. They are one of the many races within Death region. Based on Master's understanding, there are many races in Death region, and in Morning Dao Sect's words, these races are all felons. Second senior brother lifted his head and cast a glance at the sky. There are an endless number of worlds in the depths of Death vortex. That place is the true Death region. The place where we berserkers are located is actually one of the worlds in this gigantic Death vortex. The reason behind why immortals descended into our world and why it's pretty famous within Morning Dao Sect is because Lai Shan Xiu, our first god of berserkers, was born here. He is an anomaly. He's a madman whose level of cultivation went through the roof. He's a powerful warrior that managed to walk out of the land of berserkers and shocked even Death region, as well as sent Morning Dao Sect into a buzz. He is also the first Death child that Death region eventually recognized and supported at full strength. Su Ming's breathing quickened. These things were rather similar to what he understood, but most of them were things that he had never heard before. He conquered many worlds and opened a path leading to Bright Yang region. It was the path leading to the spot where Morning Dao Sect was located in true Morning Dao world, making the land of berserkers the one and only region that could break into Bright Yang from Death. It is also the path immortals and the other races from true Morning Dao world used to come to our world. Lai Shan Xiu fought against Dao Chun, but did not die. He enslaved the people from various worlds, causing his name to ring through Morning Dao Sect and the land of berserkers to become the transition spot between Death and Bright Yang. That's why Grandmaster could come here and take in our master as his disciple, second senior brother explained calmly. Every single one of his sentences verified Su Ming's understanding, and from there, he gained a true perception of the world. There are 9 cultivation planets beyond Death region. The immortals were the ones who placed those cultivation planets there to lock down Death region. But in truth, they can't seal Death region. They are just there for the land of berserkers. But besides the cultivation planets, there's also a rune that Morning Dao Sect laid out themselves, and it is one that the immortals cannot control. That rune is made of 99 tiger talismans and 49 dragon talismans. This is just the first rune used to suppress Yin Death region. Even Lai Shanxiu did not dare touch this rune carelessly. Instead, he used his great power and his status as Yin Death's child to open up another path, allowing him to avoid the rune and exit the place, making the land of berserkers a special case. Master wasted a lot of effort in the past to lure out a wisp of presence from the 99 tiger talismans, though I don't know what method he used to do that. He gathered that presence together into a soul and sent it into a female berserker he chose. Then, she gave birth to a son, and that is Hu Zi. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and looked towards Hu Zi, who continued drinking silently. It was clear that he had known about this since a long time ago, and at that moment, there was not a hint of expression on his face. Hu Zi's interdream is a divine ability he was born with. It is a power born from the source of the first rune. It is an art that was left behind by the person who laid out the rune. Our master is a man of great talents. He once said that Hu Zi is the key to break the first rune, and only Hu Zi alone will be able to do it. Second senior brother lifted his head and ruffled Hu Zi's head. Hu Zi simply allowed this affectionate gesture. He placed his pot of wine down and looked at Su Ming. Youngest junior brother, that's how I came to be. I don't know what master's plans are. I only know that master is nice to me. Eldest senior brother is nice to me. And while second senior brother constantly hits me, he is also nice to me. Youngest junior brother, you're also nice to me. That's why my life is yours. No matter what you want me to do, I will do it, Hu Zi said seriously. Second senior brother then looked at Su Ming and said slowly, as for you, youngest junior brother, master once said that he can't see through you. When you went off to the battle between the shamans and berserkers, master watched you leave and told Hu Zi and I that he can't tell where you came from. The aura of death in your body is similar to the Emperor of Abyss true world, but it is different as well. Your presence and everything else made master recall a secret his grandmaster had once mentioned. It is a secret about what happened in true Morning Dao world in ages past. An unknown amount of years ago, when true Morning Dao world was at its strongest, a couple broke into their world. They should have been running from danger. At that time, the woman was pregnant, and the man was gravely injured, but the presence that spread out from his body incited a huge change in the entire true Morning Dao world. They did not seem to intend to stay for long in true Morning Dao world, but the change in true Morning Dao world's presence caught Morning Dao Sect's attention, and after using some unknown method, they became certain that the couple possessed a supreme treasure that surpassed Morning Dao Cauldron. That treasure did not seem to belong to any one of the four true great worlds. A battle to snatch that treasure began because of that, but the man was too strong. He was so strong that even if he was gravely injured, he still managed to spill a lot of blood. Even Dao Chun, who was at the peak of his condition, lost when fighting against him. If the woman had not felt pain in her stomach and started bleeding during the fight, then no one would have been the man's opponent. The woman's physical constitution was incredibly unique. Once she started bleeding, she lost all her cultivation base. Morning Dao Sect launched a crazed counterattack, and that was a bloody battle that swept through the entire true Morning Dao world. In the end, the man brought with him his anger, sadness, madness, his dying wife, and even greater injuries, and rushed out of true Morning Dao world. Before he left, it said that his eyes turned crimson, and he turned his head back to look at his pursuers from Morning Dao Sect, and spoke something. Second senior brother said softly, and looked at Su Ming. Su Ming remained silent. He did not speak. This world shall be built for Abyss. Second senior brother stopped talking for a moment. From then on, the entire galaxy of true Morning Dao world started showing signs of withering. All the spiritual aura in the world gradually dispersed. There were even quite a large number of cultivation planets that turned into wasteland due to the complete drain of spiritual aura. This strange phenomenon caused a great wave of panic. Morning Dao Sect was no longer as strong as before, but even so, this sect was still the lord of true Morning Dao world. Master knew that you were called Su Ming, and because he could not tell where you came from, he thought of that rumor. He also remembered that there was a place that was sealed up in the Immortals galaxy, and it said that there is a corpse within that seal. Once second senior brother spoke up to this point, he no longer said anything else. Hu Zi watched Su Ming remain silent by the side. The night grew darker. The sea breeze brought with it humidity and a hint of cold as it blew past. It lifted Su Ming's hair, and he raised his head to look at the sky before closing his eyes. After some time, a smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He opened his eyes and looked at his second senior brother, as well as Hu Zi. I don't know whether this is related to the couple you mentioned, second senior brother, but I do know that I am the soul of the corpse sealed in the land of immortals, Su Ming stated calmly. His second senior brother and Hu Zi did not say a word, but after a moment, Hu Zi lifted his head swiftly, looked at Su Ming, then lifted his right hand to hit his chest. Damn it all. Damn those immortals. Youngest junior brother, don't worry, your senior brother, Hu Zi, will definitely get your physical body back. Hu Zi said loudly. A serious expression that came from the depths of his heart appeared on his face. It doesn't matter what statuses we have. I am your second senior brother, and you are my youngest junior brother. We are family. Second senior brother smiled. That smile that was just as it had always been in the past was especially warm in this dark night on the 9th summit. Our master has gone missing. He should have run into an accident or been taken by force from the land of berserkers. No matter what, this isn't our master's will. We must search for him, second senior brother said and clenched his fists. But where should we look for him? Hu Zi asked loudly. Hu Zi, do you remember those rather strange words master said before he left? A glint appeared in second senior brother's eyes. An array of dark light showed up inside them. Chapter 727, Blood of Daylily. Before master left, he once looked at the sky and said something. Second senior brother looked as if he was remembering something. He said, it's almost time. But the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands appeared. Could it be? Second senior brother's eyes shone as he looked at Su Ming. That's what he said. Youngest junior brother, can you find any clues based on these words? It's almost time? Then we must first know what time master was talking about. As for him mentioning the catastrophe of the eastern wastelands in his second sentence, it must mean that master had associated something with it and formed some guesses because of it. The thing that he guessed is what master did not say in his unfinished sentence, Su Ming said slowly. When I was suppressed under Great Leaf Immortal Sect's mountain, I examined these words for a long period of time. I thought back on all the words master had spoken after I started following him, but I did not manage to find what he meant by the word time. Youngest junior brother, Hu Zi, did master ever talk to you about anything that is related to time? Second senior brother looked at Su Ming and Hu Zi. I can't remember. There shouldn't be. Hu Zi scratched his head. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, but couldn't recall anything. Yet soon, a focused look appeared in his eyes, and his gaze landed on the statue that was eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother was the first who mentioned that master's presence was no longer in the land of berserkers, and he had even guessed it. Besides, he is the one who's been with master the longest. Perhaps, eldest senior brother knows. As Su Ming spoke, second senior brother and Hu Zi also looked towards their eldest senior brother, who was now a statue. After a period of silence, second senior brother sucked in a deep breath. We'll talk about this when eldest senior brother wakes up. I've thought of a method to wake him on our way back. We'll have 4/5 of a chance that this method will allow eldest senior brother to wake up. Second senior brother then looked at Hu Zi. Hu Zi, your level of cultivation is the lowest, but your interdream is very abstruse. Try using interdream to find eldest senior brother's consciousness in the statue. His consciousness should be clouded, but even if it is, he won't hurt you, since you are his junior brother. Once you find eldest senior brother's consciousness, use your interdream and protect his consciousness so that it won't disappear. Hu Zi nodded gravely. To him, this was as important as saving his master, and it was at a level that was even more important than his own life. Youngest junior brother, it's difficult for my level of cultivation to be categorized using the berserker's levels of cultivation. Based on my perception, my current combat abilities have surpassed those who have attained great completion in the berserker soul realm, but are still a little inferior to yours. Among the three of us, your level of cultivation is the greatest, and you have to do the most important task. Second senior brother looked at Su Ming when he said those words. Su Ming met second senior brother's gaze, and a brilliant sparkle appeared in his eyes as he waited for his next words. Gather blood from shamans' hearts. The more you can gather, the better, especially from shaman's great patriarch. This person's level of cultivation was extraordinary in the past, and I remember that he had reawakened during the battle between the shamans and berserkers. His heart's blood is the most crucial, but you have to be careful of this person. When master was at his weakest, he had fought against this person before. He had not been his opponent because this person had a talisman on him. This talisman came from Morning Dao Sect. Based on what Master said, that talisman was created from a huge portion of power that came from a Morning Dao Sect elder's mind. It could make the shaman's great patriarch become stronger after 9 deaths. Based on Master's analysis, this person is the same as him, having been taken in secretly as a disciple by those in Morning Dao Sect. He was then given the important treasure that allowed him to reach a state of being almost indestructible. Every single time he wakes up, he will have 9 lives, and every single time he dies, his power will increase exponentially. When he dies the 9th time, the talisman's power will spread out in a large area, making it seem as if he died, but in truth, his body will enter deep sleep. The talisman will absorb the power of the world by itself at that time, and once it collects a certain amount, Great Patriarch will wake up again. This is an incredibly strange cultivation method. It fuses with the shaman's spells, making the Great Patriarch into an undying and imperishable existence. He has the shaman's blood of 9 Li flowing through his veins, and that blood is incredibly thick in him. That's because due to his indestructible status, he has sucked away practically all the blood from all the 9 Li shaman lords in the land of shamans. But he won't kill all of them. Every single time, he will leave some alone so that they will give birth to the next generation. This way, he can devour more of them. If eldest senior brother had not been saved by Master, he would have been killed by the Great Patriarch. When the Great Patriarch awakened from his sleep, our Master, Western Sea Clan's Guru Li Long, and a mysterious powerful warrior fought together against him, and only together did they manage to destroy him after his 9th death. It's a pity that Master's injuries did not heal during those years, or else it would have not been so difficult for him to kill that person. It would have also not been impossible for him to search for where the Great Patriarch's real body was hidden when he disappeared and went into deep sleep, making it difficult for Master to destroy him completely. Youngest junior brother, your current level of cultivation has surpassed our Master's when he was injured. Go and kill the Great Patriarch, find where his real body is hidden, and then take his blood of 9 Li. This is the key to awakening our eldest senior brother. Only by using blood that is purer than our eldest senior brother's, and whose ease protection can I cast the great heavenly phantom art, and lure all the phantoms in the land of berserkers to attack the power in the immortal's enchanted vessel, which is in our eldest senior brother's body. I can't go along with you to fight against the Great Patriarch, either. I will have to make my body disintegrate during this time to stir up the phantoms in the land of berserkers and make preparations to cast the great heavenly phantom art, second senior brother said in a low voice. Su Ming nodded without hesitation. Based on his memories, he was that mysterious person from all those years ago, so his understanding regarding the Great Patriarch was greater than that of others. Second senior brother hesitated for a moment, then spoke up once again. If you can't find the Great Patriarch's hiding place and obtain a lot of 9 Li's blood, then we'll have to use the second best option. Go to Western Sea Clan, where Guru Li Long has a shaman dragon. That dragon once devoured some of the Great Patriarch's blood of 9 Li while they were fighting. I heard that it went through a mutation later on. If you can extract that mutated blood of 9 Li, we might be able to use it. Although that blood will only have 4/10 of a chance to wake our eldest senior brother. But if you can't find the Great Patriarch's hiding place, we'll use it. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he asked calmly, if I get both the Great Patriarch and the shaman dragon's blood of 9 Li, then what will be the chances of waking our eldest senior brother? If you can get both of them, then I'm certain I'll have 9/10 of a chance to make our eldest senior brother rise from his sleep, second senior brother said solemnly with a serious expression on his face. Su Ming nodded. Once he cast a deep look at the statue that was his eldest senior brother, he exchanged glances with Hu Zi and his second senior brother. He saw the determination and resolve in their eyes, and his own resolve was reflected in their eyes as well. Youngest junior brother, remember to talk to Yu Xian and borrow that mutt. With it around, no one can harm you, second senior brother suddenly said and winked at him. Su Ming frowned, and with a rather strange look on his face, he turned around and walked towards the place where Yu Xian stayed. When morning arrived, Hu Zi was sleeping soundly while hugging eldest senior brother's statue. Second senior brother was sitting cross-legged by his side, and as his body gradually distorted, Su Ming took with him 2 mutts and a woman with a clear laugh and left the 9th summit in 4 long arcs. There was no way Yu Xian would not join this sort of thing. As for the other mutt, that was the bald crane. It suddenly felt that this form would make it look more imposing. As it flew, it even started barking to its heart's content while feeling proud of itself. Chapter 728, God of Shamans Island. Two people, two mutts, or perhaps more accurately speaking, it should be a dragon and a bald crane. They turned into 4 long arcs in the sky and flew towards the portion of the Dead Sea beyond Freezing Sky Clan's island. Su Ming's expression was calm all along the way, but his brows were constantly furrowed. All of this was thanks to Yu Xian, who had a lackadaisical demeanor while she ate roasted seeds by his side. Yu Xian's demeanor varied a lot from what Su Ming could sense. She would occasionally be mischievous, then shy and naive, then ignorant and confused, then dignified and graceful. Right then, this lackadaisical manner gave her another temperament. Yu Xian, who was beautiful to begin with, became even more striking due to her lackadaisical demeanor. If this was just the case, and she had only continued lazing around this way, Su Ming might not have frowned, but the sounds of her chewing on those seeds constantly echoed in the air during their journey, and even the moaning wind could not cover up those crunching sounds. Little dummy Su, you've been constantly frowning all along the journey. Let me guess, are the sounds of me eating my seeds bothering you? Yu Xian spat out some roasted seed skins, and the yellow mutt immediately darted forward to gulp them down. The black mutt that was the bald crane was just about to snatch them, but when the mutt which was a dragon bared its teeth and glared at it, the large black mutt immediately put on a look of flattery and made a gesture as if it was saying that the mutt should go first. Su Ming ignored Yu Xian. That woman gave him a feeling that he could not see through her clearly, and this made him incredibly cautious. At that moment, he looked as calm as usual as he flew over the Dead Sea in the form of a long arc. His eyes were cast forward. In that direction was a layer of purple fog that surrounded an incredibly large area, and it filled every nook and cranny of that place. That spot was Su Ming's destination. It was one of the 3 islands in South Morning, and it was occupied by the Shamans. When they were just right outside the fog, Su Ming stopped and looked at the thick purple fog in that place. He sank into pensive silence, and Yu Xian noticed he was treating her as if she did not exist, so she let out a soft harumph, and a thought appeared in her head. Immediately, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she let out a light cough. With it, the mutt that was chewing on the skin seeds immediately perked up its ears and lifted its head to look at the fog. A look of scorn appeared on its face, and it let out a low growl. That growl sounded like a dog's bark, but also like a dragon's roar. It started off at a normal volume, but after a moment, it grew so loud that it shook the sky and earth, turning into a loud rumble that was deafening to the ears. This rumble was like a violent gust of wind that swept past the sea and charged straight towards the fog. Within an instant, it crashed into that fog, though the crash could not be seen. The fog that filled the area immediately started tumbling about violently, and the lingering sounds of the previous rumble echoed in the air. In the span of a breath, the fog that had seemed thick disintegrated under the roar and started falling back swiftly. It looked as if a violent gust of wind was sweeping up leaves. Right before Su Ming's eyes, the fog disappeared without a trace. But that was not all. What Yu Xian did could be considered as an act of helping Su Ming, but clearly, that was not the case. Once the fog disintegrated and fell backwards due to the mutt's growl, a huge island appeared on the surface of the sea. That island appeared to be a small piece of land. Green covered all of the ground, and there were even some mountain ranges that lay sprawled on it. A primitive and slightly humid presence came crashing into their faces. At that moment, as the fog fell backwards, the ground also moved along with it. As the growl echoed, an endless number of trees was pulled off the ground with their roots and fell back along with the retreating fog. If anyone lifted their heads to look from the island, they would see a layer of rolling purple fog, trees, earth, and even an innumerable amount of birds and beasts being swept away against their will. As the ground shook, several powerful presences spread out from the forests and the mountain ranges, and along with them came shouts that were filled with shock and anger. Which audacious lunatic dared to offend God of Shamans Island? Are you asking for death? All those who enter God of Shamans Island without permission must die. As those shouts rang out, nearly 100 people flew up from the ground. Those people were all dressed in beast skins, which gave them a primeval appearance. But the shamanic presence within them was incredibly pure. Among them were soul catchers, battle shamans, and spirit mediums, and most of them were medial shamans. Some of them even exuded vast presences, and those were latter shamans. Yuxian placed her hands behind her back with a smile and stood by the side, even whistling a few notes, as if this had nothing to do with her. Su Ming had been wondering whether he should break in or search for the Great Patriarch in secret and fight against him alone. But once Yuxian made a mess of the place, sneaking in was now impossible. He knew that Yuxian had done this because of her personality and because she was angry that he had ignored her all along the way. She might have caused him some problems, but Su Ming still did not spare her a glance. He slowly moved forward. The hair of Su Ming, who was dressed in white, was dancing in the wind. His expression was cold and aloof, and when he walked over, the shamans closed in on him. At the instant the long arcs approached him, the presence of life cultivation swiftly erupted with a bang from his body. The eruption of his presence caused the weather to change instantly and the air behind Su Ming to immediately distort. A powerful might spread out as his power erupted, covering the entire land. "Stand back," Su Ming stated flatly. His voice was not loud, but as the mighty pressure and his power spread out, his voice entered the hearts and souls of the near 100 shamans around, sounding like an endless amount of thunderbolts that crackled at the same time. It caused the shamans' expressions to immediately change drastically, and all of them, including the latter shamans, coughed up blood. In fact, besides some of the latter shamans, all the others felt their hearts tremble when they coughed up blood due to Su Ming's voice and might. Their consciousness was immediately shaken till they scattered, and they plunged down from midair. They might not have died, but they were knocked out by his voice alone. The latter shamans gritted their teeth to remain awake, but blood started pouring from their eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Shock and disbelief appeared on their faces, and those emotions turned into screams of fear. This is not great completion in the Berserker soul realm. You, who are you? Almost at the same time Su Ming's might spread out, for presences that belonged to End shamans immediately appeared. When they charged towards Su Ming, they turned into 4 people before him. They were 3 men and 1 woman. 2 among them were old men, while the last man and the woman were both in their middle ages. Once they appeared, they stared at Su Ming with incredibly grave expressions, as if they were facing off a powerful enemy. Long arcs charged forth behind them from the entire god of Shaman's Island. In the blink of an eye, thousands of long arcs flashed in the sky and transformed into shamans. Their faces were pale, but they gritted their teeth and stood in midair as they looked at Su Ming from the distance. Su Ming swept his gaze past the 4 End shamans and stated flatly, "It's just a shaman island, and you already have 4 End shamans. Sir, who might you be? What have we from God of Shaman's Island done to offend you? Please tell us." One of the 4 End shamans, an old man with a lot of brown patches on his face, spoke with a hoarse voice. His heart was in great shock. This person had managed to knock out nearly 100 shamans by just his might alone, and even the latter shamans had started bleeding from their eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. This sort of power was something that he could not match. Before Su Ming even managed to get a word in, Yuxian's voice immediately rang out loudly and clearly by his side. "Don't you understand yet, old man? This is a robbery. Do you even know what a robbery is? We're here to rob you." An excited look appeared on Yuxian's face. Her voice reverberated in the air, causing the faces of the old End shaman and all the other shamans behind him to turn incredibly sour. "Robbery." The middle-aged female End shaman beside the old man let out a cold harumph, and killing intent appeared in her eyes. Su Ming was indifferent. His gaze never fell on those shamans, but was cast at the distance. Over there, he could see a mountain in the deeper parts of the island. That mountain was very tall, but strangely enough, while he could see it when he first cast his gaze on it, when he stared at it long enough, that mountain would disappear. The shaman's sacred mountain. Su Ming was not unfamiliar with this land and this sacred mountain. He had come to this place before. It was before the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands. At that time, Hong Luo had woken up, and he had his first battle against Di Tian's clone beyond this sacred mountain. He still remembered that there was a coffin on the shaman's sacred mountain. It had been many years since then. Now that Su Ming had come here once more, the huge mass of land he remembered had turned into an island. He looked at the shaman's sacred mountain in the distance, and had a feeling that many things had changed in the world. In silence, he walked forward, and as he lifted his foot to take his first step to that place, a great, mighty pressure spread out with a bang, causing the air in the area around Su Ming to immediately begin distorting. At the instant his might spread out, the expressions of the 4 End shamans on the island changed at the same time. They could sense the terrifying pressure from Su Ming's body clearly, and if they continued standing in his way, they would be crushed. The latter shamans who were bleeding from their eyes, nose, ears, and mouth and were standing closest to Su Ming found that they could no longer withstand the pressure. They coughed up blood and immediately fainted. Their bodies fell to the ground. Almost at the instant these latter shamans fell unconscious and Su Ming took that one step forward, the four shamans let out low growls and spread out their powers at the same time. Those waves of power turned into four divine thoughts that belonged to shamans and pressed onto Su Ming in an invisible manner to resist against the suffocating presence coming from him. Su Ming remained as calm as ever. He took another step forward. This was the second step he took. At the instant his foot landed, his presence crashed into the four divine thoughts from the shamans. A soundless rumble turned into waves of ripples that spread out. The four shamans coughed up blood at the same time, and all of them staggered 3 steps back. There were looks of disbelief on their shocked faces. When Su Ming took his third step, his presence of life cultivation realm came crashing forth with a momentum that could topple seas and mountains, and that presence pressed down on the four shamans as well as the thousands of shamans behind them. The four shamans immediately coughed up blood and were forced back once more. This time, they were not the only ones who moved back. The thousands of shamans behind them also moved back at the same time. With each step Su Ming took, they would take a step backwards, and it was especially so for the four shamans. As their faces turned pale, they coughed up blood and were forced back even more. There was no need for Su Ming to fight. He only needed to spread his presence of life cultivation realm, and it was already enough for to suppress everything. Chapter 729. Do you remember me? Just who are you? The old shaman whose face was filled with brown patches coughed up blood. As he retreated, he shouted loudly. His eyes were filled with red, and the shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. With just his pressure alone, he managed to force all four of us backwards and made our chi run wild, injuring us. We can't even attack. Just what level of cultivation does he have? The other 3 people's faces were pale, and the same thoughts were running through their heads. In their eyes, Su Ming had already far surpassed them in terms of level of cultivation. In fact, they did not even possess the right to retaliate under the pressure of just standing before him. He's called Su Ming. He's the god of berserkers. Can't you tell? Yu Xian said in a lively voice from the side. She had followed Su Ming to this place to play. At that moment, when she saw the shaman's expressions, she felt incredibly elated. Almost at the instant Yu Xian said those words, the four shamans' expressions changed completely, and even the thousands of shamans behind them cried out in surprise. The four shamans completely gave up on resisting. God of Shamans Island was not completely isolated from the world. They would occasionally venture out, and they already knew what had happened in Eastern Wastelands a year ago. A god of berserkers was born in the place where the immortals landed. Then, Eastern Wastelands Tower shone with bloodlight that reached 10,000 lis. After that, Hidden Dragon Sect was destroyed, Sky Mist Dao was destroyed, 3 sects of Evil Sect were destroyed, and Great Leaf Immortal Sect was completely wiped off Eastern Wastelands. There was no way they could put up a fight against this sort of enemy. Besides, they had no doubt about Yu Xian's words. This was the only plausible explanation for how Su Ming's power could be so great they wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate. Su Ming frowned, then took a step forward before he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the thousands of shamans and was moving in the direction of the shaman's sacred mountain. His actions might seem slow, but in truth, he was crossing 10,000 feet with each step he took. Yu Xian did not follow when Su Ming moved into the distance. Instead, she lifted her chin before the thousands of shamans, then kicked the mutt that was baring its teeth, while casting sideways glances at the black dog, which had ran to the ground at some point in time, and was currently searching through the personal items of the unconscious people. Do you know that you've offended someone? Someone offered 10,000 crystals to buy all of your heads. Yu Xian let out a fake cough and pretended to be experienced and mature when she spoke. But our Lord God of Berserkers is a kind man and harbors no grudges against you. So he doesn't want to make things too hard for all of you. How about this? Bring out all the things you have and put them together to see how much they are worth. As long as the difference isn't too big, we can let this slide. But, if you dare hide anything and not give it up, then don't blame me for being vicious. While Yu Xian was speaking and pretending to be very mature and experienced, The black dog that was the bald crane was on the ground biting off a pendant from an unconscious shaman's neck. When it heard Yuxian's words, it was momentarily stunned. It then blinked, showing a face of someone who had gained an epiphany. Darn, and here I was, working so hard. So you can actually rob someone like this? That's right. Why should I search for these treasures myself? I should make them hand them over on their own. The bald crane nodded gravely, thinking to itself that it had learned a new skill. Su Ming did not bother himself with Yuxian's actions. There were no longer any shamans blocking his way as he walked in midair. The ground underneath was covered by a forest, and at the end he could see the sacred mountain occasionally appearing. When Su Ming approached the place, a faintly discernible sound of a heartbeat came forth from the sacred mountain. Badump, badump. This sound became stronger as Su Ming got closer. At the instant he was 10,000 feet away from the sacred mountain, a low roar came from the occasionally appearing sacred mountain. That low roar shook the sky and earth, and at the instant it rang out, it caused the entire god of Shamans island to tremble. It also caused the thousands of shamans before Yuxian to turn their heads swiftly. There was no longer any panic on their faces, only zealousness. Yuxian blinked. She kicked the mutt, then lifted her head and looked over. The low roar reverberated in the air, bringing with it an intimidating presence that turned into a wave of impact full of banging sounds as it charged towards Su Ming from all directions in the island. As the ground trembled, the sand let out sloshing sounds, and the leaves in the forest fell as if a violent gust of wind had swept past them. Su Ming senses that the roar came from the sacred mountain, but also from all the directions in the island. As it surrounded him, it was as if there was no end to the sound. Almost at the same time the roar reverberated in the air, a person appeared out of thin air outside the sacred mountain. That person had unkempt hair and was half naked, only the lower half of his body covered by beast skins. In his hand he held a gigantic bone staff, and on top of that bone staff were 3 small crimson snakes that were intertwined with each other. Their gazes were ghastly, and they were flicking out their forked tongues while letting out hissing sounds. The person took a step towards Su Ming and disappeared only to reappear several thousands of feet away from Su Ming. He disappeared again, but still reappeared thousands of feet away from Su Ming. When he disappeared a third time, a strange, sinister laughter that was unpleasant to the ears rose swiftly behind Su Ming and echoed in the air. Then, the person appeared behind Su Ming and lifted his dried-up left hand. All 5 of his fingernails were sharp and black, and they were all charging forward to seize Su Ming's heart. "Is this how you greet an old friend?" Su Ming asked flatly. He did not dodge, but took a step backwards and had his back crash into the old man's left hand as he tried to seize his heart. A muffled bang rang through the air, and blood trickled out of the person with the unkempt hair's mouth as he was forced backwards. When he lifted his head, he revealed a face full of wrinkles from underneath the messy hair. It was an incredibly old face, and its owner looked as if he had just crawled out of a coffin. However, his eyes were incredibly bright, and there was even the shadow of a crescent moon shining in them. His left hand was trembling slightly at that moment, for all 5 of those black fingernails had cracked open. There was blood flowing out from those cracks. Su Ming turned around at a moderate pace and looked at the old man. His gaze met the old man's, and Su Ming's calmness as well as the old man's ancient air made it seem as if the world around them had stopped moving for a moment. "I've lived for many years and seen far too many people. You didn't really leave much of an impression on me, boy. But I remember now. When we were beyond Sky Mist Barrier, and I sent out one of my clones to battle, you were one of the young berserkers who were by the sidelines." The old man was naturally the shaman's great patriarch, the man who practiced the art of 9 deaths. His voice was so raspy that it sounded like bones scraping against each other, and that sound was incredibly unpleasant to the ears. As he spoke, he even grinned, revealing an incomplete set of teeth that were yellowing and darkening. "I originally intended to go to sleep. Now, I will devour your flesh and blood before I sleep. That should let me be able to have an even better rest." The old man licked his lips and swung the bone staff in his hand before him. A ball of black fog instantly spread out from the bone staff, and as that fog tumbled about while contorting, it turned into a gigantic python that charged towards Su Ming as it roared. The old man swung the bone staff once again, and a dozen-something balls of fog appeared in succession. They turned into a dozen-something gigantic pythons that swept up the sky and earth while charging towards Su Ming from all directions with low roars and black fog in their midst. Once he finished this, The old man bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His blood was black and even had a rotten stench. Once he coughed it up, it instantly exploded and turned into nearly 1,000 blood-red worms that made it seem as if a layer of red clouds had spread over the sky. That was not the end. Once the old man finished doing this, he lifted his left hand and quickly formed a few seals before himself. Every single time 2 of his fingers on his shriveled left hand touched each other, the sky would rumble, and in the midst of all those rumbling sounds, bolts of lightning sliced through the sky in the form of long arcs, but they did not descend on the ground. Instead, they started flashing in the sky as if they had been frozen there. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 bolts of lightning froze up as they cracked in midair, as if they had been forced to stop. As those bolts of lightning connected and intersected with each other, they outlined a gigantic battle axe. That battle axe was several thousands of feet big and formed by the bolts of lightning in midair. When the old man lifted his left hand and pointed towards the sky, it immediately rushed towards Su Ming with a bang. "Don't you remember me?" With an indifferent expression, Su Ming walked slowly towards the place where the old man was, and as he moved forward, the dozen-something pythons made of black fog from all around him roared and rushed towards him. Yet at the instant they closed in on Su Ming, cracking sounds instantly rose from their bodies and all of them turned into ice statues. As those statues shivered, they broke down and shattered into pieces. When Su Ming's foot landed, the bloodworms formed from the old man's blood that numbered to nearly 1,000 closed in on him with a sharp whistle. Those bloodworms were all incredibly sharp, and when they were about to touch Su Ming, he took a step forward and moved past them. Once he did so, the bloodworms instantly started contorting and turned into ice that fell to the ground. All of this took Su Ming less than the span of 3 breaths. Almost at the instant he finished speaking, he was already standing in front of the old man. The old man's expression changed, and his pupils shrank. Right at the instant he was about to retreat, Su Ming lifted his left hand and seized his throat. "Now, do you remember me?" Su Ming's voice was flat. When he spoke, the sky roared, and the lightning battle axe came charging down with a bang. But at the instant it closed in, the killing sword appeared in Su Ming's right hand, and he sliced with it diagonally in the direction behind him, right where the battle axe was. A bang shot up into the air, and the lightning battle axe swiftly broke down. At the same time, Su Ming tightened his grip around the old man's throat. "This is the first death." When Su Ming spoke in his flat and disinterested voice, a destructive power surged from his body into the old man's, shattering his body. Almost at the moment the great patriarch's body shattered and turned into dust, an even more powerful presence erupted from the spot where he died. Then, out of nowhere, the old man's body appeared once again, but this time, he was not as old as he was previously. "It doesn't matter who you are." But before the great patriarch could even finish his sentence, Su Ming swiftly slashed with his killing sword, and as the killing sword let out an excited and bloodthirsty sword whistle, it cut straight through the old man's neck. His head flew up, and the old man's body crumbled once again. "This is the second death," Su Ming said calmly. Chapter 730, Life of 9 Deaths. Su Ming's voice lingered in the air, and before it disappeared, the great patriarch's body collapsed. The difference of power between the great patriarch and Su Ming was too great with the great patriarch's current condition. Su Ming could kill him in the blink of an eye. There was not a drop of blood on the killing sword, and it was a telling sign that the great patriarch who had died twice was not really an existence that was made of flesh and blood, but a bizarre thing that was somewhere in between being an illusion and a being of flesh and blood. Art of 9 Deaths. I once killed the shaman's great patriarch along with Master and Guru Li Long all those years ago when we finally managed to make him fall into slumber. This was not the memories that belonged to Su Ming's current incarnation. It was something from his previous life, one among the many reincarnations he had gone through. When the memories of that life appeared in his head, a presence that was stronger than before and belonged to Shamans erupted forth with a bang from the space before Su Ming. That presence surpassed those who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm. As it exploded, a fist that was not completely shriveled up shot out from the air and charged towards Su Ming's chest like a bolt of lightning. As loud booming sounds reverberated in the air and the fist was 7 inches away from Su Ming's body, cracking sounds shot out into the air, and ice immediately grew on the fist, covering it instantly. The fist thus became an ice sculpture. At the same time, an old man who looked to be in his 50s took a step out of the air behind that fist. His hair was not completely white, but mixed with some black strands of hair. His body was not as thin as bones either, but looked slightly stronger and bulkier. He was naturally the shaman's great patriarch, who had now resurrected for the third time. His body, his presence, and his life force seemed to have returned as his age regressed. At that moment, when he walked out and his presence erupted from his body, layers of ripples instantly appeared in the air around him. "Sir, since you said that you are an old acquaintance of mine, then tell me who you are." The great patriarch pulled back his frozen right hand, and without even bothering to look at the ice on his arm, he flung it. Immediately, banging sounds rang out. An array of black light spread out from his body, looking as if it wanted to destroy the ice. Yet no matter how that black light covered the ice, it did not manage to make the ice show any signs of melting. Instead, the ice began to spread even faster. Only then did the great patriarch's expression change. His heart thumped an extra time, and he became even more wary of Su Ming. His first and second deaths had been completely expected because he had been weak, and his cultivation method was one where he would grow stronger as he died. Yet even if his third resurrection had begun showing his real strength, he still could not melt the ice on his arm. This made his heart shudder, and at the same time, a cautious expression appeared on his face. He had lived for far too many years, but no matter how hard he tried to think, he could not remember a single person whose shape would overlap with Su Ming's. This made him incredibly uncertain of Su Ming's words. "You will remember," Su Ming stated flatly, and took a step towards the old man. When his foot landed, killing intent shone in the great patriarch's eyes. As he moved, he began making various seals with his left hand at a rapid speed. Then, a complex string of chants that were difficult to understand fell from his mouth. Yet almost at the instant those chants rang in the air, Su Ming placed the killing sword horizontally before his body and swiped two of his fingers on his left hand from the bottom to the tip before gently flicking the weapon. A clear sword whistle echoed in the air, and within it was a bloodthirsty roar. It was the roar of the sword's spirit, and as it spread out, the sword whistle instantly cut off the great patriarch's chants. Once they were interrupted, Su Ming lifted his killing sword and sliced diagonally in the old man's direction. A ray of sword light sliced through the sky, and during that time, Su Ming used the killing sword to slice through the air in the form of an arc before he turned the tip of the sword to his lower left. A shudder wrecked the great patriarch's body where he stood thousands of feet away from Su Ming. Then, his body split into two and he broke into dust. He could not fight against the might within Su Ming's killing sword. In fact, it was difficult for him to even try resisting it. The difference between their levels of cultivation became a difference between life and death when the great patriarch was pitted against Su Ming, who was unparalleled in this world. This is the third death. Su Ming calmly looked at the spot before him, which was the place where the great patriarch had died. The killing sword disappeared from his hand, and a large amount of purple fog appeared outside his body. That purple fog gathered together on Su Ming's body and formed a purple armor. Once it covered even Su Ming's face, it seemed as if he was wearing a mask. Su Ming lifted his right hand and seized the air to his right. Purple fog immediately gathered there and turned into a huge long spear. That spear was purple in its entirety, and an indescribable bloodthirsty, murderous aura spread out from it. Almost at the instant the Undertaker of Evil's spear appeared, a presence that belonged to the great patriarch and was much stronger than before appeared in the world with a bang. The strength of this presence was already infinitesimally close to the Berserker's life cultivation realm, and it was close to the Shaman's hollow stage, which was the stage after end. However, it was only close. He had not completely reached it. To Su Ming, this level of cultivation still lay at a distance far from his current level of cultivation. "You're a little stronger than in the past. I remember that you only managed to bring out this sort of power after your sixth death," Su Ming stated calmly. If his master Tian Zi had not cast a strange art during their battle that year and connected their powers together to activate a talisman to kill the great patriarch for 4 consecutive times in quick succession to end the battle, it would have been incredibly difficult for them to make the great patriarch fall asleep. At the instant the incredibly powerful presence erupted from the great patriarch, an illusory figure appeared in the distance and charged towards Su Ming in the blink of an eye. He was so quick that he was like an after-image, and in an instant, he was already less than 30 feet away from Su Ming. This figure might be quick, but Su Ming could see clearly that it was a man in his 40s. The man's body was strong and filled with power, and the shadow of a crescent moon shone in his eyes. Su Ming remained calm. When the great patriarch came closer to him, he lifted the Undertaker of Evil's spear and thrust forward with it. The air looked as if it exploded, and as Su Ming's presence of life cultivation roared, the tip of his spear not only tore through space, but a large amount of chilling air also spread out and caused snow to begin floating down in the entire region. This was the result of Su Ming's Atman and also his life matrix, which was of midwinter. The cold air and snow spread out from the spear and went charging along with the spear towards the incoming great patriarch in midair. Yet at the instant the cold air, the snow, and the spear were about to touch him, a sinister and malicious intent suddenly appeared at the corners of the middle-aged great patriarch's lips. Before the tip of the spear could touch him, a chilling glare appeared in his eyes, and a destructive power erupted from his body. He chose to self-destruct. He made his body explode in exchange for an even greater power. The destruction that was stirred up surpassed his full-powered strike before he self-destructed, and it was a killing move he managed to execute by using an extreme method while having the advantage of resurrection. When he self-destructed, it was his fourth death. His consciousness was quickly leaving his exploding body to gather together somewhere else for his fifth resurrection. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. The long spear in his right hand continued charging forward without changing direction, but he lifted his left hand and turned the back of his hand downwards while his palm faced the sky. He said flatly, "That which exists between the past and the future is destiny." As Su Ming spoke, the long spear came into contact with the destructive waves that were stirred up by the great patriarch's self-destruction. At that instant, Su Ming swung his left hand towards the exploding great patriarch. With it, the laws of the world swiftly transformed around the exploding great patriarch's body. Since you're seeking death by self-destructing, then why don't you explode a few more times? When Su Ming spoke his words, the motions of the great patriarch's body bursting apart as he exploded froze abruptly, and the signs of destruction instantly turned backwards. The body swiftly gathered together from its crumbling state, as if time was flowing backwards. Once the torn pieces gathered together and turned back into the great patriarch's body, a dazed and confused look appeared on his face as he discovered to his shock that his consciousness had been forcefully held back in his body by this power that seemed to turn back time. He could simply not leave. Because of it, this body became his fifth resurrection. This was the first time he ran into such a shocking thing in his long life. Before this, he had never experienced such a thing. While he was in shock, his body restored itself from its exploding state against his will, then exploded once again. This was not what he wanted, but it was what was created by the change that occurred when Su Ming controlled the past and the future. A wave of terror rose in the great patriarch's heart. His body exploded with a bang, and his consciousness scattered. This was his fifth death. Yet soon, he discovered to his despair that when he woke up once again, he was still standing before Su Ming, and he was still trapped in the fearsome law of time flowing backwards. He was still going to self-destruction. The sixth death. The seventh death. When the great patriarch died the eighth time, self-destructing while his consciousness scattered away, he let out a desperate roar. With it, just as his consciousness was about to fade away, a talisman suddenly appeared before him. As it shone, it sucked out his consciousness, and he was able to fuse with it, forcefully rushing out of Su Ming's cycles of repetition brought by destiny. He disappeared into midair. "You finally brought that thing out." A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. Almost the moment the talisman disappeared, he swiftly lifted his left hand to seize it. But right at the instant he was about to touch that talisman, he missed it, as if the talisman did not exist in the first place. Many people have tried to snatch this supreme treasure of mine over the countless years, but none of them were able to touch it. There will be no exception for you. The great patriarch's roar came out from the talisman that was now nearly gone. A chilling glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes when he saw that most of the talisman had vanished. He did not bother with the great patriarch's voice. A freezing air instantly filled the area above his left hand, turning the area into something akin to an ice statue. That was Su Ming gathering his life matrix and Atman on his left hand. Once he did so, he went to seize that talisman with his left hand again. This time, at the instant his left hand touched the talisman, a booming sound rang out in Su Ming's head. That booming was actually a voice shouting 4 words at the sky. "Life of 9 deaths. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew that this voice had only appeared because he was not grabbing the talisman with an ordinary method. It spoke only because his life matrix had touched it. You. A howl filled with disbelief came from that talisman. There was a shrill note within that howl that expressed shock. Chapter 731. Helping him gain enlightenment towards life. I see. So life matrices can be used this way. Understanding appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The talisman was a treasure. It contained the presence of life and could be given to others. The great patriarch had obtained this talisman and fused it with his body, allowing him to change his own life to one of the life of 9 deaths. Once Su Ming grabbed the talisman, he yanked it, and as the sound of something tearing shot through the air, a small half of the talisman was immediately torn off. The remaining half disappeared without a trace. The arts regarding life that others give us can help us increase our levels of cultivation. But this method is the same as hastening growth, and it's not good. It's the same case as with CMYXIN. Su Ming gained a deeper level of understanding towards life matrix. As the remaining half of the talisman disappeared in midair, the destructive waves caused by the great patriarch's self-destruction spread out and crashed into Su Ming's long spear. The impact turned into a loud rumble that shook the sky and earth, sweeping in all directions. The ground was trembled because of the explosion. Cracks appeared, and a large amount of seawater surged in to submerge the land, causing nearly a fourth of the territory of God of Shamans Island to be instantly submerged. Circles continued spreading out non-stop in midair. Some of the shamans did not manage to dodge in time and were reduced to ashes. The circles spread far and wide before gradually disappearing. When they were gone, Su Ming moved a step. Not a single hint of injury could be found on him. The moment the middle-aged man exploded, he had stepped into the fragments dimension, which he had prepared to do a long time ago. When he walked out, he looked towards the shaman's sacred mountain, because during that moment, a wave of power that was even greater than his erupted there. At the time the wave spread out, a person appeared sitting at the top of that sacred mountain. He was a boy who looked like he was only 18 to 19 years old, but there was an ancient air about him. As he sat there, his eyes were replaced by the light of a crescent moon. Anyone who looked into them would feel as if their souls were captured. There was half of a yellow piece of paper stuck to the boy's forehead, and there were runic symbols shining on it. There were missing parts among those runic symbols, but it could still be seen that those runic symbols actually formed a crescent moon. The boy looked at Su Ming and said slowly, "I remember who you are now, sir. You were the one who fought against me along with Tian Zi and Guru Li Long all those years ago, Su Ming. Sometimes the moon is dark, and sometimes it is bright. Sometimes the moon is round, and sometimes it is not. If a person dies 9 times and lives 9 times, he only seeks to obtain perfection. This is the life of 9 deaths, which my master gave to me." The boy looked at Su Ming standing thousands of feet away and stood up slowly. He then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards Su Ming. "But he did not teach me." When the boy wrapped his fist in his palm, he lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. At that moment, the great patriarch's presence changed a lot, and he seemed like a completely different person. The cold of midwinter is akin to the end of life. Winter, autumn, summer, and spring. This is the life I have come to understand on my own. Su Ming looked at the boy, who was really the great patriarch, and waved his arm, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards him slightly. The form of the boy the great patriarch had now taken was one that had never appeared before in Su Ming's memories. He remembered that the great patriarch had taken the appearance of a strong man in his 30s when he was revived the 9th time during the last time they fought against each other. Yet now, he had become a young teenager. Clearly, the great patriarch's life of 9 deaths allowed him to become stronger the younger he was. His current shape was a telling sign that the great patriarch had been diligent and improved a lot compared to his past self. He had also obtained a deeper level of understanding towards the life of 9 deaths which was bestowed upon him. My master once said that it is very difficult to control the life that is given to you, and it is also very difficult to harmonize with it perfectly. Only when I train to the point where I can turn into an infant during my 9th death will it be possible for me to gain complete mastery and understanding of this life. I have obtained a lot in my battle with you today, sir, and I feel signs of a breakthrough. Please grant me enlightenment by teaching me, and help me achieve this breakthrough. I will never forget your great kindness." When the boy heard Su Ming talking about the life he had understood on his own, his expression filled with excitement, and he bowed once again to Su Ming. His body rose slowly into the air, and when he was 1,000 feet above the ground, he lifted his right hand and struck the sacred mountain behind him through the air. The mountain immediately let out rumbling sounds, and it began to slowly gain corporeal form instead of being an illusion that appeared occasionally. A gigantic crack tore the mountain, and as it roared, the top slowly separated into two halves. A ray of dark light flew out from within and landed before Su Ming. It was a coffin Su Ming had seen in the past. When I met you the second time, you cried when you saw this. This item came from the immortals, and you must corrode the coffin with death aura. You should have come here for this. For the enlightenment I have gained from your teachings, I will present this to you as a gift. Determination and zeal was in the boy's eyes. At that moment, he was like a completely different person compared to the great patriarch Su Ming had seen earlier. He was like a person who sought life, who could give up everything to find it, to reach a breakthrough in his level of cultivation, and to fuse with his life of 9 deaths. Searching for a person's own life matrix to complete one's own self, this was what it meant to seek life. Su Ming looked into the boy's eyes carefully, but he could not find a single hint of deceit or nefarious schemes in them. He only saw the determination to search for a breakthrough towards fusing with the life of 9 deaths. This sort of determination was rather similar to Su Ming's own, in some sense. As Su Ming looked at the coffin before him, his expression gradually softened, and a hint of melancholy, as well as nostalgia, appeared on his face. Once he put away the coffin, he said, "I did not just come here for the coffin. I also came here for your physical body's blood of 9. The boy fell silent, but after a moment, he smiled in a free and unbothered manner, then lifted his hands to clap them together. With it, light immediately started shining at his palm lines, and as they changed, a transparent coffin appeared before him. That coffin was not huge, and due to its transparent state, Su Ming could see a dried-up corpse lying inside. As he looked at the corpse, the boy lifted his right hand and tapped the center of the corpse's brows. A trail of purple blood exuding a thick shamanic presence flew out, and as the boy swung his arm, that blood charged towards Su Ming. Su Ming seized the air with his left hand, and a jade bottle instantly appeared on his palm. Once he put the blood into the bottle instantly turned purple. I have devoured all of the previous 9 Li Shaman Lord's blood and refined it into 9 drops of Shaman source blood in my body. I originally thought that this blood could help me reach a breakthrough, but it has served no purpose for me during the past years. I will give you 4 drops as a present. Please enlighten me with your teachings." The boy struck the coffin, and it immediately landed on the ground. When it did so, a powerful ray of light appeared in the boy's eyes. He lifted his right hand and pointed towards the half of the talisman at the center of his brows. A gentle ray of light immediately began shining there. Once it enveloped his entire body, the boy started aging rapidly, as if time was flowing several times faster for his body. His hair gradually grew longer, his skin started giving off a feeling of time and age, his body slowly grew larger and stronger, and he turned into a young man of 25 or 26 years from that of a young teenager. Overlapping shadows suddenly appeared on his body when he turned into that young man, and a person walked out from those shadows. It was the boy, and he was pointing at his 26-year-old self while looking at Su Ming. "This is my 8th life, and it is my life of a young man." At the instant he said these words, a glint appeared in the young man's eyes, and time began moving for his body once again. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a man in his 30s, and those overlapping shadows appeared once more. This time, the young man walked out from the overlapping shadows on the man in his 30s. He stood beside the young teenager and pointed at his 30-something-year-old self while looking at Su Ming. "This is my 7th life, my life as I was in my prime." This strange sight brought a glint to Su Ming's eyes. He saw the strong man in his 30s age once again, and when he was around his 40s, there was another stop. "This is my 6th life, and it is my life as a middle-aged man. This is my 5th life, and it is my life when I am 50. This is my 4th life, and it is my life as I begin to decline." At that moment, there were 5 great patriarchs of different ages ranging from a young man to an old man with graying temples standing beside the young teenager. Time was still flowing from the body of the old man with graying temples. "This is my 3rd life, and it is my life as I am in old age. This is my 2nd life, and it is my life as I am in my twilight years. This is my 1st life, and it is my life as I am nearing the last of my days. The last person to appear beside the young teenager was the great patriarch who had first appeared before Su Ming. His face was full of wrinkles, his body filled with an aura of death, his yellowing teeth almost all gone, while his eyes still contained that crescent moon. He stood beside the boy. "And I am the ninth life." The boy looked at his 8 differently aged selves. As he whispered, he looked at Su Ming, and determination appeared in his eyes. "This is my life of 9 deaths. Fellow Taoist Su, please grant me enlightenment with your teachings." Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then looked at the boy and at the 8 great patriarchs of different ages. After a long while, he pointed at the coffin on the ground. "What number is he?" The boy was momentarily stunned. When he lowered his head to look at the coffin on the ground, he suddenly began trembling. A spark of understanding gradually appeared in his eyes, but it was still clouded. Moving from a man in the final days of his life to a crying infant means to move from death to being newly born. This path of life is rather similar to what I have come to understand, but it is also different. After a moment of pensive silence, Su Ming lifted his left hand as he spoke. Flecks of snow instantly appeared on his palm, and the chilling air that spread out from the snow filled the area. "This is my life." Su Ming looked at the snow floating on his palm. As he spoke, the snow gradually changed color. It was no longer white, but turned red. However, the color was not crimson. It was the color of autumn. A faint life force was mixed with the cold of midwinter, turning into the will of autumn. "Do you understand now?" Su Ming swung his left hand, and the snow containing the will of autumn faded away from his hand. The boy trembled. A confused and dazed look appeared in his eyes, along with understanding, though it was still muddled by a lack of enlightenment. He had a faint feeling that he had come to understand something, but he could not yet see the path clearly. Moving from death to life requires you to be truly dead. You know that you won't die, and the life of 9 deaths makes you feel that you will not die, but in truth, this knowledge that you will not die has made you lose your desire towards life. "Can you even talk about living in this situation?" Su Ming asked faintly. A shudder wrecked the boy's body. When he lifted his head, he looked at Su Ming with a blank stare. After a long moment, resolve appeared on his face, and he lifted his right hand to strike the coffin containing his physical body through the air. The coffin shattered with a bang. The physical body inside shattered and broke apart. The remaining 5 drops of shaman source blood flew out, and with a wave of an arm, they were pushed towards Su Ming. "I will remember your great kindness." The boy wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards Su Ming. Chapter 732, Western Sea. Su Ming did not harbor a deep grudge against Shaman's great patriarch. It did not matter whether it was his previous life or his current life, there was no hate to be spoken about between them. The only thing even remotely important that happened between them was their meeting during the battle between the Shamans and Berserkers. Su Ming had not expected this battle to end this way, but there was also no reason why he should not let it end this way. It was especially so since he saw a similar presence to his own within the great patriarch. It was the struggle of trying to move from death to life. His was the life of 9 deaths, but trying to gain success in this path and trying to fuse with a life that was given by someone else was very difficult. Su Ming left God of Shamans Island with all the shaman's source blood in hand. When he left, the great patriarch personally escorted him 1,000 lis away. They bade farewell by wrapping their fists in their palms towards each other. From then on, the boy would still be cultivating his life of 9 lives, but only 9 lives. If he died during his 9th resurrection, then there would no longer be any possibility of him waking up. This was because he had destroyed his physical body. This action may seem foolish, but only Su Ming and the boy understood that if he did not destroy it, there would be no possibility for him to reach the breakthrough and step onto a new path. If he did not have the desire to live, then how would he thirst for life? If he did not thirst for life, then how could he go against heaven? "I will remember your kindness in my heart. If you ever have a need of me, then I will surely repay you," the boy said seriously as he looked at Su Ming. He knew that this enlightenment he had gained was a fortuitous event. This enlightenment had also let him understand that the path he took previously had been wrong, and he would need to change it. Su Ming looked at the shaman's great patriarch. After a moment of pensive silence, he said slowly, "I won't kill you because the paths we take for life cultivation are similar. I want to see whether you can complete the metamorphosis from death to life. But if my eldest senior brother wants to kill you because of what happened between the both of you, I will attack." The boy smiled faintly. The descendants of 9 Li don't pass down their inheritance to the direct line of descent, but instead, All those who possess the blood of Nine Li have the possibility of awakening. I have killed many Nine Li lords who had yet to grow up, but I have not harmed even a single family member of your eldest senior brother's family, though I will admit to my act of pursuing his life in the past. However, my physical body has disintegrated, and there is no longer any great patriarch among the shamans, and neither will there be any in the future. There will only be me, a person who is searching for my path of life. All grudges have already disappeared along with my physical body. If he comes for my life, I will give it to him. The boy smiled and lifted his head to look at the sky. There was an understanding towards life and death on his face. I will head off to the alliance of the Western region and the Northern province soon with the Berserkers in Eastern Wasteland to kill all the immortals there. There should also be shamans in those two continents. Su Ming looked at the boy. I will be willing to go with you at that time. The boy was silent for a moment after, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards Su Ming once again. Su Ming did not say anything more. He turned around and headed into the distance. The black dog that was the bald crane followed behind him. There was also the yellow mutt by its side. As for Yuxian, she was sitting on that mutt with a grin on her face. She had obtained quite a lot of things from her trip to the Shaman's Island. As her spirits were lifted, she seized the mutt's fur, making the mutt to take a few quick dashes forward with a long face. When they caught up to Su Ming, Yuxian looked at him with a face full of expectation. Little dummy Su, where are we going now? Su Ming walked in midair with a calm expression on his face. His gaze fell far into the distance. He had no intention of immediately returning to the ninth summit. After all, even if he had this shaman's source blood, his second senior brother won't have full confidence to make their eldest senior brother recover. A shaman dragon. Su Ming's footsteps came to a halt. He turned his head to look in another direction. That place was where Western Sea Clan's island was located. As of then, besides Western Sea Island, Su Ming had gone to all the 3 islands in South Morning. When Su Ming's gaze fell on Western Sea Island, Yuxian's grin instantly grew brighter. She blinked, and eagerness grew within her while she thought about things she could reap from Western Sea Island. She should be able to get a lot of things from that place. The things she gained were naturally treated as her interest from Su Ming. She also thought that this sort of life was good. Su Ming could go forward and intimidate these people, and she could be right behind him, reaping all the rewards. Su Ming, when you go to the immortal sects in the other continents, I can go with you and boost your morale, Yuxian said with a grin. Her petite little face was full of excitement. You've extorted quite a lot of things from God of Shaman's Island, Su Ming remarked flatly. Yuxian immediately widened her eyes, and the excited look within them disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by a look of caution. What do you want? I didn't take too many things from them. I only took a small bit. If you don't believe me, go ask that little baldy, Yuxian immediately said. The other immortal sects are right there. You can go on ahead and snatch them yourself. With your level of cultivation, it shouldn't be hard, Su Ming said, looking at Yuxian. I'm a kind person. How could I do something like snatching other people's things? There's too much trouble in that. One careless move, and someone will know about it. Besides, I don't have any grudges against them. There's no reason for me to snatch their things. But it's not the same when I'm following you, Yuxian stated. I want 1/9 of all the things you extorted, Su Ming said calmly. 1/9? Then why didn't you go snatch those things yourself? Yuxian instantly became nettled and stood up on the mutt's body without caring for her image. Her expression changed. I was originally going to snatch them, anyway. Su Ming looked at Yuxian, refusing to back down a single inch. I'll give you 1/10 at most. You have to know that these things are my blood, sweat, and tears, and also my capitalized costs, and also, well, anyway, I'm only giving you 1/10 of it, Yuxian said with a huff, her eyes wide. If you weren't around, I would have obtained everything. I know how to perform soulseek. I can find the places they hide their treasures, and it'll save you a lot of trouble. I don't need soulseek. I'm going to destroy their sections. I can help you open the runes of their mountain gates, so the berserkers won't have to suffer so many deaths, Yuxian immediately said. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence. While he was thinking, a thought struck Yuxian, and the mutt beneath her immediately turned into a long arc and flew into the distance with her. Su Ming, you must be tired. Why don't you let me handle Western Sea Island? It's just a shaman dragon, right? I'll get it for you. As Yuxian left into the distance, her voice traveled clearly through the air. Judging by the looks of it, she was heading to Western Sea Clan's island by herself. Su Ming kept his frown for a minute more, then a faint smile curled up on his lips. He started walking at a moderate pace towards Western Sea Island. The black dog that was the bald crane had an expression as if it had just gained an epiphany. It looked at Su Ming, then at Yuan in the distance, and then bared its teeth in a smile. Looks like this Su Ming is also a shrewd person. I'll have to be careful next time. The bald crane suddenly found itself missing Qian Shan and thought that he was great, because he was stupid and it could just bully him how it liked. Yuan traveled incredibly quickly. When Su Ming reached Western Sea Island, loud booming sounds reached his ears, and dragon roars reverberated in the air. The rune of Western Sea Island started trembling and distorting. Su Ming took a step forward and phased through the rune, entering Western Sea Island. When he looked across the island, he found that this place was not that different compared to Freezing Sky Clan's island. The ground was filled with mountains and forests, and in the distance was a brownish-yellow, giant dog of several tens of thousands of feet roaring from midair. As it roared, violent gusts of wind wreaked havoc on the ground, and the waves that spread out from its mouth caused all the mountains to crumble and earth to shatter wherever they went. Yuan was standing at the top of the big yellow dog's head. She used some sort of unknown divine ability to make all the storage bags, spirit stones, and all sorts of enchanted treasures to move towards her as if they were being absorbed. They were charging towards her, and they were all swiftly put away, as if Yuan was afraid that Su Ming would come over and snatch her things if she was too slow. There were several dozens of Western Sea Clan elders right before the big yellow dog, but they were all being pushed back against. Su Ming stopped at one of the mountain ranges. He sat down and watched the things happening before his eyes. He did not do anything, but as he swept his gaze across the land, he sent his Atman outwards, covering the entire Western Sea Island. After a moment, he looked towards the northern side. That place was a forest, but within the depths of it was a swamp. The water there was clear, and there was a wooden house near it. Su Ming stood up. He did not bother with Yuan extorting these people or the mutt flaunting its prowess. With one move, he charged towards the forest located to the north. The bald crane hesitated for a moment, slowing down a little, then turned around and charged towards the ground. It wanted to see whether it could reap some benefits while everything was in chaos. Su Ming walked into the forest in the north. While listening to the mutt's roars, he arrived outside the swamp and the wooden house in the depths of the forest. When he got closer, the volume of the noise outside seemed to have been reduced by a large margin. There was a sense of tranquility in the air. An old friend has come, but I cannot serve him well. When Su Ming stepped into this place, a hoarse and old voice came from within the wooden house, along with a white-haired old man dressed in a sackcloth. He walked out slowly from the wooden house and looked towards Su Ming. His eyes were as clear as the water in the swamp, and there was a look within his eyes that could captivate souls. When he looked towards Su Ming, he narrowed his eyes slightly. "I, Li Long, greet the god of berserkers." The old man was silent for a moment, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed. Su Ming looked at the old man. He could sense a wisp of power that had surpassed that of great completion of the berserker's soul realm within the old man. It was the sign of taking half a step into life cultivation realm, but the sign was very faint and not stable. The old man looked at Su Ming and asked in a low voice, "Why would you have come here, god of berserkers?" Su Ming looked at the swamp and asked faintly, "Western Sea Island is too small, and South Morning has shattered. Are you willing to move and let Western Sea Clan grow?" "Oh." A barely noticeable glint appeared in Li Long's eyes. "You are already halfway into life cultivation realm. You search for a place to train quietly, not bothering with someone trespassing into Western Sea Clan. You must have gained some sort of epiphany and are searching for a way to enter life cultivation realm. If you want to enter life cultivation realm, then you must know about your life. What is it?" Su Ming turned around and looked at the old man with bright eyes. Li Long remained silent. Su Ming did not continue speaking, either. Instead, he went to the swamp and looked at it without a single word. He could see that there was a pair of eyes looking at him from the depths of the swamp. There was wariness, fear, and respect within that gaze. "I am about to die. How would I know about my life?" Li Long finally said. Su Ming did not answer him, but instead crouched down and placed his right hand on the water. Ripples immediately appeared on the surface of the water, and a large head gradually rose from the depths. It was a dragon head that was about several dozens of feet big and belonged to a shaman dragon that was covered in scales. Chapter 733, Protection. The dragon's head emerged from the surface of the water to look at Su Ming. There was respect and fear in its eyes. It could sense the subtle presence coming from Su Ming's body. the strength of which was something it had never seen before. Su Ming gently stroked the dragon's head, then stood up. The shaman dragon started trembling at this moment, as if it had sensed Su Ming's intention. More ripples appeared at the surface of the water. It opened its mouth slowly, and as its body twisted about, it spat out a ball of blood about the size of a fist. A pure shamanic presence spread out from that ball of blood. It gradually floated towards Su Ming and stopped before him. Once the dragon spat out that ball of blood, it looked a little dispirited, but it lowered its head respectfully towards Su Ming before slowly sinking back into the depths of the swamp. Su Ming received the ball of blood, and once he cast a glance at it, he put it away into his storage bag. Then, he turned around to walk out of the forest. He did not say another word to Guru Lilong. He had already given Guru Lilong a chance, but the man had clearly chosen to reject his offer. When he asked about Lilong's life, he was not asking for an answer, but wanted to hear him say that he was seeking life. Yet Guru Lilong did not search for it, but had instead stated coolly that he was about to die. If Su Ming had only had his current life's memories and had only walked down the path of cultivation for several hundreds of years, perhaps he would not have immediately understood the meaning behind those words. However, he had experienced far too many things, and the several dozens of reincarnations he had gone through were equivalent to him living several dozens of lives. This was not something Guru Lilong could compare himself to. There was an underlying meaning behind his words, and that was him making light of Su Ming from the bottom of his heart. He was not looking down on Su Ming's level of cultivation, but was looking down on his age. To Guru Lilong, Su Ming was indeed the god of berserkers, but he was too young, so young that it was difficult for Guru Lilong to completely acknowledge him and bow down his head before him and accept his guidance. If Su Ming had been an old man who had been famous for many years, Guru Lilong would have shown a completely different attitude. If that was the case, then Su Ming would have naturally not wasted his breath. When he turned around and left, his body gradually faded into the distance. There was a slightly complicated expression on Guru Lilong's face as he remained behind and watched Su Ming leave. He, too, knew that he had rejected this chance. Perhaps this chance would have allowed him to reach a breakthrough in his level of cultivation, or perhaps it would not have. After all, this god of berserkers was so young that it was difficult to acknowledge him. In truth, there were many who shared his thoughts. They would often think that they should not believe in the people who were younger than they were. Even if the other's level of cultivation was higher, it was still difficult for this group of people to change their mindset. Guru Lilong's gaze continued following Su Ming as he left. When Su Ming was 1,000 feet away, at the instant the forest had concealed a small portion of his body, Guru Lilong's pupils suddenly constricted. He had a vague feeling that this back was rather familiar, and that he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. However, that memory was very ancient, and it was difficult for him to recall just where he had seen someone with a similar back. Full of uncertainty, Lilong asked, "Lord God of Berserkers, have we met each other before?" No. When Su Ming spoke, his body disappeared into the forest. They had indeed met each other before, but at that time, Su Ming had not taken this form. He had been an ancient old man, and was different from how he looked currently. Su Ming did not turn his head back after he walked out of the forest, and continued onward until he reached the edge of Western Sea Island. When he was there, he spoke faintly toward Yuan, who was excitedly absorbing a large amount of storage bags, crystals, and enchanted treasures in the sky. "Are you done fooling around? I'm leaving." Once Su Ming finished speaking, he took a step and walked out of Western Sea Island. He moved out of the ruin and charged towards Freezing Sky Clan's island. He had already obtained everything he needed. Right then, his goal was to work together with his second senior brother while he cast his art to let their eldest senior brother wake up. The moment Su Ming left, Yuan let out a cheerful cry and patted the cheerless mutt, which had now turned into a big mutt that was several tens of thousands of feet big. That mutt was feeling incredibly unhappy. In its mind, it was a distinguished abyss dragon, yet its young master had insisted that it turn into a mutt. Worse still, even if it had turned into a creature of tens of thousands of feet tall, she still did not allow it to turn back into an abyss dragon. It could only maintain the form of a mutt. When they were leaving, the mutt turned around and glared at the thousands of Western Sea Clan members who had tried to surround it, but had been scattered as it roared. With a harumph, it turned into a long arc and charged into the distance. There was still a black shadow moving around in busy excitement on the ground. At that moment, when the bald crane saw the big yellow dog leaving in the sky, It put on a reluctant face and quickly flew up to leave. The land of Berserkers, Eastern Wastelands, and South Morning were in relative peace. There was a countless number of Berserkers gathering together and amassing their strength. Soon, they would travel to the alliance of the Western region and to the Northern province. While they gathered their strength, Su Ming left Western Sea Island, and Yu Xian, the Mutt, and the Bald Crane quickly hurried after him. At the same time, right behind the Berserkers' sky and beyond Death Vortex, which contained multiple fragmented entrances to multiple worlds, were more than thousands of longships gathered around the 9 gigantic cultivation planets. There were several cultivators dressed in black on each of the longships, and there were pictures of constellations sewn on each of the cultivators' clothes. The pictures of those constellations looked incredibly real, making it seem as if the cultivators did not have physical bodies when they stood on the longships in the galaxy. It was as if they had fused together with the place. There were also nearly 100,000 immortals standing around the thousands of longships. All of their expressions were respectful as they remained silent. There was a young man standing at the longship in front of all the other longships. He had long black hair that floated in the air, a handsome face, but his lips were thin, and there was a faint hint of arrogance on his face. His clothes were different from all the rest. The constellations on the other people's robes were still and did not move, while the constellations on his robes were turning about slowly. It looked incredibly strange, as if his robe was a world in itself, and it had its own course to follow when moving. There were 8 people surrounding this young man, like stars surrounding a moon. These 8 people were all old men, and their levels of cultivation were already at the level of the lords of world planes. You are just mere immortals. How dare the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors not come and pay respect to me when I come here? The young man asked coolly. Young lord, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are. Say no more. It's because my status is not high enough in the sect. Humph, if my older brother was here, they would have already come here a long time ago to curry favor with him. The young man waved his arm, and his face turned dark. Young lord, this is. The 8 immortals around the young man laughed wryly, but their gazes as they looked at the young man were full of respect. This is the Death region you immortals have been keeping guard of for generations. The young man's gaze fell on the galaxy's Death Vortex. This place is indeed Death region. An old immortal beside the young man immediately said respectfully. It is rumored that Death region contains the power that can destroy the entire true Morning Dao world. A glint appeared in the young man's eyes. He took a step out of the longship and stood in the galaxy. As he looked at Death Vortex, a look of interest appeared on his face. Since it contains this sort of power, then when I become the sect master of Morning Dao sect, I will definitely send someone to investigate this place. The young man took a step to get closer and check the place, but then he stopped abruptly right at the moment he was less than 1,000 feet away from the vortex. His expression changed drastically, because the galaxy beyond Death Vortex was supposed to stretch out endlessly and be completely empty as far as the eyes could see, yet there were 99 presences rising into the air. There were also 49 even more powerful wills circling around the area right behind those 99 presences. There are indeed 99 tiger talismans and 49 dragon talismans holding this place down. The young man hesitated for a moment, but he did not continue trying to venture deeper. Instead, he turned around and returned to the longship. All right, I'm just passing this place and can only stay for 7 days. Make sure you gather up the amount of spirit stones I asked all of you to find. The young man stood on the longship and cast a cold look at the immortals beside him. The immortal cultivators smiled wryly. A middle-aged man among them hesitated for a moment before he moved forward and spoke in a low voice. Young lord, please extend the deadline. The amount of spirit stones you want is too great. We need some time to prepare them. 7 days, and not a single day more. If you can't gather up enough spirit stones, then, heh. The young man's face immediately turned cold. Young lord, an old man among the immortals suddenly took a few steps forward and spoke up in a low voice. It seems like you are very interested in this Death region. I have a method here that can allow you to enter Death region without touching the spirit talismans. Oh, a glint immediately appeared in the young man's eyes, and he looked towards the old immortal who'd just spoken. Not bad. If the method you mentioned is truly useful, then I will give you a few more days. If that method does not work, then I will not change the deadline. But you will have to give me double the amount of spirit stones I want. Young lord, do not worry. This way. The old man immediately said, smiling faintly. The other people hesitated for a moment, but none of them mentioned that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had issued an order that forbade the activation of the rune to send anyone down to the world of berserkers. They could only activate it after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had returned. Several hours later, the thousands of longships spread out above the region that was filled with an endless number of continents in the Immortals galaxy. The Immortals, previously standing beside the young man, now guided him towards the continent in the center, which was the place where Su Ming's physical body was kept on the altar. The young man cast a look at Su Ming's physical body and asked coldly, as if he had just recalled something. "So he is that wench's older brother? Young lord, you are wise. He is indeed that person, and we need to use his physical body to activate the rune that will allow us to descend, which is the method we use to enter Death region. But we will need 2 days to prepare, and our levels of cultivation will be limited once we descend, so we cannot transfer a large number of people over." "It doesn't matter. Dao slaves 19, 21, 31, 41, 51, the 5 of you, come forth." The young man was not at all bothered by what they'd said. As he spoke, 5 people from the black ships around them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were standing behind the young man. "Activate the rune. The 5 of them will protect you. Even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors come here, they won't be able to do anything against me." The young man lifted his right hand, and a fan appeared in it as he spoke smugly. As the Immortals rune was slowly activated, the moon above the land of berserkers was bright, and the stars were few in the sky. A breeze blew across the sea, and the moonlight illuminated the waves in a pattern that made them look like silver foil. The breeze brought with it a humid air that crashed against the cliffs. Once the waves broke down without a sound, they were swept up by another gust of wind that came towards them and were sent spreading into places farther in the distance. It had been 2 days since Su Ming returned to the 9th summit. At that moment, he was sitting on a cliff on the 9th summit. His expression was calm, but cautious. His Atman was cast outwards in all directions, so he would immediately notice even the tiniest bit of movement. His second senior brother was sitting cross-legged beside him, and he had his divine soul spread out to stir up all the power of heavenly phantoms in the entire land of berserkers in order to awaken their eldest senior brother. As for Hu Zi, he was snoring on the ground, protecting their eldest senior brother's consciousness by entering his dream. Whether it was second senior brother or Hu Zi, neither could be interrupted while casting their arts, or else, not only would eldest senior brother be unable to wake up, even second senior brother and Hu Zi's lives might be endangered. Su Ming's duty was to protect them. Chapter 734, A Happy Smile. The protection Su Ming had to offer this time was incredibly important to him, to the point that it was even more important than his life, because if anyone disturbed them while they were casting their arts, causing them to fail, then not only would eldest senior brother not be able to wake up, it would be likely that he would never be able to wake up again. His consciousness would fade away, and he would truly turn into a headless stone statue. At the same time, Hu Zi, who was protecting eldest senior brother's consciousness, would also fall into a deep sleep. He would be unable to wake up from when their eldest senior brother's consciousness dispersed. He would be like a person without a soul, and even if his physical body was fine, there would be nothing within it. Su Ming's second senior brother was the person who was taking the lead in casting the art, and was using his body to activate his divine ability to stir up the great heavenly phantom art to awaken their eldest senior brother. If someone interrupted him and he failed in casting the art, then the heavenly phantom art would turn against him, and he would become one of the heavenly phantoms that had no consciousness and will, which were also known as the fragmented souls in the world. He would then be doomed for all eternity. Hu Zi knew the consequences of being disturbed, but he did not care, because it was for his eldest senior brother. Besides, he trusted his youngest junior brother. Su Ming would absolutely not let anyone come and disturb them, unless he died. However, if there was really anything that could threaten youngest junior brother's life, then even if they were not casting any arts, they would still have only a slim chance to survive. Second senior brother also knew about the consequences, and he would not do something that would put him at such a risk if the person involved was not from the 9th summit. However, since it was his eldest senior brother, then even if he had to pay an even bigger price than this, he would still make this choice. They entrusted Su Ming with their lives, and to him, the 3 of them were incredibly precious existences. He would not let anyone bother them. Moonlight scattered on the ground. Su Ming was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain. He looked at his second senior brother, who had his eyes closed and was meditating as he dispersed his soul to fuse it with the world. He looked at Hu Zi, who was in deep sleep, and looked at the statue of his headless eldest senior brother. He still remembered what his second senior brother said before he began. The casting of this art can take anywhere from 3 months to half a year. However, as long as the process goes smoothly, the shaman source blood you retrieved will allow me to almost certainly be successful in making our eldest senior brother wake up. Su Ming scattered his Atman and had it surround the entire ninth summit to sense the many runes and seals he had placed around the mountain during the past few days to defend it. There were also some runes Hu Zi had placed himself when he decided to be serious in casting his arts. It could be said that the circular area of 10,000 lis around the ninth summit was filled with runes and seals. All of this was the first layer of defense set in the periphery of the island. There were also seals placed on the walls at the top of the mountain. Su Ming had been the one who placed them there. He stayed the way he was, sitting cross-legged on a mountain rock, and sucked in a deep breath before beginning to silently protect everyone while waiting for eldest senior brother to wake up. He looked forward to the happiness when their eldest senior brother woke up. All of them would gather together and head to the alliance of the western region as well as the northern province. His senior brothers would accompany him to see whether Dark Mountain truly existed in the alliance of the western region and whether Lei Chun was an actual person. Then, they would head to the land of immortals together and search for their master and purge the immortals galaxy. As Su Ming thought about these things, he smiled happily, like a child. This smile was something that was rarely seen on him, and only when he was in the ninth summit would this smile show up so clearly. There was no scheming involved, and neither was there any form of plotting. There was only a warmth in this place that was akin to familial love. The ninth summit was like home. Su Ming looked at his second senior brother, at his eldest senior brother, and at Hu Zi. Then, as he continued smiling, determination appeared in his eyes. It did not matter who it was or what force of power it was. Unless they stepped over his corpse, then he would absolutely not allow any form of disturbance to happen to the casting of this art. Days went by. The top of the ninth summit was filled with runes, and even Yu Xian and the others could only remain outside. If anyone showed any signs of breaking into the place, they would suffer severe attacks from Su Ming. Not a single person was allowed to move even half a step toward the top of the mountain. An oppressive atmosphere gradually surrounded the ninth summit, but there was a huge amount of understanding within the people despite the atmosphere. Everyone in the ninth summit was keeping to their promise to Su Ming and not stepping near the peak. Days passed. In eastern wastelands was a small tribe. This tribe was not big, and there were only about a couple hundred people in that tribe. The mornings in the tribe would usually be filled with smoke. The children's voices as they play with their friends would be filled with joy, and the berserkers who woke up early would go about doing their tasks. The men would hunt, and the women would take care of the elderly. In the peace that arrived when they were no longer threatened by the immortals, they lived in happiness. Yet when the 8th morning arrived, there was no smoke coming from the tribe in the morning, no joyful laughter as children played. There were only shrill screams of pain, which showed that whoever it was that screamed was now incredibly weakened. Those screams were enough to make a person feel their hearts trembling once they heard them. They were the terrified screams of women as they cried out in despair. There was dried up blood everywhere within the tribe. Corpses that belonged to the elderly, to men, to women, and children were scattered all over the ground. Judging by the dried up blood, it could be seen that these people had died several hours ago. Their expressions were filled with despair and confusion as they had died incredibly devastating deaths. No signs of battle could be seen. It was as if this was a one-sided massacre. There was even a child of 4 or 5 years old who was pinned to a tree. His weak body had already become icy cold a long time ago, but the pained expression on his pallid face was a telling sign of what sort of intense pain he had suffered as he died this way. There were 5 aloof men standing outside a tent in the tribe. They were all dressed in black, and their robes were filled with starlight. They seemed to take no heed of the hundreds of corpses around them. The women's shrill screams of pain were coming from the tent, and these sort of voices had been coming from different women through the entire night. As if the sun was unwilling to see this devastating sight on the ground, when morning came, dark clouds gradually covered the bright sky, and rain started falling. While it poured down from the sky, the flap to the tent was lifted. A young man walked out as he smoothed out his clothes. There were constellations on his clothes, and they were moving about slowly, making it look as if he was not part of this world. This person was naturally the one the immortals had addressed as Young Lord, the person whose status was incredibly high in Morning Dao Sect, Dao Yuan. He held a fan in his hand and had an arrogant look on his face. When he moved, the tent's flap fell down. No one outside should have been able to see what was inside, but the wind that blew past lifted the flap, revealing the devastating sight inside. There were more than 10 women's corpses there, and all of them were naked. Their eyes were wide open, and the despair as well as the aura of death in their eyes were enough to make anger rage in all those who saw them. The berserkers are really boring. They don't even have someone who is decently powerful. Their women are vulgar and a sorry sight, too. No one here is even the least bit pleasant to my eyes. The past few days have been barely tolerable. How boring. The young man who held a fan shook his head, and a disappointed look appeared on his face as he walked outside the tribe. He had been in the land of berserkers for the past few days, and had went by the alliance of the western region as well as the northern province. His guards had slaughtered more than 100 tribes, and many of the women were humiliated and brutally killed in his hands, but he had not met even a single person or thing that caught his interest. But no matter what, they're people from Death region. Heh, I've toyed with plenty of Death women by now. I'll brag about it when I return to the sect. The young man stepped on blood and on corpses as he moved forward. The 5 men in black behind him remained expressionless, as if nothing would be able to make them reveal what they thought, even the collapse of the sky or the shattering of the ground. There was an indistinct but thick murderous aura about their bodies, which was due to them being merciless people who had spilled a lot of blood. Shocking waves were sealed in their bodies, causing no one to be able to see through their levels of cultivation. However, the people who had accompanied Dao Yuan into the land of berserkers were clearly not weaklings. Once the young man walked out of the dead tribe, he asked flatly, "It's about time now. Let's go to South Morning and have a look." Dao Slave 19, how's the soul seek going on? Young master, I didn't manage to find the god of berserkers, for this place restricts my divine sense. However, we've already moved through the other continents, so if the berserkers truly have a god of berserkers, he must be in South Morning, one of the 5 men in black said in a low voice. Then let's go to South Morning and then leave after. This place is boring, anyway. The young man closed his fan and walked into the air. The 5 Dao slaves followed behind him and charged towards South Morning. As they flew, the young man yawned. He would occasionally look at the ground, and his expression would be filled with scorn. In his eyes, these people were all uncivilized. They wore beast skins and sackcloths, and even those who were slightly better off were still a far cry from Morning Dao Sect. Primitive, but not barbarians. How uninteresting. The young man averted his gaze scornfully. The 5 people behind him said nothing, following in silence. To them, it was not important whether this place was primitive or not. Their mission was to ensure their young master's safety, while killing all those who their young master wanted dead. Besides, to these 5 people, the land of berserkers was really so weak that none of the natives could withstand even a single blow. Even if there were a few berserkers who barely passed their standards, they were at most between the first and second step. Crushing them would be like crushing ants. There were only several spots they needed to pay attention to, like Eastern Wastelands Tower and Great U Imperial City, which was located in the spot where the immortals descended. The 5 of them had automatically avoided those places, and neither did they tell the young man about it. Soon after, by the time the young man had lost most of his interest and stopped looking at the ground, they left Eastern Wastelands and appeared above the Dead Sea. Young master, the land of South Morning has shattered and turned into a countless amount of islands. Many of these islands are inhabited by berserkers. There are 3 islands that are larger than the rest, and they should have the most people. One of the 5 men in black was holding onto a feng shui compass, and the entire topographic map was shown on it. Then let's go straight to the 3 biggest islands. The young man yawned and swung his right arm. A black longship of 100 feet immediately appeared before him. He stepped onto that longship, and when the other 5 people behind him moved onto the ship as well, it let out a swooshing sound and charged into the distance. It traveled at a speed so quick that it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Before long, the bored young man on the ship swept his gaze across the ground and brought up his fan. While holding onto it, he suddenly widened his eyes. "Stop!" He shouted out a command, and the longship instantly came to a halt in midair. The young man's gaze was trained on an island in the Dead Sea, and that was Southern Swamp Island, where Fong Tsonglan was. Chapter 735, The Enemy Arrives. Those two women are pretty good. A sinister glint appeared in Dao Yuan's eyes. With a single move, he walked out of the longship. He was looking at Southern Swamp Island, which was located right beneath him on the Dead Sea. At that moment, Fong Tsonglan was standing at the top of a mountain and looking into the distance. She was looking at the island where Freezing Sky Clan was located. Wan Qiu was standing behind her. These two women might not be as breathtaking as Yuxian, but they were definitely still beautiful. There was also an ancient air to them, making the two of them look like orchids in spring and chrysanthemums in autumn. They were like two flowers growing off the same shoot, complementing each other. Dao Yuan instinctively licked his lips and sneered. Not bad. I didn't think there'd be two pretty girls in this primitive place. They can already compare to my concubines. Dao Yuan opened the fan in his hand and pointed at the island underneath. He then licked his lips and immediately said, Dao Yuan 19, lead the others and slaughter the island. Don't hurt the two women there, but find out whether there are other women who are as pretty as they are. The 5 men in black wrapped their fists in their palms towards the young man with expressionless faces. Understood. Once these 5 people spoke, they immediately took a step forward. When they were about to descend on Southern Swamp Island, which was completely unaware of the danger hovering over it, the sky suddenly rumbled and shook so much that the weather changed. It looked as if waves of black fog had appeared high above. As it swept past, a chilling presence that was powerful enough to freeze hearts filled the area from all directions. The 5 men in black who were about to descend on Southern Swamp Island immediately spotted changes in their expressions. They stopped and swiftly returned to the young man's side. The young man was also momentarily stunned before he averted his gaze from Southern Swamp Island and looked around. Waves of chilling air circled in the sky, but it was not centered in this place. They were just passing by and heading off to a location in the distance. The waves of chilling fog could not be seen clearly with the naked eye, but if anyone swept past the area with their divine sense, they would immediately find that it was not fog, but were distorted, fragmented souls. Those fragmented souls were formed of humans and beasts. Their faces were illusory, and their expressions were lost, but they were all ferociously charging forward in a mad dash. It was because of their charge that the chilling air had gathered. One of the men in black behind the young man immediately spoke in a low voice. Heavenly Phantom Art. Young master, there is someone casting this art to stir up all the fragmented souls in this land to form the Heavenly Phantom's body. A glint appeared in Dao Yuan's eyes. He looked at Southern Swamp Island beneath him, then at the movements of the fragmented souls. An excited look gradually appeared in his eyes. Remember this location. We'll go and see who is casting this Heavenly Phantom art first. He's definitely not some ordinary berserker to be able to cast this art. He might even be that so-called god of berserkers. We'll capture him alive, and I'll torture and kill his people in front of him. Haha, I've done quite a lot of things like this in the other worlds outside, but this is a first in Een Death region. It'll definitely be interesting. Once I return to the sect, I'll be able to brag about this to the others. The young man laughed and moved back to the longship. Once the 5 men in black joined him, the longship turned into a long arc and disappeared from the spot, charging forward while following the chilling fragmented souls in the sky. The black longship moved forward with extreme speed. Soon after, it moved past the various islands on the Dead Sea and came close to the 3 islands of South Morning. The Dao slave with the feng shui compass suddenly spotted a glint in his eyes. Several glowing spots lit up on the compass in his hand, which was showing the area where the 3 big islands of South Morning were located. The Dao slave with the feng shui compass swept his gaze past the compass and immediately said, Young master, there are several people here who are slightly more powerful. The person in God of Shamans Island is the strongest. He has already moved into the 2nd step, but his aura is not pure. There's also a person on Freezing Sky Island. This person's level of cultivation cannot be ascertained. The fragmented souls and the chilling air are gathering there. He should be the one casting the Heavenly Phantom art. But there are 2 other people beside him. One of them has a strange presence. He seems to be slightly similar to the tiger talisman in the world outside. The last one is in deep sleep due to grave injuries. His consciousness is very faint. The one casting that Heavenly Phantom art must be thinking of using it to awaken this person. That feng shui compass was definitely no ordinary object. The Dao slave's experience and knowledge was also nothing to be scoffed at, or else he would not be able to tell so many things. However, he did not notice Su Ming's light on the feng shui compass. The young man on the longship smiled coldly and controlled the ship, so it would charge towards Freezing Sky Island, where Su Ming was. It was so quick that it arrived outside the island along the fragmented souls that filled the sky. As a shocking boom reverberated in the air, the longship crashed straight into the defensive rune on Freezing Sky Island without the slightest pause. The screen of light immediately distorted and was only able to maintain its form for the span of a breath before shattering with a bang. When it turned into an endless number of shards that scattered all over the place, the longship moved through the screen and charged into Freezing Sky Island. At the instant the ship rushed inside, it did not stop and charged forward with a loud whoosh, heading straight towards the spot where the fragmented souls in the sky were gathering, the 9th summit. Almost at the moment the longship broke the rune outside Freezing Sky Island, Su Ming, who was sitting at the top of the 9th summit, opened his eyes. A bright light flickered in his eyes before immediately turning into a monstrous, murderous aura. The strength of that murderous aura surpassed what he had possessed when he fought against Tian in the land where the immortals descend. He stared at the spot before him and spread out his Atman. Then, he saw a longship in a long black arc charging towards this place from the distance. He also saw the 6 people on the ship. At this moment, the other people on the 9th summit felt the murderous aura coming from Su Ming's body, as well as heard the loud crack that came when Freezing Sky Island's rune collapsed. Bai Su's expression changed. Yu Xian, who had been frowning as she was immersed in her thoughts, lifted her head swiftly. The mutt that had originally been lying sprawled on the ground instantly stood up and glared at the distance. There was no longer any hint of laziness that could be detected on its expression, only graveness that had never before been seen on its face. Almost at the instant Su Ming cast his gaze on the ship, bright starlight shone from Dao Yuan's Constellation Robe. The endless stars moving about looked normal, but when Su Ming saw them, he felt as if his heart and soul were about to be absorbed into them. Without a single bit of hesitation, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pushed down on the mountain rock beneath him. With it, the originally empty sea in a circular area of 10,000 lis around the 9th summit instantly erupted with intense bangs. As those sounds rang in the air, the area within these 10,000 lis instantly distorted and turned into an illusion, making it difficult to see. Dao Yuan's laughter reverberated in the air, and there was a high and mighty, arrogant air contained in his mirth. Ignorant barbarians. My Taoist robe is a supreme treasure that is only given to the direct descendants of those named Dao within Morning Dao Sect. If there is any divine sense that attempts to harm me, they will suffer a backlash from the rune contained within the Taoist robe. Your divine sense must be badly injured now, you ignorant barbarian. I don't even need to attack, and you are already near death. Dao slaves, break the runes. Your young master has seen that they are indeed gathering up the fragmented souls and using the heavenly phantom art to cure someone. Haha, the thing I like most is to make other people suffer. Dao Yuan laughed smugly and fanned himself with the fan in his hand. There was a prideful and arrogant look on his face, and he was feeling incredibly excited. As he spoke, 4 of the 5 Dao slaves behind him immediately stepped out. With aloof expressions on their faces, the 4 people closed in on the distortions within the 10,000 lis of the 9th summit and lifted their right hands at the same time. They pushed together, and the distortions from the rune shuddered, then released a loud noise. The sound that came from the tremor shook the sky and earth, and as that booming sound reverberated in the air, signs of cracking immediately appeared on the 10,000 lis rune. Well, you have some tricks up your sleeve at least. A rune that is capable of withstanding one strike from 4 of my Dao slaves at the same time is not common. Attack at full strength. Dao Yuan's eyes sparkled, and he became even more excited. He pointed towards the rune with the fan in his right hand. As that rune shook, Su Ming's face paled slightly while he stood on the 9th summit. The suction force from the robe on that person's body just now had been incredibly powerful. If Su Ming had not immediately averted his gaze and used his full strength to activate the rune and resist that power, the backlash might have been even stronger. Morning Dao Sect. Su Ming stood up with an incredibly dark face. He cast a look at his second senior brother, who was currently casting the art to gather fragmented souls while freezing air continuously spread out from his body, and at Hu Zi, who had a faint smile on his lips as he slept. His smile was incredibly happy. A resolute look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. With a swing of his arm, he swept up his senior brothers and sent them into Master's cave abode. Then, he immediately walked out of the rune at the top of the mountain. At the instant he did so, a loud bang that surged into the sky instantly reverberated in the air. The 10,000 Li's defense crumbled at that moment, and its area of defense shrank to only 5,000 Li's. The sounds of collapse were still ongoing. Before long, this defensive rune would completely shatter. The reason for its quick collapse was not because the rune was not strong enough, but because the enemy that had invaded the territory was too strong. Almost at the time Su Ming walked down from the top of the mountain, hundreds of berserkers came forward from all locations. Their faces were pale, but determined. Yu Xian's expression changed, and when she saw Su Ming, she immediately started telling him all that she knew. That is Morning Dao Sect's battleship. These people are all wearing Constellation robes, and those robes contain great defense. That person who just called himself Young Master should be a direct descendant of Morning Dao Sect. The people who broke the rune are Dao slaves, and their levels of cultivation are. They are lords of world planes in the third step, and even though their power is limited here, the effects are not strong because of the Constellation robes, the mutt said. Its voice was ancient, and as it spoke, a mighty wave of power spread out from its body. As it stared at the distorting rune that was continuously retreating, it added in a low voice, "Young lady, I can only protect you and little Su if we're to leave right now. As for the others, it will be difficult for me to do so with the limitations placed upon me in the land of berserkers." Yu Xian was momentarily stunned. Then she looked at Su Ming with a pale face. "Yu Xian, go," Su Ming stated flatly. He himself would not leave. This was the 9th summit. This was his home. His senior brothers were here. He would rather die here in battle and be buried with his senior brothers than abandon them. The choice to leave alone was never an option for him. Chapter 736, Attack. Yu Xian's face was pale. She bit her bottom lip, and uncertainty appeared on her face. Su Ming's face was calm. In his eyes was determination and a readiness to die. To him, this was a battle that he had absolutely no chance of winning. 5 immortals whose power did not suffer much of a limitation and could still show a power that belonged to lords of world planes in the third step was simply too much. Just one of them could kill all of them as if he was squashing ants. Su Ming might not have truly fought against a cultivator in the third step before, but the memory of the killing swords might was still fresh in his mind. It was a power that he absolutely could not hope to stand up to. But what could he do? He could not give up his 9th summit and leave alone while abandoning his senior brothers who were casting their arts. Since he could not do this, there was only one path left before him. If they could not live together, then they could only die together. Su Ming turned his head around and cast a glance at his master's cave abode. There was a reluctance to part on his face, but the determination on his face was greater. The booming sounds were getting closer, and the rune was falling back non-stop. In the blink of an eye, it only covered an area of 1,000 Li's. The 4 Dao slaves in the third step were suppressing and shattering the rune step by step with their mighty power, like they were cutting butter with a hot knife. Su Ming lifted his right hand slowly and swung it against the sky. A large amount of purple fog immediately surrounded his body. Once it turned into the Undertaker of Evil's armor, he seized the air with his right hand, and purple fog instantly surged to his hand and turned into the Undertaker of Evil's spear. He seized the freezing weapon, and murderousness entered his eyes. He stood on the 9th summit like a mountain. If there were storms and typhoons, they had to first crush him, or else they would definitely not be able to take even half a step into the mountain. I am indebted to the 9th summit for granting me numerous years of peaceful life. You were also the one who saved my life, sir. Today, I will die together with the 9th summit. An old man walked out from the hundreds of people around standing about. He looked at Su Ming, and there was a resolute look on his face as he spoke. That's right. The 9th summit has given us many years of peace. We are in times of crisis now, but why should we be afraid of death? More people walked out slowly. Their eyes were filled with red. They might be afraid of their enemy's level of cultivation, but sometimes there were some things that people needed to do no matter how frightened they were. The 9th summit is like our home. Fighting to death for it is the best possible ending for us disciples of Freezing Sky Clan. Our levels of cultivation are low, but we have passion. Even if we die, we will have our blood spill on the 9th summit. Even if we die, we will have our bodies buried here. More voices spoke out in low tones, with determination lacing their words, and these voices erupted from the hundreds of people around Su Ming. There was not a single person who chose to back down. The hundreds of people who had lived in the Ninth Summit over the past few years had looks of determination mixed with madness on their faces. This was a fearless attitude towards death. It was a resolve that stated that if they were to die, they would die in the Ninth Summit. Bai Su did not speak, but her expression and her act of not retreating symbolized her thoughts. She looked at Su Ming, and her expression was filled with gentleness. She suddenly felt that there were not many regrets in her life. If she could die here with Su Ming in battle, it would be a good end for her. Qian Chen shuddered. The bald crane beside him had a face full of anguish. It wanted to run, and it had done this sort of thing plenty of times in the past due to its personality, but this time, it could not take even a single step away. It looked at Qian Chen, then at Su Ming, and finally at the cave abode at the top of the Ninth Summit. For the first time ever, madness appeared on its face. Darn it, I'll be a man with them this time. I'll fight against those people. Young lady, if we don't leave now, it'll be difficult for me to ensure your safety when those 5 people surround and attack us. The serious-looking mutt had a grave expression on its face at that moment as it spoke in a low voice. I'm not leaving, either. Yu Xian gritted her teeth. She told herself that Su Ming was the one she valued highly, and he could sell for a good price. If she left and he died, then everything she had done to this point would be a waste of her strength, and it would be a business deal that would end in the largest loss of profit in her life. There was no way Yu Xian would accept such a deal. Once Yu Xian made her decision, she immediately asked, Xiao Huang, how many of the 5 can you handle? The mutt fell silent for a moment, then it slowly said, I don't have their constellation robes, so my power is limited in the land of berserkers. I could barely hold 3 of them for an hour. If I cast a secret art, then I could hold one of them back. Yu Xian gritted her teeth and said this to Su Ming while wondering anxiously why the 2 old folks she had sold Su Ming to had not arrived yet. It had been a long time since then, and she wondered whether they had run into some sort of accident. Su Ming remained silent. At that moment, the booming sounds in the area were getting closer. The rune had already shrunken to merely some hundreds of lis due to the suppression. Dao Yuan's arrogant laughter finally reached in the midst of all the booming sounds. An hour. Su Ming closed his eyes, then soon reopened them and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing to Yu Xian and the mutt. I, Su, will remember your kindness. The mutt swiftly leapt forward, and a brown-yellowish light erupted from its body. That light instantly reached far into a distance of 100,000 feet, and as a shocking roar reverberated in the air, its body transformed into a yellow dragon that was several tens of thousands of feet long. The yellow dragon had a ferocious expression on its face. As it roared, it charged towards the shrinking rune outside the Ninth Summit. At the same time, Yu Xian brought out a crimson medicinal core with a pale face. Once she placed it in her mouth, she spun around and stepped out of the mountain, charging towards the 4 Dao slaves who were destroying the rune along with the yellow dragon. When Su Ming saw Yu Xian and the yellow dragon leave, a determined look that spoke of his readiness to die appeared on his face. His presence of life cultivation realm erupted forth with a bang. An endless amount of snow and wind surrounded his body and swept him up. He turned into a long arc and charged out of the Ninth Summit, straight towards the rune. The hundreds of people on the Ninth Summit wore solemn expression. They stayed where they were to watch the shocking battle that was about to start. This battle would determine whether the Ninth Summit would survive. The yellow dragon was the first to rush out. At the instant its body flew out of the rune, it immediately brought a glint to the eyes of the 4 Dao slaves who were casting their divine abilities on the rune. World-traversing Abyss Dragon, Emperor of Abyss True World. The yellow dragon roared towards the sky, and the yellow light around its body instantly spread out to envelope 3 of the 4 people. The yellow dragon roared and flew towards the sky, while the yellow light dragged the 3 slaves' bodies up after him. Damn it, this is indeed an evil place. This is a place that goes against Morning Dao Sect, or else why would a world-traversing Abyss Dragon from the Emperor of Abyss True World appear here? Kill that dragon. Skin it. Kill it. I want to bring it back to the sect and hang it on my door. Dao Yuan immediately shouted out loudly. There was not a hint of panic within him. Instead, he was feeling rather excited. As his voice reverberated, a chilling glare appeared in the 4th Dao slave's eyes. He flew up swiftly, but just as he was about to rush into the sky and fight against that yellow dragon, an angry feminine shout came from the distorting rune, and Yu Xian flew out in the form of a long arc like a goddess. The medicinal core she had swallowed had some sort of unknown effect, because at that moment, there was a thick wave of abyss death aura instantly spread out from her body. As that presence surrounded her, her face turned even paler, making her look like a corpse. Once she flew out, that abyss death aura immediately spread out and blocked the fourth Dao slave's path. The instant Yuxian revealed herself, Dao Yuan's eyes went wide, and as his body trembled, he let out a shrill shout that made his voice sound almost hoarse. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Dao Slave 51, capture her alive. You must capture her alive. Do not harm even a single strand of hair on her head. Capture her alive and bring her to me. I will make you deputy commander. Dao Slave 19, go and help 51. You must capture that woman alive. Dao Yuan was incredibly excited, and lust shone in his eyes. He looked as if he wanted to see through Yuxian's clothes right there and then. At that moment, he thought that his trip to the land of berserkers was totally worth it. The expressionless man in black, who was also the only remaining guard by his side, turned into a long arc and charged towards the spot where Yuxian was. Yet before he could move even 1,000 feet forward, a whirlwind formed by ice and snow charged out from the distorting rune, and within that whirlwind was Su Ming. He exited the rune with a single step, but he did not charge towards Dao Slave 19. Instead, he rushed straight towards Dao Yuan. He was traveling so quickly that there were afterimages behind him. With the Undertaker of Evil's spear in hand and the snow around him, Su Ming's speed reached its limit. A glint appeared in Dao Slave 19's eyes, and he gave up on moving towards Yuxian. Instead, he turned around to face Su Ming and lifted his right hand and pointed towards him. Dao Yuan did not even move to dodge. A cold sneer appeared on his lips, and with arrogance, he looked at Su Ming approaching him. He was confident that this person would be immediately killed by his Dao slaves before he could even get close to him. Yet at the instant Dao Slave 19 pointed towards Su Ming, he turned the back of his palm downwards while his other palm was turned towards the sky, and he instantly activated Destiny. This battle was incredibly crucial, and he could not afford to make even a single mistake. He had to attack with his strongest move. That which exists between the past and the future is destiny. Su Ming swung his left hand at Dao Slave 19's finger. At the instant he swung his arm, the entire world's time seemed to change, and Dao Slave 19's finger froze in midair for an instant. As that person's expression changed, a presence that belonged to a lord of a world plane immediately spread out from his body. A destructive power erupted forth with a bang from within him and broke through Su Ming's time reversal, but his finger had still frozen for an instant in midair. That instant was a chance for Su Ming. At the instant Dao Slave 19's finger froze because of destiny, Su Ming appeared before Dao Yuan with a speed that surpassed lightning. Dao Yuan stood stunned. Before he could manage to react to what was happening, Su Ming's Undertaker of Evil's spear swept up the flying snow that contained the power of his life matrix. The snow had even turned slightly red, looking like the glow of autumn, when Su Ming sent the spear straight towards Dao Yuan's forehead. Chapter 737, Persecution. This was a thrust filled with Su Ming's conviction. This was the strongest thrust he could bring forth at that moment. The tip of the spear had already turned into ice because it had fused with the death in Su Ming's life matrix, which had the power of midwinter. The spear thrust sliced through the air and stirred up a piercing sound that was unpleasant to the ears. At the instant Su Ming thrust the spear forward, the killing sword manifested before him and charged towards Dao Yuan with bloodlust right behind the long spear. Even that Dao Slave 19 did not have the time to block this strike or save Dao Yuan. His eyes instantly turned red, and he took a swift step forward. His body distorted, and he immediately appeared behind Su Ming, but he was still too late. Almost at the moment Dao Slave 19 arrived, Su Ming's long spear touched the center of the stunned Dao Yuan's brows. When it happened, a galaxy that stretched out limitlessly erupted from the moving Constellation robe on Dao Yuan's body. The starlight was piercing to the eyes, and there was even a sharp presence akin to a needle from that light that would cause all the people who were touched by the starlight to feel intense pain as if their bodies had been stabbed by millions of swords. At the instant a shocking boom reverberated in the world, a huge rebound spread out from Su Ming's Undertaker of Evil spear. That rebound surged into Su Ming's body, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. As for Dao Yuan, his face had turned stark pale. He staggered a few steps backwards while starlight surrounded his body, but he was completely uninjured. Yet even though his body was uninjured, fear had taken root in his heart. During that instant just now, he had clearly felt death coming towards him. It was especially so when he saw Su Ming's eyes. The madness shook the heart of Dao Yuan, who had always abused his power, used the might that came with his family's name to lord over others, and committed all sorts of evil acts due to his status. There's no way you'll be able to break my Constellation robe. Damn it, you! Dao Yuan cried out shrilly, but before he could finish speaking, a shrill whistle reached his ears. It was the killing sword that was traveling right behind Su Ming's Undertaker of Evil spear. This killing sword was the immortal's supreme treasure. The sword's spirit inside might have been injured when Su Ming was refining it, making it difficult for the sword to reach the power of killing all those beneath the third step, but it was still a killing sword, and its might was still not one to be underestimated. At that moment, as it closed in through the midst of Dao Yuan's piercing screams, it stabbed the center of Dao Yuan's brows, right at the spot where the long spear had attacked. Another shocking roar reverberated in the air. It came once more from the Constellation robe on Dao Yuan's body, rebounding the killing sword when it touched the center of Dao Yuan's brows. The killing sword let out a grudging sword whistle and was pushed backwards. Dao Yuan took a few steps back once more, and blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth. The spot between his brows might be uninjured, but the shock caused by Su Ming's spear and sword had injured Dao Yuan internally, because there was too big of a difference between his level of cultivation compared to that of his guards. At that moment, Dao Slave 19 appeared behind Su Ming with killing intent and struck with his palm. The power of the third step was contained within his attack, and it pressed onto Su Ming. He did not have the time to even turn around when the palm struck. However, he had already known how this would end when his first attack had failed to injure Dao Yuan, and he had made preparations. The moment the palm fell on him, a 9-colored light erupted from his body, and that light came from the 5-direction seal. Once the seal appeared, Dao Slave 19's palm crashed into it. A shocking boom shook the sky and earth, and Su Ming coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, and his body tumbled to the side like a kite whose string was torn. 5-direction seal? It's a pity you don't know the true way to use this treasure. Killing intent appeared in Dao Slave 19's eyes. He took a step forward, and with an even faster speed, he charged towards Su Ming. He had the confidence that Su Ming would die if he struck him again, even if he had that 5-direction seal. Kill him. Kill him. How dare he hurt me? You must kill him. Destroy his clan. Wipe out his entire tribe. Slaughter all his people. Dao Yuan screamed madly with a shrill voice not too far away. He touched the corner of his lips. That blood terrified him. Even though he was not injured badly, this blood still caused fear to rise even more in his heart. His whole body trembled from the lingering fright. As a person with the family name of Dao in Morning Dao Sect, he had numerous guards who were trained by his family to protect him since he was young. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he had never been injured since he was young, much less had blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. The bloody stench in his mouth, due to Su Ming's actions in the land of berserkers, was a first for Dao Yuan. From his fear, the thought of summoning the Sect's army waiting outside the gates to rush into the land of berserkers rose in his heart. As his shrill screams reverberated in the air, Dao Slave 19 charged towards Su Ming. Right at the moment he was about to close in on him, Su Ming laughed brokenly, and a resolute look appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and tossed the Undertaker of Evil's spear. But he did not throw it towards Dao Slave 19, who was chasing after him. Instead, he threw the spear towards the screaming Dao Yuan, who was wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, while his face was stark white from fear. Su Ming's hate towards Dao Yuan was running so deep that it was already embedded in his bones. If he could kill this person before he died, then Su Ming would be satisfied. Besides, he could not even hope to put up a fight against Dao Slave 19 chasing after him. He was already badly injured. The 5-direction seal had actually showed signs of not being able to hold when Dao Slave 19 had struck just now. Clearly, it was because this item was Dao Chen's property in the past, and these people were also from Morning Dao Sect. There was surely a connection between them. That was why the best way to save himself was not to fight against that Dao slave, but to persecute Dao Yuan. When Su Ming threw his weapon, the Undertaker of Evil's spear turned into a long arc that closed in on Dao Yuan, while stirring up a sharp roar and a large amount of purple fog. Damn it, save me. Terror immediately appeared on Dao Yuan's face. He believed that he would not die due to the Constellation robe, but the rebound just now had put him in an incredible state of discomfort. Fear had been lingering his heart to begin with, and when he saw the long spear charging towards him, he screamed out instinctively. When Dao Yuan screamed, Su Ming gathered Destiny's power in his left hand and swung his arm at the Dao slave. When the art to change the flow of time was sued again, the Dao slave's body froze abruptly once more. Dao slave 19's face became dark. In his eyes, this person was weak, but his plans were incredibly meticulous. That strange art of his and his method of using Dao Yuan to threaten him restricted him in many ways. He couldn't gain initiative like this. This intelligence, these methods, and this divine ability were things that Dao Slave 19 had never encountered before through his entire life of fighting and killing others. Murderous intent shone in his eyes, and he thought to himself that he had to quickly kill this person, or he would surely become a huge problem in the future because of his guile if he managed to escape from this disaster and grew up. At the instant he stopped, he suddenly let out a shocking cry, and as his voice reverberated in the air, Su Ming coughed up blood. His ears rang, and his injuries became even worse. Dao Slave 19's body might have stopped during that instant, but when his voice traveled forward, cracking sounds echoed in the air in front of Dao Yuan, and huge cracks immediately appeared in midair. By the looks of it, those cracks wanted to swallow the incoming Undertaker of Evil's spear. A resolute look appeared on Su Ming's face. His heart might be in great pain for what he was about to do next, but at that moment, he still let out a low shout without any hesitation. Undertaker of Evil's spear. Explode. At the instant Su Ming spoke, the Undertaker of Evil's spear let out a cry, filled with grief. It had been with Su Ming for a very, very long time, and that sorrowful cry was its reluctance to part with him, but it did not hesitate. At the instant it closed in on the dimensional cracks, it exploded with a bang. The spear was created by the first god of Berserkers. With the first god of Berserkers' level of cultivation, the might of the enchanted treasures he created would definitely be nothing short of extraordinary. If it were not because Su Ming's level of cultivation was not high enough, then he would definitely have been able to bring forth more of this spear's power. At that moment, when the Undertaker of Evil's spear exploded, a destructive power erupted and spread in all directions with a bang. Dao Yuan was the first to be struck by the explosion. The terror of death rose in his heart, and it was several times stronger than before. His face grew even whiter, and his pupils shrank. Dao Slave 19's expression changed drastically as well, which had never happened before. He was already incredibly close to Su Ming at that moment, and if he lifted his hand, he could execute an art to kill him, but he did not have the time. He could not bother with killing Su Ming. His hate towards his schemes and his method of using Dao Yuan to threaten him ran deep into Dao Slave 19's heart, but he could do nothing about it. If he continued chasing after Su Ming, then Dao Yuan would definitely be in danger. He gritted his teeth and turned around to chase after Dao Yuan. A shocking boom that even managed to make Yu Xian and the yellow dragon tremble rose into the 9 heavens at that instant. The rumbles from the tremor turned into waves that madly spread out through the area. The final thought Su Ming had sent to the Undertaker of Evil's spear before it exploded had made it so the power from the explosion was limited to a very small area. This was why the effect to the other areas was not actually very powerful, despite the loud sound. In the midst of the rumbling sounds, Su Ming fell backwards. His actions just now might have seemed dangerous, but every single step he took was part of his calculations. As he retreated, he coughed up blood once again. His face turned pale. He knew that he was heavily wounded, but he had to fight, because the 9th Summit and his 3 senior brothers were right behind him. At the instant Su Ming withdrew, he lifted his right hand, and the welcoming of deities appeared in his hand. He swallowed it without any hesitation. When he did so, and the rumbles around faded away, he saw Dao Slave 19 standing before Dao Yuan, right at the spot where the Undertaker of Evil's spear had exploded. He was using his body to shield Dao Yuan. With a pale countenance, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly became much older. His Constellation robe had also been torn during the explosion before eventually being shredded to pieces and scattered by the wind. Judging by the man's aged looks, he had surely paid an incredibly huge price to protect himself and his charge from the self-destruction of the Undertaker of Evil's spear. Yet even so, he had still been gravely injured. Dao Yuan's face was even paler. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth once again, while the stars in the Constellation robe on his body were spinning about rapidly. As blood trickled out of Dao Yuan's mouth, he let out a piercing screech. He hurt me. Kill him. Kill him. Chapter 738, Destroy 19. There was an endless amount of rumbles at the spot where the 3 Dao slaves were fighting against the yellow dragon in the sky. They were trying to break free of the yellow light's confinement and descend to the area where the others were fighting, but the yellow dragon's exhausted roars only made the yellow light become stronger. Clearly, the yellow dragon had brought out all the power it could possibly muster. Yuxian's face was as pale as ashes. There was a thick wave of abyss death aura spreading out from her body and circling around the area, causing others to be unable to see what was happening within her spot clearly. However, there were continuous booming sounds coming out from the place, and it was a telling sign as to how intense the battle was between that Dao slave and Yuxian. However, she wasn't a cultivator in the 3rd step to begin with, which was why the medicinal core she had devoured made her suffer an incredibly powerful backlash. At that moment, it could be said that she was fighting while gritting her teeth and persevering even though she was completely drained of her strength. She had no idea why she was doing this, either. If this was just a business deal, then she should not be so persistent about fighting, but every single time she wanted to give up and have the yellow dragon take her away, Su Ming's joyful smile, when he was with his senior brothers, would appear in her head. There was a gentle and affectionate feeling within that smile that made Yuxian feel warm, and she was reluctant to part with it. Xian, do you know why I gave you this name? Yuxian's most precious memory lying in the depths of her heart rose in front of her eyes at that moment. It was the only memory that could keep her company on the lonely nights in her cold house. My good daughter, don't be so mischievous now. Once I finish making this leather shirt, you won't be at the losing end of the stick when you go out and fight those other children again. I have to leave. I have to go to a place very far away from here. Xian, don't cry. Remember what I told you before. Your name means that you must be strong and not be sad. Yuxian did not know why her most precious memory in her life would emerge during this fight. Perhaps it's this warmth that made me love this place, and it's making me not want to leave. Tears fell from Yuxian's eyes. Mother, she mumbled. She ignored the backlash she was suffering and the numb feeling that was gradually creeping into her body. She continued pushing her body past its limits, resolutely not allowing the Dao slave to leave the abyss death aura. As the booming sounds from the Undertaker of Evil's spear's explosion faded away outside the 100-lease rune around the 9th summit and underneath the places where the Yellow Dragon and Yuxian were fighting against their opponents, Dao Slave 19 and Dao Yuan's bodies were revealed above the sea. Who are you? For the first time since Dao Slave 19 stepped into the land of berserkers, he did not immediately obey and acknowledge Dao Yuan's command. Instead, he stared at Su Ming and asked slowly as he panted. To him, the intelligence possessed by the young man standing before him was something that he rarely saw within others, and it was this guile of his that had managed to hurt Dao Slave 19 so badly even though the young man was at an extreme disadvantage. After all, this berserker was only at the 2nd step, and it was a telling sign of how strong he was to be able to do such a thing. Morning Dao Sect should be trying to take in such a person instead of engaging him in a fight to the death, but all of this had become impossible due to Dao Yuan's hobbies and actions. I have to kill this person and not let him have the chance to grow. If he's capable of reaching the 2nd step in the land of berserkers, then someday in the future, he might possibly become the 2nd Lai Shan Xiao. A barely noticeable glint appeared in Dao Slave 19's eyes. As he circulated his cultivation base in his body, he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. Perhaps this is a misunderstanding. Just as he started to speak, Dao Yuan immediately let out a furious roar by his side. Dao Slave 19, shut up. I'm ordering you now to attack immediately. Kill him. Kill him. Dao Yuan glared Su Ming with a crazed look in his eyes. He had only been injured twice in his life. The first time had been by Su Ming's spear and sword, and the second time was also because of Su Ming. This brought his hate for Su Ming to a level where he was deaf to all reason. Dao Slave 19's expression changed, but he did not bother with Dao Yuan. He smiled towards Su Ming, and just as he was about to speak while still having his fist wrapped in his palm, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had completed his fusion with the welcoming of deities, and at that moment, he took a step forward without a single word. He was able to tell that the Dao slave was stalling time. Besides the injuries the Dao slave had sustained, the shredding of his Constellation robe would have brought a huge suppression of his power by the laws in the land of berserkers. Su Ming had expected this beforehand, which was why he could tell that the Dao slave wanted to stall for time to heal himself and wait for the other 4 Dao slaves to come to his aid. Su Ming could figure out this sort of thing with just one glance. He had not attacked just now and given the Dao slave the span of a few breaths to recover because he had been fusing with the welcoming of deities. Now that the fusion was complete, he would absolutely not give the other any time to recover. The moment Su Ming charged forward without a single word, Dao Slave 19's expression changed. He knew that this young man had figured out his actions. As his eyes sparkled, Dao Slave 19 lifted his right hand and seized the air. An endless amount of wind charged forward and gathered into a long green whip on his palm. With a single move, the long whip in his hand swept through the air sideways and charged towards Su Ming. At the same time, the Dao slave formed a seal with his left hand and pointed forward. An illusory starry sky immediately manifested before him. That sky covered an area of 3,000 feet, and the starlight shining from within it instantly reached a blinding degree. However, it was incredibly clear that Dao Slave 19 no longer possessed power in the third step. A huge, invisible power descended on his body that suppressed him, and without the Constellation Robe blocking this power, the Dao Slave could only summon power that was equivalent to the middle stage of the second step. Dao Yuan was completely unaware of this, and he was causing a frenzied ruckus on the side. But in the blink of an eye, his clamorous and unbridled voice fell silent, replaced by a sharp intake of breath followed by a piercing scream. Even the Dao slave's expression completely changed during that instant. This was because once Su Ming took his third step forward, his body swelled up. As the area around him distorted, he took his fourth step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a candle dragon possessing a snake's body, which was 10,000 feet tall. The gigantic body, crimson scales, the presence that was filled with mighty pressure, and the capturing of souls which belonged solely to the candle dragon was Su Ming's transformation after he took in the welcoming of deities. Candle dragon. The instant a roar that shook the skies tumbled out from the candle dragon's mouth. Su Ming's power could no longer be categorized using the berserker's levels of cultivation. At that moment, his power was without equal, and he also possessed the complete set of the candle dragon's inborn divine abilities. As a rumble that signaled the tearing of space reverberated in the air, the candle dragon that was Su Ming swept its gigantic tail sideways towards Dao Slave 19 with an astonishing momentum. Booming sounds echoed in the air as the candle dragon's tail crashed into the wind whip. Another bang shot up into the air, and as it resounded, the whip instantly crumbled. At the same time, the candle dragon's tail against the 3,000 feet starlight. As an even louder bang rang out, the 3,000 feet starlight completely disintegrated, and the candle dragon's tail turned into a bloody mess. Yet even as it was falling apart, it still continued sweeping sideways and charging towards Dao Slave 19, as well as Dao Yuan who was behind him. Candle dragon. As Dao Slave 19's expression changed drastically, he grabbed Dao Yuan and quickly retreated. At the same time, a sharp whistle tumbled out of his mouth. That whistle seemed to contain a divine ability, which made the air before him distort as he retreated before turning into circles of waves that looked like the ripples on the surface of water. All of it was trying to block the gigantic tail charging over. Booming sounds shook the sky as the candle dragon's tail swept sideways, and it broke all the ripples in the illusory surface of water before landing on Dao Slave 19's retreating body. The Dao slave's eyes went wide. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood and used the massive power provided by the tail's momentum to retreat at an even faster speed while dragging Dao Yuan in tow. The Dao slave's heart was in shock at that moment. This enemy from the berserkers had caused wariness to appear in his heart. The youth had an endless variety of divine abilities and enchanted treasures, and he was incredibly intelligent. His plans were ingenious, and he could even transform into the ferocious candle dragon that could destroy worlds. If Dao Slave 19 was thinking this way, then it was even more so for Dao Yuan. He was almost scared out of his wits. With a pale face, he looked at the gigantic creature Su Ming had transformed into, and he suddenly began to regret taking this trip. Su Ming knew that he could not stay too long in the form of the candle dragon and that he was badly wounded. Once he swiped his tail sideways, he lifted the head of his gigantic body and opened his mouth wide to suck in a deep breath. Just as he was about to use the candle dragon's inborn divine abilities to devour Dao Slave 19 and Dao Yuan, a furious roar came from behind him. It was from Dao Slave 21, who was fighting against Yuxian. Dao Slave 21 charged towards Su Ming without a second thought. Yuxian coughed up blood behind him and staggered backwards with a face as pale as that of a corpse. She had done everything that she could and had taken up a lot of Dao Slave 21's time, but this was already her limit. In fact, she had even used her own life, but she still could not continue holding him back. As she fell back, she coughed up blood once again and tears fell from her eyes. There was a slightly absent-minded look on her face, and she was the only one who could hear her mother's gentle voice ringing in her ears from her memories. Xian, you must stay strong. I'm about to go to a place far, far away. I wish you happiness. I wish that my daughter will be happy throughout her whole life. Mother, Yuxian mumbled. If Dao Slave 19 and Dao Yuan had not been in danger, Dao Slave 21, who had broken out of the confinement from Abyss Death Aura, would have definitely captured Yuxian first, but he was currently worried about Dao Yuan, and hence did not bother with the woman he'd just fought. With the fastest speed he could muster, he appeared beside the candle dragon that was Su Ming. When he lifted his right hand, his entire arm looked as if it had disappeared and was replaced by an array of stars. It fused together with the stars on his robe, and he pushed his palm towards the candle dragon. Madness appeared in Su Ming's eyes. All the plans he had concocted previously had finally got him this chance, yet a fine line existed between what one planned and what could be achieved. Sometimes something would occur to alter all plans. At that moment, as Su Ming was threatened by that palm strike coming at him from behind, he activated all of the candle dragon's power without any hesitation. He opened his mouth and sucked in a breath. Instantly, Dao Yuan and Dao Slave 19's bodies started flying back against their will. But at that moment, Dao Slave 21's palm struck the candle dragon's head. As a shocking boom reverberated in the air, Dao Slave 19's body turned into a long arc and was devoured by the candle dragon that was Su Ming, but there was not enough time to devour Dao Yuan as well. The dragon's body fell to pieces from the strike. Once that happened, the welcoming of deities disintegrated and was completely destroyed. Su Ming's body revealed itself, and he retreated swiftly while coughing up blood. Dao Yuan's body was trembling violently due to his fear, but he did not stop shouting, "Kill him, skin him, tear out his bones, seal his soul, kill him." Dao Slave 21's eyes were bloodshot. He could sense that Dao Slave 19's presence had disappeared. A wave of anger and sorrow filled his heart and body, and he charged straight at Su Ming. Chapter 739, Sacred Constellation Robe. All the things Su Ming had done from the moment he stepped out of the 9th summit to the moment he used the candle dragon's body to devour Dao Slave 19 were his limit. It was him gaining complete control over the situation after laying various schemes against Dao Slave 19. He had not gotten close to Dao Slave 19 and fought directly against him, but had chosen to use Dao Yuan's safety as a distraction. By threatening him with a barrage of attacks as if he was storming his enemy's lair, he had made Dao Slave 19 lose initiative and be restricted every time he tried to move. The might of the third step was something Su Ming could not hope to stand up to. His body might be incredibly tough, but the difference in their levels of cultivation was enough to make him unable to last long under Dao Slave 19's barrage of divine abilities and collapse. This was still the land of berserkers. The suppression placed on the Dao Slave's power might not be serious, but they were more or less affected, which prevented them from using some of their divine abilities as freely as they could in the outside world. Yet even so, Su Ming had still paid a heavy price for his actions, and he hadn't even managed to kill Dao Yuan. At that moment, as Su Ming quickly fell backwards, blood continued trickling out of his mouth. He glared at Dao Yuan, who was still causing a ruckus in the distance, and at Dao Slave 21, who was charging towards him. Su Ming knew that he could not hope to stand up against such powerful enemies. However, even if he was as weak as an ant in front of these people, he would still have the courage to fight against them and bare his fangs. I've fought countless battles in my life, and I've barely escaped death many times. This disaster today is even more difficult than when Tion descended, but for the 9th summit, dying is nothing. Su Ming laughed towards the sky. In this time of crisis, he had found himself being able to let go of everything. As he retreated, he lifted his left hand with the back of his hand turned downwards and his palm turned upwards. He brought out his full power as destiny and pushed his palm against the center of his brows. His current appearance was no longer that of a teenager, but a young man. This was a transformation that happened to him when he stepped into life cultivation realm. At that moment, when Su Ming pressed his left hand against the center of his brows, the power of destiny erupted from his body with a bang. The shadows of an infant and a purple-haired man appeared behind Su Ming's body. These two shadows instantly began to overlap with Su Ming's body, but Dao Slave 21 closed in on him with a single step. The strength of this Dao Slave, who could still bring out the power of the third step even in the land of berserkers, was something that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could not hope to compare to even in the world outside. In fact, they were not even within the same level. They might also be lords of world planes, but those who had just reached the third step shared the same title as those who had reached the later stage of the third step. The 5 Dao slaves had just reached the initial stage of the third step, but their power only suffered a slight suppression in the land of berserkers. They could bring out power that was between the second and third step. All of this was due to the constellation robes they wore. There were not just 5 of these constellation robes, either. All the people standing in the various ships within the Immortals galaxy were wearing these constellation robes. In general, these robes had the power to resist the power of the laws in the land of berserkers and allow a person's level of cultivation to not suffer too many limitations. If one considered that, the Immortals should be trying to obtain a large amount of those robes so that they would not be affected when they descended, but despite the great numbers of those robes, only Morning Dao Sect disciples could obtain them. The Immortals were only vassals under a faction of power that belonged to Morning Dao Sect. They were not allowed to possess constellation robes. This was one of the reasons why they didn't have them, while the other one was that all of these constellation robes were subsidiary constellation robes. On their own, these robes would not possess such strange abilities, and neither would they cause their wearer to not be limited by the laws in the land of berserkers. The reason why the subsidiary constellation robes possessed such might was in sacred constellation robe on Dao Yuan's body. All people who wore subsidiary constellation robes had to listen to the person wearing sacred constellation robe as if they were soldiers listening to the orders from a command center. They could not go against those orders. It was akin to a form of control, but it would not affect the wearer's intelligence and mind. It was just that they would now have a master within their thoughts. This master was the wearer of that sacred constellation robe, and he owned all subsidiary constellation robes they wore. Only while sacred constellation robe existed could its subsidiaries not be too affected by the power of the laws in the land of berserkers. If immortals wanted to obtain subsidiary constellation robes, they would have to become slaves to someone. If they did not want to do so and sought to possess sacred constellation robe by themselves, they would be faced with the threat of their race's complete annihilation. Sacred constellation robes could only be possessed by those who bore the family name of Dao in Morning Dao Sect. It did not matter what sort of level of cultivation they possessed or what personality they had. As long as a person was a direct descent of the Dao family, they could build up their own faction with their sacred constellation robe. If the power of one's faction grew, their sacred constellation robe would also be able to bring forth greater might. In fact, it could even allow the power of that direct descendant of the Dao family to increase exponentially. With Dao Yuan's personality and his level of cultivation, the strength of the group he formed was at the very bottom of Morning Dao Sect. He only had a couple thousands of cultivators with him, and the only ones who had power in the third step were Dao Slave 19, 21, 31, 41, and 51, these 5 people. The other people's levels of cultivation were mixed, and the strongest besides these 5 people had only attained great completion in the second step. That was why even though Dao Yuan had passed by the Immortals, who were vassals under Morning Dao Sect, people like Di Tian and the other from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not bother with him, much less came to pay respect to him. He was simply one of the many young lords in Morning Dao Sect. The 5 Dao slaves who were in the third step had been able to bring out an incredibly great power in the land of berserkers due to the subsidiary constellation robes they wore under the control of sacred constellation robe, and it was the reason why they had become such a great disaster to Su Ming. At that moment, as Su Ming executed the power of destiny, Dao Slave 21's face turned dark. He was going to obey Dao Yuan's orders to kill Su Ming. In his eyes, this youth was a despicable and shameless person who only knew how to use schemes and tricks. If the two of them faced head-on, Dao Slave 21 was confident that he could kill him in just one strike. At the instant he closed in on Su Ming with a dark expression on his face, a dark light shone in Su Ming's eyes. The infant's illusion and the purple-haired man's shadow were rapidly fusing together around him. Right then, A wave of abyss death aura which brought with it a sense of familiarity to Su Ming's soul erupted behind him. Yuxian took a step forward from behind Su Ming with a face as pale as that of a corpse and lifted her right hand in front of him and pushed her palm towards the incoming Dao Slave 21. As she did so, a powerful wave of abyss death aura erupted from her body, crashing into the incoming Dao Slave 21 with a bang. You're just asking for death. Dao Slave 21 let out a cold harumph, not bothering to dodge. He merely pointed at Yuxian's palm. A star seemed to gather on his finger, letting out a piercing light. At the instant it crashed into Yuxian's palm, a loud bang surged into the sky, and Yuxian coughed up blood and staggered backwards. Even her eyes lost their usual sparkle. At that moment, the shadows of the infant and the purple-haired man fused together around Su Ming. His hair instantly turned gray, and his body transformed into that of a 7 to 8-year-old boy. A thick wave of aura that was incredibly similar to Yuxian's abyss death aura erupted from Su Ming's body. His face turned pale, aching to that of a dead person. At that moment, he looked extremely similar to Yuxian, who was by his side. It was as if they had been cut from the same cloth. A gray light shone in Su Ming's eyes. At the instant Yuxian moved back, he charged towards Dao Slave 21 without any hesitation. When he lifted his right hand, he swung it forward, and the world immediately rumbled. A law dictating time to flow in reverse filled the area and forced Dao Slave 21's body to freeze for a moment, but only a moment. Yet it was enough for Su Ming to swiftly raise the killing sword in his right hand and slice diagonally before himself. When the sword passed before Su Ming like a bolt of lightning, Yuxian gritted her teeth and rushed forward again to fight against Dao Slave 21 together with Su Ming. Booming sounds surged into the sky. Su Ming coughed up blood when he fell back once more, and Yuxian followed after him with broken laughter. Even if the two of them attacked together, they could only make Dao Slave 21 sway a little. Very soon, powerful starlight filled the area around Dao Slave 21, and he charged towards Su Ming and Yuxian. Die, both of you! Dao Slave 21's face was twisted with ferociousness. Gu took a step forward, and an even louder bang rang out. Su Ming's entire body trembled, and he fell back like a kite whose string was snapped. As he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his injuries reached a point where he was almost near death. Yuxian was in the same state. In her anguish, she looked at Dao Slave 21 walking over from the distance, then turned her head around to look at Su Ming. Dao Yuan excited screams reached them at that moment. Haha, kill the man and leave the woman. Damn it, I'll definitely tear out his bones and skin him. I'll make him regret hurting me even if he dies. Dao Slave 21 nodded. He took a step forward and closed in on Su Ming and Yuxian, who were less than 100 feet away. The Dao Slave's face was twisted with savagery, and at the instant killing intent shone in his eyes, the starlight around him turned into rays of light that were light-sharp needles. When he lifted them in his right hand, those sharp needles burst forth with a bang. Just as they were about to charge towards Su Ming and Yuxian, Su Ming bit the tip of his tongue, making his consciousness, which had become muddled due to his grave injuries, clear up slightly. There was no despair in his eyes, only calmness. It was a fearlessness in the face of death. Almost at the instant Dao Slave 21 came close, Su Ming grabbed Yuxian with his right hand. This was the first time he took hold of her hand, and he found out that it was icy cold, just like a corpse's. Are you afraid? Su Ming asked with a smile. No. Yuxian was momentarily stunned before a beautiful smile bloomed on her pale lips, which still had blood trickling down their corners. She shook her head. Su Ming pulled her behind himself without any hesitation. At the same time, he lifted his left hand and swung it in the air. The world rumbled, and in the midst of a layer of distortions in the air, Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers appeared, blocking him and Yuxian behind, while facing Dao Slave 21's star divine ability. Dao Slave 21's lips curled up in a cold sneer. He activated all his power and turned it into an endless amount of starlight that closed in on Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers within an instant. A loud rumble shook the sky and earth, reverberating in the air, and during that instant, with just one strike, Su Ming's statue of the god of berserkers shattered to pieces. The starlight shot through, then, causing Su Ming to cough up blood. Injuries opened up all over his body, and blood covered him. His consciousness faded away. Yuxian was in a slightly better condition. She dragged Su Ming back with her as she retreated, while blood trickled down the corners of her mouth. Despair appeared on her face. Chapter 740, Devastation. Dao Slave 21 let out a cold harumph and took a step forward. He was confident that he could definitely kill these two people with his next strike. Almost the moment he moved forward, Dao Yuan flew out from behind him and charged towards Su Ming. Dao Slave, move back. I'll do this personally. Didn't you want to kill me just now? I'll have a taste of your woman right in front of your face, and I'll make sure you see it. As Dao Yuan laughed maniacally, he closed in on the pair. As for Su Ming and Yu Xian, they were already close to the rune around the ninth summit. Dao Slave 21 paused in his movements and let his young master fly past him towards Su Ming and Yu Xian. Yet at the moment Dao Yuan lifted his right hand to seize Yu Xian, a great presence that filled the hearts of all those who felt with shock and fear suddenly erupted from over there. The strength of that presence was so great that it caused the world to quiver and an endless amount of whirlpools to appear in the sea. It made the sky tremble as it quivered, and even the yellow light as well as the three Dao slaves that were fighting against it felt their hearts tremble. This is your Grandpa Crane's territory. I was taking a nap here, and you dare to come and offend me? Begone. A voice filled with a mighty pressure came from the ninth summit with an intensity that shook the sky and earth. Not only did this powerful presence cause the hearts of the three Dao slaves to shudder at the instant it appeared, it also shocked Dao Yuan, who was about to execute a divine ability to kill Su Ming, and Dao Yuan 21. This is Solar Culpa's one presence. Dao Yuan 21's expression changed drastically. He did not have time to think. He seized Dao Yuan, who was stunned with fear, and turned into a long arc that charged backwards. Dao Yuan screamed. As he shuddered, shock and terror appeared on his face. Solar Culpa's presence. There's no doubt about this. This is a great cultivator who has reached Solar Culpa realm. He's only one step away from reaching Plane Culpa. Dao Slave 21's face turned stark pale. His mind was in a mess. He had not expected to run into such a dangerous situation in the land of berserkers. But at that moment, a hint of doubt rose in his heart. He immediately lifted his right hand, and a resolute look appeared on his face. An item appeared on his palm, and he crushed it. It was a green medicinal core. At the instant the Dao Slave crushed it, a shocking boom swiftly spread out. As that sound reverberated in the air, the world trembled. A wave of ripples spread out towards the area, but there was not a great amount of lethal force within those ripples. Instead, the green light shining from within simply spread out and covered a circular area of several hundreds of lis. Dao Slave 21 stared at that green light and watched it cover those hundreds of lis. His face remained unchanged for a moment before a strange emotion mixed with anger took over. You're not a cultivator in Solar Culpa realm. Young master, there is no cultivator in Solar Culpa realm here. That is just a Dao illusion art. Once Dao Slave 21 roared those words out, he no longer retreated. Instead, he charged once again towards Su Ming and Yu Xian. Dao Yuan was momentarily stunned by his side. He knew that the medicinal core his slave had used was Morning Dao Sect's Culpa-seeking core. That core could test whether there was any power that belonged to Plane Culpas within a region, and it could also determine whether there was anyone who had reached Plane Culpa realm in that area. If its color changed, it meant that there was someone with the power of Plane Culpa around, or it could be that there was simply some power that belonged to Plane Culpas in the area. Yet the medicinal core had spread out to several hundreds of lis just now, but the color did not change, which could only mean that, no matter what he'd felt when the presence moments ago had spread out, there was no one with the power of Plane Culpa realm in this place. That was the truth. Once Dao Yuan registered this, he fumed in rage and exasperation before charging back towards Su Ming and Yu Xian, whose consciousness was already muddled at that point. He was so quick that he arrived in the blink of an eye and even roared at them. How dare you lie to me? I'll kill all of you with my hands one by one. Dao Slave 21, protect me. Watch as I crush their bones and scatter their ashes. Dao Yuan charged forward. He closed in on Su Ming and Yu Xian, then lifted his right hand, about to seize Su Ming, but at that moment, furious roars came from the 100 Li rune. They were immediately followed by shadows of people flying out. Those were the people who now lived in the Ninth Summit. They had chosen to die in battle to protect the Ninth Summit as well as Su Ming. At the moment of crisis, they rushed out without any hesitation. The person at the very front of the crowd was an old man. He had already reached Berserker Soul Realm, but his level was not high. At the instant he walked out, He charged towards Dao Yuan without a care for his own life in an attempt to stop him from killing Su Ming and Yu Xian. You're just asking for death. Dao Yuan let out a shrill screech. He changed the direction of his right hand to punch the old man's body, but at the instant his fist was about to touch him, a bizarre smile appeared on the old man's face, and his body exploded with a bang. As he exploded, his cultivation base erupted, and the waves of power that burst forth charged towards Dao Yuan. Blood gushed into the air and splashed all over the area. A large amount of it fell on Su Ming and Yu Xian's bodies. Su Ming's consciousness was about to completely fade away due to his injuries, but when the body fell on him, thick bloody lines immediately appeared in his eyes. His consciousness quickly returned to his body. He trembled. In his ears, he heard the old man's laughter before he died. Sir Su Ming, I've been under the care of the Ninth Summit for many years. Now, I will use my death to repay your kindness. As the old man died, one person after another charged out of the rune. Some of them even grabbed Su Ming and Yu Xian to drag them back into the rune. One after another, these people charged out. One after another, the rumbles from self-destructions shot up into the air, affecting Dao Yuan. The roars from those explosions continued, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 people had chosen self-destruction. Sir Su Ming, I, Chun, am here to repay your kindness. Sir Su, I, Su, will repay your kindness with my death today. I will repay your kindness with my death. Sir Su Ming, if we reincarnate, let us meet again in our next lives. One after another, long strings of laughter before their owners' deaths rang in the air. More and more people rushed out and chose self-destruction to hold Dao Yuan back and save Su Ming. All of this brought Su Ming's consciousness back. He regained his senses, but he could not summon even a single bit of power. His injuries left him at death's door. His eyes turned red. He could only watch these people die, hear them declare their intention to repay his kindness. As his body trembled, he let out a hoarse roar. More people flew past him. Among them were the elderly and the young. These were his people who lived in the Ninth Summit. At that moment, they were using blood and self-destruction to complete the promise they had made when they were allowed to stay in the Ninth Summit. To protect the summit, even if they died. Tears fell from Yu Xian's eyes. She watched all of this with a blank stare, looked at these people dying, heard their voices as well as Su Ming's hoarse roars. More and more tears fell from her eyes. Dao Yuan was forcefully held back and could only watch as Su Ming and Yu Xian were dragged back into the rune. In his anger, Dao Slave 21 took a step forward and lifted his right hand before swinging it in front of himself aloofly. Immediately, a large number of the people who had rushed out of the rune crumbled before they could self-destruct. The 100 Li rune also started trembling violently. Once Dao Slave 21 closed in on it and struck it with his palm, the starlight that erupted from his hand caused the rune to begin collapsing again. As it collapsed and Dao Slave 21 continued to attack, the 100 Li rune shrank to 80 Lis, 60 Lis, 40 Lis. Dao Slave 21's expression was cold and aloof as he continued to destroy the rune and slaughtered all the people who flew out from the Ninth Summit. Dao Yuan was behind him. His face was filled with bloodthirst as he charged forward excitedly. Su Ming and Yu Xian were held by 4 residents of the Ninth Summit within the rune, and these people were charging forward desperately, intending to send the 2 of them back to the Ninth Summit. Tears fell from their eyes as they listened to the booming sounds ringing in their ears. They knew full well what they meant. With each rumble, not only did the rune collapse a little bit more, a number of their comrades also died. When the rune collapsed to only 10 Lis, the 4 people holding onto Su Ming and Yu Xian let out a roar in unison and pushed Yu Xian as well as Su Ming in the direction of the Ninth Summit before turning around and choosing to self-destruct. There was no hint of hesitation in their actions. As the 4 of them exploded at the same time, the explosion and the stirred-up rumbles charged towards Dao Slave 21, who had instantly closed in on them. Yet to Dao Slave 21, these 4 people's explosions were nothing. He shot through without care and stretched out his hand towards Su Ming and Yu Xian's bodies, like a cat toying with a mouse. Yet at the instant he was about to catch them, more than 100 people flew out and charged past Su Ming and Yu Xian's bodies. They blocked Dao Slave 21's path forward, while another 3 people caught hold of Su Ming and Yu Xian began to swiftly drag them backwards. Su Ming's heart bled. His hoarse roars were reverberating in the air, but he could not make even a single bit of his cultivation base stir. His injuries were too grave, so grave that if he had not been in life cultivation realm, he would have already died. Even if his body was continuously recovering, the speed of its recovery could not match up to the rate of it being destroyed. At that moment, there were rays of starlight that were continuously destroying all signs of his life. Blood continued seeping out from his wounds. Yuxian felt the same way as he. Besides tears, only despair seemed to remain on her dazed face. Su Ming could only watch these people who were shielding him and blocking Dao Slave 21's path be instantly enveloped in starlight. There were no screams, no rumbles. There was only blood and flesh flying in the air once the starlight faded away. All of them died. Su Ming was not too familiar with these people. He had only saved them when he killed Sima Xian all those years ago and let them treat the Ninth Summit as their home. Yet on this day, they used their lives to repay his kindness. However, this so-called kindness he'd showed was nothing to Su Ming, while the deeds they did to repay it were too great. The three people holding on to Su Ming and Yuxian were weeping as they rushed away. They were already less than 10,000 feet away from the Ninth Summit, but even so, what could they do after they closed this distance? Under Dao Slave 21's moderately paced execution of his divine abilities, under that power which they could not hope to stand against after Su Ming had lost his power, everything seemed to have already been set in stone and could not change. However, in this situation where things could no longer change, Su Ming saw just how importantly people regarded kindness. Even if they knew it was useless, they still continued to give away their lives for him. This made tears of blood flow from Su Ming's eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Solar Culpa. Full name is Plain Culpa's Yang. Solar Culpa would be Afterworld Plains. Chapter 741. 3 Seals. When the three people tossed Su Ming and Yuxian to the Ninth Summit, they rushed back straight towards the incoming Dao Slave 21. In the midst of the booming sounds that signaled death, Su Ming let out the shrillest roar in his life. As he roared, Dao Slave 21 walked out of the blood mist caused by the trio's self-destruction with an aloof face. Dao Yuan had an excited expression on his face as he followed right after. At that moment, Su Ming and Yuxian were still 5,000 feet away from the Ninth Summit, but it was useless. Even if they managed to reach the Ninth Summit, it was useless. In Yuxian's ears echoed her mother's voice. As that voice rang, her mind gradually came out of its muddled state, and she looked at Su Ming. Do you know why I'm called Yuxian? The meaning for Xian is Daylily, and it is a type of flower that forgets sadness. I'm a daylily in the rain. This is the name my mother gave me. She wanted me to forget sadness in my life and be happy forever. My mother is calling me now. I'll be leaving to reunite with my mother. Before I leave, I'll give you a gift. A smile appeared on her face. That smile was incredibly sincere and beautiful. She looked at Su Ming and held him gently as she kissed his blood-stained lips. At the instant her lips touched Su Ming's, a wave of abyss death aura moved from her mouth into Su Ming's body and fused with his soul. The aura turned into a roar inside Su Ming, and he felt as if his soul began to boil. Yet as it happened, Yuxian's lips became colder. Gradually, the sparkle in her eyes disappeared completely, leaving behind only dullness. This time, I really suffered a huge loss, but I'm really happy to have gotten to know you. Yuxian released her grip, and her body plunged to the ground. Su Ming felt as if his soul was burning. Waves of pain washed over him, but he could sense that his soul was madly swelling up. This feeling was enough to drive him mad. It was as if his blood had been awakened and as if his soul was going through a metamorphosis. During that moment, a feeling of strength came along with the pain, and it was increasing at a frenzied pace. Su Ming did not know what Yuxian had given to him, but he did know that it was what his soul had been lacking. The breath she gave him was familiar somehow, and it was something seemed to have completed his soul. The instant abyss awakening erupted in Su Ming's soul. Intense pain submerged him. He roared shrilly from it. He extended his arm without any hesitation, grabbed the hand of Yuxian, who had now lost her consciousness and who was uncertain to survive this. It was as if Su Ming wanted to take hold of Yuxian's body and save it from plunging to the ground. Yet Dao Slave 21 had already moved towards him. His lifted right hand was shining with starlight. Right at the instant it was about to land on Su Ming, a person walked out from the distortions within the 5,000 feet behind Su Ming. It was Bai Su. She was dressed in white and was incredibly beautiful. There was a smile on her face, and within her smile as well as her gaze was a wild beauty. She moved past Su Ming and rushed towards Dao Slave 21 like a moth having seen a flame. At that instant, the presence of self-destruction surrounded her body. That presence was like the water from the river in the sky spilling onto the ground, just like her life. I can too. These were the final words Bai Su said before she self-destructed. As she spoke, a loud boom that surged into the sky reverberated in the air before Su Ming. As those booms roared, Su Ming watched Bai Su disappear, and he went mad. A white piece of fabric fell back and moved past his side as the shockwaves from the explosion spread out. He wanted to grab it, but he did not manage to. The white piece of fabric flew farther and farther away. He wanted to grab it, but he would have to let go of Yu Xian's hand to do so. He wanted to grab it, but that white piece of fabric flew farther and farther. His grip on Yu Xian's hand gradually lost strength, because the intense pain spreading through his soul was unbearable. It was a feeling as if his soul was about to erupt, a crazed feeling as if he was about to awaken. When Yu Xian's hand slipped out of Su Ming's grip because he had lost his strength, her body plunged to the ground. Her eyes remained closed through it all, and Su Ming descended into madness, his eyes weeping tears of blood. He pressed his palms against his head, not hiding his red eyes, and roared like a wild beast howling in despair. It was also at that instant that the yellow dragon in the sky let out a shrill roar. It charged towards the ground. At that moment, it could no longer bother about the 3 Dao slaves. There was only one thought remaining in its head, to catch Yu Xian. Its body swept through the air and charged to the ground. At the instant Yu Xian was to hit the ground, the dragon caught her on its back. A shrill roar came from its mouth. A large amount of abyss death aura erupted from its body and surged into that of Yu Xian. At the same time, a layer of distortions appeared in the space before the yellow dragon, as if the entrance to another world had been forcefully opened due to the world traversing abyss dragon's inborn divine ability. It wanted to take its young master and leave the place. Its face was filled with grief, because it could sense that no matter how much abyss aura it sent into its young master's body, she was still moving slowly towards death. The 3 Dao slaves in the sky charged towards the dragon, causing Dao Yuan to become even more arrogant and unbridled. Dao Slave 21 let out a cold harumph and moved past the region whereby Su had exploded to appear right in front of Su Ming. With an aloof look on his face, he pointed at Su Ming with his right hand through the air. Immediately, a large amount of starlight spread out from his hand. That starlight instantly enveloped Su Ming's body. With a loud bang, Su Ming was torn to pieces. Only his right hand was left. When his hand flew out, it was pushed backwards by the impact brought by his body's destruction and caught up with the white piece of fabric that was floating farther and farther into the distance. He caught it. Of his left arm, only one finger remained, and it fell on the yellow dragon's body as it traveled above the surface of the sea, carrying Yu Xian. Su Ming thought he died, because at that moment, he could sense that his soul had scattered into the world. He could see his right hand seizing that white piece of fabric. He could see his left index finger landing beside Yu Xian's body. He could also see his eldest senior brother's statue within his master's cave abode at the top of the 9th summit. He could see his second senior brother meditating, as well as Hu Zi snoring. He could see all of these things. He could see the 4 Dao slaves and Dao Yuan as well. He could sense their presence. Besides seeing these things, for the first time, he sensed 3 black spots that were different from his soul within himself. 3 different waves of consciousness were spreading out of the 3 black spots. It was as if he had 3 other people's souls within his own. The 3 people's souls looked as if they had fused with his soul, turning into the final 3 seals. There were already no distinctions between these 3 seals and his soul. It would have been difficult to separate them under normal circumstances, but that breath of abyss death aura Yu Xian had passed to Su Ming before she closed her eyes had caused his soul to boil, and it had either gained completion or changed. It allowed his soul to sense the 3 seals. At the instant Su Ming detected the 3 seals, 3 raspy and old voices appeared in his mind. I thought that you would never be able to sense us, that Hong Luo was just an accident. Scatter your mind, let us leave. We will no longer be your seal. You will also no longer be the cage that locks the 3 of us. The 3 of us will leave and help you live through this disaster. The 3 of us will leave, and we will make it be so that you will no longer be sealed. Scatter your mind. Don't you want to take revenge? Don't you want to kill these people on your own? Don't you want to protect your 9th summit? Scatter your mind. The 3 of us will help fulfill your wish. Scatter your mind. The woman called by Su might have died, but her body is special. She is not a berserker. Her soul is just a projection. If you scatter your mind, I can let you see where her true body lies. Scatter your mind. For you, for us. We have been sealed for far too long. You have also been sealed for far too long. Why don't we part ways now? The three old voices reverberated in Su Ming's consciousness and lingered for a long time. At the same time, in the midst of those roars, the 5,000 feet rune around the ninth summit crumbled completely, revealing the ninth summit before Dao Yuan and the 4 Dao slaves. At that moment, only the trembling Qian Chun and the similarly shivering bald crane remained on the mountain. And here I was wondering what sort of good stuff was hidden here. It's just a piece of trash and a bald crane. Dao slave 31, 41, 51, go and immediately flatten this mountain. There's a cave abode at the top. Open it and check what sort of treasure is inside. Dao slave 21, go down and bring that woman to me. Even if she's almost dead, I want to get a taste. Don't let them escape. Dao Yuan's lips curled up in a cold sneer. He pointed at the ninth summit, and when he opened his mouth, the 3 Dao slaves turned into 3 long arcs that charged towards the top of the mountain. As for Dao slave 21, he took a step towards the abyss dragon that was desperately sending abyss death aura into Yuxian to save her on the surface of the sea while remaining completely defenseless. The area before the abyss dragon distorted, slowly tearing apart to reveal a crack. However, Dao slave 21 was traveling at a speed so quick that he could stop it before the abyss dragon could move into the crack. Yet right when the 4 Dao slaves split up and charged forward, a mighty pressure that had gathered from all directions in the world suddenly erupted in the air. This pressure appeared incredibly suddenly, and almost at the instant it did so, the 4 Dao slaves' expressions changed drastically. Right then, the space before Dao slave 21 distorted, and a shadow manifested in front of him. That shadow was indistinct. He looked like an old man, but if anyone took a closer look, they would find that he might be a young man. The shadows of these two appearances overlapped and gave off an incredibly bizarre feeling. You aren't dead? Dao slave 21's eyes went wide. The shadow of the young man was naturally Su Ming, whom he had killed just moments ago. At the instant Dao slave 21 saw Su Ming, not only did his expression change, his heart also filled with shock. During that instant, the mighty pressure that spread out from Su Ming's body filled him with apprehension. Chapter 742, Daylily. Su Ming lifted his head, and a ghastly smile appeared on his lips, but if anyone took a closer look, they would find that the person who smiled was not actually him. Instead, it belonged to the old man whose shadow had overlapped with his. At the instant the smile appeared, Su Ming lifted his right hand and moved to seize Dao slave 21. The man's expression changed, and with a wave of his arm, starlight instantly surrounded his body. The power that belonged to the third step erupted forth, but the endless starlight looked as if it had turned incorporeal before Su Ming, for it moved through his body. Yet Su Ming's right hand did not stop moving and grabbed Dao slave 21. His expression changed. In shock, he quickly retreated. During that instant, Su Ming opened his mouth and spoke languidly with that bizarre smile still on his lips. Bloody son. Once he said these words, Dao slave 21's body immediately turned red, and an illusory blood-red sun appeared around him. Dao slave 21 coughed up blood, then noticed that it was difficult for him to retreat. As he was filled with fear, his body was swept towards Su Ming, and Su Ming grabbed his throat with his right hand. Half a step into solar culpa. Dao slave 21 let out a shrill scream, but this voice quickly fell silent. Once Su Ming seized his throat with his right hand, Dao slave 21's body immediately became redder. Within the span of a breath, a large amount of blood erupted from his body. Moment after, Dao slave 21 turned into a bloodless, dry corpse held by Su Ming. He had breathed his last and died. At first, he had been toying with Su Ming like a cat toying with a mouse, but on that path, he'd walked straight to his death. Su Ming relaxed his grip and flung his arm outwards. The blood that Dao slave 21 had coughed up gathered together, turning into a blood-red mirror before Su Ming. As the surface of the mirror distorted, a galaxy and a cultivation planet appeared. There was an elegant tower in that cultivation planet, and within that tower was a woman in white. She was looking into the distance with a blank expression, and there was an absent-minded look on her face. Her face was identical to that of Bai Su. I fulfilled my promise. Once these words tumbled out of Su Ming's mouth, A ray of blood-red light flew out of his body and turned into a bloody sun in midair before charging into the distance. All of this happened too quickly, so Dao Slave 21 had turned into a dry corpse by the time Dao Yuan and his 3 Dao slaves could react. Dao Yuan's pupils shrank. He let out a piercing scream from his shock and swiftly retreated. The 3 Dao slaves could no longer bother with going to the 9th summit and charged straight at Su Ming. At that moment, the old man's shadow was no longer overlapping with Su Ming's body. Su Ming was the only one remaining in midair. He did not bother about the 3 Dao slaves rushing towards him, but turned his head around and looked at the surface of the sea. Once the crack in the air tore open, the abyss dragon charged into it with a roar while carrying Yuxian. Her eyes were still shut, and she lay unmoving on the abyss dragon's back. Su Ming watched her disappear into the crack, and a mischievous young woman who would call him Little Dummy Su, with a grin appeared in his eyes. Little Dummy Su, you're not answering me, so I'm reducing 1 medicinal core. Little Dummy Su, that big fish in the sea is really pretty. Catch one for me. Little Su, why don't you call me Big Sister? Come on, hurry up, call me Big Sister. Little Su, that dead sea giant just glared at me. Go hit it. Dumb Su, that sunlight is too vicious. Hold an umbrella for me. While he was dazed, overlapping shadows appeared on his body again. This time, it was no longer the same old man, but a bald one. He was incredibly big and tall. Once his shadow overlapped with Su Ming, he looked at the 3 Dao slaves with a ferocious smile. As for Su Ming, his head remained turned in the direction of the crack on the sea as he watched it gradually disappear. He also listened to the abyss dragon's sad roars as it left. Do you know why I'm known as Yuxian? The meaning for Xian is Daylily. I am a daylily in the rain. This is the name my mother gave me. She wanted me to forget the sadness in my life and be happy forever. I'll give you a gift. Su Ming's eyes became wet, but he was just a soul. He had no body. You could have left. As Su Ming mumbled, by Su's smile when she turned her head back rose in his eyes. That smile was incredibly beautiful, and with a reluctance to part, she gradually left into the distance. At that moment, the big man whose shadow had overlapped with Su Ming's body moved with a savage smile and appeared right before the 3 Dao slaves. When he lifted his right hand, a ray of green light erupted from his body. That light turned into a green sun, causing the world to lose all other colors. At that instant, shrill screams of pain came from the 3 Dao slaves' mouths. As 2 consecutive bangs reverberated in the air, Dao slaves 31 and 41, these 2 mighty warriors in the 3rd step dressed in Constellation robes, started melting right before Su Ming and swiftly turned into ashes. Clearly, everything about their bodies had burned under the green sun. The last slave, Dao Slave 51, started retreating quickly as if he had gone mad. A large amount of cracks appeared on his body, and green smoke spread out from him. There was a sense of death coming from all over his body. He withdrew back to Dao Yuan's side, grabbed the trembling young master, and fled into the distance. The shadow of the big man who had overlapped with Su Ming turned into a wisp of green smoke and flew out before fusing with the green sun in midair. He turned his head around and cast Su Ming a glance. With a loud, boisterous laugh, he charged to the sky, and by using some unknown method, he disappeared. The last is me. A hoarse voice reverberated within Su Ming's illusory body. The shadow of a middle-aged man with white hair overlapped with him, and he lifted his right hand and pointed at Dao Yuan as well as Dao Slave 51. With it, Dao Slave 51 let out a shrill scream of pain. Moths crawled out from his body. In the blink of an eye, Dao Slave 51's body turned into an innumerable amount of moths. These moths flapped their wings and turned into a round ball in midair that resembled a sun. It then charged towards Dao Yuan. The proud young master trembled. Despair appeared on his face, but in the face of it, madness rose within him after his mind and soul broke down. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the sky. With my orders as Dao Yuan, with my sacred constellation robe as a guide, all. Before he could finish speaking, the sun that formed by the moths closed in on him. Yet a wave of death aura descended from the sky and landed on the moth's sun, removing it from existence. Because of it, Dao Yuan finished his words without being interrupted. All those who wear my subsidiary constellation robe descend to the land of berserkers. Once his words were spoken, the constellation robe on his body shone with starlight that surged into the sky, filling it with stars in an instant. The starry sky turned into a spinning, giant galactical vortex, and the faint outlines of longships could be seen charging to the place. It's not that I didn't keep my promise, but there is someone who doesn't want me helping you. He wants these people to descend, and he has opened the path for them. This person's level of cultivation is much higher than mine. He has an ancient presence. The white-haired man turned into an illusory moth and left Su Ming's body before disappearing into the sky. I didn't manage to fulfill my promise to you. If you manage to walk out of this place and return your soul to your body, then I will help you one more time. Chapter 743, The Will of Autumn. As those illusory moths disappeared into the sky, Su Ming lifted his head. He saw the boundless starry sky rotating above, as well as longships charging forward. All of these longships were black, and all of them had dozens of people in constellation robes standing within them. Yuan laughed arrogantly at the surface of the sea in the distance. The sacred constellation robe on his body was shining with a brilliant, dark-colored light, and it turned into a compact defense around his body. Su Ming averted his gaze from the sky and looked at the spot where Yuxian had left, then at the space whereby Su had disappeared. He looked at the lonely ninth summit and the endless broken limbs floating on the surface of the sea. They all died. Su Ming mumbled. His body was no longer corporeal, but had become so faded away that he was almost transparent. Grief appeared on his face. He no longer bothered with Yuan or the various longships descending from the sky at that moment. He lifted his feet and moved slowly towards the ninth summit. Fatigue, disappointment, and grief filled Su Ming's heart and soul. He returned to the ninth summit and stopped right outside his master's cave abode. Even at that moment, Su Ming came to stand as the wall that protected the ninth summit. He grabbed the killing sword with his illusory right hand, placing it diagonally so the tip of was facing his lower right. The blade was stable, but the tip of the sword was trembling slightly due to its spirit. It was thirsting for blood and looking forward to killing. Su Ming stood silently. His hair was like a ball of flame that would never be extinguished no matter how hard wind blew against it. He stood there, releasing his spirit. At that instant, he seemed to have truly become one with the ninth summit. One person, one sword, a protection. His body was illusory. There was not a single ripple of power within him. The only thing that remained was the power of his soul. That soul could be said to be his Atman, a form of divine sense, and also Su Ming's undying and imperishable will, which was, by then, the only thing that remained of him. He looked at the sky, and a small smile gradually appeared on his lips. However, there was no hint of carefreeness with it. Instead, it was filled with sadness. In silence, Qian came up to Su Ming's side with gritted teeth, even though his body was trembling. He brought out a black knife from his bosom. He was incredibly afraid, so terrified that his body was trembling nonstop. Sweat poured down his body, but true courage was fearlessness when a person was in the face of danger. It was also a form of will that would not allow a person to retreat, even when terrified. This was courage. With a bitter smile, the bald crane banished the thought of escape. It let out a long sigh in its heart and flew to Su Ming's side before fixing its stare on the sky. There was a solemnness and madness on its face, something that had never been seen before. I'm sorry, I promised to take you out of the land of berserkers, but I didn't manage to do it in time, Su Ming said softly while looking at the sky. Qian was trembling, but he still shook his head. He did not speak. At that moment, the numerous longships in the starry sky suddenly let out piercing cries and turned into long black arcs that charged towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, there was 1,000 longships in the air near the ninth summit. Waves of mighty pressure that was difficult to describe with words spread out from the thousands of Dao slaves dressed in constellation robes standing on the longships. Even if there were no Dao slaves in the third step among them, but the shock and destruction that could be brought forth by thousands of cultivators in the second step could sometimes be even more shocking than that of 5 cultivators in the third step. Their aloof gazes and Dao Yuan's crazed roars after his arrogance was restored brought this disaster to its most intense state. Kill him. Destroy that mountain. Make sure that not a single blade of grass remains there. Damn it. He nearly killed me. He nearly killed me. Dao Yuan's eyes were red. Just a moment ago, he had been surrounded by death. It had been the closest he had ever come to dying. It made the fear in his heart reach its most extreme state. Now that he was filled with a sense of safety, his fear turned into an equal amount of anger. Murderous aura shone in the eyes of the thousands of Dao slaves on the longships, but they did not attack without command. Unless it was completely necessary and the situation forced them to, the members of Morning Dao sect would not attack by themselves. However, the instant Dao Yuan's voice rose into the air, the thousands of people flew out together and turned into thousands of long arcs that charged towards the ninth summit. Their presence was shocking and even surpassed the mighty pressure brought by the 5 Dao slaves in the third step. There was also a sense of suffocation brought by them. Qian Chen's eyes turned red. He let out a crazed roar and was just about to rush out while flinging all caution to the wind. But right when he lifted his foot, Su Ming pushed his left hand against Qian Chen's shoulder. The power of Su Ming's Atman went into the man's mind and soul, and a roar resounded in Qian Chen's mind. He shivered and fell unconscious. Su Ming pushed him gently backwards, and his body flew towards the ninth summit's cave abode. Many of ours have already died. We can't have any more of our own dying. Su Ming mumbled. When his Atman spread out, it turned into a wave of impact that swept up the stunned bald crane by his side. Only when it was sent into the cave abode as well that the bald crane registered what was happening. Its body trembled as it looked at Su Ming with a dazed expression. It was as if only at that moment did it truly get to know Su Ming. As it continued looking at him, this bald crane who believed itself to be heartless felt its eyes watering. Help me take care of my senior brothers. Su Ming whispered softly to it. He then took a step towards the incoming thousands of Dao slaves in the second step and charged over to them with a firm resolution as he held the killing sword in hand. Most of the thousands of Dao slaves were more powerful than Su Ming. This was a massacre that bore no suspense because the result was already clear. This was a single person fighting against thousands of people. A shocking roar reverberated in the air, and that was just the near 100 people at the forefront of the charge lifting their right hands together to execute a single divine ability. It turned into endless starlight that crashed into Su Ming's illusory body. Without the existence of the 3 souls that previously sealed his soul, the instant the starlight touched Su Ming's illusory body, the scene of 2 shadows overlapping but not touching each other as if they did not exist in the same dimension did not appear again. Instead, as the light roared, it seemed to have turned into countless needles that caused Su Ming's illusory body to crumble swiftly. He turned into glittering sparkles, and once most of them were extinguished, the remainder fell back before gathering together once again 1,000 feet away. They turned into Su Ming, but he was even more transparent than before. It was as if he would scatter away if wind blew against him. However, at the instant Su Ming's body crumbled, he had slashed once. That slash contained the might of the first slash he had executed after his soul was completed. It contained his soul and also his awakening to the abyss. It contained his origin divine ability. As that slash swept through the air, it charged past the hundreds of people at the front, but it did not seem to contain any destructive power. It was just like a gentle breeze. However, when Su Ming's body crumbled and gathered together once again into an even weaker illusion, the hundreds of people right at the front of the charge Su Ming had just cut suddenly started aging. It was as if the flow of time had been accelerated for them. The operations of their bodies begun to run exponentially faster, and their faces soon aged a dozen or more years. Waves of rotting air also begun to spread from their bodies. Their hair turned grayish-white. Wrinkles appeared on their faces. Their life force seemed to be devoured by space itself, and most of this life force disappeared within an instant. In fact, there were a dozen-something people who instantly turned into corpses as their bodies withered and aged because their levels of cultivation were not high and they did not have many years of life left. Even their nascent divinities found it difficult to escape from their bodies. All of them died as they withered. At the same time as this dozen-something people died, the life force and life of near 100 people vanished. Wisps of white smoke left their bodies and charged towards Su Ming. They instantly fused with him, causing his see-through body to immediately look much more corporeal. Is this my awakened origin divine ability after my soul was completed? Su Ming mumbled. He could sense his soul getting stronger at a maddening pace as those white wisps of smoke entered his body. The life force he absorbed seemed to be a substance that was grossly lacking within him. It was as if he had become a dry sponge at that moment, and he was continuously absorbing other people's life force and years of life to complete everything about himself. However, this awakening was a little too late for Su Ming, because even if that slash had allowed him to absorb a large amount of life force, it still could not fill up the unchangeable difference of power between him and those thousands of Dao slaves. As Dao Yuan screamed shrilly and the thousands of Dao slaves closed in on him once again, they executed their divine abilities at the same time. The starlight that was stirred up was enough to replace all light in the world. As that light filled the air, it was like an ancient beast made of stars devouring Su Ming whole. At the instant it devoured him, he suddenly gained an epiphany. What he had come to understand was his origin divine ability. It was the will of autumn, was it not? It might not be the color of autumn, but the life force he absorbed was like autumn in his body. It was a fusion between death and life. It was the true epitome of change. Autumn. As Su Ming whispered this, his illusory body instantly shone with a red light. It was the color of autumn. An endless amount of snow also appeared out of nowhere around him. The flakes of snow withered once they fell, and they were like the leaves of autumn as they did so. If someone observed from afar, they'd see snow at first, but once they blinked, they'd think that it was the falling leaves they were seeing. Su Ming's power erupted due to his epiphany and moved straight from the initial stage of life matrix to the middle stage of life matrix. It also appeared as the snow and falling leaves around him interlaced with each other, making the color of autumn on his body denser. At the instant the thousands of Dao slaves closed in and the starlight formed by the second batch of nearly 1,000 people submerged Su Ming, understanding appeared in his eyes. His level of cultivation then moved from the middle stage of life matrix straight to the later stage of that realm. Only one more step, and he would be able to reach the second realm in the path of life cultivation, life privation. Chapter 744, Death's Child. This one step was not difficult to cross either, because Su Ming already knew what he was lacking. Once he gained his epiphany, he came to a vague understanding that he was lacking life force. It was the years of life that belonged to those from Bright Yang region. It was also at this instant that a man's voice that was unfamiliar to him, but was warm and gentle, appeared in his soul. It sounded as if it had come from a long, long time ago. Building abyss. Building abyss. This second voice was Su Ming mumbling it to himself. As his voice traveled outwards and the starlight came towards him, a shocking boom shook the sky and earth beyond the 9th summit. The entire world looked as if it had stopped rotating as those booming sounds shot into the air. Su Ming's body crumbled at that instant. Even if he had come to understand what it meant to build the abyss, even if he had stepped into the later stage of life matrix, and even if he had managed to execute the will of autumn during the final moment. However, in the face of absolute power, all of these things were so weak that they could not withstand even a single hit. Su Ming's body crumbled, but even though he managed to gather an illusory body once again on the 9th summit, the body that manifested this time was almost completely transparent. It was faint, and if anyone tried to search for him with the naked eye, they'd find it almost impossible to detect him. A weakness that came from the bottom of his soul filled Su Ming's consciousness. He staggered back a few steps, but firmly stopped outside the cave abode at the top of the mountain. Even at this point, he still wanted to protect the 9th summit. Even if his consciousness had almost completely scattered away and he was about to truly die, he still continued standing there firmly, even if he had already become invisible. As the booming sounds reverberated in the sky, several dozens of the thousands of Dao slaves turned into corpses with shocked expressions on their faces. They did not even make a single sound as they transformed and fell into the sea. Less than 50 people died from the thousands. To the Dao slaves, the number of casualties they suffered did not even cause any damage to the foundation of their army. But at that moment, the expressions of those thousands of people had become grave. Even though less than 50 of their own had died, there were several hundred of whose faces had turned pale while they were losing most of their life force as well as their years of life. Even their levels of cultivation had fallen by several stages. All of this was due to Su Ming alone. Kill him. By my orders, kill him. Damn it. All of you attack together and immediately kill him. Destroy that mountain. It's clear that he's still not choosing to run but to fight to the death in this place because this mountain is incredibly important to him. Destroy the mountain. Kill him. Dao Yuan started yelling once more while hiding behind all of his Dao slaves. Killing intent shone within the thousands of Dao slaves' eyes. This time, as they charged forward, the thousands of people spread out before executing their divine abilities. As they cast them, a destructive power that could destroy the world erupted from their bodies with a bang. That power was enough to destroy the current Su Ming as well as the 9th summit. It would put his senior brothers as well as Qian Chun and the bald crane into eternal slumber, and his eldest senior brother would not wake up ever again, either. In his weakened state, Su Ming lifted his head with great difficulty. His gaze fell on the excited Dao Yuan behind the thousands of Dao slaves. At the instant he saw him, the final chilling light of Su Ming's life shone in his eyes. I have no regrets living and dying with the Ninth Summit, but it's a pity that I didn't manage to kill the one who destroyed it, that Dao Yuan. I will be ashamed to meet my senior brothers in hell. Su Ming mumbled. At the instant the divine abilities from the thousands of Dao slaves closed in on him, he lowered his head to look at the killing sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was trembling, and he could sense the resolve to kill the world coming from the spirit. I have 2 more divine abilities. Su Ming could sense that he was so weak that he had reached his limit. As he was about to disappear, he swiftly lifted his left hand and pushed his palm against the ground. With it, the ground immediately trembled. A wave of earthen aura surged out from the Ninth Summit and the sea beneath it. It covered Su Ming's left hand. Then, through his left arm, it charged into his illusory body, making Su Ming's left hand wither immediately. At the time his arm looked as if it had become emaciated. White light surrounded it. This was the Surging Indulger's divine ability. It was one of the arts Su Ming had learned in Eastern Wasteland's tower. It was also the reason why the ancient existence in Aeon Death Vortex had paid attention to him. It was even the key to stir up the 100,000 Surging Indulger and evil spirit warriors in the 2 worlds within the Aeon Death Vortex. The Surging Indulger's divine ability used spirits to refine the body. If Su Ming had a body of flesh and blood, then what would wither would be his flesh and blood, yet even though it might look as if it had withered, he wouldn't have lost a lot of his blood and flesh. The portion that withered would have just been absorbed by the other parts in his body, which would cause his body to no longer look complete, but as if there was a gap within it. This would then allow the art to use the withered left arm to become a power that could absorb other people's flesh and blood to make its owner's body whole again. In truth, the completion they would gain after that would cause the Surging Indulgers to become slightly stronger than before. However, Su Ming did not possess a physical body at that moment, hence the part that looked withered was his soul. As his left arm withered, his entire illusory body gradually began to wither until his soul completely disappeared. His right hand, which held onto the killing sword, had gathered Su Ming's Atman in its entirety to gain corporeal form, in a manner as if it had gone through crystallization. The right hand swiftly flew up, with its fingers curled around the killing sword and Su Ming's will. At the instant the thousands of divine abilities from the Dao slaves closed in, the hand charged towards the spot where Dao Yuan was in the distance, while taking the form of a long arc. It charged forward with a speed that shattered all space and rushed towards Dao Yuan. The sword traveled so quickly that it closed the distance of less than 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. There had been Dao slaves in its way, but no matter who got in the sword's path, none of them were able to avoid the attack that was practically the last strike of Su Ming's life. At the instant Su Ming sent his sword charging forth, his Atman executed the other divine ability of another race he had learned in Eastern Wasteland's tower. It was the evil spirit's art. A large amount of black smoke erupted from Su Ming's crystallized right hand, which held onto the killing sword. Once the black smoke covered the right hand, it became impossible to see. At the instant the hand disappeared, the black smoke turned into a ferocious face of a ghost which covered the area around the killing sword. As it roared, it propelled the killing sword with a bang. Wherever it went, nearly 100 Dao slaves tried to stop it, but the instant they touched the sword, the ghost's face released a roar that had the power to shake people's hearts and souls. This roar reverberated in the air, and it was as if it could stop all operations in the world, for nearly 100 Dao slaves stopped simultaneously. The divine abilities they executed also froze, simply allowing that ghost face to charge past them. The sword appeared right before the screaming Dao Yuan, whose face was now showing shock and terror. The thousands of Dao slaves around him did not have time to save him. Su Ming's killing sword was traveling too quickly, and the ferocious ghost face stopped all the operations in the world, making it so the Dao slaves could only watch what happened. The sword which contained Su Ming's life and everything else within him came at the center of Dao Yuan's brows. At the instant the sword was about to pierce him, the stars in the Constellation robe on Dao Yuan's body started rotating swiftly. The starlight spun, and the ferocious ghost face around the killing sword let out a shrill scream of pain and disappeared. However, a scream of pain came from Dao Yuan's mouth as well. His Constellation robe was fighting against the ferocious ghost face and protecting his body, But once the surging Indulger's divine ability had gathered Su Ming's life within the killing sword, the power of absorption from the art had forcefully sucked out a part of Dao Yuan's soul from his body upon impact. Dao Yuan's shrill screams of pain reverberated in the air. His soul was being devoured at a rapid pace, and his body was swiftly withering as it trembled. This was the picture of someone whose flesh, blood, and essence were being absorbed. That pain was comparable to the death by 1,000 cuts. 1. However, the sacred Constellation Robe was a treasure that all direct descendants of the Dao family and Morning Dao Sect could obtain after their birth. It might be impossible for Dao Yuan to bring out its true might, but there were still certain aspects that made the robe powerful. It forcefully retained a single wisp of Dao Yuan's soul so that he would not die. Even if his body turned into mere skin and bones at that moment, and there was a dismal air all around him, he was still alive. However, even if he was alive, he was in pain that was much worse than death. His shrill screams of pain had already turned hoarse, and he had lost all his strength. If the Constellation Robe had not locked his soul in his body, he would have died a long time ago. But this lockdown and the absorption from Su Ming's killing sword was like a saw, making him suffer an intense pain that would shatter anyone else's consciousness. However, it was difficult for Su Ming to last long in this condition. His killing sword gradually lost its power of absorption. The ferocious ghost face had also disappeared from midair. Everything that was part of Su Ming's very existence was no longer around. Even his consciousness, which he had gathered on the killing sword, gradually turned into glittering sparkles that were now spreading out. The killing sword let out a sad whistle. It had not been with Su Ming for long, but during that short period of time, it had experienced the true way to be used as a sword. It was infatuated with this feeling, and so it whistled sadly once it sensed Su Ming's consciousness fading away and scattering in all directions. In the distance, the divine abilities from the thousands of Dao slaves had already covered the ninth summit. It was quickly being broken down, and it wouldn't be long until it crumbled in its entirety. It seemed that it was no longer possible for anything to happen that could change what was now meant to be. The final soul in Su Ming's body, that of the white-haired man who had turned into moths, had been correct. There was someone who was unwilling to let him succeed, and that someone had opened the path for all the ships to enter smoothly into the land of berserkers. But there was also an existence which was unwilling to let Su Ming die like this. Su Ming, are you willing to become Een Death's child for Een Death's fragmented worlds? An ancient voice asked languidly from the sky at that instant. Once that voice spoke, the whole world froze. The thousands of Dao slaves became still and unmoving in midair. Their divine abilities froze up, and the ninth summit's collapse was also halted. The sea's movements, the wind's howls, and everything else froze the moment the voice spoke. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Death by 1,000 cuts, otherwise known as lingqi. It is an execution method in China where the executioner cuts the condemned multiple times until he eventually dies. Supposed to be only for traitors. Chapter 745, Dao Yuan's Death. If you become Een Death's child, then the ninth summit will be protected. The land of berserkers will become part of Een Death's fragmented worlds once again, which is not reversible. From then on, no more immortals will be able to take even half a step into your world. If you become Een Death's child, your senior brothers will be able to live. They will not be affected even a single bit by this disaster. In fact, I can also heal your eldest senior brother's injuries within an instant. If you refuse, then there will be no ninth summit anymore. Your senior brothers will die, and the land of berserkers will still be separated from Een Death's fragmented worlds, just as it always has been. Wear this. The moment you put it on, you will become Een Death's child. You will be delivered to the barren lands of divine source. That place does not belong to Een Death region. It is outside, and it is very far away from this place. Go to the barren lands of divine source and search for the king of Een Death's fragmented worlds. There should be an entrance that leads to the fifth great true world in the barren lands of divine source. Look for that entrance. Once you wear this, you will no longer have freedom. Once you wear this, you will lose your ability to love. You will become cold and heartless. You will lose all sense of pain. You will no longer know what it even is. You will become Een Death's child, something that belongs solely to Een Death's fragmented worlds. An endless amount of crystalline sparks gradually appeared from thin air as the world remained still. Once they gathered together, They formed into an item floating before Su Ming's semi-transparent body. It was a mask, one made of black steel. When you wear this, you will no longer be you. Su Ming's heart trembled. He stared at the mask with a blank expression, and the ancient voice that came from the in-death vortex reverberated in his heart. Anguish and absent-mindedness gradually appeared on his face. The dazedness then turned into a sentence in his head. When you learn who you are no longer you. When you no longer know who you will be you. Su Ming remained silent. Wear it and head to the barren lands of divine source. It is a place that has been sealed by the 4 true great worlds. It is a region that is feared by the 4 true great worlds, and it has numerous powerful warriors from the 4 true great worlds guarding it. It is a wasteland, a barren piece of land. It is also the place that seals the 5th great true world, and this was done by the 4 great true worlds. It is also the place where the 4 great true worlds keep their criminals. It is a place where powerful warriors gather. That place is veiled in mystery, and there are endless possibilities there. In Death's child, wear the mask, and I promise that I will protect the berserkers. I promise that you will have no worries until the moment you die in battle. Find the king of In Death's fragmented worlds, or look for the entrance to the 5th great true world. The ancient voice reverberated in the air, spreading out and filling the world that had become still before turning into lingering echo that lasted for a long, long time. You cannot refuse. That was the final sentence spoken by the ancient voice. There was a ruthless tone to it, but there was no threat contained within it. Yet everything before Su Ming had now turned into the sharpest blade that was ripping his heart apart. The 9th summit's destruction had stopped. The cave abode's collapse had only just begun before it was frozen. Why me? Su Ming asked in a low voice after remaining silent for a moment. However, he never obtained an answer to his question. He slowly lifted his hand. He knew that he indeed could not refuse what the voice had just offered. When he held the mask, a thick in-death aura spread out from within it. That aura instantly blended with Su Ming's body, causing him to swiftly gain corporeal form from his illusory state. All his injuries were completely cured in the blink of an eye. His legs, arms, body, and head showed up in their complete form. Su Ming did not put on the mask immediately. He held it firmly, and only the slightest quiver could be seen on his hand. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. My eldest senior brother's injuries, Su Ming said in a low voice. The moment you wear the mask, he will awaken, the ancient voice said after a moment. Su Ming remained silent for some time before speaking up again. I need 7 days. Very well. When you put on that mask 7 days later, I will come and receive you. The old voice stated in a merciless tone as it spread through the entire land. Su Ming looked at the Dao slaves that had been halted in the world, and when he spoke next, his voice had a freezing chill to it. I want all of these thousands of Dao slaves dead. Very well. At the instant that ancient voice said these 2 words, the thousands of Dao slaves that had been frozen in midair immediately started bleeding from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and their bodies instantly exploded with a bang. Even their constellation robes were unable to stop this destructive power. As they collapsed, their flesh and blood spread everywhere. The thousands of Dao slaves all died at that instant. There was no pain screams, no struggle. Su Ming lifted his head and laughed at the sky. There was a craziness to his laughter, and as he laughed, tears fell from his eyes. The thousands of Dao slaves had been so powerful, but in the eyes of those who were truly powerful, they were so weak that they had shattered and crumbled with just 2 words. At that instant, a desire to become truly strong was deeply burned into Su Ming's mind. It was a bloody memory, one that he engraved deep into his bones, one that he would never forget. I want his robe to no longer protect him. I want to personally crush his bones and scatter his ashes into the wind. Su Ming's crying eyes were crimson red at that moment. He turned to glare at Dao Yuan. Very well. The ancient voice was as heartless and aloof as ever. Once he said it, the stars in the sacred constellation robe on Dao Yuan's body that had still been rotating slowly even after the world had frozen became still in an instant. 7 days later, I will wait for your call. The old voice gradually faded into the distance. Once it disappeared, the world's operations instantly returned to normal, but the 9th summit's destruction no longer continued. Since the thousands of Dao slaves had died, their divine abilities also faded away. The 9th summit might be damaged, but it still stood tall. The sea started moving and waves began striking at the shore again. The sea breeze began blowing once more, having recovered from its frozen state. It scattered the torn pieces of flesh of thousands of Tao slaves as they fell to the surface of the sea. The wind brought away the thick, bloody stench, but it could not dissolve the bright red stain on the surface of the sea. Once the stars in the Constellation Robe stopped moving and the world's operations were restored, Yuan let out a shrill scream, and his emaciated body shivered. He looked at the thousands of dead Tao slaves in the sky, all of whom had been reduced to pieces of flesh and blood, and his body started trembling furiously. They were his everything. They were his foundation in Morning Tao Sect. They were guards that he had drawn to his side after paying an incredibly large price for them. But now, on this one trip to the land of berserkers, all of them had died. This consequence was something he could not bear. All the deaths turned into pain, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood straight from his heart. He shivered, and goosebumps soon rose all over his body, as extreme terror filled him, to the point that his mind almost detached itself from his body, for he saw Su Ming glaring at him with bloodshot eyes from midair. While screaming, Yuan started retreating without any hesitation, but before he could withdraw even 30 feet backwards, Su Ming appeared right him with burning hate. His savage expression, crimson eyes, and hate-filled presence rose Yuan's terror to its peak. In a frenzy, this young lord wanted to activate his sacred Constellation Robe, but no matter how he tried, it did not work. It was like a normal robe, one that didn't have any powers it should have. Su Ming lifted his right hand. He caught Yuan's right index finger, and the once proud young lord screamed in terror. Su Ming squeezed lightly, and there was a small cracking sound. He had crushed Yuan's right index finger. Filled with intense pain, Yuan screamed even louder. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am a direct descendant of Morning Tao." Before Yuan could finish screaming, Su Ming had already crushed another finger, and another, and another. Once all of Yuan's fingers had been crushed, the young lord's pained screams had become hoarse, and there was a weakness to his voice. But there was still a crazed, sinister glint in his eyes that wished evil upon Su Ming. "If you kill me, then you will suffer and die. Morning Tao Sect will definitely take revenge for me. Your people will be eradicated. They will die." Su Ming lifted his right hand and crushed Yuan's right arm inch by inch, moving slowly upwards from his shattered fingers and palm. When the bones in Yuan's right arm had all been crushed, the shattered pieces became spikes that pierced his skin to the point they could be seen outside. The young lord was in an incredibly wretched state. Yuan's screams became louder. The pain destroyed all his malice and his curses. As tears fell from his eyes, he started begging for mercy non-stop. "Let me go? Aye." But before he could even finish pleading, Su Ming had seized his left arm, and crushed the bones were in the same manner as before. After that, Su Ming did not immediately kill him. Instead, he crushed Yuan's legs and skull before untying his Constellation Robe. Once Su Ming put away the robe, he calmly brought out a medicinal pill to cure wounds and threw it into the weakened and terrified Yuan's mouth. That medicinal pill melted in Yuan's mouth. It turned into a wave of life force that filled him with vigor, preventing him, whose consciousness was about to scatter, from sinking into unconsciousness. Once again, he experienced the indescribable pain of having most of the bones in his body crushed, and the suffering of his crushed bones scraping against his flesh and blood. His shrill and hoarse screams rang in the air once again. As he screamed, Su Ming took a step forward and stood before the trembling body. Once he froze Yuan's body with an art, he lifted his left hand slowly and sliced down at the spot right above Yuan's spine. A long wound instantly appeared there. Due to his hate for Yuan, he used both his hands to rip that wound open. As he did that, Yuan screamed even more shrilly. His spine and 2 rows of ribs were revealed under the open flesh, along with his beating heart and lungs, which were alternating between contracting and expanding. With a calm expression on his face, Su Ming reached in with both hands and seized Yuan's lungs before he yanked them out in one swift move. The shrill screams reached their most intense state. When Yuan breathed in next, his eyes bulged out, and as his body shivered, he truly breathed his last and died. His storage bag flew into the air. Once Su Ming seized it, he closed his eyes, and 2 trails of tears fell down his cheeks. Chapter 746. If only life was as beautiful as it seemed at first sight. A man would not cry easily. Su Ming remembered that he rarely cried in his life, but on this day, he cried. His tears trickled down his cheeks. He looked at the damaged ninth summit, and the faces of people who had chosen to self-destruct to protect him during this battle appeared in his head. There was also Bai Su's face, as well as Yu Xian's. All of these had turned to ashes and smoke, blown away by the sea breeze. He hated the immortals, hated Morning Dao Sect, and hated that Death's fragmented worlds who had let all of this happen just so that they could turn him into Death's child. Su Ming stood at the cave abode outside the damaged ninth summit and looked at his second senior brother, who had his eyes closed, at Hu Zi, who was snoring, and at his eldest senior brother, whose entire body had turned into stone. As he looked at them silently in the cave, Su Ming wept. He knew that this might be the last time he saw them. Perhaps he would never be able to see his senior brothers and the ninth summit again in his life, because he was about to leave and go to a place that were very, very far away. Because at that time, he would no longer have the ability to love, and he would feel no pain. Su Ming stood outside the cave, and after a long time, he slowly knelt down and kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the cave abode. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Hu Zi, I will have to leave it to you to search for Master. Master, Su Ming is an unfilial student. Su Ming wept and kowtowed. After some time, he stood up, and the bald crane quietly handed him a white piece of fabric. It was the only remnant of Bai Su after she had died. Su Ming had seized it with his right hand after his body crumbled, and it was kept safe by the bald crane so that wind would not blow it away. Su Ming took the white piece of fabric and looked at it quietly. A day later, he left the ninth summit. Lying behind him at the bottom of the sea was his cave abode from all those years ago. Right outside, it was a grave that had been buried at the depths of the sea. A white piece of fabric was buried in that grave. It was Bai Su's grave. Su Ming left. With the promise made to the old voice from Death Vortex, Su Ming knew that there was no longer any power that could disturb his senior brothers in the land of berserkers. He left. By his side was the bald crane that refused to let him leave alone. No matter what Su Ming did, it would follow him silently and keep him company by staying at his side. Qian Shun cried as he stood at the top of the ninth summit and watched Su Ming leave. At that moment, he swore in his heart to become stronger, to absolutely become stronger. He could never forget Su Ming, could never forget the days that had seemed depressing and bleak, but had turned into incredibly precious memories once he lost them. Now, all of these things were gone. Qian Shun cried and sat down on the mountain. Su Ming walked through the world. He charged forward in madness and desperation, moving at his fastest speed. He used 3 days, and had even burned his own cultivation base, to cross the Dead Sea and reach the alliance of the Western region from South Morning. He did not have much time left. He had to return to the alliance of the Western region before he left to see whether Dark Mountain truly existed. He had to see whether there were any old friends remaining there. The land in the alliance of the Western region was covered in black earth. There was a mountain at the edges of the continent. That mountain looked like a hand that had 4 fingers and stood towering over the world. At the foot of the mountain, there was a forest whose end could not be seen. It was winter in the alliance of the Western region. Snow floated down from the sky, making the forest look as if it was dressed in a white wedding dress. The white-covered ground seemed to be preparing for a wedding, yet at the same time, it looked to be getting ready for a funeral. As the snow floated down, Su Ming came to this place, the hometown upon remembering which he'd always get lost in reverie, Dark Mountain. He did not manage to find Lei Chun, and neither did he find any old acquaintances, but he managed to find the mountain, the place that contained the beautiful moments in his memories. As Su Ming looked at Dark Mountain, tears started flowing down his eyes once again. He walked on Dark Mountain and touched the mountain rocks. Snow landed on his body, and he could not bring himself to sweep it away. He walked past the forest at the foot of the mountain and stepped on the snow. This path was the one he took when he was walking in circles as he carried Bai Ling on his back. When he moved to where Dark Mountain tribe was originally located, he found that there was no tribe there. Perhaps many years ago, there was a tribe in this place, and its name was Dark Mountain Tribe. Yet now, there was only a white layer of snow and dried-up forest before Su Ming's eyes. He stood silently in this place. Time passed. A long, long passage of time trickled by. The bald crane watched everything from the side and kept Su Ming company in silence. The sun set and rose. Snow floated down from the sky, and Su Ming stood for the entire night. He looked at the forest and the snow before he suddenly took a few steps forward and knelt down on the ground. Then, he started digging through the snow and earth on the ground. He continued digging as if he had gone mad, and gradually, his hands turned into a bloody mess. But he still continued digging, as if he did not know what pain was. When Su Ming eventually dug out a deep pit, he found some discarded items that were buried at the bottom of the pit. They were some bowls, pots, and a few more scattered items that were made of stone and exuded a presence filled with decay. As Su Ming looked at these things, his tears fell on the ground. He was familiar with these items. They belonged to Dark Mountain. Su Ming did not know how he left Dark Mountain and the mountain. In his anguish, he walked around aimlessly. Once he walked out of the forest, wisps of indistinct chimney smoke appeared before him. They came from a small tribe. It was a small tribe that had decided to settle down and grow in this place at some unknown point in time. Su Ming looked at the chimney smoke and walked slowly towards it. Cheerful songs and children's joyful laughter gradually reached his ears when he approached the tribe. As Su Ming looked at the tribe, he felt like he was looking at Dark Mountain tribe. Eventually, he lowered his head, and with a hint of melancholy, he turned around and walked into the distance. A mask appeared in his right hand. Dark light shone on it, making it stand out starkly against the snow. At the instant Su Ming was about to place the mask on his face, his footsteps suddenly froze. He turned his head around and looked at the forest in the distance. At that moment, there was a young man and woman arguing on the snow. "You once said that you'll stay with me for all eternity. You once said that this was a promise." It was a woman's voice, and she was crying as she looked at the man before her. The young man remained silent for a long while before he spoke in anguish. "I once said that, but there are no buts in this. I know you still love me, so why must you leave? We once swore an oath in the snow that we would walk together until our heads turned white. Our hair did indeed turn white from the snow, but must we part way right now? What about our promise?" The woman wept, and her voice drifted in the wind and snow. The young man lowered his head in anguish. He had his own troubles. Su Ming looked at the young man and woman and listened to their words. A girl filled with wild beauty appeared before his eyes. That girl was Bai Ling, but she looked like Bai Su as well. "Can we walk till our heads turn white in the snow?" "That is a promise." Su Ming closed his eyes. At the instant he did so, he sent his Atman outwards. A shudder ran through the young man's body in the forest. When he lifted his head, a gentle look appeared in his eyes. That gentle gaze made the crying woman standing before him stop crying. The young man smiled and moved beside the woman. He took off the fong necklace on his neck and the earring on her left ear. "We will walk till our heads turn white in the snow, and we will do the same thing when it is not snowing. This is a promise." The woman hugged the young man, and her weeping was now filled with joy. At that moment, Su Ming opened his eyes in the distance. He did not turn his head back to look, but continued walking further away while welcoming the snow and wind against him. He lifted his right hand and slowly placed the mask on his face. At the instant he did so, not a single hint of warmth could be sensed from his body anymore. It was instead replaced by heartlessness and mercilessness, and his presence became so chilling even the snow could not match it. Su Ming moved into the distance. From then on, he could no longer love, could no longer feel pain. He was no longer himself. He was like a picture in the snow. The name for that picture was If Only Life Was as Beautiful as It Seemed at First Sight. End of Arc 3. Arc 4. Rising in Power in the Barren Lands of Divine Source. Chapter 747. The Barren Lands of Divine Source. Su Ming's body was gradually covered by snow as he walked into the distance in the midst of snow. At the moment he wore the mask on his face, his level of cultivation immediately started rising and reached great completion in Life Matrix from the later stage of that realm. As he left, the presence belonging to life privation filled his body. A thick wave of aura of death turned into a ring in his body, but even though he was in life privation realm, Su Ming still did not stop moving. Instead, he walked into the distance coldly. As he walked into the distance, the blue sky within the land of berserkers started withdrawing layer by layer to reveal the gigantic in-death vortex behind him. That vortex was rotating slowly and letting out booming sounds. Those sounds were like roars as they reverberated in the air, as if they were screaming a chant that no one could understand. Soon, the vortex in the sky started rotating faster. As it spun, Su Ming lifted his head amidst the snow and wind falling around him. The black mask he wore on his face was incredibly cold, causing Su Ming's gaze to also show mercilessness and heartlessness. He was dressed entirely in white. At that moment, besides feeling cold, there was also an apathetic air about him towards life. He flew up slowly into the sky as he walked towards the vortex in the sky. Welcome, Een Death's child of Een Death's fragmented worlds. I didn't expect that you would wear the mask before 7 days. The ancient voice traveled out slowly from the vortex, and there was not a hint of emotion that could be detected within it. Noisy. The masked Su Ming spoke coldly. The icy chill in his words seemed to be able to make even that vortex freeze for a moment for it. This blunt manner of speech also contained absolutely no hint of emotion, causing the old voice in the vortex to pause for a moment for it. However, after that one pause, he let out a loud bark of laughter. Good. As expected of Een Death's child, who lost his feelings for love and his feelings for pain. I will open the path for you and send you to the barren lands of divine source. This relocation will spend up a large amount of energy we've stored over a countless number of years in Een Death's fragmented worlds. I wish success upon you. As that old voice laughed, Een Death vortex started rotating swiftly in the sky. Very soon, a large hole appeared at the center of the vortex. That hole was pitch black, but there were bolts of purple lightning swimming within it. At the instant it appeared, Su Ming turned into a long arc and charged into the hole. Su Ming continued getting closer to the hole, and he soon appeared beyond the hole. At the instant he got there, he stopped moving for a moment and turned his head to look at the ground beneath him. At the highest spot in the sky, the continents in the land of berserkers seemed to have shrank several times. He could see all of them. Su Ming's gaze traveled from the alliance of the western region to South Morning. As he looked at South Morning, he could vaguely see the ninth summit. He could see his second senior brother walking out of the cave abode in the ninth summit, whose Z was right behind him, as well as his eldest senior brother, who had recovered from his petrified state. However, Su Ming's gaze was aloof, so aloof that it would make all those who were familiar with him feel that he become an unfamiliar presence. Su Ming turned his head back and no longer looked at the ground. He lifted his foot and stepped into the hole. Almost at the instant Su Ming stepped into the hole, the bald crane in the air behind him let out a piercing roar. Its body turned into a long arc that could slice through air, and at the moment Su Ming stepped into the hole, it followed closely behind him and charged forward to rush into the hole with him. The barren lands of divine source. It existed in the vast galaxy. It was not a part of Een Death region. More accurately speaking, it existed in the same galaxy as bright young emptiness, which was where the 4 true great worlds were, and which was located outside Een Death region. This place was the place where the criminals who had committed heinous crimes, but were difficult to be killed off, were banished to throughout the years in the 4 great true worlds. There were all sorts of malicious fiends in there, and big armies formed by numerous powerful warriors from the 4 great true worlds would take turns once every 5,000 years to fend against the barren lands of divine source. They were not just fending against the place to prevent those who had been judged as criminals. Wonder if I made this clear enough. But it means that there is a possibility that there is someone who have been misjudged to return to the 4 great true worlds. They were also fending against the members of the alien race from the barren lands of divine source. There was an endless amount of abandoned cultivation planets within the galaxy in the barren lands of divine source. A large amount of poisonous air filled the entire abandoned galaxy. The strength of that air would even immediately cause those who were slightly weaker to begin rotting away until they died. The barren lands of divine source was incredibly big, but very few knew just how big it was. Rumors had it that it was once an incredibly fertile place, but the war between the 4 great true worlds against the so-called alien races had caused this place to become a barren piece of land. There were plenty of entrances to the barren lands of divine source, but only one exit was discovered over the years. There was a seal at the exit. This seal was placed by the 4 great true worlds, and it was also the spot where a large number of powerful warriors from the 4 great true worlds had gathered to fend against this place. It was like a ravine, and it had withstood plenty of attacks that were sent from the barren lands of divine source over the years. That was a ravine formed by more than thousands of cultivation planets. They had gathered together to form a huge rune to seal off space and lock down space, causing this barren lands of divine source to be sealed up tightly. In fact, there was a powerful suppressive art at this exit. All of these were to fend against the alien races from the barren lands of divine source. The criminals who had committed heinous crimes from the 4 great true worlds had been banished to this place because they wanted to make these people get into a confrontation against the alien races in the barren lands of divine source. They wanted to make them fight amongst themselves and make them fight for the chance to survive in this abandoned galaxy that was barren of resources. Living was a desire in the barren lands of divine source. Only if they lived would they have endless possibilities. However, the absence of resources, lack of food, and chaos in the spiritual energy in the world had caused devastating fights to frequently occur in this place as these people fought for resources. All of these were what the four great true worlds wished to see and would be overjoyed to see, as long as they sealed the exit and often sent criminals in there. Then as time passed, this place would slowly fall to ruin. It was not as if there were no loopholes to this plan, but over the countless years the four great true worlds fended against this place. Almost all loopholes had been slowly filled up using all sorts of methods, causing this place to turn into a sort of hell. This place was indeed hell. It was a cage, a crazed wasteland of all resources that would help a person become a deity. The battle between the four great true worlds and the alien races and the deaths over the countless years had caused the barren lands of divine source to be filled with boundless aura of death. The density of the aura of death in this place might not be able to compare to that in Death region, but there was not much of a difference between them. In fact, there were certain places where the aura of death was even thicker than that in Death region, but similarly, there were also certain regions where the aura of death was thin. Su Ming laid on a ground that bloody red in color. A bloody stench that would make anyone nauseous spread out and filled the air as it was mixed with heat. This was an abandoned cultivation planet that was filled with volcanoes. In fact, there were quite some volcanoes that were eternally erupting, causing the air to be filled with a smell that would burn in the body once someone breathed it in. Su Ming had been lying there for 3 days. This was also the place he first appeared once he entered the barren lands of divine source. The large amount of poisonous air and that thin aura of death caused this planet to not be very suitable for habitation in the barren lands of divine source. However, it still could be marginally accepted as a place where people could live. Yet to Su Ming, this thin aura of death had immediately caused his body to look as if he was melting at the moment he appeared. A large amount of black aura spread out from his body. This was not the first time Su Ming ran into this condition. This meant that the density of the aura of death in this place was not thick enough, causing his body, which originated from death, to be unable to get used to it. This was a form of aging that would appear because of it. Usually, at this point of time, pain would appear in Su Ming's body and try to submerge him within it like tidal waves, but this time, Su Ming looked at the sky calmly and watched the muddled sky quietly. Not a single part of his body was aching, because he had lost his pain. The sky here might be muddled, and it gave off a feeling of authenticity which Su Ming had never sensed before. That was a real sky filled with stars, not the sky that was an illusion formed based on death vortex above the land of berserkers. The aging and melting in his body had lasted 3 days. The vast amounts of poisonous air in the area caused Su Ming's clothes to rot. As his body melted and recovered, hideous boils gradually appeared on his skin. However, Su Ming seemed to be completely unaware of this. He continued lying there silently while looking at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking about. The mask on his face had also slowly melted away once he arrived in the barren lands of divine source, as if it had been buried deep into Su Ming's skin. It looked as if it had disappeared, causing Su Ming's pale face to be revealed, but in truth, Su Ming could sense its existence. The bald crane was lying by the side in the form of a red stone. There was a pair of eyes on the stone that were staring at Su Ming anxiously. The poisonous air in this place made it feel extremely uncomfortable, but it did not begin melting and aging like Su Ming due to the lack of aura of death in this place. It had turned into a stone because this place had given it an incredibly familiar feeling for some unknown reason after it came to this place. It was as if it continued remaining in the form of the bald crane, then once someone noticed it, it would end up in a very wretched state. That was why it had instinctively chosen to turn into this form beside Su Ming. Time trickled by. When the third evening arrived, and when the heat and poisonous air in the world dispersed slightly, a glint suddenly appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When he looked into the sky in the distance coldly, the eyes on the stone that was the bald crane were also immediately hidden. Soon, the sounds of rapid footsteps traveled from the distance. Those were from 8 thin people. They were all carrying corpses over their shoulders, and as they charged forward from the distance, they seemed to be about to pass by the place. Suddenly, a frail middle-aged man who was the leader of this group of people and who was so thin that he was just skin and bones, but had incredibly bright eyes that was shining brilliantly while he carried a rotting corpse over his shoulders stopped moving. As he stopped, the 7 people behind him also stopped moving. The middle-aged man was dressed in a purple long robe. There were many areas that had been damaged on that robe, and it was also incredibly large, a telling sign that this did not originally belong to the frail middle-aged man. As he stopped moving, the purple-robed man's eyes sparkled, and he looked towards Su Ming lying in the distance. At the same time he looked over, a person behind him put down the corpse he had over his shoulder and charged towards Su Ming. He was so quick that he instantly closed a distance of several thousands of feet within a moment. A wave of power that would not lose to Su Ming's own circled around him. That was a thin, emaciated old man with a hunchback. Once he arrived beside Su Ming, he looked into Su Ming's aloof eyes and suddenly started laughing. "Leader, there is one more offering here we can sacrifice to our god, especially since he hasn't died." Chapter 748, Offering. Su Ming looked at the old man coldly. He could not move his body. The lack of aura of death had caused him to no longer look like a young man, but an old man with an aged face. The boils that covered many parts of his body made him into a terrifying sight to behold. If no one had bothered Su Ming, then based on his current condition, he would have needed another half a month to get used to the climate in this place and regain his mobility. That is if he didn't die from the loss of all the aura of death in his body. Since Su Ming's current body was formed of aura of death, what truly existed was only his soul, so the poisonous air in the area could not hurt his soul. The boils were formed when the poisonous air crashed against the aura of death in Su Ming's body. It might look devastating, but in truth, not much damage was delivered to him. The greatest harm to him was the fact that the aura of death in this place was very thin. When the old man's voice reached the 7 people in the distance, they came back and closed in on Su Ming in the span of a breath. The speed at which they traveled caused Su Ming's eyes to shrink, though only in a barely noticeable manner. The cultivation levels of the 6 were about the same as Su Ming's. Based on the mighty pressure spreading out from the purple-robed man's body, it was obvious that he was a powerful warrior at the peak of the 2nd step. He only had 1 step remaining before he could become a lord of a world plane. The purple-robed man crouched down and lifted his right hand before touching the spot above Su Ming's heart. After a moment, he pulled back his right hand. The poisonous air attacked his physique, and aura of death filled his entire body. This sort of pain is incredibly hard for others to endure. His will is powerful, at the very least. He actually managed to stay alive despite these injuries. It's a pity that it's difficult to recover once aura of death enters your body, or else he would be a good worker, the purple-robed man said faintly. Once he got up, he swept his gaze over Su Ming's body and frowned slightly. He could not find any storage bags on him. Su Ming's storage bag was indeed not on his body. When the bald crane had transformed into a stone, its mind had worked nimbly, and it had instinctively taken Su Ming's storage bag. Now that the crane had turned into a stone, no one could see it. "Let's take him. Our god should like a living offering even more." The purple-robed man charged into the distance. The thin old man giggled and brought Su Ming over his shoulder. He grabbed the corpse he'd placed on the ground earlier with his right hand and rushed off with the team. The stone that was the bald crane lifted its head behind them. Once it blinked, it carefully moved, swiftly following after them. The group charged forth through the dark. None of them spoke on the way as they were rushing forth, their expressions filled with caution as they occasionally observed their surroundings. The eruptions from the volcanoes at night in this abandoned cultivation planet were weaker than when they were during the day. The poisonous air scattered slightly under the moonlight, turning into a layer of fog that covered the entire area. Under the purple-robed man's lead, the group charged forth without stop for several hours. When it was almost midnight, they arrived at the foot of a large volcano. This was a volcano that was millions of feet in size and towered into the clouds. Its open maw could be seen faintly high above. At that moment, there were billows of black smoke rising into the sky, and when muffled booms came from the volcano's mouth, they sounded like ferocious beasts roaring. The purple-robed man's footsteps halted for a moment. Then he sucked in a deep breath. The wariness on his face became even greater. The people behind him spotted the same reaction, as if there was a great danger within this place. Su Ming's face remained calm. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the volcano. His body was carried by the thin old man, who moved forward, charging towards the mouth of the volcano. The moment the group got close to the gigantic opening, a low shout immediately came from inside it. "Who is it?" The purple-robed man wrapped his fist in his palm and replied in a low voice, "Yu Hongbang." After saying that, the purple-robed man charged toward the mouth of the volcano. The 7 people behind him immediately followed. When they got close, Su Ming saw that the ring that formed the mouth of the volcano now had nearly 100 people standing there. Most of these people were thin and emaciated. However, their eyes were bright. Strangely, though, all of these people carried a corpse over their shoulders. There were even some who carried about 4 or 5 of them on their shoulders. Yu Hongbang's arrival attracted quite a lot of attention, but the purple-robed man's expression did not change. He brought the people behind him to an empty spot at the edge of the ring. When he stopped there, a brilliant light shone in his eyes as he looked coldly at the people who had turned their gazes towards him. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. None of the near 100 people in this place were weak. Even the weakest among them were in the initial stage of the second step. Not a single one among them was below the second step. In fact, Su Ming had also spotted about 7 among the near 100 people in this place who were at the peak of the second step, just like the purple-robed man. Su Ming might not know the reason why these people had come to this place, but once he saw that all of them had brought corpses here, his gaze turned towards the mouth of the volcano. It was pitch black inside. Only billowing black smoke rose into the sky. Whatever was within could not be seen clearly. However, the occasional booms that sounded like roars emitted a powerful pressure that could bring fear to hearts. All right, time's up. Those who should be here are here. As for those who aren't here, they should have run into some form of accident. As the people around the area remained silent, an old man with white hair who was dressed in a black robe spoke languidly. The number of people behind him was the greatest. There were about 20 standing at attention behind him. All of them had brightly burning eyes, and they all had extraordinary power. We will proceed with the established rules regarding the offerings to our God. I will still be the one who starts first, and then, starting from my left, you'll each make an offering one by one. The offerings will end at the one standing to my right. Then, we will leave at the same time, and we won't be allowed to travel in the same direction. As the old man spoke, he bowed towards the mouth of the volcano. We will now make offerings to our God. O God, please show yourself. The old man's voice rang in the air. Once it traveled into the volcano, he swung his arm, and the 3 corpses placed by his side flew out at the same time, then fell straight into the mouth of the volcano. A roar that shook the hearts of the people in the area and even caused some to instinctively take a step backwards came from inside the volcano. At the same time, a crimson-red shadow was flung out. As it shone, the 3 corpses falling down immediately shattered. They did not turn into torn pieces of flesh, but disintegrated and turned into ashes. Wisps of light green aura spread out from the ashes and were absorbed by the crimson-red shadow. When the crimson-red shadow no longer swayed and became clear, what was revealed was a gigantic, ferocious creature with the body of a snake and the head of a phoenix. Its body, which was connected to the entrance of the volcano, was 100 feet in breadth and was endless in terms of length. If no one paid any attention to the creature's body, then this would be a divine phoenix in the volcano that was looking at the crowd around it coldly. All those who were seen by the creature would instinctively lower their heads, not daring to meet its gaze. Su Ming's pupils constricted as he stared at the strange, ferocious beast. He had never seen its kind before. A mighty pressure was spreading out from the ferocious beast's body, rising the temperature in the area to a state where it was scorching hot. The old man who had thrown the 3 corpses wrapped his fist in his palm towards the creature in respect. When he took a few steps back, the followers behind him immediately moved forward and threw out the corpses they'd brought as well. There were 32 corpses in total. Once they tossed them outwards, the beast with the phoenix head would ram against them, turning them into ashes. It would absorb the light green aura that spread out from those ashes, and once it devoured it, the ferocious beast would let out an ear-splitting roar. As it roared, it spat out 32 balls of fire from its mouth. These balls of fire immediately extinguished once they flew out, turning into 32 crystals that were filled with impurities and charged towards the old man. Excitement appeared on the old man's face. With a swing of his arm, the crystals were immediately swept towards him. Once he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards the beast, he retreated 10 steps away from the inner edge of the ring along with his followers. As Su Ming looked at this scene, understanding appeared in his eyes. This was, after all, a land barren of resources. Since they were cultivators, food was not that important to them. However, the lack of power of the world would be a huge blow. Crystal would then become the most important thing to them. If there were no crystals, not only would they not be able to improve, their cultivation bases would start regressing slowly. Once that started, they would end up dead in the barren lands of divine source. By feeding this beast with the phoenix head, they obtain crystals which exist in the beast's body in exchange. They must have appeared there by some unknown method. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Once the old man retreated, the person to his left immediately repeated the process and threw out the corpses he'd brought with his followers. The corpses were all reduced to ashes once the ferocious beast crashed into them, and when it devoured the light green aura, it spat out an equivalent amount of crystals. Before the purple-robed man's turn, 2 more roars came from the volcano, and 2 slightly smaller beasts with phoenix heads rose from the volcano to devour the light green aura from the corpses. Before long, it was the purple-robed man's turn. He immediately threw out the corpse he carried over his shoulder, and the 7 people behind him did the same. Su Ming kept his eyes open all this while, but he could not move. Once he was thrown out, a smaller beast head immediately flung itself to touch his body. Once it did so, Su Ming immediately sensed a great force traveling into his body. That power seemed to contain some form of law in it that could cause a person's body, blood, flesh, and bones to be perfectly separated from each other. They would not turn into torn pieces, but would disintegrate into ashes. In fact, the way Su Ming felt it, this force that knocked into him was not strong at all. It was not enough to make his body crumble, but that crash seemed to contain some kind of power that was similar to the power of law, forcing Su Ming to disintegrate and turn into ashes. Yet there was no light green aura that spread out from his body when it turned into ashes. The small beast with the phoenix head was stunned momentarily, but it still opened its mouth wide to suck in a deep breath. Even though Su Ming's physical body was no longer around, his soul was still around, and once the creature sucked in that breath, his soul was immediately absorbed into its mouth due to the suction force. After a moment, when the crowd at the entrance of the volcano had tossed out all the corpses they brought and obtained an equivalent amount of crystals in exchange, they retreated and charged backwards in different directions, leaving the place. Chapter 749, Body of Flesh and Blood. Usually, during this moment, no accidents would occur as they left. The 3 ferocious beasts would return to the volcano and wait for the next time they came to this place. Yet for some unknown reason, when the crowd withdrew and the 3 ferocious beasts had returned to the volcano, the small creature that had devoured Su Ming started trembling furiously and let out a shrill roar. That roar appeared suddenly, startling the swiftly retreating people, but none of them were fools. All of those who could survive in the barren lands of divine source were calculative shrews. They were only stunned for a moment. All of them immediately snuffed out their curiosity and, without any hesitation, increased their speed of retreat. Curiosity was something that had to be paid for with a person's life in the galaxy that was the barren lands of divine source. This cultivation planet might not be located at the center of the barren lands of divine source, slightly closer to the edge instead, but the level of danger here was still incredibly high. The shrill roars continued to echo, the creature's voice spreading in all directions, lingering in the air for a long time. At the instant Su Ming was devoured by the smaller creature, he suddenly came to understand why the ancient existence in Een Death Vortex had chosen him, who had only arrived at life privation, to become Een Death's child, and even paid such a high price to send him to the barren lands of divine source. Because his body was made of aura of death, and his core was his soul. His soul was different from that of others. When the parts of his body were separated from each other, it felt as if shackles that had held him for a long time had been finally removed. A feeling as if he was free and there was nothing affecting his soul rose in Su Ming's heart. As his soul spread out and he was absorbed into the ferocious beast's mouth, his soul enveloped the entire creature's body, and he could sense that this creature was about 17,000 feet long. He could even sense that there was a soul struggling madly within its body to fight against Su Ming's soul, trying to overtake its body. Yet once this struggling soul touched Su Ming, it out a piercing screech, and a loud roar escaped the creature's body, echoing far and wide. A rumble rang in the air, and the small creature's body fell back into the volcano. The hot magma instantly enveloped the creature. At the same time, the 2 ferocious beasts beside it cried out and swam around it. However, the confusion in their eyes made it clear that they did not know what had happened to their companion. The shrill roars from the small creature lasted for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, weakening gradually. Its soul had already shattered by this point, as if it could not put up even a single bit of resistance against Su Ming's soul. Its body was being slowly torn apart in the magma. A large amount of blood gushed out, and its scales crumbled. Its body shrank rapidly, as if it was withering away. The other two ferocious beasts continued to swim about the smaller creature, roaring endlessly while staring at their withering companion. As it shrank, a hand suddenly stretched out from its bloody back. That hand looked like it was mere bones and was limp, giving an impression that it could not be lifted up. Yet as the small creature continued withering away and its body shrank to less than 5,000 feet compared to its previous 17,000 feet, the hand that had stretched out of its back filled with strength, and gradually, the entire arm appeared. Soon after, another arm appeared, and then, Su Ming's head and the rest of his body pushed through. His eyes were shut. As his body gathered together, the small creature's body started trembling violently. Its flesh and blood were being absorbed to become the nutrients for the physical body Su Ming had gathered together. When its body withered to only 1,000-something feet, most of Su Ming's body had left the small creature's back. At the instant he completely walked out, the 1,000-feet-long creature's body became stiff. Once it withered away completely, it was submerged in magma. There was not a hint of blood on Su Ming's body. Instead, a refreshing scent spread out from his body. His eyes were closed as his body was submerged in the magma. However, the heat of it was unable to injure him even in the slightest. The large and tiny ferocious beasts were slowly approaching Su Ming at that moment. Once they swam a few circles around him, they stopped screeching. It seemed that in their senses, Su Ming was their small companion. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Throughout this entire time, Su Ming was submerged in the magma, motionless. On the day after half a month had passed, his eyelashes fluttered lightly, and he gradually opened his eyes. When he did so, a brilliant light shone within them. It was slightly different from the light in Su Ming's eyes previously. If no one took a closer look, it would be difficult for them to find anything amiss. But Su Ming himself knew well that there was something different about him. His previous self had been formed from the aura of death. It might have seemed real, and he had been a real entity when he was in death region, but his physical body had been an illusion. It was fake, and everything about him had been formed with his soul as the foundation. Yet his current body was void of aura of death and was no longer a mere illusion. He now had a real body that was made of flesh and blood. It was a body that was gathered together once he used the ferocious beast as nutrients, which he had managed to do after transforming its body once he occupied it with his soul. Building the abyss, huh? Su Ming whispered softly. His soul had finally become complete after the 3 seals had been released in death region. Once it became complete, he had heard the familiar voice whispering these words in his ear. When he was in the ferocious beast's body just now, this voice had reverberated in his ears once again. In silence, Su Ming lowered his head and looked at his own body with a calm expression. When he lifted his right hand slowly and clenched it, a feeling of power burst forth within him. It was an incredibly unique feeling of chi that he had never sensed before. Besides this feeling, Su Ming also had a faint sense that there was a power of a law he did not quite understand contained within his fist. That power of law was like some form of inborn ability. However, it did not belong to him. It instead belonged to this body of flesh and blood, which originated from the creature with the phoenix head. If that is the case, then even though I felt that my body in death region was real, it was in fact fake. Even after I've managed to sacrifice all my bones, what had changed was not my illusory body, but my soul. Having a soul as my body, that was me when I was in death region. Su Ming slowly stood up and stepped on magma. He did not sense even a single hint of unbearable heat. This was due to more than just him losing his sense of pain. There were also other reasons behind this. All things of earth forming my body, that is the me now. Once Su Ming got up, the magma immediately started churning. A creature with a beast head crawled out and approached him with its big head. Once it nuzzled against Su Ming, it let out a cheerful cry. Su Ming's presence gave it a sense of familiarity. It was the presence that belonged to its companion. Even if Su Ming's appearance was different from its companion, their presence was the same. Su Ming looked at the small creature, and after a long while, lifted his right hand slowly. He patted the small creature's head, and it immediately flung its head as it screeched. Then its body, which was 10,000-something feet, charged out of the magma, heading straight towards the mouth of the volcano above it. After a moment, As piercing cries rang out in the air, the small creature flew back down with a bald crane in its beak. During the past half a month, the bald crane had been cautiously avoiding the mouth of the volcano, staying at the edges. It had wanted to enter many times to look, but the mighty pressure coming from the mouth of the volcano had robbed it of its courage. It had been peeking from the edge of the entrance to examine what was inside, but immediately noticed a wave of heat closing in on it. Before it managed to react to the situation, the small creature with the phoenix head had clamped its beak around the bald crane's body and brought it into the volcano. As the bald crane screamed, it saw Su Ming standing on the magma, and its screams disappeared, replaced by surprised delight. Damn it all, so you aren't dead yet, little Su? You made this old crane think you were dead. The bald crane flapped its wings and flew carefully to a burning crimson rock by the side. After touching it a few times, it decided that it was still bearable and laid there, looking at Su Ming with surprise. Su Ming's expression was cold and aloof. Once he cast a glance at the bald crane, he lifted his right hand and stretched his hand towards it. The bald crane saw the aloof look in Su Ming's eyes, and its words died down in its mouth. It sighed. With a flap of its wings, a storage bag immediately flew out towards Su Ming. Once he grabbed it, Su Ming opened it calmly and immediately brought out a long robe. Rays of starlight instantly started flashing in the volcano, revealing that this was Dao Yuan's sacred Constellation robe. Once Su Ming put it on, his disposition changed. However, the stars on his robe did not move, as if they were dead. I see. So it's difficult for those whose family name is not Dao to bring out its power, huh? Su Ming cast the Constellation robe a glance and spread his Atman, which was now at life privation realm, outwards. Then he had his Atman fuse with the robe. When Su Ming retrieved his Atman a moment later, while the stars on the robe remained unmoving, the robe's color gradually changed until it turned into a very ordinary-looking black robe. It has 108 runes to verify a person's identity, and only those with the blood of the Dao family can bring out all of its power. Even if outsiders put divine sense into it, they can only bring out the simpler and more basic functions of the robe. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He no longer bothered about this matter, but chose to sit down on the magma. With his eyes closed, he exercised his breathing. He had gotten used to this sort of breathing exercise when he was in Yin Death region, but once he obtained a real physical body, the exercise felt a little unfamiliar to him. As he exercised his breathing, a large amount of heat spread out from the magma and gathered about his body. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming never left the volcano during this time, and continued training while absorbing the hot power of the flames, which caused his hair to turn dark red. His body also blended perfectly with his soul, and he could now bring out the complete power of life privation realm with this body. On the day 3 months later, the bald crane yawned on the stone and wondered in boredom whether it should take a stroll outside when the magma around Su Ming suddenly started boiling. At the same time, the colossal ferocious beast with the phoenix head that was about 100 feet in breadth and had never appeared after Su Ming woke up rushed out of the magma and let out a roar towards the entrance of the volcano before charging towards it. The smaller creature with the phoenix head also flew out behind it. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as faint voice from beyond the volcano reached his ears. We will now make offerings to our God. O God, please show yourself. Chapter 750, Crimson Flame Planet. At that moment, there was no longer around 100 people gathered at the entrance of the volcano, but only about 70 to 80. Their faces were pale, and most had injuries on their bodies. The purple-robed man, Yu Hongbang, was standing at the edge of the ring. His face was pale as well, and his coughs would occasionally travel into the air, as if he had blood in his mouth. There were only 4 left of the 7 behind him, the thin old man being one of them. The old man from around 3 months ago was the one speaking. There were only 10 people left behind him. All of them were carrying corpses over their shoulders. Some of these corpses were their friends, and some of them strangers. As the old man's voice resounded in the air, a roar came from within the volcano. The gigantic, ferocious beast with the phoenix head that was 100 feet in breadth looked at the cultivators around it coldly. Once the old man threw out the corpse respectfully, the ferocious beast with the phoenix head rammed into it as usual and caused the corpse to disintegrate before sucking in the light green aura and spitting out a crystal. When nearly 40-something corpses were thrown out in succession, the slightly smaller creature with the beast head flew out with a roar and also started ramming its body against the corpses before devouring them. Once it devoured about 20-something corpses, It stopped eating the light green aura and lowered its head to look into the mouth of the volcano, which was right under it. The gigantic, ferocious beast beside it also looked at the volcano and let out a roar. There was no ill will within that roar. It instead sounded like an urging for someone to come forward. This scene stunned all the people around the ring, and the cultivators that were about to throw out the corpses froze in their movements for a moment. Then, before the expectant gazes of the two ferocious beasts and the 70-80 people around the mouth of the volcano, Su Ming rose slowly into the air. His face was calm and his movements were not quick, but once he appeared, intense shouts that could not be contained immediately came from the mouths of the 70-80 people. Who is that? Someone actually managed to live in the volcano where the Crimson Python Phoenix lives? This person is. The Crimson Python Phoenixes are usually very averse to strangers. They're incredibly fierce, so could they let a person live in their cave abode? The loud voices reverberated in the air. The 70-80 people sucked in a breath and moved back without any hesitation. Yuhong Bang looked at Su Ming flying out of the volcano, and his eyes went wide. Su Ming's body might have been changed from an illusion formed from the aura of death to one possessing flesh and blood, but his appearance was still as before, and Yuhong Bang could recognize with just one glance that he was the person he had picked up 3 months ago. At that moment, his shock could be said to be the greatest among all those present. Disbelief appeared on his face, and once he staggered several dozens of steps backwards, he looked at the thin, old man beside him. 3 months ago, it was this old man that had personally taken this person who had still not died to this place and thrown him into the volcano. At that moment, the thin old man's eyes had almost popped out of his eye sockets. Shock and disbelief was on his face, and even his breathing had stopped for an instant. As the crowd retreated in shock, the gigantic, ferocious beast with the phoenix had opened its mouth wide and let out a terrifying roar, causing all the people's footsteps to stop. But the shock on their faces could not be hidden no matter how much they tried. This sort of thing surpassed their imagination. Su Ming's expression was calm. Once he rose into the air, he walked towards the gigantic Crimson Python Phoenix. He landed on its head and looked at the crowd beneath him coldly. The large creature did not avoid him, simply allowing him to stand on its head. To it, Su Ming's presence was the familiar one of its child. "Throw the corpses," Su Ming said flatly. Once he spoke, the 70-80 people in the area immediately fell silent. Their eyes shone as they looked at Su Ming, but their gazes were filled with terror. This scene was simply too far-fetched for them, something they could have never imagined. The only explanation for this was one, and a single, almost uniform thought rose in most of the people's heads at that moment. However, none of them took the initiative to voice it. The cultivator that had been about to throw his corpse gritted his teeth and took a step forward, finishing his action. The corpse sliced through the air in a long arc, going straight for Su Ming. At the instant it came close, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he clenched his right fist before punching the corpse. At the instant his fist connected, understanding appeared in Su Ming's eyes. A loud bang resounded, but there was no blood, and neither did the corpse fall into pieces. Instead, it disintegrated and turned into ashes before disappearing. Wisps of light green aura spread out, but Su Ming did not absorb it. The smaller Crimson Python Phoenix beside him blinked and opened its mouth, inhaling the light green aura. Su Ming lowered his head and looked at his fist. Previously, he could clearly sense a strange power of law that came from his body, and it was a bizarre power that could perfectly disassemble all materials. "What is this place in the barren lands of divine source?" Su Ming coldly asked from the Crimson Python Phoenix's head once he lifted his own up. There was not a single hint of emotion contained within his words. The chilling tone made it seem as if the temperature around the area had fallen by quite a large margin. This aloof voice immediately terrified the people around the mouth of the volcano even more. At that moment, they became even more certain of the assumption they'd made in their heads. Yuhong Bang's heart trembled. He remembered that this person had not died 3 months ago, even when aura of death had entered his body. In fact, his consciousness had been very clear, and that aloof gaze instantly filled his heart with bitterness. Since he was able to not die when aura of death entered his body and had the capability to subdue a powerful creature, such as the Crimson Python Phoenix, this can only mean that he is not from this place, especially based on what he said. The mercilessness and aloof tone of his words that seemed to come from his soul, too. Could this person really be from? The thin old man started shivering lightly. Clearly, he had thought of some sort of frightening thing. Only those who were mass murderers can have absolutely no emotion in their words and speak with a tone that is as cold as ice. Only those who are indifferent towards human lives can be completely fearless despite having crossed into a different galaxy, and only these people can subdue these crimson python phoenixes. The white-haired old man in the lead felt his heart tremble. He might have been doubtful at first, but this doubt disappeared swiftly under the crimson python phoenix's gaze. He sucked in a deep breath and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing to Su Ming. This is Crimson Flame Planet. It is located at the edge of the barren lands of Divine Source, and if a mighty person in the third step traveled from here to the True World's galaxy, it would take about 30 years for them to reach that place. About 200 years would be needed to reach Black Ink Planet, which is located beyond the barren lands of Divine Source. Sir, did you come from the world outside? The old man's expression was incredibly respectful. There was even a hint of respect when he said his final sentence. Su Ming might not seem powerful, but to not waste power by having it spread around the barren lands of Divine Source, many people usually sealed it up to prevent too much depletion. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence, then asked languidly, "Does Crimson Flame Planet have anything that grows here in abundance?" "Nothing grows here in abundance except for the crimson flame grass that lives in the region of flames," the old man quickly answered. "How many powerful warriors of the third step are here?" Su Ming suddenly asked. Chapter 751, Eats People? The old man hesitated for a moment before he wrapped his fist in his palm and asked, "Sir, are you asking about Lords of World Plains?" Based on the old man's waves of power coming from his cultivation base, it could be seen that he should be from a race that was similar to the Immortals. He was around the peak of the second step, which was why he had been using the third step speed as a standard while talking about the distance and the time needed to move between planets. However, since Barren Lands of Divine Source was a place for the criminals from the four great true worlds and the mysterious alien races, the categorizations for the levels of cultivation were a little messy, which was why these people continued using the titles that were used in the four great true worlds. Lord of a World Plane. This was a standard for cultivators. Lord of a Plane was placed as a center of power, and those who reached it were divided into 4 stages: initial, middle, later, and completion. Above these were the Lesser Solar Culpa Realm and the True Solar Culpa Realm. Since those who had yet to reach the stage of a Lord of a World Plane were numerous, the categorization of their levels of cultivation was even more confusing. After all, each race's cultivation system was different. But over the countless years, a standard of cultivation had been slowly accepted by the 4 great true worlds, and it also became a standard within the barren lands of Divine Source. All those below the level of World Plane were known as cultivators of heaven, earth, and man cultivation. Based on the barren lands of Divine Source's categorization, the old man's level of cultivation was at the peak of the second step in his race, and he was also at the peak of the heaven cultivation. As for Su Ming, when he reached life privation, he had moved into the initial stage of earth cultivation within the barren lands of Divine Source. If he could get past life privation realm and enter life palace realm, then he would become a cultivator of heaven cultivation. If he could break through life palace realm and reach world of life, the final realm within life cultivation, then he would reach the peak of heaven cultivation and could attempt becoming a lord of a world plane. However, due to the differences between races, a realm that seemed equal between the cultivation systems could result in a strength that was much higher or lower compared to that of another person. Due to the absence of resources in the barren lands of Divine Source and the lack of spiritual energy, those differences in strength could be magnified exponentially. Those who were below the realm of man cultivation did not have a joint name within the barren lands of Divine Source, because these people were only ants in this world. Once Su Ming heard the old man's words, a glint appeared in his eyes. He nodded. The 70-80 people around him might have extraordinary power, but Su Ming knew that he had come out of the volcano in an extremely shocking manner, and the ferocious beast with the phoenix head beneath him was exuding a frightening presence that terrified these people. Due to all of this, they had mistaken him for a lord of a world plane from the world outside that was passing by this place. This was something Su Ming did not expect. He had originally intended to use the ferocious beast's might and ask about some things in this land, so that he could have a better chance of surviving here. Could it be that most of the people here seal off their power? Or else the old man wouldn't have this sort of misunderstanding, especially since he can see my level of cultivation clearly. Su Ming remained as calm as ever. He already had a basic gist of what was going on based on the people's expressions. Crimson Flame Planet is rather far from the center of the barren lands of Divine Source, closer to the galaxy of the True Worlds. The patrolling True Guards frequently check this place, which is why there are only 2 world paragons here. One of them is in an area to the east, and the other to the west. They are usually in isolation and don't bother with what is happening in the world. There are no other world paragons in Crimson Flame Planet besides these 2, the old man said as he wrapped his fist in his palm. This place is the northern region of Crimson Flame Planet. There was another world paragon 500 years ago, but because he had let out a disrespectful aura when the True Guards were patrolling in space, they killed him. There are also quite a number of ferocious beasts and divine spirits here in Crimson Flame Planet that possess the power of Lords of World Planes, said Yuhong Bang respectfully by the side as he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the Crimson Python Phoenix. He was intent on improving his relationship with Su Ming because he was worried that the other would cause him trouble. That was why he had told him the things the old man did not say. From now onwards, when you come to this place and make your offerings, while the rules to offering corpses have not changed, you must also offer some of the items that are unique to this planet. If anything catches my fancy, I will reward you, Su Ming stated calmly. His gaze then fell on Yuhong Bang. All of you can leave now, but you stay back. I have further requests. Yuhong Bang's heart trembled. His followers immediately moved closer to him with wariness on their faces as ripples of power spread out from his body. Anguish rose in their hearts. But once they remembered how Yuhong Bang had taken care of them over the years, they found that they no longer had any attachments to this hellish life. At the instant, they spread out the waves of their power, and the Crimson Python Phoenix beneath Su Ming's feet looked towards them coldly. Low roars came from its mouth, and a vast, mighty pressure that was not in the very least weaker than that of a lord of a world plane spread out from its body. Yuhong Bang's hair rose on end. The others in the area wrapped their fists in their palms and retreated without any hesitation, no longer bothering about Yuhong Bang's survival. Even the old man in the lead wrapped his fist in his palm and retreated immediately. In the blink of an eye, the 70-80 people around the area turned into an equivalent number of long arcs that swiftly left the place. Move back. Wait for me outside. Yuhong Bang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and spoke to his followers. His potential was not the only reason why he had reached the Heaven Cultivation realm. It was also due to his intelligence. If the stranger truly wanted to kill him, there would have been no need for him to go through so much trouble. He had asked Yuhong Bang to stay in this place, and this might be a chance. Once Yuhong Bang thought of this, an idea took shape in his mind. The people behind him halted for a moment, but when they saw the resolute look on Yuhong Bang's face, they withdrew into the distance in silence. At that moment, besides the huge and tiny Crimson Python Phoenixes at the entrance of the volcano, there were only Su Ming and Yuhong Bang left. Su Ming looked at Yuhong Bang, and after a moment had gone by asked, "How are the levels of cultivation categorized in the barren lands of Divine Source?" Yuhong Bang's expression remained calm, but once he heard Su Ming's question, his heart let out a thump. He came to a sudden realization that his previous assumption had been incorrect. The person before him was not a powerful warrior who had come from the inner parts of the barren lands of Divine Source, but Yuhong Bang's breathing quickened during that instant. He lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. As he recalled the moment he first saw this person, he became even more certain of his guess. He immediately wrapped his fist in his palm and told Su Ming everything about the 3 cultivation levels of heaven, earth, and man, as well as the titles associated with the Lords of World Planes, without keeping anything back. The True Worlds Galaxy is a place that exists once the 4 great True Worlds are connected together. It is used to suppress the barren lands of Divine Source, and it is also the only exit of this place. The 4 great True Worlds will frequently send powerful warriors to patrol the True Worlds Galaxy. They won't get too close to the center of the barren lands of Divine Source, but would patrol the many cultivation planets at the periphery of this world. Those people who are sent out are the True Guards. Ouyang Shang mentioned the barren lands of Divine Source's Black Ink planet just now. That planet has a great reputation in this world, and it is one of the cultivation planets in the barren lands of Divine Source that serve as a landmark. It is the only one that has not been completely abandoned, because it is a cultivation planet that still possesses some spiritual energy. Ouyang Shang is the old man you talked to just now. He thought that you were a powerful warrior from Black Ink planet. Because occasionally there are world paragons who are indifferent towards their own lives and dare to move across the galaxy within the barren lands of divine source to go to other cultivation planets in search of things they need for their cultivation. Yu Hongbang explained while looking at Su Ming. Then what do you think? Su Ming asked flatly. I believe that you are not from Black Ink Planet, but a first-generation criminal that has just been sent to the barren lands of divine source from the 4 true great worlds. Yu Hongbang said without any hesitation, and there was even eagerness on his face. All those who still have the memories from the world outside and have just been sent here for the first time are first-generation criminals. They will give birth to their offspring here, creating a few people like me in the barren lands of divine source. We are people who live in the barren lands of divine source from the moment we are born till the one when we breathe our last. Yu Hongbang sucked in a deep breath and asked respectfully, Sir, I wonder which of the 4 true great worlds did you come from? Su Ming's gaze was cold. He chose to neither deny nor answer Yu Hongbang's question, but instead patted the crimson python phoenix beneath him. It let out a roar and returned to the entrance of the volcano, bringing Su Ming with it, and the both of them disappeared from Yu Hongbang's gaze as they sank into the volcano. Yu Hongbang stood there, his expression changing constantly. After a moment, he bowed deeply towards the mouth of the volcano, then turned around and left swiftly. Doubt rose in his heart again, and he began to second-guess his previous judgment. Could it be that this person asked me these things to guide me towards a certain train of thought? There was no answer to this question in Yu Hongbang's mind. When he thought back on the scene just now, he found that Su Ming's cold gaze had been the thing that left the deepest impression in his memory. That emotionless gaze looked as if it was completely indifferent towards all forms of life. It doesn't matter where he came from. I cannot incur his wrath, and neither can I speak about my guesses to the others when I'm outside the area. Yu Hongbang decided in his heart and gradually disappeared into the distance. Time passed by quickly in the barren lands of divine source. Su Ming stayed inside the volcano with half of his body immersed in magma. It had been a whole year since he had first come out of the volcano for the first time. During the past year, Yu Hongbang and the others had come 4 times. As of the last time, they'd numbered to less than 50 from around 80 a year ago. When they had come to this place the 4th time, they had not just brought the corpses, which were a necessity, but also brought some of the items from around Crimson Flame Planet. One of them was an uneven blue crystal floating before Su Ming. There were quite a lot of impurities which looked like muscles within it, but there was not a hint of spiritual energy contained within the crystal. This caught Su Ming's attention. After observing the crystal for a moment, he lifted his right hand, and it began rapidly withering away before his eyes. When his right arm had shriveled to the point that it looked as if it had been reduced to only skin and bones, he grabbed the stone. As blue light shone from the stone, it began shrinking swiftly, turning into dust in Su Ming's hand. This hand of his began to gain flesh and blood, recovering slightly from its emaciated state. If I compare my level of cultivation to theirs, it's difficult for me to compete against many of the people here, but I didn't expect that there would be items here that would allow surging indulgers to practice their cultivation here. A strange light appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he stared at his right hand. This barren lands of divine source are mysterious indeed. Crimson Flame Planet, which is located at the edge of this galaxy, produces this useless stone which possesses the power of flesh and blood. Su Ming seized the air in the direction of the magma beside him, and another blue stone that was the size of his fist immediately flew into his hand. As he looked at the impurities that looked muscles within the crystal, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this Crimson Flame Planet eats people? Or else why would the stones have flesh and blood? Chapter 752. Heinous Criminals of the Alien Races. Su Ming suddenly recalled the thing he had never come to understand. The reason why the crimson python phoenixes had to absorb the light green aura from the corpses. He had watched them absorbing the aura that came from the corpses over the year, but he had been unable to absorb even a single bit of it. He fell into pensive silence, his eyes closed. He started circulating his cultivation base so that the harmony between his soul and body would reach perfection. His body was filled with the heat of flames, and it even looked as if there were waves of hot air coming out from his nose when he breathed. A layer of distortions appeared faintly around his body. The distortions looked like waves of flowing water that were circling him. This was the inborn talent that came from Su Ming's physical body, and it was the mysterious divine ability that had allowed him to disassemble materials with a punch. The smaller crimson python phoenixes by his side was staring at the bald crane. They seemed to find each other quite the eyesore. The Crimson Python Phoenix was growling lowly at the bald crane, which had been able to tell the relationship between Su Ming and the two ferocious beasts a long time ago. At that moment, it was lying on the stone and sizing up the Crimson Python Phoenix before deciding to turn into a huge, brownish-yellow dog. This was the appearance of the strongest, ferocious beast in its memories. Once it changed into this form, it bared its teeth at the Crimson Python Phoenix. The Crimson Python Phoenix that had the power equivalent to the power of Lords of World Planes had entered the depths of the magma a long time ago to sleep there. Only when the time of offerings arrived would it wake up to eat. When the smaller Crimson Python Phoenix saw the mutt that was the bald crane, its eyes immediately went wide. Clearly, it had never seen a ferocious beast like this before. After a moment of hesitation, a layer of distortions and waves that were the exact same as the ones about Su Ming surrounded it. Hints of the strange law filled the area around the Crimson Python Phoenix once the distortions appeared, and it glared at the mutt that was the bald crane before starting to growl lightly. During the past year, the Phoenix and Crane had been glaring at each other with animosity all the time, but they had never truly attacked each other. At that moment, as they growled at each other, the Crimson Python Phoenix suddenly shuddered and crawled into the magma, without any hesitation, not daring to show even a hint of itself. This sudden act stunned the bald crane. It bared its teeth, as if it was laughing at the Phoenix, but then a shudder ran through it. A mighty pressure surged into the volcano through its mouth and filled it with a bang. A divine sense was contained within that mighty pressure, as if someone who was incredibly powerful was using their divine sense to sweep through the land. The bald crane immediately let out a shrill screech. It could vaguely recall that it had once encountered this act of divine sense sweeping through the land, and it was something that was incredibly dangerous. As it screamed, it no longer bothered with the scorching heat of the magma and crawled into it. The gigantic Crimson Python Phoenix that was sleeping in the depths of the magma had opened its eyes a long time ago. There was a deep-seated terror in its eyes, but it still moved slightly and let out a roar from the depths of the magma to the mouth of the volcano. This roar was declaring its territory, even if it was terrified. Su Ming had also opened his eyes. He was staring at the sky beyond the mouth of the volcano, and even though his expression was calm, his pupils had shrank. At that moment, it did not matter whether it was the north, west, south, or east, the expression of people in all regions of Crimson Flame Planet changed. They instantly stopped everything they were doing. Even those who had been fighting and were just a hand's reach away from killing each other stopped at that instant and chose instead to sit down cross-legged on the floor, not daring to move even an inch. It was as if they were worried that they would suffer an inconceivable destruction if they did anything extra. All the cultivators reacted the same way in the entire Crimson Flame Planet, including Yuan Bang and the others. All of their faces were pale as they looked at the sky while trembling. The helplessness and terror in their gazes were incredibly clear. To the east of Crimson Flame Planet was a stone house located on a tall mountain. There was an old woman with messy hair sitting cross-legged there, and her eyes were wide open as she stared at above herself, as if her gaze could penetrate the roof and she could see the starry sky above her. The waves of power that belonged to a lord of a world plane could be detected on her, but at that moment, she had suppressed those waves so much that they had become incredibly weak. In fact, very soon, a look of humility along with humiliation appeared in her eyes, and she chose to grovel instead of sitting cross-legged. Within the only forest that had any green plants walked a middle-aged man. This area was located to the west of Crimson Flame Planet, and he was touching the green leaves on the trees with a dazed look on his face, as if he was lost in his thoughts. It was as if the green leaves in the forest brought him back to some beautiful moments from his past. As he touched them gently, the mighty pressure as well as the divine sense swept through the world. He lifted his head and looked at the sky with anguish on his face. He slowly prostrated himself on the ground. Unlike the still and unmoving cultivators in Crimson Flame Mountain, the ferocious beasts that existed in several spots were roaring to declare their territories. Su Ming's eyes were narrowed as he lay in the magma. He could vaguely sense that the source of the mighty pressure and divine sense in the world came from beyond Crimson Flame Planet. A title that Yuan Bang had mentioned a year ago appeared in his head. True Guard, he whispered softly. At that moment, there was a gigantic, ancient, bronze sword drifting in the galaxy beyond Crimson Flame Planet. If Su Ming saw that ancient bronze sword, he would definitely find it familiar. It was similar to the enchanted treasure he had seen in the world of Nine Een when he was in Een Death region. It was the enchanted treasure that allowed the spirits of Nine Een to move through galaxies. This sword might not be the same, but it was incredibly similar. The ancient sword was 100,000 feet long, and there were 7 people standing on it at that moment. These 7 people were wearing large robes. They had indifferent expressions on their faces, and the presence that belonged to lords of world planes spread out from their bodies. There were 3,000 cultivators sitting and meditating behind them. The levels of cultivation of those 3,000 were not important compared to that bloody and murderous presence coming from them. It had already surpassed their levels of cultivation, and as it spread out, it caused the people who sensed it to feel as if a sea of blood was about to charge towards them. But that was not all. An even stronger wave of power spread out from the ancient bronze sword. The strength of that wave was so great that it felt as if it could easily destroy a cultivation planet, and could also easily tear apart the body and soul of a person who had reached the status of world paragon. True Guards. This was the patrol team formed by the powerful warriors that were keeping guard over this place. They had power and reputation that brought a sense of danger to many in the barren lands of Divine Source. At that moment, the ancient bronze sword was clearly patrolling the area around Crimson Flame Planet. The divine sense and mighty pressure that covered the entire planet had naturally come from the bodies of all true guards. The 7 people standing at the tip of the sword were talking and laughing among themselves, their expressions calm. After a moment, a ray of green light shot out from the 100,000 feet ancient bronze sword, and a long green arc immediately erupted with a bang, charging towards Crimson Flame Planet. It was so quick that it instantly reached it, but the planet did not crumble. The green arc spread out and turned into a large amount of green light that spread out to cover the entire Crimson Flame Planet. Once that happened, a projection appeared before the 7 people. It portrayed the cultivation planet, shrunken down by several times, to the size of only 1,000 feet. There were a large number of glowing spots in the projection, but most of them were dark. Only about 100 of these glowing spots were light red, and they were scattered throughout the regions in the planet's projection. The 7 people looked at the illusory projection of the cultivation planet and started speaking among themselves. The number of people at the peak of heaven cultivation has been reduced by quite a large margin. There are still only 2 criminals who are lords of world planes. There were 2 dark red glowing spots that were shining the brightest in the illusory projection. One of them was to the east while the other to the west, and there was a respectful presence spreading out from those glowing spots. The ferocious beasts left behind by the alien races have had their intelligences wiped away for all eternity, but their growth is still very shocking. As the 7 people's soft voices echoed in the air, several purple glowing spots immediately appeared in the illusory projection. These glowing spots were scattered throughout 7 different regions. Some of the lights were alone, while some gathered together into 2s or 3s. Among them was a region that looked like a volcano located to the north of Crimson Flame Planet. There were 2 small and 1 large purple glowing spots there. All right, everything within the outer section is normal. Let's check the inner section. That's the crux of this place, an overbearing voice said from among the 7. And the moment this voice appeared, the other 6 immediately stopped laughing and chatting among themselves, and their expressions immediately became grave. Even the murderous aura from the 3,000 cultivators behind them became thicker, and flowing light spilled out in all directions from the ancient bronze sword, as if its strongest attack was about to burst forth. The 7 people formed a seal at the same time and pointed towards the illusory projection of the cultivation planet. Waves immediately appeared on the projection, and as it swept through the projection layer by layer, the inner part of Crimson Flame Planet appeared. There was a crimson red region. At the instant the 7 people saw this layer of crimson red, their expressions became even more grave, and faint looks of wariness as well as nervousness appeared on their faces. As the waves of the illusory projection continued sweeping through, each layer seemed to magnify the place before eventually revealing a gigantic spot shining with a piercing red light in the depths of the crimson red region. If anyone looked at it for a prolonged period of time, they would find that there were faint shades of black in it as well. The crimson red around the area was created due to the light from the glowing spot filling up the air there. Once the glowing spot appeared, fine white threads also took shape, intersecting one another while covering the entire Crimson Flame Planet. It could be easily seen that the glowing spot was right at the center of the white threads. When the 7 people saw this, they relaxed. There is no damage to the seal. The heinous criminal from the alien race that is detained here is still deep asleep. Each of the cultivation planets in the barren lands of Divine Source are suppressing a heinous criminal from an alien race, and it's especially so for the core of the barren lands of Divine Source. It's said that there are incredibly terrifying alien races over there. I don't know which cultivator in the Culpa realm suggested it in the past, but these people should not even continue living. The anomaly of 10,000 years ago in Black Ink Planet is the best example. It's not as if you don't know that these criminals from the alien races are incredibly difficult to kill. But that just makes things bothersome for us of the future generation. Thank goodness we patrol in separate regions, and all is well in ours. As the 7 people spoke to each other, the illusory projection vanished. The blue light over Crimson Flame Planet dispersed, and the ancient bronze sword floating beyond it slowly turned around and gradually disappeared into the distance. The mighty pressure and divine sense over the planet disappeared. Chapter 753, Invasion. Su Ming stood on the magma in the volcano. The mighty presence and the divine sense from the sky that had swept past him just now had made him feel as if his entire body had turned transparent and he could keep no secrets. Everything about him had been revealed to that divine sense. This feeling turned Su Ming's expression dark, and he came to a deeper understanding of what the old voice from Een Death Vortex had meant when he said that the barren lands of Divine Source were a gigantic jail. These true guards are the guards that fend against the barren lands of Divine Source. In silence, the gigantic crimson python phoenix that had flown out previously stopped howling, and its body fell limp, as if the roars just now had used up all its strength. As a dull and lifeless expression settled on its face, it gradually sank into the magma, and falling into deep sleep once again. The bald crane stuck its head out of the magma at that moment. The terror in its eyes showed that fear still lingered within its heart. It flapped its wings and flew out of the magma before sprawling over the stone where it had been previously. Your grandpa crane was just about to suffocate. Damn it all, this place is just too hot. But why do I feel like there should be a place that is even hotter here? The bald crane scratched its bald head, muffled. After a long while, Su Ming closed his eyes and no longer bothered himself with thinking about the true guards. After all, the true guards were incredibly powerful, and they were not people Su Ming could hope to stand up to. The most important thing for him, then, was to continue training and increase his level of cultivation. Once it reached a certain standard, he could leave this place and search for the king of Een Death's fragmented worlds, as well as the entrance to the 5th true great world, and perhaps he could even leave this place. The brilliant light that shone in Su Ming's eyes was hidden by his closed lids. He might have lost his ability to love and his sense of pain, but the beautiful moments in his memories still remained, and whenever he remembered them, he would feel numb. This numbness would cause anguish in the depths of his heart. In silence, Su Ming began circulating his cultivation base, repeating the act of absorbing the hot air. It was something he had done without stop for the entire year. As he absorbed the hot air, he would also absorb the power of flesh and blood from the blue stone so that his body would become stronger. Time passed. 1 month, 2 months. In the blink of an eye, another year went by. The 4 seasons did not exist in Crimson Flame Planet. No matter what month it was, heat would always fill the planet. That heat could roast a person's skin and evapore sweat as well as blood. It could also gradually burn a person's will to ashes. During the past year, Su Ming had gone out once, but he did not move too far away. He could only move about 10,000 feet around the volcano. He could not go past that area because once he was close to that spot, a blue screen of light would immediately appear, blocking his footsteps. Aside from that, once Su Ming left the volcano, he could sense that the spiritual energy in the world was incredibly scarce. He could release his power as he circulated his cultivation base, but could not absorb anything. Because of that, it was difficult for him to replenish his cultivation base. There might be quite a large number of crystals in his storage bag, but there would still come a time when he would use them up. That was why Su Ming seldom used them. He did not know how long he would need to stay in the barren lands of Divine Source. Perhaps he would need to stay there for the entirety of his life. Su Ming did not know whether he would act like the others and commit acts of murder, as well as carrying corpses around to search for the gods, such as the Crimson Python Phoenix, in order to obtain inferior crystals once all his crystals disappeared. Fortunately, his current body was greatly different from other people's. He could absorb the power of fire within the magma. This flame's power might only have one single attribute, but in this barren crimson flame planet, being able to absorb this crazed power of fire already put him a step above others. Even when 2 years passed, Su Ming's level of cultivation was still at the initial stage of life privation, which was the starting point of Earth cultivation realm. His cultivation level might not have increased even a single bit, but most of his in-death aura had already disappeared. Most of the divine abilities he cast now centered around the might of flames, and they also became his strongest divine abilities. As he trained his physical body and devoured the heat, he would obtain quite a large amount of resources, courtesy of the people who were relying on the Crimson Python Phoenix. Due to those extra resources, his physical body's training was going much swifter than it should have. However, as time passed and more people who relied on the Crimson Python Phoenix died, Su Ming's training of his physical body also slowed down. The one time he had exited the volcano was because of this. He had wanted to search for the blue crystals on his own. On that day, when there was about a month left before the time of the offerings, Su Ming lay with his body submerged in magma, exercising his breathing. He had his Atman spread out and cast around the area. This had already become a habit to him. Yet at this time, not long after Su Ming had spread his Atman outwards, his eyes suddenly flew open. At that moment, Yu Hongbang was moving swiftly past the mountain range leading to the volcano with a forlorn and bitter expression on his face, his body covered in blood. Only the thin old man remained from the people who had been with him in the past. There was a wound on the old man's chest that covered most of it. Blood flowed out in rivers, and the old man's face was pale. If he did not have a true breath of life, he would have fallen dead long ago. There were 3 figures giving chase. 2 of them were men, and 1 of them was a woman. All of them were thin, but the light in their eyes was bright with bloodthirstiness as they chased their prey. Among the 3, besides an old man who had reached heaven cultivation realm, the other man and woman, who were in their middle ages, were at earth cultivation realm. The speed at which they gave chase became faster with each passing moment, and evil snickers came from the old man. Yu Hongbang, I've wanted to kill you for a very long time, but as expected of a 3rd-generation descendant of a criminal. The trap I set had only managed to injure the both of you badly. This time, I will definitely kill you. How dare you trespass the area of my cave abode? You're just asking for death. Killing intent and greed shone in the old man's eyes. When he lifted his right hand, a string of incantations tumbled out of his mouth and echoed in the air. As he formed a seal with his left hand, he struck the air, and immediately, a gust of black wind appeared out of nowhere. It turned into a gigantic black-spiked mace that charged towards Yu Hongbang with a loud buzz. I'll kill you and use your corpse of a 3rd-generation descendant of a criminal to exchange for 10 crystals from my god. It'll be enough to cover up all the power I've spent to kill you. The black wind swept up the spiked mace and closed in on Yu Hongbang with a loud whistle. Despair appeared on Yu Hongbang's face, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he turned his head back. The red hammer crumbled to pieces. As for the black wind that had swept up the spiked mace, it froze for a moment, cracking slightly, then charged towards Yu Hongbang once again. When it was close to the fleeing men, the thin old man beside Yu Hongbang let out a loud roar and flew up to appear right before Yu Hongbang so that he could use his body to block the incoming spiked mace. The two crashed into each other, and Yu Hongbang's eyes turned red as tears flowed down them. However, he didn't stop moving for a heartbeat. Instead, he used the time bought by the thin old man blocking the mace to charge towards the mountain range where the volcano was at full speed. Humph! The old man who was in heaven cultivation realm let out a cold snort. He did not even spare a glance at the person he had killed with his spiked mace. Instead, a freezing glare shone in his eyes, and he cast a glance at the volcano to which Yu Hongbang was charging. The god Crimson Python Phoenix's volcano. Yu Hongbang, are you mad? How could you even dream of asking help from a god? The gods in Crimson Flame Planet have all lost their intelligence. As long as we don't provoke them, they won't attack us. I'll offer your corpse to the god here, and it'll save me the time needed to carry you back. The old man in Heaven Cultivation Realm laughed eerily and brought the man and woman behind him towards Yu Hongbang. The black wind that had swept up the spiked mace became even faster, and it was now less than 100 feet away from Yu Hongbang. At that moment of crisis, Yu Hongbang let out a loud roar. God, please save me. Right at the moment he shouted, the spiked mace closed in. When it crashed into Yu Hongbang, he formed a seal with his right hand, and red light shone around his entire body, helping him resist that blow. But once it did, he coughed up blood, and that blood was already his origin blood in essence. This blow caused his entire body to tremble, and he was now on the verge of dying. His body fell backwards and landed with a bang on the mouth of the volcano. The spiked mace might have disappeared as well, but the three people were less than 300 feet away. Despair appeared on Yu Hongbang's face. God, please save me. This person's cave abode is made entirely of blue stones. Please save me. Another madman, I see. No one can save you today. The old man laughed loudly, but even though he was laughing, his heart let out a thump. He knew that Yu Hongbang was not a fool. Since he had called for help from the god in this place twice, could it be that there was something off about this place? There might have been uncertainty in the old man's heart, but not a single hint of it showed on his face. However, he did slow down slightly and grabbed the man who followed behind him to toss him towards Yu Hongbang. Kill him, and I will give you a crystal. The moment the man who was thrown by the old man was less than 100 feet away from his target, and Yu Hongbang had almost fallen into total despair, a cold harumph suddenly came from depths. At the same time, a red shadow charged out from the mouth of the volcano. The shadow traveled so quickly that he arrived before Yu Hongbang in the blink of an eye. At the instant wild delight appeared on Yu Hongbang's face in the midst of his despair, Su Ming lifted his right hand and threw a fist at the incoming man of Earth Cultivation Realm. Before the punch even landed, it already stirred up a shocking boom. Even space itself seemed to have collapsed, and a wave of intense heat spread out from Su Ming's body. There was even a layer of distortions that contained a law-esh around his fist. The expression of the man who was thrown out changed swiftly. Just as he was about to retreat, the world around his body seemed to have moved in reverse, keeping him frozen in place for a moment. The price for that pause was Su Ming's fist landing straight on the man's chest. There was no bang when that punch landed, only a muffled sound of hitting an empty sack. A shudder wrecked the man's body, and with the spot where Su Ming's fist had landed on his chest as the center, his body was instantly disassembled. In the blink of an eye, half of his body shattered and turned into dust. Su Ming pulled back his right hand, standing before Yu Hongbang. He cast his emotionless eyes at the old man around 200-something feet away, his gaze aloof. A piercingly cold presence spread out from Su Ming's body without his conscious effort. There was no need for him to even think about it. The old man's pupils shrank, and his body came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 754, Breaking the Seal and Getting Out. Senior, greetings. Thank you for saving me. Excitement appeared on Yu Hongbang's face, and once he struggled up, he immediately wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards Su Ming. He had chosen to cry out for God, instead of calling out for Su Ming by referring to him as senior in order to make the old man who was pursuing him lower his guard, making him fall into his trap when he scoffed at Yu Hongbang's actions. If he had asked for this senior for help straight away, then the old man who was after his life would have definitely been too terrified to get close to this place. However, it was only natural that the old man had extraordinary wit, since he was able to survive in the barren lands of divine source. Even if Yu Hongbang's words had indeed affected his guard, he still chose to remain cautious and not get close to the place personally. Once Yu Hongbang saw it, he let out a sigh in his heart. The old man's pupils had shrank, and an incredibly grave expression appeared on his face. Su Ming's level of cultivation might only be of Earth Cultivation Realm in his eyes, but the fact that this person had been training in the volcano was enough to tell him everything he needed to know. It was especially so when he heard the roar from the volcano, and the smaller crimson python phoenix extended its body out to glare at him fiercely. The old man's heart then let out a thump once again. He took a few steps back without any hesitation. A smile appeared on his face as he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. I am Qi Bei Shan. It seems like I have interrupted your training, senior. Here is a small gift. It might not be able to show enough respect to you, but I hope that you will forgive me. The people in the barren lands of divine source had developed incredibly cautious attitudes while living in this harsh environment that was incredibly difficult for anyone to survive in. Unless they absolutely had to or were fully confident in being able to take down their opponent, they would not attack. Even if Su Ming was only at Earth Cultivation Realm in the old man's eyes, he did not believe that a mere cultivator of Earth Cultivation Realm could reduce his follower's body to ashes. Besides, Yu Hongbang's respect and excitement, as well as the mysteries surrounding this person, along with the fact that quite a number of powerful warriors in the barren lands of divine source would seal off their power, so that they could release it when it was necessary, caused the old man to become cautious and choose to avoid conflict. As he smiled, he lifted his right hand and immediately brought out a crystal that was filled with impurities from his storage bag. Once he placed it on the ground, he immediately moved backwards. Senior, you can't let him leave. Once he leaves, he'll definitely tell the leader of his group about what happened today, which will be detrimental to you. Besides, this person's cave abode is made completely of blue stones. I went there to examine it for you, and that's why I was chased to this place. When Yu Hongbang saw that the old man was about to leave, he immediately spoke to Su Ming anxiously. Killing intent shone in the old man's eyes, and he began charging backwards without any hesitation. The woman beside him also retreated with terror shining on her face, and they turned into long arcs that swiftly left the volcano. Su Ming did not chase after them, but instead allowed the old man to leave swiftly with his follower. When they disappeared into the horizon, Yu Hongbang's face turned incredibly dark, but when he looked at Su Ming, he forced down his complaints and spoke bitterly. The blue stones you require are becoming scarce in the area around this place. To satisfy your needs, I've brought my companions into places that were further away to scout about. Qi Beishan's cave abode is not too far away from this place, and I saw a large amount of blue stones outside it. His cave abode should also be dug out from the blue stone. It's a pity that he has placed a rune outside his cave abode. As he pursued me to this place, all my companions died in his hands. If you hadn't attacked just now, I would have died as well. Yu Hongbang's face was pale. His injuries were grave, and as he spoke, blood even trickled down the corner of his mouth. Su Ming looked at Yu Hongbang coldly. This purple-robed man was now in an incredibly pathetic state. He asked flatly, "Is it really that important for you to become my follower?" Su Ming's words did not match with what Yu Hongbang had been saying, and they came seemingly out of nowhere. However, the moment he said them, Yu Hongbang shuddered lightly. For a moment, he was taken aback, then an expression of wild joy appeared on his face. He bowed deeply towards Su Ming. You, am willing to become your follower and serve you. I will obtain even more blue stones for you, senior. To become my follower, you've been making the people behind you who had seen me previously die one after another. The last person had also died just now for you without having any knowledge of what was going on, Su Ming said, looking straight at Yu Hongbang. Yu Hongbang shuddered once again, then forced out a smile. Just as he was about to speak, though, he was interrupted by Su Ming. The others had sent corpses over the past 2 years, but you've been sending blue stones. This time, when you cried out for help, you brought up that his cave abode was made of the stones that I needed so that you could lure me out to attack and help you kill that old man. With each sentence Su Ming uttered, Yu Hongbang's expression would turn paler. In fact, you had most probably provoked the old man by walking into his rune voluntarily. Your goal was to lure him out, and this so-called chase was only real by 7/10. The other 3/10 of this was fake and planned. Su Ming's gaze was aloof. His merciless eyes were seen by Yu Hongbang at that moment, and his heart shivered. His face turned even paler, and respect that had never appeared in his heart suddenly took seed within him. Su Ming might not have said all of his plans, but all the things he had said still made his heart go cold. Indeed, he had intentionally made these things happen. Senio, Yu Hongbang said with difficulty, but before he could finish speaking, his words were cut off by Su Ming. Give me all the items you still have to protect your life, Su Ming demanded coldly. Yu Hongbang fell silent. After a moment, he put his right hand deep into his bosom and brought out a black bamboo piece, which he gave to Su Ming respectfully. Senior, you are wise. I cannot hide all of my schemes from your eyes. This is the item left behind by my ancestor. It is known as Emperor Yin's bamboo, and it can instantly turn into a shield made of 10,000 bamboos. Once a person is sealed inside, even a lord of a world plane would be trapped for a short while. Once Yu Hongbang handed over the black bamboo, he lifted his head and looked at Su Ming with respect on his face. Qi Beishan humiliated me in the past and nearly killed me. I have a personal grudge against him. That's why I lured him to this place. I wanted to borrow your power to kill him. During the past 2 years, I've been discreetly making my comrades die so that no one would notice that something unexpected had happened here. I decided to silence them so that no one would know about your existence. They would only think that you came from the world outside, not a first-generation criminal. I also wanted to make our relationship better with this and become part of your direct descendants in Crimson Flame Planet, Yu Hongbang said in a low voice, then knelt down on one knee. but I never wanted to harm you. Everything that I did was so that I could obtain your acknowledgement. Please allow me to become your direct descendant, Senior. Yu Hongbang lowered his head. All first-generation criminals that are banished to this place have something about them that causes the four great true worlds to be wary. Your level of cultivation might not seem high, but I believe that your true power is definitely extraordinary. All first-generation criminals become people that all forces of power will want to draw to their side in the barren lands of divine source, and only first-generation criminals have the right to build their own families here. I'm not a worthless person. I do not want any outsider knowing about your origins before I become your direct descendant. Everything that I've done previously, and even the act of luring that person here was mostly to test waters. Please punish me, Yu Hongbang said in a low voice. Su Ming gave Yu Hongbang a cold glance before turning around and ignoring him. Instead, he stepped into the volcano, his body gradually sinking inside. Anguish rose in Yu Hongbang's heart due to Su Ming's actions. He sighed within, but as he was feeling slightly dispirited, Su Ming suddenly asked a question. Is Qi Bei Shan's cave abode truly made of blue stones? I'm not completely certain, but that should really be the case, because there is an incredible amount of this type of blue stone scattered around his cave abode. Yu Hongbang's spirits rose, and he immediately lifted his head to answer the question. Su Ming's expression remained the same. He did not ask any more questions, and his body disappeared into the volcano. Uncertainty appeared in Yu Hongbang's heart. He could not guess Su Ming's thoughts. At that moment, he chose to sit down cross-legged on the mouth of the volcano and brought out several crystals filled with impurities to exercise his breathing quietly so his wounds would heal. His mind worked rapidly, but he still could not obtain even a single hint from Su Ming's words as to what he was planning to do. Su Ming lowered himself into the magma as a pensive look appeared in his eyes. His body soon completely sank into the magma, and as the magma churned violently, the gigantic crimson python phoenix let out a roar and flew out. Su Ming was sitting cross-legged on top of its head. He had his right hand placed on the crimson python phoenix's body and his Atman spread out to fuse with the ferocious beast's body. The gigantic crimson python phoenix rushed upwards with a roar, and when it rose from the volcano, the mighty pressure that belonged to a world paragon caused excitement to instantly appear on Yu Hongbang's face. The bald crane turned into a ray of yellow light and appeared beside Su Ming, carefully landing on the crimson python phoenix's body. Its current appearance was that of a mutt, and it had its tongue sticking out of its mouth as it looked at the area. Lead the way, Su Ming said coldly. Yu Hongbang immediately flew up and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards Su Ming. Then, as he turned around, killing intent shone in his eyes, and he charged into the distance. Su Ming patted the crimson python phoenix beneath him. The gigantic ferocious beast hesitated for a moment, then swiftly rushed out. Though before it could fly more than 10,000 feet outwards, a layer of blue light rose from the ground and covered the entire area. The crimson python phoenix froze in terror, and wariness appeared on its face. Bald crane. Su Ming was not surprised by this. Instead, he cast a glance at the bald crane. The mutt went off with spirit. When it flew out, it turned into its original form and crashed into blue screen of light that formed the seal in this place. After a moment, its body started warping and turned into an old man dressed in a robe with 9 black dragons sewn on it. He closed his eyes and let out a low shout at the rune. Open! With that one word, the blue screen of light immediately started trembling, and a crack appeared. Crimson Python Phoenix's eyes went wide, and it let out an ecstatic screech before turning into a red light that shot through the crack. The slightly smaller Crimson Python Phoenix did not come out. It was instead looking at Su Ming from the volcano while letting screeching loudly. The bald crane strutted about for a bit, then moved to stand on the gigantic Crimson Python Phoenix's body. It was no longer as cautious as it was last time, and it was a clear sign that it thought it had done a meritorious deed. At the same time the Crimson Python Phoenix flew out of the blue screen of light, it let out a roar that shook most of Crimson Flame Planet. Its huge body, which was several tens of thousands of feet big, caused the weather to change. In its memories, this was the first time it flew out of that area of 10,000 feet around the volcano. As it roared, Su Ming sat cross-legged on its head. An expression of excitement that had never appeared on Yu Hongbang's face before did so now, as he flew at the front. He knew that he had won the gamble. Lead the way. Understood. Chapter 755, Duke of Crimson Flame. Su Ming sat on the crimson python phoenix's body without a shred of emotion on his face. A harsh and ruthless air surrounded him, fusing with that aloof gaze of his. He gave off a feeling as if there was ice and snow around him. However, the heat spreading from the crimson python phoenix's body blended perfectly with that cold and turned into a strange illusion that distorted people's vision, adding a layer of mystery to Su Ming. Yuan Bang charged forward. It was difficult for him to conceal the excitement in his heart, and he could not help himself but have some of it show up on his face. He traveled at an incredibly quick pace and turned into a long arc as he charged towards his enemy's dwelling place, Qi Beishan's cave abode. The crimson python phoenix let out delighted cries as it charged forward behind him. Its cry contained its desire for freedom and the outburst of joy after being let out after suffering through years of oppression. Ever since it had gained consciousness, it had been sealed in that volcano, unable to fly more than 10,000 feet away. That seal was like a cage that lasted for generations. If Su Ming had not come, it would have been eternally sealed in that place, unable to move a single step outside. Su Ming's arrival had changed everything, breaking the life the crimson flame python had expected to continue living. But perhaps it'd be more accurate to say that the bald crane had achieved that. It had done a great meritorious deed in this matter. As the crimson python phoenix roared, ripples reverberated through the entire crimson flame planet. Its roars shook the sky and earth, resounding in all directions, and immediately attracted the attention of all the ferocious beasts that were known as gods by the residents of this planet and who were sealed in their regions in Crimson Flame Planet. Unable to get OU, they were momentarily stunned, then roared back in response. Roars from all regions of Crimson Flame Planet rang through the land for a time being. They echoed in all corners of the planet, and these happenings immediately caused the cultivators in Crimson Flame Planet to spot changes in their expressions. In the midst of their shock, they found themselves unable to guess just what sort of thing might have occurred. If it was not because there was no pressure or divine sense descending from the sky, then this sort of continuous roars coming from all directions would have made these people think that the true guards had arrived. Some of the people who had wanted to make offerings to the gods in their regions were filled with shock during that instant, because their gods were no longer looking at their offerings, but had flown towards the seals and roaring loudly towards the sky in the north. There was clear envy and madness contained within those roars. The beasts were akin to a group of people who had been locked in cages suddenly, but now saw one of their companions walking out of their cage one day, and they were not even doing it quietly. That person who had escaped was even letting crazed bellows of laughter. Because of that, the madness that was stirred up shook the entire Crimson Flame Planet. Compared to the puzzlement that was contained within the shock of all the cultivators in other regions, the cultivators who were in the northern region had their heads lifted in disbelief as their hearts trembled violently in the midst of shock while they looked at the gigantic body that was charging through the sky. It was the crimson python phoenix that possessed a phoenix head and was several tens of thousands of feet long. As it flew in the sky while roaring, the tremors that it caused looked as if they could turn the world upside down. The creature certainly did turn upside down the emotions of people who saw it. Is that the crimson python phoenix god from the volcano? Is this an illusion? This is impossible. As far as the recorded history of Crimson Flame Planet goes, no ferocious beast from the alien races had been able to move past the area of 10,000 feet from their caves. The four true great worlds have placed seals outside the gods' caves, and it is impossible for them to be opened. How did it manage to come out? There's a person sitting on its head. Heavens, who is that? There's someone sitting on the crimson python phoenix's head. The uproars from the cultivators on the ground in the north reached their most intense state when the people saw Su Ming's figure sitting on the crimson python phoenix. Their cries buzzed in the air, filled with disbelief, rapid breathing, as well as reverential gazes mixed with shock. The crimson python phoenix lifted its head and roared at the sky, then flew even faster. The bald crane on its back was feeling proud of itself and continued posing in different manners. It felt that most of the cries from the crowd were due to its work. Su Ming had an apathetic expression on his face. He closed his eyes. Even though he had covered the aloof gaze in his eyes, it was still difficult to chase away even a single bit of that cold chill spreading out from his body. Yuan Bang almost roared along with the phoenix as he led the way. He was so excited that his face had gained a red flush, and his heart was trembling with so much excitement that he wanted to already be by Qi Beishan's cave abode. The thing that excited him the most, though, was that as the Crimson Python Phoenix charged through the air, many cultivators in this region either flew into the sky behind them or ran on the ground after the phoenix. Clearly, they wanted to see where this ferocious beast was headed. Originally, all the cultivators were supposed to force down this sort of curiosity, but at that moment, no one tried quelling it. Even if they had to waste some crystals, they still chose to follow without hesitation, because in their hearts, this sort of thing that overturned what they knew was incredibly rare, and it might not repeat itself even after several tens of thousands of years had passed. Clearly, the appearance of this sort of thing would bring about a gigantic effect that would turn the world upside down. If they missed it, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. At that moment, in a stone house located at the peak of the tallest mountain in the east of Crimson Flame Mountain was the old woman, and she was sitting cross-legged while meditating. Her eyes flew open at that instant, and a powerful light shone in her eyes. Without any hesitation, she flashed into the sky and looked towards the north. When her gaze landed there, her expression changed quickly. For a time, she looked stupefied, then shocked. Then her expression turned as dark as thunderclouds. She even lifted her right hand and formed a seal swiftly. But after a moment, she sucked in a deep breath, and her body trembled. Someone broke the seal and let out the Crimson Python Phoenix. Who is he? How did he break open the seal? This has never happened before since the seals were placed in Crimson Flame Planet. Only. The old woman's pupils shrank, as if she had thought of something. With one swift move, she turned into a long arc and charged through the sky, straight towards the northern region. In the only forest that existed in the west of Crimson Flame Planet was a big tree that was trembling viciously at that moment. An old face emerged from the tree trunk, and roars tumbled out from within the trunk. As it trembled, the entire forest started shivering with it. There was a middle-aged man standing beside the tree trunk. He was looking at the sky to the north with a dazed expression. After a long while, he sucked in a sharp breath. It said that something like this happened when Black Ink Planet changed all those years ago. Could it be that the second transformation in the barren lands of Divine Source is happening in Crimson Flame Planet? Could it be that, this time, Crimson Flame Planet is about to change? The middle-aged man's expression changed rapidly, and after a moment, he leaped into the sky and charged towards the north. There's still 9 years left till the next time the True Guards patrol this place. Who has caused this change in Crimson Flame Planet? Due to the Crimson Python Phoenix's escape from the seal and its subsequent roars, as well as the other ferocious beasts responding to its cries by roaring at the same time, all the cultivators in Crimson Flame Planet did not notice in their shock and amazement that a faint ripple had spread towards the land from the rune when the bald crane had used its strange art and cried out for the seal to open. Not even Su Ming had noticed it. A chain reaction followed. Once the ripple traveled into the ground, one of the endless white threads in the inner part of the cultivation planet, which was at the depths of Crimson Flame Planet, snapped with a bang. The breaking of one single thread might not affect the entire seal, but it still created a tiny gap in the perfect rune. Within the core of Crimson Flame Planet, which was the true inner part of the planet itself, was an endless and infinite amount of magma. The color of that magma was not red, but purplish-black. Immersed at the center of this purplish-black magma was a skeleton. There was not a hint of flesh or blood on that skeleton. The magma quietly covered half of its body, while a black sword was pierced deep into the top of its skull. There were 3 other swords that had pierced other parts of its body as well. However, at the moment the bald crane had shouted out that one word in the world outside, the ripple that came from the seal had went deep into the ground, causing the one white thread among the countless others to snap. During that instant, a wisp of dark light appeared in the skeleton's eyes. This was the first time. This had happened ever since he had been sealed in this place. At the instant that dark light appeared in his eyes, the proud bald crane behind Su Ming suddenly found the smile freezing on its face as it traveled on the Crimson Python Phoenix's back. The bald crane lowered its head swiftly and looked at the ground. Duke of Crimson Flame. Who's this bastard, Duke of Crimson Flame? The bald crane was momentarily stunned, then scratched its bald head. It was puzzled greatly by the words it had said just now. A moment before, it had felt as if it had remembered something. Yet no matter how hard it thought about it, it could not obtain an answer, which was why the bald crane decided to not think about that matter. Instead, it became proud of itself again. Su Ming opened his eyes slowly. As the Crimson Python Phoenix charged through the land, There were nearly 100-something cultivators that had turned into long arcs and were following it. There were hundreds of others that were running on the ground as well. Yu Hongbang's body froze for a moment. Then he turned his head around to look at Su Ming with a zealous gaze as he pointed at the ground not too far in the distance. Senior, that is Qi Beishan's cave abode. There was a small hill on the ground with quite a large number of blue stones scattered at the foot of the hill. These stones were completely useless to the cultivators in this place, for there was not a single hint of spiritual energy contained within, which was why very few people paid attention to them. There was a platform that jutted out of the middle section of the hill. At that moment, Qi Beishan and the woman beside him had just returned and were standing on the platform while looking at the sky with dumbfounded gazes. Behind them was a door to a cave abode that had been thrown wide open, and blue rays of light could be seen spreading out from within. That small hill was made entirely of blue stones. Qi Beishan shuddered, his expression filled with shock and terror. He had returned not too long ago. Noticing the strange phenomenon in the world outside, he had just walked out to investigate this matter when, before long, his pupils shrank and even his breathing stilled. Chapter 756. Grandpa Crane has a reward for you. What Qi Beishan saw was a gigantic crimson python phoenix in the sky and nearly 100 long arcs behind it, as well as hundreds of cultivators on the ground running towards the area. From the presence that covered the sky and earth, a loud bang went off in his head. It made him feel as if he was a lone ship in the midst of furious waves, and his body shivered as his heart roared. This sight made him let out a shrill cry, and he retreated without any hesitation, wanting to return to his cave abode. To him, this was Yu Hongbang coming forward to seek revenge, and he was here to destroy him. There was no way they would be able to compromise in this. Even if he conceded to Yu Hongbang, he might still end up dead. Almost at the instant he retreated, the woman by his side intended to do the same, her face pale, but Qi Beishan lifted his right hand and seized the woman's arm before flinging her outwards. Immediately, as the woman screamed in pain, her flesh was separated from her bones, and all her blood, as well as flesh, broke down, turning into a layer of blood mist that spread out through the area with a bang as Qi Beishan cast some sort of unknown divine ability. The hundreds of people that were following behind the Crimson Python Phoenix watched this scene with bright eyes. That's Qi Beishan. He is in Heaven Cultivator Realm, and he's a powerful warrior below only the World Paragons. He's not the only one who's in Heaven Cultivator Realm, though. That Yu Hongbang, who was leading the way, is also in Heaven Cultivator Realm. I've heard that there was a grudge between the two of them. Seems like it's true. This is clearly Yu Hongbang coming here to kill Qi Beishan after he found someone to back him up. It's a good opportunity. We can use this chance to check just what sort of level of cultivation that mysterious person on the Crimson Python Phoenix has. The hundreds of people surrounded the area, and their low-voiced discussions reverberated in the air. At the moment the blood mist on the platform outside Qi Beishan's cave abode spread out, it instantly activated all the runes in the hill outside, creating a blood-red screen of light. At the instant the woman turned into a skeleton and fell to the ground, Qi Beishan entered his cave abode. As the door to the cave swung shut, Qi Beishan's eyes turned bloodshot. As if he had gone mad, he brought out all the crystals he had stocked up and placed all of them on the floor. Once they were absorbed by the small rune on the ground, the blood-red screen of light outside the cave immediately gained a muddled hue. Su Ming sat on the Crimson Python Phoenix's head and looked at the actions Qi Beishan had taken within that short amount of time in a decisive manner. Without any emotion on his face, Su Ming patted the Crimson Python Phoenix's head, and immediately, right under all the hundreds of people's gazes, the ferocious beast charged towards the muddled-looking, blood-red screen of light on the ground. It closed within an instant, but it didn't execute any sort of divine abilities or arts. Instead, it used its gigantic head to ram into the blood-red screen of light. At the instant it crashed into it, a violent bang reverberated in the air, and the rune did not shatter or crack. Instead, it disintegrated. It turned into ashes and scattered into the air, seemingly so fragile that it was as if it had never even existed. When that happened, all the crystals before Qi Beishan in the cave abode shattered. His expression changed, and Su Ming took a step forward in the sky above the cave abode. Once he walked off the Crimson Python Phoenix's head, he appeared right outside Qi Beishan's place. As his hair flew in the air and his robes fluttered, he lifted his right hand and struck the door of the cave abode. When he did so, An endless amount of flames erupted from his body. The flames were like a sea and instantly covered his body. As they spread out, they cover an area of several thousands of feet. An illusory crimson python phoenix also appeared within that sea of flame and rammed its head against the door to the cave abode with a roar towards the sky as Su Ming's palm struck the door. This scene caused many of the people who saw it to be unable to differentiate whether the one who crashed into the door of the cave abode was Su Ming or the illusory crimson python phoenix. It was as if the both of them had overlapped, and everything that could be seen for thousands of feet were that sea of fire, while the only thing that could be heard were booming sounds. However, it was precisely this strike that caused odd expressions to gradually appear on the onlookers' faces. They could tell that this strike was not incredibly powerful, and there was a huge difference between this strike compared to what they had imagined. They had previously thought that a person who could subdue a crimson python phoenix and bring it along as he broke the seal would definitely possess power equivalent to a lord of a world plane. But now, the power Su Ming was showing was clearly only that of Earth cultivation realm. However, they could only question it, without any certainty. After all, the act of sealing up one's own power was not rare in the barren lands of divine source. However, if Su Ming continued to only show the power of Earth cultivation realm, then in the barren lands of divine source where the strong preyed on the weak, after attracting so much attention, he would have to face the greed towards the art that had allowed him to break open the seal, as well as the blatant danger that came along with that greed. At the instant the door to the cave abode opened, it shattered into pieces and fell backwards into the cave. The illusory crimson python phoenix charged into the cave abode like a long arc of fire once the door shattered. The sea of fire that was several thousands of feet big also looked like it had found a gap and charged into the cave abode. As an even more violent bang shook the sky and echoed in the air, Su Ming took a step back, returning to the top of the gigantic crimson python phoenix's head. Once a tremor shook the cave abode that was made of the blue stones, it shattered, and an endless amount of blue stones fell off the hill. A large part of that small hill collapsed, and as a shrill roar rang in the air, Qi Beishan then rushed out with messy hair. Yuan Bang, who had been prepared to attack since a long time ago, let out a low growl and charged straight towards Qi Beishan. They then engaged in a crazed battle in the sky. However, Qi Beishan had no intention to drag out the fight and enjoy it. He only had one thought at that moment, and that was to run away at the fastest speed he could muster. Once he managed to escape from this place, he swore that he would definitely think of a way to take revenge. He had also managed to deduce that this person who had destroyed the door to his cave abode was the young man, and whom Yuan Bang had asked for help was only at Earth cultivation realm. So he was of no match for Qi Beishan. The youth could destroy his door, but he could not injure him. The only thing he needed to be afraid of was that gigantic crimson python phoenix. Qi Beishan had also managed to tell that these hundreds of people nearby had followed the crimson python phoenix to this place due to their shock towards it leaving its sealed region. They were not the man's subordinates, and they had not come here to destroy him. I still have a chance. Qi Beishan did not have time to bother about anything else at that moment. He knew that he was caught in a life-threatening crisis. As he attacked, he executed his strongest divine ability, and an endless amount of black wind manifested around his body to turn into a bizarre shadow with 6 arms. Those 6 arms were holding onto 6 gigantic spiked maces, and they were charging towards Yuan Bang. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. He did not bother about Qi Beishan and Yuan Bang fighting against each other, but looked towards the collapsed cave abode. His vision was filled with blue stones as he looked over there. However, a glint appeared in the eyes of the bald crane behind him once it saw the black, 6-armed shadow. It clacked with its beak, and an excited glare shone in its eyes. It looks very delicious. I seem to have eaten something good like this before. The bald crane immediately moved and turned into a long arc that charged towards Qi Beishan. Once it closed in, it looked at the 6-armed shadow and opened its mouth wide and sucked in a breath. The black 6-armed shadow that was fighting against Yuan Bang immediately shuddered and withered within an instant, right before everyone's eyes. Then, it turned into wisps of black threads that the bald crane began to devour. This scene caused Yuan Bang to be momentarily stunned, before his spirits rose up once again. As expected of a first-generation criminal, even his pets are amazing. Qi Beishan immediately screamed out in fury. He had intended to use the black 6-armed shadow formed by his divine abilities to hold down Yuan Bang, so that he could escape. But this bald crane had caught him completely off guard. Malice appeared in his eyes as he made a decision, and he let out a shout. Explode. As he shouted, the black six-armed shadow exploded with a bang, turning into a violent wave that surged out in all directions. At the same time, Qi Beishan's right arm exploded as well, turning into a monstrous bloody wave that swept up his body with a speed akin to warping. The black six-armed shadow's collapse made Yu Hongbang immediately retreat. The bald crane was momentarily taken aback. Then it was swept away by the wave of impact, ending up like an incredibly pathetic mess. The bald crane's heart clenched in pain for being unable to swallow the rest of that delicious meal, and the crane immediately began to seethe with rage. When it saw that Qi Beishan was about to escape, its piercing voice immediately reverberated in all directions, because in its mind, Qi Beishan should die for what he did. Kill him. Whoever kills him will get a reward from Grandpa Crane. As the bald crane screamed, it lifted its right claw, and a purple crystal the size of a fist immediately appeared in its claws. There was not a single hint of impurity in it, and it was even shining with a pure spiritual energy. It was not something the crystals full of impurities in this place could hope to compare to. This crystal was a superior spirit stone among the bald crane's vast collection of items. Spirit stones of this sort of quality were the type that would disappear once they were used, and their number would never be replenished in the barren lands of divine source. Such crystals were incredibly rare in this place. At the instant the bald crane brought out that spirit stone, the eyes of the hundreds of people around immediately brightened. Some of those who had faster reflexes flew up swiftly and charged after the fleeing Qi Beishan with thick murderous aura. This ended up as not a single person trying to kill someone, but almost half of the hundreds of people in the area flying out together. This scene made Qi Beishan let out a cry of despair. He had not expected that he would end up this way, being killed because a bald livestock had offered a reward for his head. He was not the only one to think so, either. Even Yu Hongbang's eyes went wide. Clearly, he had not expected this to happen. In fact, Su Ming had also averted his gaze from the blue stones in the cave and now looked at the bald crane. Even if Su Ming's inability to love caused him to have less capacity for human emotions, he could not help but be taken aback. Then, he suddenly remembered the bald crane's hobby and love for pillaging while they were in Death region. When Qi Beishan saw the hundreds of people charging towards him as well as that he was completely surrounded, he let out a cry and lifted his right hand. A tricolored crystal appeared within it. Soul crystal. Someone immediately recognized that tricolored crystal. Everyone came to an abrupt halt, and their expressions changed. Just as they were about to withdraw, Chapter 757, making his place in Crimson Flame Planet. This soul crystal is tied to my life, and once I use it 3 times, I will definitely die. This is the 3rd time I will be using it, so even if I die, I will make all of you pay. Madness appeared on Qi Beishan's face, and he squeezed the crystal in his hand. A tricolored ripple instantly shot out and spread through the area. All the cultivators who were touched by that ripple found their bodies freezing swiftly. This soul crystal could instantly freeze up the souls of the people within its area of effect. The effect would not last for a long time, but during battle, it could be crucial. Almost at the moment all the people in the area stopped moving and looks of confusion appeared on their faces. Qi Beishan looked towards Su Ming standing on the Crimson Python Phoenix, and killing intent shone in his eyes. He hated Yu Hongbang the most, because he was an incredibly intelligent and calculative man. He had already thought about everything before his death. He would kill Su Ming, and then Yu Hongbang could only continue struggling in Crimson Flame Planet. Besides, if Su Ming had not become Yu Hongbang's reinforcement, then Qi Beishan would not have been forced to face death. Before he died, Qi Beishan let out a fierce bark of laughter and closed in on Su Ming. The Crimson Python Phoenix let out a roar, and as it swung its head in an attempt to hit Qi Beishan, the old man let out a shrill bark of laughter, and as he lifted his right hand, the tricolored crystal in his hand appeared as a 4-colored crystal. He knew that he was about to die without anyone having to do anything, which was why he decided to burn his own soul and activate the mysterious divine ability once again. He squeezed the 4-colored crystal that had manifested in his hand, and a 4-colored ripple spread out instantly, freezing the Crimson Python Phoenix's body. Right then, Qi Beishan appeared before Su Ming. His face was twisted in a ferocious expression, and with a raging killing intent, He pointed towards Su Ming with his right index finger. So what if you've subdued the Crimson Python Phoenix? Die with me. It might not apply to all of you, but most of you who managed to survive in the barren lands of Divine Source are people who are difficult to kill. Su Ming shook his head and lifted his left hand coldly, then swung it towards the incoming Qi Bei Shan. With it, the flow of time between the past and future intersected with each other, and the power of destiny spread out. The power of a law descended swiftly, freezing Qi Bei Shan's body in midair. His eyes went wide in disbelief. He could no longer move his body forward, but instead started moving backwards, as if time suddenly begun going in reverse. The shattering of the four-colored crystal was turned back, and everything returned to its original condition. In shock, Qi Bei Shan saw that the Crimson Python Phoenix's movements were no longer halted after the four-colored crystal recollected itself. It was as if the entire world, all the things and people on it, never experienced any sort of changes. Only Qi Bei Shan had seemed to be isolated from this world. Only he was retreating, and only his time was flowing in reverse. At that moment, the hundreds of people in the distance had regained their freedom. At the instant their souls recovered from being frozen, they saw a sight that was so incredibly strange that it made all their hearts tremble. This scene surpassed the limits of their imagination. In fact, they could not tell just what had happened. They could only see that the mysterious person standing on the Crimson Python Phoenix's head had swung his arm, and that Qi Bei Shan began falling back. The crumbling four-colored crystal also gathered together once again. However, the scene that happened next caused expressions of shock and fear on the previously puzzled faces. It was 3 colors just a moment ago. Now it is 4 colors. Without any expression on his face, Su Ming looked at the 4-colored crystal in Qi Bei Shan's hand. He lifted his left hand and swung it at Qi Bei Shan, and the 4-colored crystal in his hand immediately turned into 5 colors. Qi Bei Shan's expression twisted, and his eyes went wide. As fear and despair blossomed in his gaze, the crystal in his hand crumbled. Everything that had happened moments before started playing back once more, but this time, the 4-colored crystal had turned into 5-colored one. Yet soon, as Su Ming swung his arm and Qi Bei Shan moved back again, the 5-colored crystal that had gathered together once more had turned into 6-colored one. The cultivators in the area burst into a commotion. Their hearts were filled with shock. This strange sight caused alarm to appear within them as they looked towards Su Ming. 6 colors turned into 7. The commotion grew even more intense. There were even shadows distorting in the sky. One of them was in the east and the other in the west. As these shadows distorted, they revealed 2 figures with grave expressions on their faces. These 2 people were the world paragons in this planet. At that moment, as Qi Bei Shan moved forward before retreating once again, the 7 colors on the crystal turned into 8. The commotion died down and turned into death-like silence. All the people were watching with dumbfounded gazes. Their faces had turned pale, and their breathing seemed to have frozen. Once the crystal gained 8 colors, Su Ming frowned. He had already reached his limit with destiny, and it was difficult for him to continue casting the art. With a swing of his arm, he gave up on continuing with the execution of the art. The Crimson Python Phoenix beneath him let out a roar at that moment and rammed its gigantic body straight into Qi Bei Shan. Without a single sound, Qi Bei Shan's body disintegrated. The madness and grudge was absent from his face, though. Strangely enough, an expression of being freed had taken its place. He turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. Su Ming seized the air with his right hand, and the 8-colored crystal flew into his hand before Qi Bei Shan's body, with all his items disintegrated. He closed his fingers around the crystal. At the instant the crystal landed in Su Ming's hand, the dazzling colors on it were unparalleled. Soul crystals were formed using a secret art. Every single time it was used, a color would be added to it. Su Ming's destiny had caused the 8-colored crystal that was incredibly rare in this world to exist, and it was shining with an appealing light in Su Ming's hand. Yu Hongbang sucked in a sharp breath. When he looked towards Su Ming, a deep reverence appeared in his gaze. He could not tell what divine abilities Su Ming had cast. The scene before looked incredibly strange in his eyes, and was able to overturn everything that he knew. He began to think that the mysteries surrounding Su Ming were so great that they could fill the sky. The hundreds of people in the area had already fallen silent by then. They had been able to tell that Su Ming only possessed power of Earth Cultivation Realm when he opened the door to the cave abode. But even though they still harbored uncertainties in their hearts, Once they saw Qi Bei Shan's bizarre death, and most importantly, the continuous cycle that turned Qi Bei Shan into a puppet which he manipulated to form that 8-colored crystal, they no longer dared to underestimate him. Instead, in their hearts, Su Ming became known as a powerful warrior that they absolutely could not provoke. At that moment, wariness appeared on their faces as they looked towards Su Ming. This time, they were not just wary of the Crimson Python Phoenix. They were also wary of Su Ming. Strength was everything in the barren lands of Divine Source. If anyone wanted to earn respect and resources, they needed to show power that could intimidate and frighten those around them. Those who were powerful were respected. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on making a place here in Crimson Flame Planet. You've become a pioneer by subduing the Crimson Python Phoenix, creating this monstrous change, and with an art that takes the form of a law, you easily killed Qi Bei Shan and gathered together an 8-colored soul crystal. I am Tianlin. A hearty voice came from the sky in the midst of the silence in the area. The speaker was the middle-aged man from the forest, one of the 2 world paragons in the planet. He was a middle-aged man who possessed power that belonged to a lord of a world plane. His body appeared in midair, and with a smile on his face, he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. It was a form of greeting towards someone who was of the same status. Chapter 758, Drawing Sword. Tianlin's status of lord of a world plane and a world paragon might not make him a superior existence within the other cultivation planets in the barren lands of Divine Source, but that was not the case in Crimson Flame Plane. This planet was located at the edge of the universe, and he could be said to have the greatest voice of authority, along with the other world paragon. That was why when Tianlin greeted Su Ming in a way that was only used among those who were of equal status, the hundreds of cultivators in the area wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards Su Ming simultaneously. Su Ming stood at the top of the Crimson Python Phoenix's head. A smile touched his lips, and he wrapped his fist in his palm to return Tianlin's greeting. I am Su Ming. I got along well with this creature, so I brought it out from its region. If I've caused chaos in this planet, please forgive me. As Su Ming spoke, Tianlin smiled, and a hint of fondness rose in his heart for this youth. To him, there was not a hint of arrogance in Su Ming's words. Instead, he had spoken as he would to a person of equal status. After all, respect would usually need to come from both parties when their strengths were almost equal. When Tianlin saw that Su Ming was being courteous and remembered what had happened previously, an even greater desire to befriend him rose from the depths of his heart. Fellow Taoist Su, you're being far too polite. I am not worthy of you to be asking for forgiveness from me. I'll talk about this with you later. First, let me introduce a friend to you. Tianlin did not even spare a glance at the hundreds of cultivators around him. Before, there had only been one person in Crimson Flame Planet who could catch his attention besides the ferocious beasts that had lost their intelligence. When he said those words, a cold harumph came from the east of Crimson Flame Planet, right in front of Tianlin. At that moment, a person walked out of thin air. It was an old woman, her face covered in wrinkles. Her eyes were dark, and her hair a mess. However, she radiated a murderous presence, and she looked akin to a murderous spirit. Once she appeared, she immediately looked towards Su Ming, and the dark light in her eyes sparkled. While standing on the Crimson Python Phoenix's head, Su Ming lifted his head to meet the old woman's gaze squarely. He did not look away. The dark light in the old woman's flickered, but Su Ming's eyes remained piercingly cold, as if not a single hint of emotion was contained within them. The two stared at each other for a while in midair before the old woman narrowed her eyes and averted her gaze from Su Ming's body. She first looked at the Crimson Python Phoenix, then at the 8-colored crystal in Su Ming's hands. After some time, she opened her mouth, and a hoarse voice tumbled out through her lips. I am Elan. Fellow Taoist Su, you should just be passing by Crimson Flame Planet. The galaxy is vast and boundless, and all those who have come from far off are guests. Once you've rested here, I will personally send you off with fellow Taoist Tian 7 days later. That is what we should do to our guests as residents of the planet. The old woman smiled, but her smile did not reach her eyes. Her voice sounded as if her teeth were grinding against each other, and it was very unpleasant to the ears. When it fell into the ears of the hundreds of cultivators in the area, they felt sharp stabs of pain. Tianlin frowned by the side. He cast a look at the old woman, and a pensive look appeared on his face. Su Ming remained as calm as ever, but his gaze grew colder. He had naturally been able to hear the underlying meaning behind the old woman's words. She was asking him to leave Crimson Flame Planet as soon as possible and not to stay here for long. At most, she would allow him to stay for 7 days. Su Ming looked at Tian Lin and asked flatly, "Fellow Taoist Tian, is this your intention as well?" Tian Lin frowned. He pondered over those words. But before he could speak, the old woman let out a cold harumph. "Fellow Taoist Su, are you intending to stay in Crimson Flame Planet for long?" "That was not my original plan, but now, I've changed my mind. I don't see why I shouldn't stay here for long." Su Ming's words were moderately paced, but the biting chill in his voice made illusory layers of snow appear around him. He knew that he could not back down right now. Once he did, then there was no way he would be able to make his place here. He would also bring suspicion to himself. In fact, in the barren lands of divine source where the strong preyed on the weak, unless he left immediately, he would definitely bring trouble to himself at the moment he caved in and showed weakness. When the woman was faced with Su Ming's unyielding attitude and aloof words, she fell silent. Once she carefully sized him up, uncertainty rose in her heart, but a cold sneer soon appeared on her lips. "If you want to stay here for a long period of time, then I'd like to see whether you have hidden your level of cultivation. If you're only relying on a ferocious beast and that 8-colored crystal, then you still don't have the right to make your place here, fellow Taoist Su." The old woman's voice was ghastly. She even took a step forward, and a power that belonged to a world paragon burst forth from her body. That power swept through the entire world, causing numerous ripples and tumbling waves in the sky. A vast and mighty pressure descended on the land, making the hundreds of cultivators around the area find their breathing quickening, and they swiftly moved back. To them, this was a battle between world paragons, something which was rare in Crimson Flame Planet. Perhaps it would prove to be beneficial for their training if they watched it. Those in Heaven Cultivation Realm were watching with especially bright eyes. It's said that Senior May has reached World Plane Realm 700 years ago and became a world paragon. I wonder what her power is like now, but this place is lacking in resources, and the power of World Plane is even rarer. My guess is that she's only at the starting point of the initial stage of World Plane Realm. Even though she's only at the starting point of the initial stage of World Plane Realm, she can still possess the power to make the sky and earth shatter, understand the changes in the world, and fuse together with Crimson Flame Planet. Quite a number of the hundreds of cultivators that had retreated farther away immediately started discussing what was to happen among themselves. However, most of them spoke to each other by sending their thoughts to another, not really speaking aloud. Almost at the moment the old woman took a step forward and executed her power of a world paragon, the Crimson Python Phoenix under Su Ming's feet lifted its head and let out a shocking roar. Su Ming immediately sensed the mighty pressure coming from the old woman's body. He lifted his right hand, and the killing sword manifested out of thin air and started to hum in his hand. The Crimson Python Phoenix's presence could dissolve the pressure coming from the old woman. Besides, even though Su Ming was still in Earth Cultivation Realm, the killing sword exuded a biting cold presence, and there was also a murderous aura that seemed to be suppressed within Su Ming's body. It was carefully fighting against the old woman's pressure. When Tian Lin saw that the battle was about to start, he lifted his foot and took a step forward to stand between the old Mei Lan and Su Ming. "Is there a need for you to attack each other, even though there is no great enmity between the two of you?" Tian Lin sighed. "Fellow Taoist Mei Lan, we have been neighbors for hundreds of years and have always been on good terms with each other. We never bothered each other and even discussed our arts and divine abilities. I should not be stopping you, but you have to think carefully. Fellow Taoist Su's 8-colored crystal is a rare item. There might only be one, but it'll be easy for him to freeze your soul for several breaths. If you remain by the side and refuse to take action even when my soul is frozen, I will still have a way to break free. From then on, I will leave Crimson Flame Planet. Why should it bother me if I leave? This place is about to become a spot rife with trouble," the old woman said with a cold smile. As Tian Lin smiled wryly, the old woman spoke once again. "I refuse to believe that you can't see my intentions. It's not as if Crimson Flame Planet can accommodate a third world paragon, and neither will it interfere with my training. After all, there was a third world paragon in this place in the past. However, he opened the seal to the Crimson Python Phoenix's region. The true guards will probably come again in several years, 9 years at most. Once they begin their patrol and see this, they will definitely descend to Crimson Flame Planet en masse to investigate this matter. At that time, I won't be the only one affected, you will be affected as well. In fact, All of the cultivators here. Haha, no one will be able to escape from being delivered a death sentence. The old woman glared at Su Ming, but she was speaking to Tianlin. Unless he leaves this place. When the old woman lifted her right hand, the ripples in the world behind her immediately froze, then gathered on her right hand. If he puts the Crimson Python Phoenix back into the seal and leaves this place immediately, then we can all avoid trouble. Tianlin remained silent for a moment, then swiftly spoke up, a resolute look on his face. I do wish that this place would become the second Black Ink planet. So you really intend to stop me? Freezing light shone in the old woman's eyes. When she saw that Tianlin was still stubbornly standing between them, she sucked in a deep breath and put her right hand slowly downwards, then looked at Su Ming. I will allow you to live here for 8 years. If you don't leave after 8 years, then I will definitely kill you for Crimson Flame Planet. The old woman turned around swiftly. Just as she was about to leave, she cast a look at Yu Hongbang, who was standing in the distance. With a glint in her eyes, she lifted her right hand and pointed at Yu Hongbang. You, who brought this disaster upon us, I will kill you as a warning for others. When she pointed at Yu Hongbang, his expression immediately changed drastically. He retreated swiftly, but 3 black threads had appeared around him out of thin air. They surrounded his body and were shrinking at an incredible speed. One of the 3 ring-shaped black threads wrapped itself around his neck, another his chest, and the remaining one around his waist. If those 3 threads shrank at the same time, they could dismember Yu Hongbang instantaneously. When terror rose within Yu Hongbang, madness showed on his face. He did not ask for help from Su Ming. He knew that this moment was incredibly important for Su Ming to avoid getting into a battle against a world paragon. Besides, the old woman was clearly trying to kill him to vent her anger. Yu Hongbang gritted his teeth, erupting his power of Heaven Cultivation Realm. At the instant the 3 threads shrank, his body was torn apart with a bang. However, there was no blood from his torn body. Instead, they turned into dried pieces of bamboo. Yu Hongbang's real body appeared 100-something feet away. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. His face had turned pale, and there was also a dull and lifeless hue to his face. Clearly, he had used an item to protect his life during that moment of crisis. But even though he had escaped death, he was still injured. Your ancestor is old Ku Zhu. Oh well, I will spare you because of my friendship with Ku Zhu all those years ago. The old woman looked at the dried pieces of bamboo, and a slightly melancholic look appeared on her face. She turned around and no longer bothered with the crowd. She transformed into a long arc, wanting to leave. Even Tianlin cast a few looks at the few slips of dried bamboo and gave Yu Hongbang a profound look. Yu Hongbang's face was still pale when he lowered his head. He did not say a single word. When the hundreds of people in the area saw this, they lamented about this in their hearts, knowing that there would probably no longer be any fight. Yet at that moment, Su Ming's cold voice rang in the air. You embarrassed me and even wanted to kill my servant. Are you going to leave just like that, Meilon? Along with his words came the murderous aura that he no longer bothered to suppress or hide. At the instant it surrounded him, the heinous aura caused the expressions of the crowd to change drastically. The strength of that murderous aura was so great that it was rarely seen. Even in the barren lands of divine source, it was extremely unusual to sense such a thick murderous aura on someone's body. It did not seem like a murderous aura that was accumulated throughout a person's life, but seemed like a terrifying murderous aura that was gathered together through numerous lives a person had lived after going through an endless cycle of reincarnations. If the old woman left just like that, Su Ming knew that his standing in Crimson Flame Planet would be shaken. The only way to avoid this from happening was to draw his sword. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Ku Zhu, meaning dried bamboo. Chapter 759, Brutal and Ruthless. At the instant the people sensed the murderous aura, they felt as if they had sunk into an endless darkness. This darkness was the boundless darkness from Su Ming's memories when his soul still possessed a physical body. It was a determination screaming one single thing. If I could see, I would know just what shade of blue the sky possesses. There was also the scent of death within that murderous aura. It came from Su Ming's soul, for it was a madness contained within a soul that was originally dead but desired to walk from midwinter to spring. This feeling of death was incredibly clear as it spread through the area. At that moment, all the people who sensed the density of the murderous aura had the same thought. It was not a murderous aura that could be accumulated in a single life. When Su Ming was still in the Ninth Summit, his senior brothers and his master, Tian Zi, had sensed that terrifying murderous aura within Su Ming. Then, when he went into the undying and imperishable world, fought in a great many battles, and spilled a large amount of blood, and eventually found that one point that he always went back to during those dozens of reincarnations, his murderous aura had become so thick that it was monstrous. However, it was usually hidden in his soul, and it was difficult for him to spread it out entirely. At most, he would only let out a part of that murderous aura. In fact, even if it spread out, it would not have such a vast presence as it did now. After all, when Su Ming was in Death region, he did not possess a real physical body. He did not have flesh and blood, only a soul. He'd been like a tree without roots, so it was difficult for him to unleash everything he had. Besides, Su Ming had emotions and could still sense pain at that time. Now that he was in the barren lands of divine source, he had gathered together a physical body from the Crimson Python Phoenix. And once this body fused with his soul, and he no longer had the ability to love or to feel pain, he was able to have all his murderous aura spread out from his soul without holding a single bit of it back. This was the first time Su Ming had spread out all of his murderous aura that he had gathered throughout all of his cycles of reincarnation, and even when he was still just a baby. At the instant he released that aura, Tian Lin's expression changed. He instinctively took a few steps back and swiftly looked towards Su Ming. During that moment, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. Even with his status and his level of cultivation, he had never seen anyone else who possessed such thick murderous aura as Su Ming. Because of it, he had a strong feeling that his mind was playing tricks on him. Just how many people did he kill to possess such murderous aura? Tian Lin's heart trembled. Levels of cultivation were not the only way to determine whether a person was strong or weak in the barren lands of divine source. Sometimes, the amount of blood spilled by a single person could even more accurately determine whether someone was truly strong or just pretending. The old woman's expression also changed drastically. She had originally wanted to leave, but at the instant the murderous aura within Su Ming's body spread out, she turned her head around to look at him. Her pupils shrank swiftly, and her skin went all crawly, while her hair stood up on end. If these two people were reacting in such a manner, then it was even more so for the hundreds of cultivators around the area. They were treated like one, with expressions of shock. When they looked towards Su Ming, their gazes were filled with terror that surpassed its previous self. Even Yuhong Bang was shuddering at that moment. When his gaze landed on Su Ming, he thought he saw a murderous spirit instead of a person. He felt as if his body had been plunged into ice and darkness, as if he was immersed in death, and that cold froze his body and soul. In fact, even the Crimson Python Phoenix under Su Ming's body had lost most of its surrounding heat at that moment. It twisted its body about, as if it was not used to the murderous aura spreading out from Su Ming. The bald crane in the distance also widened its eyes. When it looked at Su Ming, a dazed expression appeared on its face. It thought to have remembered something, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not recall any details regarding it. The only sound came from the killing sword in Su Ming's hand, which was letting out a piercing screech that was full of excitement and delight. A desire for blood could be sensed from the sword whistles, and its color had even changed from red to a near-violet shade. At the instant Su Ming's words and murderous aura shook the sky and earth, he took a swift step towards the old woman, whose expression had changed. At the same time, the Crimson Python Phoenix let out a roar and rushed out with him. The current Su Ming was already much stronger than when he was fighting against those Dao slaves in Death region. Back then, he had only been in the initial stage of Life Matrix realm. Afterwards, due to Yu Xian's abyss death breath, his soul was completed, and the 3 seals were broken. However, at that time, he was still incredibly weak, and it was difficult for him to fight against the thousands of Dao slaves. Yet at the instant Su Ming put on the mask, he moved from Life Matrix realm to Life Privation realm. As a cultivator in Earth Cultivation realm, he had come to truly possess a body of flesh and blood, and during these 2 years, he had constantly been refining this body using the Surging Indulger's divine abilities. The combat abilities he could bring out now far surpassed what he possessed when he was in Death region. As he took a step forward, he lifted his left hand and pushed at the ground. With it, the Surging Indulger's divine ability was immediately activated. His left hand started withering away, and even his torso as well as his right hand, which was holding onto the sword, was reduced to mere skin and bones within an instant. He then lifted his left hand to tap the center of his brows. With it, black fog spread out and turned into a gigantic head of a malicious ghost. As it roared, it swept up Su Ming, instantly increasing his speed. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on the old woman, while heinous murderous intent spread out from the killing sword. All of this happened too quickly. While Tianlin was shocked by the murderous aura on Su Ming's body, he hesitated to take action for a moment, and during that time, Su Ming had already appeared right before the old woman. Old Meilan's pupils shrank. Once she let out a piercing cry that could terrify hearts, she lifted her right hand, and her power of a world paragon erupted from her body to turn into a huge flag on her right hand. That flag was white, but damaged. There was a circle sewn on it using black thread. At that moment, that circle was spinning as if it had come to life. Once the old woman swung the flag with her right hand, the circle made of black threads manifested in the air and turned into several dozens of black threads that took the shape of rings before they charged towards Su Ming. A shocking boom that shook the sky reverberated in the world. Sounds that were this intense would only ring out when world paragons attacked each other or when great divine abilities or arts crashed into each other. This sort of thing had not happened in Crimson Flame Planet for a long time. After all, resources were lacking in this place, so the recovery of cultivation bases was slowed down a lot. Because of it, unless they absolutely had to, very few people would waste the power they had stored in their cultivation bases. The world roared. As that violent bang and its endless echoes spread through the air, numerous dimensional tiers appeared in the sky. A wave of impact that looked like a violent gust of wind swept through the area, and the wind that was stirred up caused the hundreds of cultivators around to breathe rapidly. This was a true battle between cultivators, not the small little disputes they had against each other because they did not dare waste their cultivation bases. As that loud bang rang in the air, most of the ring-shaped black threads crumbled. Su Ming's killing sword continuously cut through the black threads, but it was difficult for him to completely cut through all of them. Yet, even so, a powerful suction force spread out from his killing sword, and the old woman's right hand withered as she held onto the flag. It was as if a part of her flesh and blood had been sucked away, while Su Ming's body had regained some flesh and blood from its emaciated state. This strange art caused the old woman's expression to change. The head of the ghost formed from the black fog was also charging towards her from behind Su Ming with a roar. The old woman swung the flag in her hand backwards, but she did not move backwards herself. Instead, she moved forward. She took a step and lifted her left hand. Her fingernails instantly grew longer, and she swiped at Su Ming through the air, as if those fingernails were 5 sharp needles moving to him. As for the ghost head, it had been torn apart once the old woman's fingers touched it, slicing right through. Su Ming staggered a few steps backwards. His killing sword could not cut through all the ring-shaped black threads, so the 5 black threads that remained moved past and landed on his chest. They inflicted heavy wounds on his body, and he now looked a bloody mess. An intense pain should have rushed through Su Ming, but he could feel nothing. He did not even spare those wounds a glance. His expression remained aloof, and when he took a step forward, he lifted his right hand and clenched it before hurling a punch straight on the old woman's incoming 5 fingers. Booming sounds rang in the air once again. Su Ming's left arm was reduced to a bloody mess, and some of his bones even shattered to pieces, making him look incredibly wretched. The old woman's 5 fingers swiftly withered, and a large amount of flesh and blood was absorbed from her hand. However, she only let out a cold harumph and swiped at him once again with her left hand. Su Ming was as calm as ever when he took a step forward instead of retreating, as if he was not injured. With his torn and bloodied left hand, he punched the old woman's fingers once again. Half of Su Ming's left arm shattered with a bang. As it did so, blood spilled from his arm. Some white bone and torn pieces of flesh could even be seen still attached to his shoulder. The old woman's expression filled with shock, because in her eyes, Su Ming did not seem to be experiencing even a little pain. It was as if his body did not belong to him. In fact, she could even see Su Ming lifting his right hand to seize the broken piece of bone to swiftly pull it out. Once he completely tore off his left arm and threw it to the side and stopped the blood from flowing from the wound, he looked over with a cold smile. This scene didn't shock and terrify the old woman alone. Even Tianlin sucked in a sharp breath. As for the hundreds of cultivators in the area, when they looked at Su Ming, An indescribable shock could be detected on their faces besides fear. Just how brutal and ruthless must a person be to be so callous towards his own self? He was completely unconcerned about his pain and was even smiling. If he could be so brutal to himself, then how would he treat his enemies? This sort of person is born to live in the barren lands of divine source. When the old woman looked at Su Ming, this sentence appeared in her head. Su Ming's divine ability was especially bizarre to her. They had just started fighting against each other, and her arms had already withered away. She had lost almost 2/10 of her flesh and blood, and she had also lost some of her cultivation base once she started circulating it. Since replenishing a cultivation base in this place was incredibly slow, her heart clenched in pain at this sort of loss. However, that pain in her heart did not last for long. Her eyes went wide, because at that moment, Su Ming had let out go of the killing sword in his right hand. Dozens of crystals that exuded a thick spiritual energy appeared in his right hand, and he crushed all of them. Once a large amount of spiritual energy surged into Su Ming's body, he lifted his head and flashed a cruel smile to the old woman before swiftly charging over towards her once again. The Crimson Python Phoenix had already closed in by then. With a roar, it rushed towards the old woman, headfirst. The Phoenix's inborn divine ability to disassemble all materials was contained within its head, and the old woman's face became incredibly dark. Booming sounds continued reverberating in the air. After a dozen-something breaths, the old woman let out a shrill roar and retreated swiftly. At that moment, half of her flesh and blood had withered away, and she looked as if she had just seen a ferocious ghost. Chapter 760, Eternity. Throughout her entire life of fighting against others, the old woman had never run into any enemy who was like Su Ming. He was completely unbothered no matter how bad his injuries got, completely unperturbed even if his arm was torn off. In fact, even his cultivation base did not suffer too much depletion as he was completely indifferent towards the injuries he sustained. As they fought, a large amount of her flesh and blood would be absorbed every single time he touched her, and he would also absorb spirit stones during battle to replenish the cultivation base he had spent. There was no way she could fight against him, even if she had the power that belonged to a world paragon. If the Crimson Python Phoenix was not here, things might be slightly better, but now, Su Ming had left an incredibly deep impression within Mei Lan's mind. He still has many skills which he hasn't activated as well, like that art that could control the flow of time just then. This person hasn't attacked with his full strength. Su Ming's entire body was drenched in blood, and his chest was a bloody mess. White pieces of bone could be seen on many parts of his body, but his expression was as calm as ever. Once he stopped blood from pouring out of the wounds, he cast a cold look at the old woman. A fierce light appeared in the Crimson Python Phoenix's eyes. It went under Su Ming's feet, and as it stared at the old woman, it roared. There was a threatening tone contained within that roar. At that moment, Su Ming's emaciated body started squirming in a bizarre fashion, and all his wounds recovered within an instant. Right under the old woman's horrified gaze, white bone and flesh started rapidly growing at the spot where Su Ming had torn off his left arm. In the blink of an eye, a new arm was formed. As Su Ming recovered, his body gave off a feeling that he had become stronger than before. It had happened because he had refined his body by absorbing flesh and blood that was of the old woman's caliber. I originally did not want to attack, but you've gone overboard. I can sense the signs of a seal on your body. You might have the presence of a world paragon, but what you showed is just the level of a cultivator in Heaven Cultivation Realm. Release your seal and fight against me properly. Su Ming swung his left arm about, and the 8-colored crystal appeared on his left palm as he spoke flatly. Those who had become lords of world planes would be able to easily overpower the cultivators in heaven, earth, and man cultivation realms in terms of power. However, Su Ming was much stronger than when he was in Death region. And more importantly, he had a physical body here. He also had a sufficient amount of spirit stones as well as the Crimson Python Phoenix by his side. As for the old woman, she had been in this place for many years and knew just how difficult it was to survive here. That was why she had sealed up some of her cultivation base. Once she released it and activated her power of the world plane, it would be incredibly difficult for her to recover her cultivation base. That was why, as of then, she was caught in a situation between a rock and a hard place, and she was placed in a dilemma. But the main problem was that she could not grasp the true extent of Su Ming's level of cultivation. Even though she could see the signs of a seal on his body, his brutality towards his own self, and that thick murderous aura were all telling signs that he was definitely not an ordinary person. The Crimson Python Phoenix was also a creature that gave the old woman a headache. If Tianlin was willing to attack, she would be able to fight without worry, her actions not shackled. However, she could tell that Tianlin had other thoughts in his mind regarding this matter, and because of that, she was caught in this situation. Su Ming was actually taking a risk. He was betting that the old woman would not dare to attack at full strength due to her wariness towards him. Would the both of you care to listen to what I have to say? Is it also not a form of fate that the three of us have met in Crimson Flame Planet? Could you not continue with this fight? Tianlin walked up towards them with a wry smile. The old woman let out a cold harumph, but she did not say anything to decline what Tianlin had suggested. Su Ming took a step to land on the Crimson Python Phoenix's head before he declared coldly, "Fellow Taoist Tian, since you are the one persuading me to stop, then I won't mind stopping. However, from now onwards, fellow Taoist Mei Lan will not be allowed to step into the northern region of Crimson Flame Planet without permission." The old woman stared at Su Ming. After some time, she turned around and transformed into a long arc without a single word and disappeared in midair in an instant, leaving the place as she turned into an illusion. Tianlin looked at Su Ming with a wry smile, then shook his head and spoke up. "Brother Su, fellow Taoist Mei Lan harbors no ill will. I will talk to you about this in the future. You don't have to worry about her trespassing into the northern region here when fellow Taoist Ku Zhu was still around. We had formed a rule among ourselves that we would not enter each other's regions randomly. I will now take my leave." Tianlin let out a sigh and wrapped his fist towards Su Ming before he left. By the direction he took, it could be seen that he was chasing after Mei Lan. When he left, the hundreds of cultivators on the ground were silent as they looked at Su Ming warily. "From now on, I will be the master of the northern region of Crimson Flame Planet. When I am in isolation, listen to Yu Hongbang's instructions for all trivial matters." Su Ming swept his gaze across the land, and his aloof words fell into the hearts of all those present. Understood. The hundreds of people wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed together without any hesitation. They already knew that since the Crimson Python Phoenix had been broken out the seal, since Qi Beishan's death in that bizarre manner, and since Su Ming's short but intense fight against the world paragon Mei Lan, that the northern region of Crimson Flame Planet would now belong to him. There could only be one will in this place from then on, and that was Su Ming's will. All those who went against his will would be destroyed. Yu Hongbang's voice was the loudest as the hundred-something people bowed and paid their respects to Su Ming. His expression was filled with excitement at that moment. This sort of position and status had not landed on him since his ancestor had been killed by the True Guards all those years ago. Now that he obtained it once again, he was filled with excitement, and at the same time, there was a zealous look of reverence in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. Yu Hongbang looked at Su Ming for a moment, then immediately said to the people around him, "My fellow Taoists, you know how I am. From now on, I hope that you will all help me make the northern region as great as it was in the past. For now, I only have one thing I want to say. I would like all of you to gather this sort of blue stones. The more, the better." Su Ming no longer bothered himself with this sort of matter. He turned around and walked towards the ground, straight at Qi Beishan's collapsed cave abode. Once he sat down outside, the gigantic Crimson Python Phoenix sprawled out by his side and looked at its surroundings cautiously. It would also occasionally look at the sky with a slightly confused look on its face. The bald crane's eyes sparkled. It flew towards Yu Hongbang's side and said something. Its words were spoken to him alone, so no one knew what it said. Yu Hongbang quickly voiced his obedience and respect. He could tell that the bald crane most definitely did not have an ordinary status in Su Ming's eyes. Yu Hongbang had also personally seen the bird breaking the seal, and its reward had especially shocked him. From the depths of his heart, he did not want to offend this bald crane. While seated, Su Ming picked up a blue stone and started absorbing it with closed eyes. The stone was quickly reduced to ashes, but there were many of them in this place. After a moment of pensive silence, he decided to temporarily isolate himself and train here. 1 month gradually went by. More blue stones were stacked on top of each other around Su Ming. All of these came from the people of the northern region, who now numbered to more than the 100-something who witnessed the battle. They had delivered these stones based on Yu Hongbang's orders, and they were enough for Su Ming to absorb to train without having to pause. As he absorbed the stones, his physical power grew stronger. One day, at midnight, Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at the red moon in the sky. It might not be the first time he saw that the moon in Crimson Flame Planet was red, but every single time he saw it, he would watch it quietly. On this night, there was a bright ray of starlight that shone with a light that was comparable to moonlight in the dark sky. It was very clear and gentle, shining together with the moon. Su Ming did not know that this unique day where the star and moon shone together was a special day that came only once a year in Crimson Flame Planet. No one knew when it had happened first, but this day had been turned into a customary day for men and women who were together in the barren lands of Divine Source's Crimson Flame Planet to become tied together as companions for dual cultivation. The brilliant star and moon on this night were also known as eternity. I no longer have any emotions, but I still have people that I miss dearly. It was quiet all around Su Ming. The crimson python phoenix lay with its eyes closed, taking a nap by his side, while the bald crane had gone off somewhere. In this silence, Su Ming's soft whispers echoed in the air. I no longer have any pain, but why does my heart ache when I long for them? Su Ming touched his chest. He looked at the star and moon in the sky, whispering softly with a voice full of anguish, but no one bothered to answer him. Chapter 761. One star, one moon, one sun. The pain in the heart was a different feeling from pain in the body. Su Ming pressed the hand tighter against his own chest. The sharp stabs of pain that coursed through his heart after he gained a true physical body gave him a feeling as if his heart had twisted together. He ended up counting the stars in the sky in this silent night. You took away the pain of my physical body, but you did not take away the pain of my heart. Su Ming whispered softly. He did not know that there was a pain in the world that would surpass that of the physical body. Apparently, it was a pain that came from one's soul. Pain of the soul. Su Ming did not know when he closed his eyes. He buried that pain in the depths of his heart and made himself remember this feeling firmly. He knew that this was perhaps the only form of nostalgia towards his past that remained available for him. Within that pain in his heart was Yuxian closing her eyes, him being unable to catch her hand, by Su turning her head back and smiling at him before only a white piece of fabric remained of her, and him only being able to watch her leave into the distance. There was also his eldest senior brother waking up, his second senior brother smiling, Huzi scratching his head, his master, who loved changing his clothes, and many, many other things. The night grew darker. When it went by, Su Ming's hair was no longer purple and black, but gray. That gray color seemed natural, as if it was fitting once he had endured an entire night of pain of the heart, the pain which had affected his soul and body. With a head of gray hair and his body clothed in a white robe, Su Ming sat outside the cave. When sunlight came from the ends of the earth, he lifted his head. At that moment, there was a strange existence that seemed to have come straight out of a picture. That picture was of the morning sun that had just risen its head, and on the other side was a gradually darkening moon, along with a brilliant star that was slowly fading away. One star, one moon, one sun. The sun, moon, and star all existed together in the sky during that instant. Such a sight would only appear once a year in Crimson Flame Planet, and it would last for less than an hour. Only when the sun and moon were exchanging places in the sky and day replaced night would this strange phenomenon appear in the sky. It was only on the day of eternity that the brilliant star would appear, and whosoever saw this sight at that moment would be unwittingly attracted to it. Su Ming looked at it with a dazed expression. At the moment this strange phenomenon appeared in the world, it seemed to have made him understand something. The first thing he remembered was the art he had inherited from the second god of berserkers as he fought against Xian. The divine ability alterations towards the stars, sun, and moon had been given to him when he inherited the second god of berserkers' divine abilities from his left hand. The power contained within that art was incredibly great, and it was something that only belonged to the second god of berserkers. Su Ming might have been casting the divine ability all this while, but he had never truly understood it. Yet at that moment, once he saw the strange sight of the sun, moon, and star in the sky, he suddenly came to understand some applications of the art which he had not really understood in the past. However, that understanding quickly faded away. Su Ming looked at the star, sun, and moon in the sky, and the words he uttered from a beast-skin scroll with eagerness and hopefulness when he was still a child in Dark Mountain a long time ago appeared in his head once again. Since the creation of the world and of man, the Berserker tribe has existed and it still exists to this date. The people who hold the Berserker's power are known as Berserkers. They can fly in the skies, move mountains, and turn the tides in the sea. Those who have the Berserker mark can read the future and obtain the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Obtain the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Su Ming mumbled and looked at the sky with a dazed expression. Time trickled by. The phenomenon in the world that would only exist for an hour once a year was slowly reaching the end of its existence. As only a faded shadow remained of the brilliant star in the sky, a shudder wrecked through Su Ming's body. Even the words from the beast skin scroll disappeared from his head. At that moment, his mind was blank, but he could sense the vague presence of an epiphany that would allow him to raise to an even greater level. It was slowly taking form within him, and that was the third epiphany he had gained while seeing this sun, moon, and star. However, this third epiphany was very faint, unclear. When only a shadow remained of the moon, as it too faded away, the indistinct epiphany in Su Ming's mind became stronger, but he still could not figure it out. He looked as the star disappeared, watched as the moon vanished, and stared as the sun in the distance gradually rose into the sky. When the phenomenon that only appeared once a year disappeared, Su Ming remained in an absent-minded state for a long time. He had a strong feeling that if this third epiphany would clearly appear in his head, then he would obtain an astonishing result. In fact, even when Yuan Bang returned and knelt down on one knee before Su Ming did not notice his presence. He looked at the spot in the sky where the star and moon had been but no longer be until a year passed, and he knew that he had missed gaining a great epiphany. He did not know what sort of understanding he could have gained from that epiphany. He might have been able to gain a divine ability, or perhaps it would have been a new state of mind, or perhaps it would have even been an increase in his level of cultivation, but he had missed it. Perhaps it would not be accurate to say that he had missed it. That phenomenon in the sky had simply disappeared too quickly. Su Ming sighed and averted his gaze from the sky. Yuan Bang had remained kneeling on one knee before Su Ming silently. He had his head bowed, and he did not say a single word. He had been able to tell that Su Ming had been trying to gain an epiphany from the phenomenon in the sky, and he knew that he absolutely must not interrupt this sort of thing. Only when he heard Su Ming's sigh did he lift his head. This phenomenon where the sun, moon, and star appear at the same time in the sky occurs once a year, and every time it appears, it lasts for less than an hour. Senior, if you're interested in it, you can see it every year at the exact same moment. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then asked quietly, "What is that star?" Yuan Bang was momentarily stunned. Then he understood that Su Ming was definitely asking about the bright star last night, the star that would shine with a light that could compare with the moon once a year. No one knows what star that is. Some of the powerful warriors in Crimson Flame Planet wanted to search for it in the past, but they never obtained any answer. As time went by, a legend formed. It said that the brilliant star that appears once a year and the moon were close lovers, Yuan Bang said in a low tone. Su Ming looked back up at the sky. After a long time passed, he shook his head. He did not say a word and remained in the same position. Even if the star and moon were no longer in the sky, with only the sun remaining. Yuan Bang stayed silent for a moment, then left. When he was far off, he looked back at Su Ming. After a moment of pensive silence, he chose to sit down on the ground and protect him silently, not allowing a single outsider to enter the place. Even the people from the northern region who had come to deliver blue stones would have their paths blocked off. Yuan Bang had them place the blue stones by the side, not allowing them to get close to Su Ming. Su Ming continued looking at the sky. He watched the blue sky gradually turn dark and the moon slowly emerge from the darkness. One day passed, and another, and another. Su Ming did not know how long he had been staring at the sky. He had forgotten about the flow of time and even about absorbing the blue stones. He simply sat there and looked at the sky. The crimson python phoenix remained by his side. Time was irrelevant to this creature. It had also gotten used to this sort of peace. The bald crane would occasionally return, but it was an energetic bird, and most of the time, not long after it returned, it would once again leave the place and busy itself with something. Yuan Bang continued protecting the place from a distance. He had been able to tell that Su Ming was immersed in a strange condition, and this sort of condition was something that would only come through luck. In fact, even Su Ming himself did not know that his cultivation base had almost stopped circulating while he was in this state. It had begun slowly shrinking into itself as if it was falling asleep. In this state where his cultivation base had fallen asleep, only his heart remained beating slowly. Only his soul remained looking at the sky after it fused with his eyes. He did not know that as his heart beat in his chest and his soul looked at the sky, his third change of heart had arrived without him noticing it. Time passed, and 1 year gradually went by. Most of the people in the northern region knew that their leader was in isolation outside the cave abode that originally belonged to Qi Shan. All people were forbidden entry to that place, told not to go any closer than a circular area of 100 lis. Not a single one of them were allowed to take even a single step into that area. On the night a year later, besides the bright moon in the sky, the star that had once appeared on the other side of the sky begun to shine brilliantly again. Once it appeared, Su Ming's body, which had not moved for an entire year, suddenly shuddered as he looked at the star. The year had gone by too quickly. He felt as if he had just spent a short moment thinking about that missed epiphany. At that moment, as he looked at the star, the epiphany he had a year ago begun forming once again, and it was continuously growing clearer and clearer. Gradually, the night faded away. When dim light appeared in the sky and the morning sun showed up, the strange phenomenon of the sun, moon, and star shining in the sky at the same time appeared before Su Ming's eyes once again. When he looked at it, a rumbling went off in his head. As his body shuddered, real tears fell from his eyes. He had suddenly understood. He understood why he was so absorbed by the star and why he would gain an epiphany when the sun, moon, and star appeared at the same time. The sun that appears every day is the harsh reality. It's reminding me that I'm in the barren lands of divine source. It's a cruel world, and the sun is making me see unfamiliar sights wherever its light shines. The moon that appears every night is an illusory dream. It makes people forget the unfamiliar sights around them and helps them forget where they are. This darkness is a form of self-deception, and from it, desire and hope will be born. And that brilliant star that appears once a year in the sky is home, Su Ming whispered softly. The sun, which is reality, the moon, which is hope, and the star, which is home. They speak of a wanderer that has left his home, and they symbolize the persistence in his heart to go back. Su Ming looked at the star, moon, and sun in the sky. At that instant, he seemed to be able to see the three heavenly bodies shining with a brilliant light. That light gathered on his person, and a loud bang to resound in his head. A sharp, intense pain rose in his heart, and it was the pain of longing for his home. In the eyes of other people in Crimson Flame Planet, the sun, moon, and star in the sky did not shine with such a brilliant light as they did in Su Ming's sight. The star and moon were still gradually darkening as the sky brightened up, and everything seemed to just be an illusion, a figment of Su Ming's imagination. Yet the shadow of a sun gradually appeared in Su Ming's left eye at that instant, and the moon seemed to be reflected in his right eye. The star, then, was contained in his aching heart. This was Su Ming's epiphany. Due to it, even though the moon and star had faded away and the sun taken over the sky, all three of them were imprinted deep into Su Ming's mind in the form of memories on drawing boards and epiphany carved into his soul. The third change of heart, Su Ming seized his chest. He could sense the change of his emotions, something that had occurred when he experienced his first change of heart all those years ago. Chapter 762, Start of the third change of heart. The first change of heart was due to the affection I had for Bai Su. As his hand remained over his heart, the scene from all those years ago rose up in his mind. The second change of heart was a little indistinct, but I could feel it started when I had come to understand that moving from midwinter to spring was moving from death to life, and it ended when I came to realize that I needed to dye the sky with blood to reach autumn when I was in Eastern Wastelands Tower. This is the third change of heart, and this time, it is of home. The star and moon in the sky had already faded away and disappeared. Only the sun remained high above, and it was radiating heat and sending down bright light. A new day had arrived and chased away the dark. It lifted off the veil of self-deception, causing the people in Crimson Flame Planet to sense the cruelty of their reality. There are three ways to get through changes of heart. The first is to fight them, the second is to cut them off, and the third is to forget them. But I no longer have the ability to love and feel pain. I don't want to cut off my thoughts of longing for my home, much less forget them. As for fighting against them, what use is there to fight against them? Su Ming closed his eyes and hid away the sun and moon in his eyes. After a long time, when he opened his eyes once again, he stood up from the seated position he had remained in for a full year. Once he did so, Yuhong Bang immediately dashed towards him from the distance. Su Ming looked at Yuhong Bang, then at the large amount of blue stones that had been offered during the past year. He sucked in a huge breath of the heat in the land. I'm going to go out for a while. I'll let you handle everything in the northern region, Su Ming said softly before looking into the distance. The crimson python phoenix that had been asleep for the past year immediately moved. As its cries reverberated in the air, it flew up and went under Su Ming's feet, turning into a long arc and taking Su Ming with it. A black shadow also flapped its wings and caught up to them quickly. Naturally, that was the bald crane. Yuhong Bang wrapped his fist in his palm and looked at Su Ming moving into the distance. When he eventually disappeared into the horizon, Yuhong Bang had a vague feeling that the Su Ming just a moment ago seemed to be slightly different from his past self. Yet he could not describe just what part of him had become different. It was just a feeling, after all. Su Ming flew through Crimson Flame Planet. His expression was calm as he moved over mountains and deserts. He found a red type of grass on one of the mountains. That grass grew in volcanoes, and it possessed some heat. Eventually, Su Ming discovered another mountain, an extinct volcano. Its appearance was incredibly similar to that of the ninth summit. As Su Ming stood on that mountain, he looked at it quietly. After a long moment, he lifted his right hand, and the killing sword appeared on his palm. Then, like a gust of wind, he flew in circles around the mountain. Mountain rocks were shattered. Dust and dirt flew into the air. When an entire day passed, the mountain gradually became even more similar to the ninth summit as Su Ming continued modifying it. Su Ming had even opened up a cave abode at the top of the mountain. His second senior brother's courtyard was also built in the middle section of the mountain. Su Ming's platform and Hu Zi's house was located farther down, and at the foot of the mountain was eldest senior brother's isolation grounds. When this mountain appeared before Su Ming's eyes, he stood there and stared at it for a long, long time. When the sky turned dark, the moon hung high in the sky, and the ground became indistinct. Su Ming smiled as he looked at the ninth summit. That smile was incredibly cold and heartless, as if he was wearing a mask, but this was not what Su Ming intended. As he continued smiling, his heart beneath his cold countenance once again ached with pain. However, this time, the pain did not affect just his heart. A powerful will seemed to have descended on his indifferent face, causing spasms under his icy cold countenance. Gradually, a black mask manifested on his face. Su Ming knew that his actions could be considered as a type of love. This longing and love for home was not allowed for him. It should be cut off, but his current action was the complete opposite of being indifferent, which was the cause for the mask to show up once again. The will within it started suppressing Su Ming's ability to love. Blood trickled down from the corners of Su Ming's mouth, but he continued lifting his feet to walk to the top of the mountain, where he sat down by himself. The crimson python phoenix was lying at the foot of the mountain. It seemed to have noticed what was in Su Ming's heart, and it was something that said he did not want anyone bothering him. The bald crane had been watching everything that Su Ming did for the entire day, and the energetic bird suddenly fell silent. It looked at the ninth summit before its eyes and gradually went to Su Ming's side. As it looked at his aloof face, the blood at the corners of his mouth, and his actions of seizing his chest, grief appeared on the bald crane's face. I won't cut away my longing for home, and neither will I forget it. I choose pain. I will keep the pain in my heart to remember that feeling, and I will feel this pain forever. Only then will I remember it. Only then will I not be able to forget it, Su Ming mumbled to himself. He was afraid that he would one day forget his longing for home, that he would gradually lose himself in the barren lands of divine source as he was immersed in the indifference and heartlessness of this place. That was why he had to keep this pain in his heart. He brought out the red grass he had gathered all along the way from his storage and started tying knots on those blades of grass. When morning arrived, Su Ming had already finished weaving a grass puppet. That puppet was headless. However, this puppet had drops of blood that had dripped down from Su Ming's tongue after he had bitten the tip of his tongue. Due to that blood, the puppet no longer looked lifeless. It seemed like it had come to life. The puppet did not resemble eldest senior brother, but in Su Ming's eyes, it was not a puppet, but his eldest senior brother. Su Ming looked at the red puppet that signified his eldest senior brother. His expression was indifferent, and his emotions could not be seen, but his look of concentration represented everything in his mind. Yet at this moment, the mask that had disappeared when night arrived appeared once again. This time, the will that came from the mask was even greater than before. Signs of decay appeared on Su Ming's face, and a shudder wrecked his body. Wisps of green smoke also spread out. He did not feel pain, but the will that came from the mask was forcefully trying to make him stop his actions. Su Ming shuddered. He could feel that he could no longer control his own hands. It was as if the will within the mask was controlling his body, and it forced him to abruptly cough up a huge mouthful of blood. Su Ming's gaze turned even colder, and he gritted his teeth. Struggling, he slowly lifted his right hand and brought out some more red grass. As his hands trembled, he slowly tied knots on the blades. This once simple act was now an arduous task, but he still persevered through it. In 3 days, Su Ming weaved his second red doll, which also contained his blood. The doll looked to be smiling gently, and as if it would continue doing so no matter when and where it was. When Su Ming finished weaving the second doll, the sun was incredibly bright. It shone on the side of the doll's face, and its smile stirred up a memory in Su Ming's head, leaving him dazed. As he immersed himself in that memory, the decay of his face under the mask became even worse. The will coming from the mask let out a bang in Su Ming's head, and blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. He might feel no pain, but the damage done by the will surpassed all pain, causing him to fall to the side. 7 days later, Su Ming opened his eyes. They were bloodshot, and his body was incredibly weak. He felt as if his heart and soul had been injured, but when he opened his eyes, he brought out the red blades of grass once more and started weaving them with shaking hands. This time, Su Ming fainted 3 times while weaving the doll, due to the will from the mask sending out blasts in his head. A month later, there was no longer any shine on his body. However, the third doll had been finished. It was a doll with a silly expression and an honest look. As Su Ming looked at the doll, he chuckled. His laughter was cold and contained no emotion, but when the bald crane heard it, it felt that everything that had happened during the past month and that cold chuckle were more real than anything else in the world. You can take away my ability to love, but you can't take away the longing that exists in my heart. Su Ming picked up the red grass. When he began weaving the fourth doll, blood dripped down from his face. At that instant, the will that came from the mask had become so strong that it could cause Su Ming's soul to shake. Su Ming lifted his head and let out a roar towards the sky. His hands shook as he tried to tie the grass knots time and again. When another month passed, the fourth doll was done. It was a woman who was smiling as she turned her head back to look at someone. This was Bai Su. When that doll was finished, Su Ming's hands had already been torn apart. His feebleness reached its peak, and he was practically at death's door, but the bright sun in his left eye and the moon in his right had become even clearer. They now occupied the entire space within his pupils. He brought out some more red grass to weave the fifth doll, Yuxian. Yet this time, no matter how Su Ming tried, he could not tie the first knot. Every single time he was about to tie it, the eyes that fell shut would appear in his heart, along with the figure that fell into the distance because he did not manage to catch her. He tried, again and again, and he failed, again and again. Dark light spread out from the mask on Su Ming's face. When it covered his face, his eyes grew even more aloof and heartless. Su Ming looked at the red blade of grass, on which he was still unable to tie the first knot. Without lifting his head, he asked languidly in a voice that contained a cold that could even chill bones, "Sir, you've been here for many days. How long do you intend to keep watching me?" A sigh came from the sky. Tian Lin appeared in midair, and with a complicated expression, he looked at the black mask on Su Ming's face, then at the dolls before Su Ming, along with the red grass in his hand that was filled with creases. "Sir, why do you do this? I can see that there is a seal in the mask on your face, so why do you insist on fighting against it?" When Tian Lin said these words, Su Ming lifted his head. At the instant he turned the sun in his left eye and the moon in his right towards Tian Lin. Tian Lin's words died away. His gaze met Su Ming's, and a bang immediately rang out in his heart. As that bang reverberated in his heart, Su Ming and the mountain disappeared from his eyes, to be replaced by a plain of withered grass. There were a few families on that plain, and at that moment, those families were screaming shrilly. True Guard dressed in red were massacring those families. At the end of the fight, one burly True Guard that had a bloody presence stood before a trembling young man whose face was rife with terror. That young man repeatedly tried to fight against him, but every single time, he would be flung backwards by a swing of the True Guard's arm while coughing up blood. Then, with a voice filled with indifference and disdain, he said flatly, You know well that you aren't my opponent, and yet you still dare to attack me. Oh well, I'll spare you, young child of the 5th generation of Tian Kuei's descendants. It'll be a show of my kindness." When the massacre was over and the true guard left, the young man lifted his head and let out a shrill roar before he fell to his knees. Tears of blood trickled down his face. All of this might have only been an instant-long illusion, but Tianlin started trembling. His eyes turned red as the pain that was hidden at the deepest parts of his heart resurfaced, reminding him of what had happened to his home in the barren lands of divine source several thousands of years ago. His breathing quickened, and he looked towards Su Ming. What is this art? The sun represents reality, the moon represents hope, and the star represents home. This is what I have come to understand of the illusion of the star, sun, and moon. As for the question regarding why I am fighting against the seal, it is the same answer as to why you were fighting against that true guard. Su Ming picked up the 4 dolls before him. Because they contained his blood, they slowly fused into his body, and from then on, it was as if these people were with him in this place. Su Ming knew that his 3rd change of heart had just started. It had not ended. It would only truly end once he finished weaving everyone's dolls and fused all of them into his body. Then, with this method, he would conquer his 3rd change of heart. Chapter 763, Chance. Tianlin remained silent in the air. He had sensed Su Ming going into isolation a year ago, and because of his isolation and his act of gaining his epiphany, Tianlin's original intention of searching for him for a talk was pushed back. When he sensed that Su Ming had come out of his isolation and left his spot, Tianlin had walked out of his forest in the western region and come to this place based on what he could sense of the other's presence. He had come here a few days ago, but he had never showed himself, because the things he saw brought shock and apprehension to his heart. The same thought as Yuan Bang's formed in his head. He did not believe that Su Ming was a person from the barren lands of divine source, and that thought took shape because of the mask that would occasionally appear on Su Ming's face. In his eyes, the mask was clearly a powerful torture device, and only the 1st-generation criminals who were banished to the barren lands of divine source from the 4 great true worlds would be in possession of a torture device. This was the punishment from the 4 great true worlds. It was a way to suppress these criminals' power and also make them suffer while leaving them to their own devices in the barren lands of divine source. When he saw the mask on Su Ming's face, a large portion of the slight hesitation Tianlin still harbored to talk about his plans with Su Ming instantly vanished. He had a feeling that he had 8/10 of a chance to lead of Su Ming's origins. At that moment, his breathing gradually calmed down. The scene just now had momentarily filled his heart with fear, and he had become wary of Su Ming's divine ability. He was different from Mei Lan in that he had never underestimated Su Ming. On the contrary, he regarded him extremely highly in his heart. Fellow Taoist Su, your divine abilities are mysterious and profound. I cannot hope to compare to you. Now, after seeing the art you possess, I'm even more eager to invite you to join my quest. Tianlin smiled faintly as he descended to stand before Su Ming. Sit. Su Ming's expression remained as impassive as ever as he sat on the ground. His body was slowly recovering from its weakness, and his expression grew colder as his body recovered. The light in his eyes shone with heartlessness. At that moment, Su Ming looked even colder than before he experienced his 3rd change of heart. With a smile on his lips, Tianlin sat down and looked at Su Ming, then suddenly said, Fellow Taoist Su, are you perhaps interested in the power of world planes? What do you mean? Su Ming's expression remained the same, and his voice was flat. I know of a place that can provide incredibly thick power of world planes, but that place is very dangerous. The smile remained on Tianlin's face. I have yet to reach the state of being a lord of a world plane, hence I am not interested in the power of world planes. Su Ming shook his head. Tianlin was momentarily stunned. He did not expect that Su Ming would reject him so bluntly and thoroughly. He frowned and sized up this youth before he spoke once again. Fellow Taoist Su, you're being humble. You have plenty of mysteries surrounding your person, but there is no way I would believe that you have yet to reach the status of world paragon. Tianlin laughed, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. But if you aren't interested in the power of world paragons, fellow Taoist Su, then would you perhaps be interested in the Crimson Flame Stone, which possesses even greater physical power? Su Ming cast Tianlin a look. Fellow Taoist Su, don't be in such a hurry to reject my offer. Please spare some time to listen to my words. There might be plenty of these blue stones in Crimson Flame Planet, and they might exist in every region here. But the physical power contained within these blue stones is far inferior to the stone in the place which I spoke of. No one has been able to absorb the physical power contained within it. But I've been observing you, fellow Taoist Su, and I found that you are very interested in these stones. This is the first reason. Tianlin's eyes burned brightly as he looked at Su Ming. There was a slightly solemn expression on his face when he spoke again. The second reason is that true guards come patrolling Crimson Flame Planet once every 10 years. At that time, they will examine closely whether all the seals in Crimson Flame Planet are still in perfect condition. Any damage, no matter how small it is, will cause the true guards to descend to the planet to investigate it. Fellow Taoist Su, you've opened the seal around the region of the Crimson Python Phoenix. Even if the creature will be placed back within the seal, there will still be some hints of its escape, and there is a high possibility that it will be discovered by the true guards. Once they discover this, which to those in the four great true worlds is the most grievous matter in the barren lands of divine source, then even if you leave and run far away, you will still be chased down by the true guards. They will issue an arrest warrant for you, and even offer a reward for your head. There is less than 8 years till then. Tianlin looked at Su Ming as he spoke. Once he finished saying these words, he did not say anything else. He knew that Su Ming was an intelligent man, and it was only natural that he would be able to discern the truth of his words, as well as the consequences of his actions. Please get straight to the point, fellow Taoist Tian. Tianlin was unable to find any clues from Su Ming's expression. Just as he contemplated his next move, Su Ming's aloof voice reached his ears. Once Tianlin heard Su Ming's words, a smile appeared on his face. All right, then I will voice my thoughts. Fellow Taoist Su, you must certainly know that there is a member of an alien race that has been sealed within each of the depleted cultivation planets for a countless number of years. Even the powerful warriors of the four great true worlds found it difficult to kill these members of the alien races. That's why they chose to seal them up. There might be other reasons for it, but I don't know about them. It's said that Crimson Flame Planet has a renowned mighty cultivator from the alien race sealed up within it. Back when the alien race fought against the four great true worlds, he was known as the Duke of Crimson Flame. This person has been sealed in Crimson Flame Planet from the very start. His power was forced to spread out, and it formed the various volcanoes in the planet. His life was forced to spread out, and the ferocious beasts from the alien races absorbed it so they would not die once the four great true worlds sealed them up and wiped away their intelligence. Fellow Taoist Su, your Crimson Python Phoenix is one of the ferocious beasts from the alien races. And as the seal continued corroding this mighty cultivator's flesh and blood, it formed the blue stones that filled the land over the countless years. This is also the origin of the Crimson Flame Stones I spoke about just now. Tianlin's words echoed in the air. Su Ming's expression might have seemed normal, but his heart was in shock. He might not know whether Tianlin's words were real, but this was not something that was difficult to verify. There was really no need for Tianlin to lie to him about this. Within the depths of the land, in the area where the Duke of Crimson Flame is sealed, there is a large amount of power that belongs to world planes, and even those in Plane Culpa. If we could absorb it, then our levels of cultivation would definitely increase exponentially. Fellow Taoist Su, if you go there and absorb all the power of the Duke of Crimson Flame's flesh and blood, then the power contained within your flesh and blood will reach an incredibly powerful state. I know that you must surely have some queries in your heart. If these members of the alien races are sealed within Crimson Flame Planet and all the other cultivation planets in the barren lands of Divine Source, then why have I never taken any action beforehand, but only chose to say these words after you came to this place? A bright light shone in Tianlin's eyes. His voice spread out as he pointed at the Crimson Python Phoenix at the foot of the mountain. Fellow Taoist Su, if you can make a ferocious beast from an alien race leave the seal, then you must surely be able to make all the ferocious beasts in Crimson Flame Planet move out of their seals. If you can do this, then we'll have 5/10 of a chance to enter the place where the Duke of Crimson Flame is sealed. At that time, both of us will obtain some benefits. And no matter how weak he is, there is no possible way that a mighty cultivator like the Duke of Crimson Flame would die. Besides, if we judge the time properly, when the true guards arrive, we can help him escape. To the true guards, the Duke of Crimson Flame is the one who really holds their attention. We're just small fry. This is a win-win situation. Fellow Taoist Su, are you willing to do this? Once your physical power becomes even greater and we obtain our rewards and benefits, then why should we worry even if we are chased down by the true guards and are issued arrest warrants? Besides, since there is no way we can avoid being chased down and issued arrest warrants, then why don't we try to get ourselves the greatest amount of benefits possible beforehand? Tian Lin's words showed that his thought processes were incredibly clear. His words, too, possessed great, persuasive power. Once he finished saying these things, he waited quietly for Su Ming's answer. Su Ming remained in contemplative silence for a moment before he looked at Tian Lin and said slowly, "Judging by your words, it seems like we aren't the only people who will be involved in this." "That's right. As long as you are certain you can open the seals and promise to do this, then I will immediately gather some of my good friends to work on this." Tian Lin sucked in a deep breath and stood up to bow towards Su Ming. His expression was incredibly sincere. "Fellow Taoist Su, you possess the power to break seals. This is a blessing to the barren lands of divine source and a fortune for us cultivators. Please help us." Su Ming remained in pensive silence for a moment before he looked at Tian Lin and said, "This will affect many things. I will need to think about this for some time. I cannot give you an answer immediately. Of course, that is naturally what one should do." If Su Ming had immediately answered, then Tian Lin would have had suspicions. In his eyes, it was simply impossible for Su Ming to immediately agree to this matter. After all, there were too many things that would be affected by this. At that instant, when he heard Su Ming's words after a slight pause, he knew that Su Ming had already been moved by his offer, which was why he did not continue trying to persuade him. Instead, he lifted his right hand and seized the air. A storage bag immediately appeared in his hand, and he handed it over to Su Ming. "Brother Su, it doesn't matter what you choose in the end. I will still give you a small gift. Over the past year, I've moved through all the regions in Crimson Flame Planet except the northern region to gather all the blue Crimson Flame stones in those places. If you wanted them, Brother Su, you could have easily obtained them, but please accept this as a slight show of my sincerity." Tian Lin wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. "Brother Su, will I be able to obtain an answer in a year?" "I will definitely give you an answer a year later." Su Ming stood up and also wrapped his fist in his palm towards Tian Lin. "I look forward to good news. This is a jade slip that will transfer sound. No matter what your choice is, please tell me your answer using this item 1 year later, Brother Su." Tian Lin let out a hearty laugh before he gave Su Ming a jade slip. Then, he turned around and disappeared without a trace. Su Ming watched Tian Lin leave into the distance. He stood still and silent for a moment, then picked up the storage bag and opened it. He scanned it with his divine sense and his Atman and found blue stones piled into several mountains. This bag, with its incredibly large storage capacity alone, was already no ordinary item. The small gift Tian Lin had given to him was, in fact, not small at all. A variety of expressions flickered through Su Ming's face. After some time, he walked into the cave abode at the top of the 9th summit with the storage bag and stayed there. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. On this day, a large amount of blue stones was rapidly shattering before Su Ming as he sat in the cave abode. As he absorbed the physical power contained within them, his eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. Tian Lin is definitely hiding something. There's no way this matter is as simple as it sounds. But Su Ming cast a glance at the shattered blue stones before his eyes. Power is everything in the barren lands of divine source. Since it's difficult for me to swiftly increase my level of cultivation, and I have a chance to increase my physical strength lying right before my eyes, then even if it's dangerous, I will still take up this challenge. Su Ming's eyes flew up, and a resolute look appeared within them. He had lived in danger for most of his life, and he knew since a long time ago that fortune came from danger. If he hesitated and tried running away when trouble arose, then it would be impossible for him to obtain great serendipity. After some time, a jade slip turned into a long arc abruptly. It was engulfed in flames, and a ray of sunlight erupted from it. Then, in the blink of an eye, it charged toward the world in the distance. Chapter 764. Crimson Flame Planets Change. With a few flashes, the jade slip appeared in the western region of the Crimson Flame Planet. Right at the moment it rushed there, the air before it distorted. Tian Lin took a step forward from that distortion and grabbed the jade slip. Once he scanned it with his divine sense, a smile appeared on his face. Excitement that he could not hide flashed through his eyes, and as he laughed, he turned into a shooting star and charged into the sky. Clearly, he was going to leave Crimson Flame Planet and visit his good friends in the worlds beyond this planet to involve them in this conspiracy. Another year passed. Su Ming had been in Crimson Flame Planet for 4 years by then. During the past 2 years, he hadn't taken a single step out of his cave abode. As he was in isolation, he would constantly absorb the physical power contained within the blue stones. On this day, Su Ming's eyes suddenly flew open. A large amount of blue stones before him were reduced to powder at the same time, and wisps of physical power surged into his body. At that moment, he noticed 4 long arcs charging towards him from beyond the cave abode. There was a person within each of the long arcs. One of the presences was familiar to Su Ming. It was naturally that of Tian Lin. The other 3 might be alien to him, but all of them, without exception, were those of Lords of World Planes. Su Ming swung his arm, and all the dust that were the blue stones before him immediately scattered. He got up, and with one step, he walked out of the cave abode. His gray hair danced in the wind, and his white robe, which was formed from the sacred Constellation robe, fluttered in the wind. Su Ming could not control the sacred Constellation robe completely, but its defensive powers were incredibly astonishing, and no matter how he tried to destroy it, it would recover completely after a moment. When he had fought against Old Mei Lan all those years ago, no one had been able to see any hints of this robe. Even Old Mei Lan had thought that the Constellation robe's power was actually the strength of Su Ming's own physical power. The big dog that was the bald crane came running out of the cave abode along with Su Ming. As it stood beside him, it was also looking at the sky, and there was an expression full of disdain on its face. As for that crimson python phoenix, it was looking at the sky coldly from the foot of the mountain. Due to its huge body, even if it was just lying down on the ground, it looked like a small hill. The 4 long arcs charged over from the horizon, closing in the blink of an eye. The person in the lead was Tian Lin. He had been able to see Su Ming right away, and a smile lit up on his face. "Brother Su, thank you for the trouble of waiting here. I'm honored that you would do so." As Tian Lin smiled, he appeared before Su Ming in a flash. The 3 long arcs behind him closed in within an instant as well. Once they landed on the mountain at the same time, 3 waves of powerful divine senses scanned Su Ming without even bothering with politeness. There might not be any killing intent contained within these 3 waves of divine senses, but this act of scanning him without even bothering to hide their intentions showed just how overbearing they were. "This is the fellow Taoist Su which you've been telling us about. He's just a mere cultivator at Earth Cultivation Realm. I no longer harbor any hope for the plan you mentioned earlier." The group of 3 consisted of a middle-aged man, an old man, and a dwarf that was half an average man's height. The old man had brown hair and the face of a child. He was also hunched slightly. His eyes were dull, without any shine, but if anyone took a closer look into his eyes, they would find that his right pupil was actually positioned vertically. He stood there with an aloof expression, and no one could determine what sort of emotions were in his heart at that moment. Yet the divine sense that scanned Su Ming exuded a chilling air. The middle-aged man had an average appearance. His skin was slightly darker than normal, and there was a scar that ran from the left corner of his lips to the other side of his face, revealing his yellowing teeth when he spoke and giving him an incredibly hideous and terrifying presence. He was not as thin as the other people in the barren lands of divine source, but incredibly burly. As he stood there, he gave Su Ming a feeling as if he was facing off a wall. He did not have any hair, not even eyebrows. His upper body was unclothed, and there was a chain that came out of his chest, as if it was growing within him. He was also the person who had said those words previously. The dwarf that was half the height of an average man had a smile on his face as he stood by the middle-aged man's side. He looked incredibly friendly, and his small hands and feet made him look as if he was completely harmless. He had his hair tied in a braid. At that moment, his hands were crossed in front of him, hidden in the sleeves. This gave him the appearance of a shopkeeper in a small town in the mortal world. Tian Lin frowned at the words spoken by the well-built middle-aged man without eyebrows, then looked at Su Ming apologetically. He then turned around and stood between the man and Su Ming. With a wry smile, he looked at the middle-aged man. "Brother Yi, why must you do this? I've already told you everything in detail on the way, including the things about Brother Su. I've also told you that we want to gain something together that is of vital importance to us, so we must not start arguing." Humph. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort and no longer bothered himself with Su Ming, but he had agreed with Tian Lin's point of view. "Brother Su, allow me to introduce my friends. This is fellow Taoist Long Li from Heaven Will Planet. Brother Long has astonishing power, and he's also skilled in using a large variety of divine abilities and arts. He has incredibly great talent. As Tianlin spoke, the old man among the three people cast Su Ming an aloof glance. He did not speak, only nodded slightly. Su Ming cast the old man a glance. The vertical pupil in his right eye gave Su Ming a feeling that it was incredibly dangerous. This is fellow Taoist Yi Shuntong from Peaceful Earth Planet. Fellow Taoist Yi has divine power within his whole body, and he also has an outstanding level of cultivation. He has come to understand the power of the Earth's essence and can bring forth even greater power when he is in the depths of the land. He has once fought against a true guard and survived it. Now, his injuries have healed, and his level of cultivation has increased even more. While Tianlin was speaking, the well-built middle-aged man without eyebrows gave Su Ming a ghastly smile. He looked like a boorish man, but in truth, he had his own reasons for the words he had spoken right upon meeting Su Ming. This is the last person. He is fellow Taoist Sun Kuan from Dark Brilliance Planet. Fellow Taoist Sun is skilled with runes, and he is known as Assorted Treasures. His entire body is filled with poison, and his attacks with these poisonous substances has made him famous in all areas. Once Tianlin finished speaking, the dwarf that looked like a shopkeeper wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming in a friendly manner and let out a boisterous laugh. Brother Tian, you praise me too much. Brother Su, don't listen to his nonsense. My name is most definitely not famous in all areas. It's just that I usually move around the barren lands of divine source to earn myself a living. Everyone has just gave me this title because they were being tactful. Don't take it as something real. As Sun Kuan laughed, he shook his head, giving off a completely harmless look, and it was very easy for people to have a good impression of him due to his demeanor. I've already introduced Brother Su to the three of you on the way here. Brother Su has extraordinary power. He has great physical strength and divine abilities that contain the power of laws. Even I admire him greatly. Tianlin looked at the three people. When he spoke, Su Ming nodded coldly. It did not matter whether it was the three people scanning him with their divine senses or Yi Shintong provoking him. Su Ming's expression never changed. At that moment, his face was freezing cold, and he did not say a single word. His composure caused a barely noticeable glint to appear in Yi Shintong's eyes. Even the dwarf Sun Kuan regarded Su Ming a little longer while continuing to smile. Only the hunchbacked old man remained unmoved. Tianlin looked at the sky and said, "All right, we're all here now. We still have 6 years until the true guards begin their patrol. We have to hurry. Why don't I see fellow Taoist Mei Lan?" Sun Kuan asked with a faint smile. Fellow Taoist Mei Lan's ambitions are different from ours. She won't come. Tianlin shook his head and avoided the topic. When he looked at Su Ming, his expression grew solemn. Brother Su, how many days would you need to release the seals on all the ferocious beasts in Crimson Flame Planet? A month, Su Ming answered coolly. All right, then a month later. Once you have released all the ferocious beasts, the life force of the alien race's mighty cultivator won't be absorbed anymore. At that time, please assist me with the method I told the three of you previously. Once I open a gap in the seal, we'll move into the depths of the core. Fellow Taoist Su, fellow Taoist Sun, once we reach the depths, please use your talents with runes to allow us to move deeper into the core. At that time, fellow Taoist Yi can open the path for us with his mighty physical strength. Fellow Taoist Long, your divine abilities are astonishing, and your divine sense is also stronger than all of ours. Please point the way at that time. As for me, since I was the one who planned this, I will have my nascent divinity change places with my physical body. With my nascent divinity, I will help fellow Taoist Long scout the region and guide our path. I will also help fellow Taoist Yi open the path, as well as helping fellow Taoist Su and fellow Taoist Sun reduce the strength of the seal. Tianlin said resolutely. Once he finished speaking, the three people's expressions changed. Even the aloof old man, Long Li, was visibly affected by his words. Having your nascent divinity change places with your physical body means having your nascent divinity replace your physical body. Fellow Taoist Tian, do you know the repercussions of this forbidden art? Long Li asked in a hoarse voice, speaking up for the first time. Of course I do. If even the slightest thing goes wrong, my physical body will wither and my nascent divinity won't live long. I will definitely die then, but only this way can I increase our chances of success. I have to increase my level of cultivation by several fold, or else it will be difficult for any of us to head deeper into the core. Everyone, I will be paying a large price for this. and that is only because I wish for our success. So please, don't fight among ourselves, or else, don't blame me for falling out with you." Tian Lin's voice instantly turned cold and dark. He had always given others a feeling that he was a gentle person. So this sudden chill in his voice and his statement that he would have his nascent divinity change places with his physical body instantly caused this ghastly air that appeared about him to possess an incredible intimidating force. "Brother Su, I will leave everything to you." Tian Lin sucked in a deep breath, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards Su Ming. Su Ming looked at Tian Lin and remembered everything he saw when the other had fallen into the illusion 2 years ago. After some time, he too wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards him. He then immediately charged into the sky. The crimson python phoenix rose from the ground with a roar, and the big dog that was the bald crane barked as it followed behind him. 3 days later, the crimson flame planet shuddered with a bang. A shocking roar came to spot, where a ferocious beast from the alien races was sealed. It looked like a tiger, and excitement appeared on its face as it was finally able to rush out of its sealed region. 7 days later, roars continued to ring throughout Crimson Flame Planet. The ferocious beasts from the alien races who were known as the gods to the residents rushed out of their sealed regions, and their numbers did not dwindle. The beast roars shook the whole planet, leaving the cultivators in shock. Half a month later, there was an astonishing change to Crimson Flame Planet. More than half of the ferocious beasts had been released. The sky and earth were dark, and booming shook them repeatedly. Within the stone house in the mountain located in the eastern region was Old Mei Lan. She was sitting quietly in her house as a variety of emotions flickered on her face. A month later, all the ferocious beasts from the alien races in Crimson Flame Planet let out a roar that surged into the sky. It was a sound that came from almost all the ferocious beasts that had rushed out of their sealed regions, regaining freedom. Since the change in Black Ink Planet 10,000 years ago, the barren lands of Divine Source would now welcome its second drastic change, and it would be known as Crimson Flame Planet's Change. Chapter 765, God Ascension Poison Wasp. The moment all the ferocious beasts in Crimson Flame Planet rushed out from the regions they had been sealed in, the screens of light of all sorts of colors in these sealed regions started flashing together. Once they flashed 9 times, they let out a loud boom that could cause the sky and earth to crumble. As that boom echoed in the air, all the seals on the surface of Crimson Flame Planet shattered. A tremor that could overturn the sky and earth wrecked the planet. As the loud bang reverberated in the air, Tian Lin used some sort of unknown method, and a large crack tore through the land at the center of Crimson Flame Planet, which was located at the middle of all the regions. That crack formed a gigantic ravine. It was several hundreds of thousands of feet long and ran so deep that the end could not be seen. An incredibly thick earthen aura erupted from the depths of the ravine. It was so thick that it possessed color. The yellowish-brown fog instantly filled half of the sky, to the point that if a person stretched out their hand before, they would be unable to see their own fingers. Tian Lin's voice was full of urgency as it passed through the hazy yellowish-brown fog. "The seal has been broken. We must now leave immediately into the depths of the earth and gather together below." Piercing sounds rang within the fog right after. Those were the sounds of people charging into the crack at full speed. The yellowish-brown fog had dyed the sky with its color, causing the murky sky in Crimson Flame Planet to look like an old man's face that possessed a sallow hue. Su Ming sensed his surroundings with his Atman while his sight was blocked by the fog. Everything within his vision might be a blur, but he could sense that the others were already in the ravine. He was the only one still outside. The crimson python phoenix was staring into the distance with a slight irritation. There was also a hint of unease within it, but its body was too big, and it was difficult for it to follow Su Ming into the depths of the earth. Su Ming patted the crimson python phoenix's gigantic head, then in a flash, he turned into a long arc that charged into the crack. The bald crane followed closely behind him. As for the crimson python phoenix, it hesitated for a while before deciding to wait outside. The earthen aura in this place was thick, and it had a sticky sensation as it blew against Su Ming's body. He could not help but slow down slightly. It was as if he was moving in water. When they entered the ravine and charged downwards, the big dog that was the bald crane wrinkled its nose. As it sniffed the earthen aura, confusion appeared in its eyes. "Well, dammy, why does this feel so familiar? It feels as if I've taken a bath before in a place that has an even thicker earthen aura." and I seem to remember that there were even a few women by my side when I was bathing. The bald crane shook its head. For some reason, ever since it came to the barren lands of divine source, occasional bouts of absent-mindedness, as well as waves of familiarity, would rise in its mind. Su Ming was surrounded by darkness as he charged forward. The ravine was incredibly deep, and it had a force that limited the reach of divine senses and oppments, preventing him from scouting the area of less than 1,000 feet. The farther down he went, the thicker the earthen aura became. It made it difficult for him to speed up, and the area of his oppment's perception also grew smaller. Su Ming's expression was aloof, but there was caution in his eyes. He might not be traveling quickly, but he was moving forward at a steady pace. In fact, he could vaguely sense Yi Shuntong and Sun Kuan's presences before him. Clearly, it was difficult for them to continue accelerating in this earthen aura as well. Tianlin and the old Longli might not be within Su Ming's area of perception, but they shouldn't be too far off. Yet at that moment, Su Ming's expression suddenly changed, and his footsteps instinctively came to a halt. He swiftly looked into his storage bag. Right then, he had sensed something trembling and showing signs of awakening within his storage bag. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, then surprised delight immediately appeared in his eyes, but his gaze instantly returned to normal. Did something happen at the back, fellow Taoist Su? Almost at the instant Su Ming's expression returned to normal, Sun Kuan stopped moving due to Su Ming's sudden halt. While remaining cautious, he sent his words to him in the fog. It's nothing. A thought just suddenly came to me. It would be difficult for us to move even half an inch forward when we reach the area underneath when the fog is already so thick in this place, Su Ming answered while starting to charge downwards again. That should not be the case. The earthen aura in this place is gushing forward very quickly, but once it escapes, this area will become more suitable for us to move about. As Sun Kuan spoke, he slowed down slightly and waited for Su Ming so they could travel side by side. His body might be indistinct, but his voice was very clear. Let's hope that's the case. As Su Ming answered, he charged downwards with Sun Kuan. As they moved downwards, Sun Kuan's voice suddenly dropped to a much lower volume, and in a voice that only the two of them could hear, he whispered to Su Ming, "Fellow Taoist Su, be careful of Yi Shuntong. That person regarded you with hostility when we met each other because he doesn't really need a lot of power of world planes. He came here because he was attracted by the physical strength possessed by the alien race's mighty cultivator. He should be the same as you, having found a way to absorb the alien race's physical power." Sun Kuan, whose face was like that of a shopkeeper, spoke with a whisper, and once his words reached Su Ming's ears like a feather, he did not say anything else. His face hidden in the fog was as friendly as ever, and the smile was still on his lips. "Oh, thank you for your kind warning, fellow Taoist son," Su Ming said calmly, his face remaining as impassive as it usually was. As the two of them spoke, a bang came from the area before them. It sounded like something had shattered. Su Ming's pupils constricted, but right then, Tianlin's voice came from underneath. "This is the end of the ravine. My fellow Taoists, please slow down slightly." After a moment, Su Ming and Sun Kuan reached the place, and everything before their eyes immediately cleared up. The earthen aura might still be gushing forth fiercely from the depths of the crack, but their vision had become much clearer. This was the depths of a long crack that seemed like it was a canyon, which was a horizontal line. There were 7 spots on that line, and the seemingly endless earthen aura was gushing out of these 7 spots. This was why once they reached the bottom of the crack, their field of vision had become much clearer. They could see everything around them, besides the areas of the 7 spots from which the earthen aura was gushing out. Tianlin's entire body had withered away, but there was a gentle layer of light covering his body. It made it seem as if he was an illusion, but at the same time, his aura had become much stronger than it had been a month ago. Clearly, he had already cast the forbidden art of having his nascent soul changing places with his physical body. The old Long Li was crouching down by the side, by some stones on the ground. There were a large amount of cracks there, so, clearly, the booming and cracking had come from there. Yi Shuntong was looking around. His gaze was mostly on the earthen aura, though no one knew what he was thinking about. Su Ming and Sun Kuan's arrival caught Yi Shuntong and Tianlin's attention. Yi Shuntong let out a cold chuckle before he ignored them, while Tianlin nodded at Su Ming and Sun Kuan. "It's much better than what I thought it would be. This place is the depths of the seal on the ground. You can also consider it as a doorway. Fellow Taoist Long has already tried breaking it just now. The stone walls in this place are brittle. They seem like they will shatter with just one strike. This means that we are in the right spot. This is the edge of where the alien race's mighty cultivator is sealed. It's like an eggshell. The earthen aura coming out of the 7 holes is the aura that had gathered within the seal over an endless amount of years. We can rest a while here. We'll maintain our cultivation bases at peak condition and wait for the earthen aura to disperse a little more. Then we'll have an even higher chance of success once we enter the mighty cultivator's sealed region. Once Tianlin finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to begin meditating. The slightly hunched Long Li seemed to have finished his observations as well. He, who was usually quiet and reserved, also sat down in the distance with an aloof demeanor. Sun Kuan gave Su Ming a friendly smile. Once he swept his gaze around the place, he sat down in another corner. These 3 people were a certain distance away from each other. Clearly, the closer they were to the seal, the more estranged they would become with each other. Su Ming took a few steps forward and also chose to sit down at a corner near the stone wall with a calm expression on his face. Once he sat down, his expression did not change, but he sent a small thread of his Atman outwards and had it fuse with his storage bag to observe the item that had caused his heart to tremble and ecstasy appear within him. At that moment, there was a shattered jade box in his storage bag. That jade box had already been reduced to pieces, but there was a crimson-red poisonous wasp lying on one of the shattered pieces. The wasp's wings were fluttering lightly. At the instant Su Ming's Atman landed on its body, the wasp lifted its head swiftly. Then, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into Su Ming's storage bag. Yet after a moment, the poisonous wasp appeared again. It was still lying on the shattered piece, and it was as if its previous disappearance had just been an illusion. It let Su Ming's Atman land on its body as it buzzed lightly. There was a gentle tone to that sound, accepting Su Ming's Atman. It's finally awake. Su Ming quelled the excitement in his heart. This sort of emotion had rarely rising within him since he'd come to the barren lands of divine source. The poison wasp was naturally the wasp that possessed the god Ascension nectar within its body. Su Ming had obtained it all those years ago in the world of Nine Yin. Su Ming had chosen to leave his brand on the wasp after some hesitation in the past to wait for it to wake up slowly on its own. The brand had been left on the wasp as a method for him to take in the wasp as his pet. By doing so, he would be able to gain the god Ascension nectar in its perfect form once the wasp woke up. After so many years, it had finally woken up on this day, and at the instant Su Ming touched it with his Atman, his heart began to race with anxiety. The wasp was powerful. It was definitely no ordinary creature to have been able to obtain the god Ascension nectar. The poisonous wasps of this kind were extinct in this world, so none of its kin could be found anymore. If this wasp had not gotten itself sealed inside the Crimson Stone, it would probably have not survived this long as well. With this poisonous wasp around, my chances of obtaining a serendipity in this place will increase slightly. Su Ming's expression did not change, but when he retrieved his Atman, a focused glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. He saw Yi Shun Tong taking large strides in the distance towards the closest hole from which the earthen aura was gushing out. The earthen aura in that place was moving more swiftly and intensely compared to all other areas. It swept past his body, forcing Yi Shun Tong to stop when he was 30 feet away from it. Once he sat down cross-legged, sweat beaded on his forehead. He was actually using the earthen aura in this place as pressure to train. Tianlin's eyes lit up, and he remarked lightly, "Good idea, fellow Taoist Yi. If we use the earthen aura here as pressure against our bodies to train, then we'll be able to adapt to the environment in the seal even faster." Chapter 766, Threads of Flesh. I currently have my nascent divinity as my body, so I don't need to use the earthen aura to train my body to get used to the environment inside the seal, but if the 3 of you are interested in it, you can try it. Tianlin looked at Yi Shun Tong's method of training as he spoke to Long Li, Sun Kuan, and Su Ming. "It's fine. This small body of mine won't be able to handle that earthen aura spraying on me directly. I'll have to give this fortuitous encounter a pass." Sun Kuan let out a hearty laugh and shook his head. The slightly hunchbacked old Long Li stood up at that moment and walked towards another spot where the earthen aura was gushing out from a hole without a single word. When he was 50 feet away from the hole, he frowned and no longer continued onward, but instead sat down to quietly begin getting used to the pressure. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he cast a look at Yi Shun Tong and the old Long Li. He did not choose to go over, but instead sat down in his original spot, unmoved by this offer to train. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month went by. During that time, most of the people in the area remained seated as they meditated while waiting for the earthen aura to dwindle. 5 days ago, the earthen aura spreading out from the 7 holes was no longer as strong as it was half a month ago, and on this day, the debilitation within the earthen aura could be felt clearly. In fact, Yishintong was already less than 10 feet away from the small hole where the earthen aura was coming out from. As for Old Longli, he chose to remain 70 to 80 feet away. When Tianlin saw that the strength of the earthen aura coming out of the holes had become weaker, his eyes shone brilliantly. Sun Kuan's expression had become slightly grave, for they were all only waiting for the earthen aura to no longer gush out. When that time came, they would break the outer layer of the seal and step inside. When Old Longli thought of the rewards he would gain inside the seal, even he spotted a faint glint in his eyes. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath in the distance and also focused his attention on the 7 holes. Time trickled by. 6 hours later, all of a sudden, not a single bit of earthen aura could be seen coming out of the 7 holes. Yishintong opened his eyes. When he moved his body, he smiled and opened his mouth, but just as he looked as if he was about to say something, his expression changed drastically. When that happened, Longli let out a shrill cry. Tianlin, too, immediately stood up. At the instant the earthen aura disappeared from the 7 holes, 7 red threads burst out. Each of them was as thick as a man's arm, and each of them was about 30 feet long. Once they flew out, Yishintong's right arm was immediately bound, because he was the closest to it. Signs of severe corrosion immediately appeared at the spot where his arm was bound. Longli was the second closest. A red thread charged to the center of his brows at a rapid speed, and the moment Longli saw it, he let out a shrill whistle. At the same time his sound turned into a layer of ripples that shook in the air, he retreated swiftly, but that thread shot through the waves of sound rapidly closed in on him. What is this thing? Once Tianlin had his nascent divinity change places with his physical body, he became the strongest person in the group. The area of perception of his divine sense was also the largest, but he had been unable to sense the existence of these red threads previously. It was as if they were unable to be perceived by his divine sense. A presence that was no weaker than that of a lord of a world plane came from the threads. The group's hearts began to shake, and 2 more threads found their targets. One of them charged towards Tianlin, while another joined the one chasing after Longli. Clearly, in their senses, Tianlin and Old Longli were the most threatening in the group. Besides the one thread on Yishintong, the other 2 red threads charged towards Sun Kuan and Su Ming in a flash, one right after the other. The 4 people immediately scattered, dodging and charging about to run away from the threads in the crack that looked like a canyon. The bald crane had fallen to the side and turned into a stone, where it remained still and unmoving on the ground. Su Ming immediately retreated without any hesitation, turning into a long arc that swiftly left into the distance. However, the red thread behind him was persistent in its chase, as if the command had been embedded into the core of its very being. It was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already less than 30 feet away from Su Ming. As the group dispersed and the red threads continued chasing them down, most of them began fighting against on their own, not having the time to look at the others. The red thread was about to catch up to Su Ming, but his Armin could not detect it whatsoever. He was completely unable to lock onto it. At that moment, a piercing whistle reached his ears as the red thread sliced through the air at a rapid speed. At that moment of crisis, Su Ming turned around swiftly, and when he lifted his right hand, the killing sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Once he held it, he cut down at the incoming red thread. With it, the red thread was instantly cut into 2, but Su Ming did not let his guard down. Instead, he became even more cautious, retreating once again. The thread that had been split into 2 became 2 independent entities that charged towards Su Ming. When he saw that the threads were getting closer still, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He still had other attacks he could use, but at that moment, a thought formed in his mind, and he swiftly patted his storage bag with his right hand. At the instant he did so, a flash of red flew out from there. The red light's speed was incredibly shocking. Right at the moment it flew out, it disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already beside one of the red threads. The red light was naturally the poisonous wasp that had just woken up. At the instant it appeared, it used its violet needle-like stinger. Then, with its unparalleled speed, it instantly pierced the red thread. A shudder wrecked through the red thread, and in the blink of an eye, it withered into ashes. Once the poison wasp disappeared again, in a blink of an eye, it appeared next to the second red thread before Su Ming, who had now stopped moving. The second red thread did not even manage to see the wasp's body clearly. It only saw a red flash, and it was poisoned to ashes. Everything could be said to have ended within an instant. The poisonous wasp then moved to Su Ming's shoulder. There was shock on Su Ming's face as he turned his head around to cast a glance at the wasp. He sucked in a deep breath and lifted his right hand slowly, moving it little by little towards that wasp. It immediately lifted its head and let out a gentle buzz before flying straight into his sleeve. It seemed to like his cuffs, and once it flew in, it hung onto them, refusing to let go no matter what. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He took a step forward and moved towards the spot where the group had dispersed just now. After a moment, when he returned to the place, he saw Tianlin's body being covered in a piercing red light. As he attacked, the illusion of a large tree manifested behind him. The branches swept through the area, and the two red threads that surrounded him were now a dozen-something threads, but their color had become much duller. Not too far away was Long Li, at the center of whose brows 3 scales in the shape of diamonds had appeared. He had a gourd in his right hand, and there were 2 black illusions before him that looked like shadows, and they were fighting against the red threads. Yi Shentong's enraged roars reverberated in the air. His right arm had corroded to the point that it had turned black. Most of the red thread had crawled into his corroded arm, causing a long line to pop up on Yi Shentong's body, and it was squirming around in a bizarre fashion. Almost at the same time, Su Ming returned. An ancient face appeared on the big tree that had manifested behind Tianlin. That face opened its mouth and let out a soundless roar. Immediately, the red threads that had broken into a dozen-something parts shuddered and froze in midair. During that instant, Tianlin moved, and the red threads were all enveloped by his nascent divinity. Then, they immediately lost all their shine and fell to the ground, no longer moving. Tianlin's face was slightly pale. When he looked at Su Ming, who was walking over towards them, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Then he nodded in a profound manner. As for old Long Li, as the 3 diamond-shaped scales spun rapidly at the center of his brows, he lifted the gourd in his hand, and 2 more black shadows flew out from within to pounce on the 2 threads. Muffled booms reverberated in the air, and the 2 threads instantly vanished. As for the 4 black shadows, they fell backwards and returned to the gourd. Long Li had a sullen look on his face, but he immediately turned his gaze towards Su Ming. He had seen one of the red threads chasing after Su Ming, but before long, he had returned without a single scratch on his body. The meaning behind this immediately rose Su Ming's value in his eyes, and he smiled amicably towards him, which was a sight rarely seen. It was a form of acknowledgement, and he was acknowledging that Su Ming could be on equal terms with them. Tianlin saw veins popping up on Yi Shentong's face and immediately said, "Let us help fellow Taoist Yi." "Don't need. I can do it myself." Yi Shentong let out a loud shout. He had seen that everyone had solved their own problems, but were completely unbothered by them. Su Ming, whom he had previously looked down upon, even had a relaxed look on his face, and this made him let out a cold harumph in his heart. He lifted his left hand and struck his chest. With it, a layer of yellow light immediately covered his boy. It instantly turned into a layer of dirt that was 1 foot thick around him. As the light shone, the layers of dirt added one upon another, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Shentong appeared before the people as a gigantic golem of dirt and stone that was 100 feet tall. The golem lifted its left arm and struck its chest 7 times in succession. With each hit, cracks would appear on its body, and after a moment, once all 7 strikes landed, Yi Shentong's body of dirt and stone crumbled with a bang. When it did so, a dull but still squirming red thread was trapped within the dirt. Yi Shentong's face was slightly pale as he stared at the red thread that was trapped, and he let out a cold harumph. "If it wasn't because I wanted to catch one of them alive, I would have destroyed it a long time ago." The moment he finished speaking, the squirming red thread faltered and fell to the side, turning into dust. This made Yi Shentong's expression instantly turn as dark as thunderclouds. It was at that time that a whistling sound came from the distance. Right before everyone's eyes, Sun Quan charged down with a slightly pale face. He held a transparent bottle in his hand, and within it was a red thread. Its color was bright, and it was continuously squirming inside, crashing against the walls in an attempt to break free and rush out. I spent a lot of effort before I finally managed to catch one alive. Apologies for the long wait, everyone. Tianlin looked at the red thread in the bottle, then at the 7 holes that no longer had any earthen aura rushing out of them before asking in a whisper, "Just what is this thing?" Threads of flesh. The person who answered Tianlin was Sun Kuan. They are threads of flesh that contain life force. And since the alien race's mighty cultivator has been sealed for countless years, these threads of flesh absorbed some of his divine sense, which he had sent outwards during these years. They should be very delicious. Sun Kuan smiled and put away the bottle. Chapter 767. 1 Aeonic Barricade, 3 Snare Sealants, 6 Dao Bolts. Tianlin and the others chose to remain silent in regards to Sun Kuan's smile. Clearly, this matter was not funny to them. However, the bald crane, which had taken the form of a stone, immediately moved when it heard that there was something delicious and turned back into the big yellow dog before it stuck out its tongue to look at the small bottle which Sun Kuan had put away with bright eyes. No one knew what sort of thought had appeared in its head, but it looked as if it was about to start drooling. Fellow Taoist Su, this dog of yours which is skilled in transformations is very interesting. Sun Kuan turned his head around and cast a glance at the big yellow dog before smiling at it. "Hey, you jerk. You're the dog here. I'm a dragon." The bald crane suddenly shouted and even bared its teeth at Sun Kuan. This scene stunned Sun Kuan momentarily, and even the people beside them looked over. Su Ming let out a dry cough, then glared at the bald crane. In an attempt to avoid the topic, he said, "If there are more of these threads of flesh in the sealed region, then the level of danger will increase by far too much." Su Ming's words caused Long Li and the others to fall into silence. The usually overbearing Yi Shintong also felt fear linger in his heart. All of them looked towards Tianlin. After all, he had been the one who had planned everything. Tianlin remained silent for a moment, then spoke in a firm and resolute tone. "I didn't think this through. I didn't expect that there would be such ferocious creatures in the sealed region. How about this? I'm willing to go down first and check. If there is no danger, then you can all go down after me. If there is danger, then since I'm the one who had initiated this and also dared to have my nascent divinity change places with my physical body, I will naturally not drag all of you down to die with me." Long Li and Sun Kuan did not speak. A glint appeared in Yi Shintong's eyes, but he, too, did not speak. Su Ming remained silent by the side. Tianlin lifted his right leg and stomped on the ground without any hesitation. With that stomp, the big illusion of the tree manifested once again. As the branches squirmed, cracking came from beneath Tianlin's feet, and a large amount of cracks formed at that spot. As a loud boom echoed in the air, the ground sank down and turned into a deep pit. Tianlin flew in without any hesitation. His voice came from the deep pit after a moment. "My fellow Taoists, you can come down now. There isn't any living threads of flesh in this place." Long Li stepped into the sunken pit, followed by Sun Kuan. Yi Shentong hesitated for a moment before he looked at Su Ming. He was clearly signaling to him that he wanted to be the last to enter the place. Su Ming did not say anything either. He simply took the bald crane with him and charged into the pit. Once he entered, a glint immediately appeared in his eyes, and soon, he heard Yi Shentong sucking in a breath as he was the last person to enter the place. This was a gigantic structure that looked like a bee's hive. Besides the uneven surface, there were an endless amount of densely packed circular holes. The surface of the ground was uneven and filled with bumps, because there was a layer of dark threads covering the ground. Their numbers seemed to be nothing less of several hundred thousands, and a rotten stench came from these threads. The people who stepped here couldn't help but spot grave expressions as they remained in the air. Yi Shintong sucked in a breath and asked in shock, Just how big is the body of the alien race's mighty cultivator?" Tianlin hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Something's off. We might have never seen a sealed member of the alien race, but we've seen members of alien races who occasionally appear in the depths of the barren lands of divine source. They look the same as us, and I've never seen anyone who was big as the ferocious beasts." As everyone else was in shock and fear, Su Ming stared at the many holes before him. During that instant just now, he'd felt as if something was staring at him. This feeling disappeared within an instant. But there was no way Su Ming could be wrong about this, because it was not his Atman which had sensed it, and neither was it his body, but his soul. A ripple had appeared in his soul of an abyss builder at that instant just then. When he looked at the expressions on the other people's faces, it became clear to Su Ming that he was the only one who had sensed that strange gaze. I know what this is. Long Li's voice attracted all the people's attention. Su Ming became more cautious, but not a single hint of his thoughts was revealed on his face. The body of the alien race's cultivator is not this big. This entire area is a seal, and it should be the bolt of soul and flesh, which is one of the 10 seals from the 4 great true worlds: 1 Aeonic Barricade, 3 Snare Sealants, and 6 Dao bolts. These 10 different seals are used by the 4 great true worlds to suppress the mighty cultivators of the alien races in the barren lands of divine source. Thank goodness we only ran into the 6 Dao bolts and not the 3 Snare Sealants, or else I would have immediately ran as far as possible, never daring to enter this place again, Long Li said slowly. Not only had Su Ming never heard about this, even Tian Lin and the others had never heard of it before. Oh, fellow Taoist Long, please talk about this in detail. I don't have much knowledge regarding these seals. The 6 Dao bolts are made of 6 seals of the same level. It is the seal that exists in most of the many cultivation planets here in the barren lands of divine source, used to suppress the members of the alien races. These seals are incredibly powerful, and they are used to suppress the powerful generals. The strength of the seals differ based on the strength of those people who would be sealed, even if these 6 seals are of the same level. At most, all 6 Dao bolts will appear at the same time. The weakest will only have 1 Dao bolt appearing at a time, Long Li explained, and once he looked around him, his eyes sparkled. These should only be 1 seal in this area. Looks like the legends in the ancient scrolls about the alien race's Duke of Crimson Flame were mistaken. This person should be someone with a powerful physical body, not phenomenal spiritual power, or else the bolt of soul and flesh would not be missing. But perhaps the other 5 Dao bolts will appear in the deeper parts of this place. Whatever it is, the more seals that appear at the same time, the stronger the person would have been in the past. Long Li pointed at the many threads of flesh on the ground. It's actually easy to describe this so-called bolt of soul and flesh. Everyone, you know about the brutal execution method known as death by 1,000 cuts. The executioner will slice away the condemned person's flesh piece by piece, and if the condemned only dies after 1,000 pieces of his flesh were cut, it will be known as a perfect execution. This bolt of soul and flesh operates by the same principle. This seal will slowly cut away the flesh and blood of the alien race's mighty cultivator piece by piece, and while the mighty cultivator still has life force left in him, his flesh will slowly recover, and this execution will never end. This is the reason why all of us had the false conception that the mighty cultivator had a huge body when we saw this much flesh. Look at the signs of time on these threads of flesh. It's clear that they did not exist at the same time, but had instead accumulated slowly over a countless number of years. Long Li's words had a ghastly air to them. When his words fell into the group's ears, its members fell silent. Su Ming looked at the threads of flesh on the ground. Even if he had lost his sense of pain, he was still affected when he thought of the torture the mighty cultivator from the alien race had to go through, and he also fell silent at the brutality of the 4 great true realms. An expression of interest appeared on Sun Kuan's face, and he asked, "Fellow Taoist Long, you mentioned the 1 Aeonic Barricade, 3 Snare Sealants, and 6 Dao bolts just now. Besides the 6 Dao bolts, what sort of seal is the 3 Snare Sealants?" "That's right. Fellow Taoist Long, please tell us." Tian Lin nodded, and Yi Shentong also looked towards him with concentration. Long Li remained silent for a moment, then started speaking slowly. The difference between the 3 Snare Sealants and the 6 Dao bolts is that the 6 Dao bolts are used to seal a single person, but the 3 Snare Sealants, they're used to suppress an entire race. However, the 3 Snare Sealants are incredibly rare in the barren lands of divine source, and if we truly run into a seal that can suppress an entire race, then we would be better off relying on ourselves instead of luck to save us, Long Li stated flatly. When he saw that the others clearly still had questions, he decided not to hide anything any longer and began speaking once more. The 1 Aeonic Barricade is an even stronger seal than the 3 Snare Sealants. This seal isn't used to suppress powerful warriors or an entire race, but is used to suppress and seal the king of each alien race. This seal is also known as King's Seal. All the people who are suppressed by this seal are renowned personas, but don't worry, this King's Seal is even rarer compared to the others. Long Li smiled mirthlessly. Tian Lin was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Fellow Taoist Long, How can you be certain of whether what you have said is true? Where did you hear it from? I've lived in Black Ink Planet for a period of time, and I heard the people talk about this. I wouldn't dare to verify whether my words are true. Longley looked as if he did not want to talk more about where he obtained the information and only went over it briefly. Is there a spot where all 10 seals of the 1 Aeonic Barricade, 3 Snare Sealants, 6 Dao bolts exist at the same time to suppress a single place? Su Ming asked calmly. Right at the moment he finished speaking, the entire area fell silent. After some time, Longley nodded. There should be, but this sort of place would probably not be suppressing a great cultivator in Solar Culpa. There's a high possibility that it'd be suppressing those who have truly moved into Plane Culpa, the terrifying existences who are already halfway into the state of controlling fate, life, and death. Tianlin sucked in a deep breath and spoke to Su Ming and the others. Fellow Taoist Long, thank you for telling us about the seals. Right now, it would be best for us to break open the seal in this area a step at a time. The sooner we obtain our serendipity, the sooner we will be able to leave this place. Let's go according to plan. Fellow Taoist Long, please spread your divine sense outwards. I will assist you in finding the nearest spot where the seal is the weakest. After that, fellow Taoist Yi, please help fellow Taoist Su and fellow Taoist Sun test and break the seal. Tianlin wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the group. Longley nodded and spread his divine sense outwards. Tianlin did the same, too. As the two worked together, they immediately scanned the entire area, then sent their divine sense into each of the circular holes. After about an hour, with slightly exhausted faces, they retrieved their divine senses, and Tianlin lifted his right hand to swing it in the air before him. Immediately, a gentle ray of light shone on one of the many circular holes. We can't send our divine senses deep into the area, either, but we give 7/10 of a chance that if we break in through here, we'll be on the shortest path to the core. Once Tianlin finished speaking, Sun Kuan took a step forward and arrived beside the circular hole. Once he scrutinized it, he lifted his right hand and started forming hand seals while working out the method to break the seal. Brother Su. Tianlin frowned and looked at Su Ming. Su Ming took a few steps forward to stand by the screen of light. After looking at it for some time, he shook his head. I would be able to try if this were the seal in the world outside, but it's difficult for me to break the seal here. Tianlin was just about to speak when Sun Kuan turned his head back to look at Yi Shintong. Fellow Taoist Yi, please strike this spot at full strength. Remember to split the force of your strike into 9 different charges. While you send the 3rd and 8th charge in, you have to stop for 3 breaths, and while you send the 6th and 9th charge in, you have to stop for 2 breaths. These are the variations that you should have in your punch. Sun Kuan pointed at a spot to the bottom right corner of the circular hole. Yi Shintong came up without another word, and once his punches accurately fell on the spot, the area shook with a bang, and the circular hole instantly collapsed to reveal a wide tunnel. Tianlin was the first to rush in, followed by Yi Shintong, Sun Kuan, and Longley. Su Ming came last. At the instant he stepped into the tunnel, he turned his body around and looked behind him. A brilliant light shone in his eyes, but there was not a single person behind him, and his Atman remained quiet. Yet during the instant just now, Su Ming had once again sensed that someone had looked at him from behind. Chapter 768. The member of the alien race sensed him. Su Ming looked as calm as he usually was, but his level of vigilance had already reached its highest state. In fact, if it was not because he would feel incredibly regretful if he suddenly gave up after reaching this point, then he would have immediately left. After all, this feeling of no one else but them noticing someone watching them from the back of a mysterious sealed region would make anyone's skin crawl. At that moment, when Tianlin and the others stepped into the tunnel and began charging forward, the endless white threads in Crimson Flame Planet that originally could only be seen in the true guard's projection of light, covering all the area around, had already shattered to bits and pieces. Almost 1/5 of the threads had been reduced to dust, and the rest of them showed signs of following the same fate. These signs, however, had not showed up after Su Ming and the others entered the place, but had begun at the instant all the seals around the ferocious beasts in Crimson Flame Planet shattered. Even if Su Ming and the others had not entered the place, the white threads would have still slowly become weaker. At the deepest parts of the seal was a region that was not too far away from Su Ming and the others. The black sword that had pierced through the skull of the skeleton, which was immersed in the endless purplish-black magma, was trembling furiously at the moment. It was as if the sword was about to be forced out. Dark light shone in the skeleton's sockets, and even the other two swords that had pierced him were slowly becoming loose. At the same time, signs of some flesh being restored showed up on his body, and threads of flesh and blood covered his skull, making it seem like the skeleton was coming back to life. I can sense the presence of an abyss builder. Yet at the instant some flesh and blood had been restored, an endless amount of white threads suddenly appeared in the region where the skeleton was. These threads crisscrossed over, forming a net. 1/5 of this net had disappeared, and the remaining parts were slowly being dissolved, but they could still somewhat maintain their form. Clearly, the net formed by these endless white threads was the seal that was suppressing the alien race's Duke of Crimson Flame. The white net gathered swiftly and soundlessly around the skeleton from all directions. It then phased through his body, intersecting with the threads from the other side. A shudder ran through the skeleton, and the flesh and blood that had grown on his face turned into pieces of shredded flesh that were separated from his skull. The white net repeated this process again. Once it phased through his body while intersecting with the other threads 9 times in a row and not a single bit of flesh was left on the skeleton, the net slowly hid itself away. However, the skeleton seemed to have already become used to this sort of matter. The sword in his skull was still trembling and slowly becoming loose, and the dark light in the skeleton's sockets was gradually becoming stronger. During all this, Su Ming and the others were traveling at an extreme speed in the external area of the region where the Duke of Crimson Flame was sealed. They ran through one of the holes within this area that was filled with an innumerable amount of densely packed holes which seemed like a beehive, outside the layers upon layers of seals that looked like membranes. However, before long, Tianlin and the others in front of Su Ming were forced to stop. A screen of light shining white was right before them, blocking their path. Sun Quan observed the screen of light for some time before saying in a low voice, "The seal here is much stronger than the previous one. I will need some time." Su Ming was standing not too far. The bald crane was by his feet, and it was letting out a lazy yawn while looking at Sun Quan in disdain, thinking that if it was the one who took action, then the seal would be broken within an instant. But since Su Ming did not seem to want it to do anything, the bald crane remained happily idle. However, as it lay by the side, it looked at the area, and that dazed look appeared on its face again. Damn it, why does it feel like I've come here before? No, I've been in some place similar. The bald crane vigorously shook its head, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not remember too much. Su Ming stood silently by the side while his heart and soul remained in a state of high alert. The closer he came to the depths of the seal, the stronger the feeling became. He cast his gaze around the area, with all his cultivation base circulating through his body. Su Ming also had his Atman gathered on the poisonous wasp at the cuff of his sleeve. Soon, Sun Quan wiped off the sweat that had broken out on his forehead. As he formed a seal with his hands, he pointed at the screen of light, and a feng shui compass appeared on his right hand. The needle on the feng shui compass was spinning rapidly, but once every 10 breaths, it would stop for a brief instant. Every single time it stopped, Sun Quan would swiftly lift his left hand and point at the screen of light, which was like the surface of water. Once Sun Quan's finger landed on it, ripples would appear from the spot where his finger touched, then spread out. When Sun Quan's finger touched the screen of light the 9th time, the number of ripples on the screen of light increased. When they intersected, it was as if billowing waves had stirred up on the screen of light. Strike these 9 spots at the same time with all your strength, Sun Quan immediately said, but before Yi Shentong managed to attack, a glint appeared in Tianlin's eyes. He lifted his right hand, and 9 branches appeared on his right palm, growing rapidly. Those tree branches instantly touched the 9 spots on the screen of light. As a muffled boom rang in the air, the screen of light shattered. Tianlin's face turned pale for an instant. As he moved a few steps back, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked swiftly towards the tunnel that appeared after the screen of light shattered. Sun Quan, Yi Shentong, and the old hunchbacked Long Li's expressions also changed at the same time. Su Ming's pupils shrank as well. As the screen of light shattered, an incomparably pure presence of a world plane spread out from within. The presence of a world plane. It's really the power of a world plane. It's so dense. If I could just train here for several years, I'm confident that I'd be able to reach the middle stage of world plane realm. Long Li was visibly moved. As he took a step forward, the others also moved swiftly into the tunnel. Su Ming was still the last to enter, But at the moment he stepped into the tunnel behind the shattered screen of light, even his breathing quickened slightly. The first thing he saw was that the walls of the tunnel had been formed from a deep blue stone. The physical strength coming from them far surpassed that of what he obtained at the surface of the planet. In fact, there was simply no way to compare them. It was as if one was a faint, glimmering light, and the other was a bright moon. The power of the world plane in this place is just what has escaped to the peripheral of the seal. The deeper we go, the thicker it'll be. The 6 screens of light that form these seals aren't something that we can usually break open. Right now, since the seals on the surface have shattered, this place also fell into a state of collapse, weakening a lot. That's why we obtained this chance. That's why. If we stay here and not move forward, we will regret it, Tian Lin stated flatly. As his voice reverberated against the stone walls, he was the first to move deeper into the tunnel. As his back was turned towards the group, no one saw the strange light flickering in his eyes at that moment. Besides excitement, there was both anticipation and madness in his expression. Long Li sucked in a deep breath of the power of the world plane in the place. A resolute expression appeared on his face, and he charged deeper into the tunnel. As for Sun Kuan and Yi Shintong, they exchanged glances with each other, then chased after the other two. Su Ming had been silent all along the way. At that moment, he had his right hand pressed against the stone wall, and only when the cycle of withering and becoming full repeated itself several times on his arm did he lift his hand. However, the increase in his physical strength during this short amount of time was already comparable to him absorbing the blue stones on the surface for several months. Fortune comes to those who take risks. It's worth it. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he charged forward. However, he did not relax his guard in the slightest. He became only more alert as he followed the others. While the group charged through the tunnel, Su Ming felt goosebumps suddenly raise on his skin. A strong sense of danger swiftly filled his heart, and piercing sounds that were connected with each other came at them from behind. Su Ming grabbed the bald crane without any hesitation and turned into a long arc, then activated his full speed without holding anything back, catching up to the 4 people in front with one single loud whooshing sound. "There's an anomaly at the back," he immediately shouted. He did not stop, but instead went even faster. At that moment, the other people also sensed what had happened, and their expressions changed drastically. As the piercing whistles grew louder, numerous red threads showed up behind them. "Why are there so many?" Yi Shintong felt his skin crawl. With a roar, he took a step and charged madly forward. As the other people's expressions changed as well, they too swiftly activated their full speed. However, this was a tunnel. There were no paths to veer to the side. The only directions available for them was forward and backward. At that moment, there were too many red threads behind them, so once they caught up to any one of them, they would definitely die. They could only move forward. In this moment of crisis, the 5 people no longer bothered preserving their speed, and their levels could be immediately seen clearly. The fastest among them was not Tian Lin, but Long Li. Only an afterimage could be seen of him. The second was Tian Lin. Since his nascent divinity had changed places with his physical body, he was no longer held back by the limitations of his physical body, and he was only slightly slower than Long Li as he charged forward. The third was not Yi Shintong or Sun Kuan, but Su Ming. Su Ming's area of expertise had always been speed. As he blasted forward at full strength, even Yi Shintong and Sun Kuan found it difficult to surpass him. However, he could only surpass them because this was a tunnel and this was a short-distance run. If they were in the world outside, then Su Ming would gradually slow down. He would not be able to maintain his speed for long, like those who had truly become world paragons. As the ground passed beneath them, they instantly widened the distance between them and the large amount of red threads. The piercing whistles by their ears became much fainter, but the sense of danger still lingered in their minds. After a moment, Long Li suddenly let out a muffled groan from the front. His body tumbled backwards instantly, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tian Lin's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and his expression turned incredibly sour. Another screen of light appeared before them. There were ripples shining on it at that moment, a telling sign that Long Li had tried to use his robust power to break through, but had been bounced back. This alone was a telling sign that the third screen of light was much stronger than the previous 2. With a pale face, Sun Kuan cast a glance at the screen of light and immediately said in a sharp voice, "I'll need an hour." Tian Lin, a serious expression on his face, swept his gaze past Su Ming, then shouted fiercely, There's no need to open the screen of light an hour later, because all of us would be dead. My fellow Taoists, let's all attack at the same time and hold nothing back. This is a matter of life and death. Chapter 769, Small Problem. Tian Lin knew that Su Ming was definitely hiding the true extent of his power, but it would have been better if it was any other time to find this. After all, he knew other people hid their levels of cultivation or skills as well. Most people did it, and it was difficult for anyone to say anything about this. After all, if someone exposed all their skills in the barren lands of divine essence, it would mean that they would no longer have any secrets and everyone would know the true extent of their abilities. Aside from this, it would also mean that it would be difficult for that person to replenish their power within a short period of time, and there would be endless problems waiting for them in the future. However, they were in a life and death crisis at the moment. Tian Lin did not have time to bother with tact. As he shouted angrily, the intimidating power he had gained after he had his nascent divinity change places with his physical body spilled out from within him. Piercing whistles were getting closer to them, for their sounds were becoming clearer. It was a telling sign that the red threads were swiftly closing the distance between them. Once they caught up to the group, the only thing awaiting them would be a disaster. A black light shone in Long Li's eyes. 5 diamond-shaped scales immediately appeared at the center of his brows. The moment they shone with an enchanting light, the gourd he once held immediately appeared in his right hand. He then lifted his left hand and swiped the gourd, even biting the tip of his tongue to cough up a mouthful of blood. 5 black shadows immediately flew out of the gourd, and when Long Li let out a low roar, the presence that belonged to a world paragon spread out from the 5 shadows, and they charged towards the 3rd screen of light. At that moment, Sun Kuan's expression was incredibly grave. He lifted his right hand and struck his forehead. Immediately, his body shuddered, and the nails on all 10 of his fingers instantly grew out, until they were 7 inches long. They all possessed unparalleled sharpness, and as they grew longer, they sliced through the air. He opened his mouth and let out a roar, then spat out 9 rays of different colored light in succession. A blade, a spear, a sword, a halberd, an axe, a broadaxe, a hook, a fork, and a beast fawn club appeared in the air. There were 9 different enchanted treasures contained within the 9 rays of light, and an extraordinary wave of power, as well as an intimidating presence, was spreading out from them. As Sun Kuan swung his arms, these 9 enchanted treasures turned into 9 long arcs that charged towards the 3rd screen of light. As for Sun Kuan, he was positioning his hands into claws and flying over with a fierce whistle. Yi Shun Tong glared at the red threads, and golden light erupted from his eyes. That light seemed to possess corporeal form and covered his face. Once it spread out from his eyes. Once it covered his face, it spread to his neck, and in the span of a few breaths, it eventually covered most of his upper body. All parts of his skin that were covered by this golden light exuded a powerful presence that would cause trepidation to rise in people's hearts. It was as if there was a physical strength that could overturn the world contained within him. Clearly, Yi Shun Tong had also chosen not to hold anything back at this moment of crisis and had brought out his true power. As half of his body turned gold, the earth beneath his feet squirmed before charging to him. Layers upon layers of dirt gathered on him, and Yi Shun Tong was once again enveloped in earth, turning into a stone golem that was nearly 100 feet tall. Strangely, even though he had turned into a golem, half of his body was still shining with that piercing golden light. As he roared, Yi Shun Tong took a huge stride forward and charged towards the 3rd screen of light. When he saw that the 3 people had brought out their full strength, Tian Lin naturally did not hold back any longer. A layer of withered skin immediately appeared on his nascent divinity's body, making it seem like he had turned into an old tree. The shadow of a large tree manifested around him. As its branches swiped through the area, a strange light appeared in Tian Lin's eyes. He lifted his hands and pushed forward fiercely, and with it, the shadow of the large tree behind him grew so fast from the depths of the ground that it looked as if it wanted to break through the ceiling in the tunnel and rush into the sky. As it grew rapidly, it abruptly fell to the side. The innumerable number of branches growing out from the crown crawled into the stone walls and disappeared for a short while before crawling out right outside the screen of light. These dozens of branches that crawled out from the dirt in the stone walls were densely packed together, and all of them stabbed the screen like vipers. There was a solemn look on Su Ming's face, for the whistling behind him was getting clearly with every moment. When he saw that everyone else had used their full strength, he naturally did not hold back either. However, he did not choose to use the bald crane to break open the seal. Instead, he lifted his right hand, and the killing sword appeared. Su Ming lifted his left hand and pushed against the ground. His body might have looked as it usually did, but all his power had swiftly gathered on the killing sword, causing it to let out a piercing screech before it turned into a long arc and charged towards the screen of light. At the same time, Su Ming's left hand began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the withered state of his arms spread to his shoulder, and as it continued spreading swiftly, his body, legs, head, and everything else in his body, besides his right index finger, swiftly withered away. However, a black light was shining about his right index finger. This was the peak of Su Ming's surging indulger's divine ability. That one finger did not just possess all of Su Ming's true physical strength, it also possessed an incredibly great suction force, as if it was a black hole that could devour everything. The Crimson Python Phoenix's inborn divine ability, which was part of his physical strength and which he had inherited once he took over the creature, was contained in Su Ming's finger as well. The power of law that could disassemble all matters turned into ripples reverberating in the air around his finger, and during that instant, Su Ming's finger landed on the screen of light along with the other people's divine abilities. Bang, bang, bang. The third screen of light might have been 10-something feet thick, but as the 5 people's divine abilities attacked it, it flickered a few times, then shattered. At the instant that happened, a large amount of presence from world planes gushed outwards like a stream of air, crashing into the group's faces before moving past their bodies. In truth, if all the runes sealing the ferocious beasts on the surface still existed, then this seal would have definitely not been broken so easily. Yet at that moment, it was blown apart like a tree without roots that was swept away by wind. The seal was shattering from within already, which was why it had shattered under the 5's attacks. Instead of saying that the seal had been broken by Su Ming and the others, it would be more accurate to say that it had shattered because it had suffered destructive attacks from both inside and outside. At the time the screen of light shattered, 5 long arcs charged past it. However, 7 breaths after they had fled past it, dense red threads charged past the spot, still chasing after them. Instead of ending, the danger had become even greater. The 5 people were not slow. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, another screen of light appeared before them. This time, the screen of light was several hundreds of feet thick. The 5 attacked at the same time once again, but this time, the screen of light only swayed a few times before a rebound spread out from it, bouncing back its attackers. The 5 were sent tumbling backwards, just like what had happened to Longley. As Tianlin looked at the screen of light that was 100-something feet thick, he sucked in a deep breath. Freezing light flickered in Longley's eyes. As for Sun Cohen, he was breathing rapidly as he cried out in a sharp voice. I don't know how many of these seals are left, but I'll need at least an hour for this screen of light. Yi Shuntong glared at the screen of light and whipped his head around to look at the tunnel behind him before returning his gaze to the group. We're in a hurry, so I'll speak up. I am confident I could break this seal within 30 breaths, but once I cast this art, I'll have to pay a huge price for it. It'll be difficult for me to recover for some time. Forget obtaining any sort of serendipity. At that moment, once I become weakened, there's a high chance that I will die here. When Tianlin heard Yi Shuntong's words, he immediately said firmly, Brother Yi, don't worry. As long as you break the seal, I swear that I will ensure your safety. Brother Yi, you just need to attack. I'll definitely ensure your safety. Longley added in a low voice. Sun Kuan also nodded by the side. None of them showed what they truly thought on their faces. Haha, do all of you think that I am still a child? I've made these sort of promises to others more than 10 times, and there was never a single one where even I believed in my own words. I can attack, but I will need to absorb most of the physical strength from among one of you by devouring his flesh. Only then will I not be affected once I break the screen of light. But don't worry, the person whose flesh I'll devour won't die. He will just have a large portion of his vitality sapped and take my place to be weakened. As Yi Shentong spoke, his gaze immediately fell on Su Ming. The ferociousness in that unflinching gaze was completely obvious. The whistling sounds in the tunnel were becoming clearer. The blood-red threads were already not too far away from them. When Yi Shentong looked towards Su Ming, Longley also cast his gaze on him. Sun Kuan did the same. Even Tianlin looked towards Su Ming after a moment of hesitation. Fellow Taoist Su, you have the lowest level of cultivation among us. Why don't you sacrifice yourself and help us achieve our aim. You might even have a chance to obtain a serendipity. Don't worry, I'll only take 1/9 of your flesh and blood. I won't endanger your life." Yi Shentong grinned. He had a scar on his face, so when he smiled, he became even more hideous and ghastly. Su Ming looked at Yi Shentong and said unhurriedly, "Oh, looks like you're certain that I'm the weakest among you." Yi Shentong only smiled fiercely. He did not speak, but instead charged towards Su Ming. In silence, Long Li took one step back, refusing to take any part in this. A glint appeared in Sun Kuan's eyes, and he, too, moved back. Hesitation appeared on Tian Lin's face, but after he thought about something, he did nothing to stop Yi Shentong as well. However, he did not remind Yi Shentong that Su Ming possessed an 8-colored crystal, either. Su Ming was calm. Almost at the instant Yi Shentong strode towards him, a sun appeared in his left eye, and a moon manifested in his right eye. His heart was the star, and these three formed a strange loop in his body. At the instant he looked towards Yi Shentong, Su Ming activated the art which he had gained in Crimson Flame Planet, which was naturally the illusion of the star, sun, and moon. Almost at the moment he executed this art, Yi Shentong's expression changed. At the instant a dazed look appeared in his eyes, Su Ming charged towards him. Su Ming's expression was cold and dark, and there was not a single hint of emotion reflected on his face. He closed in on his opponent in the blink of an eye and hurled a punch forward. When Su Ming threw his fist, Yi Shentong coughed up a mouthful of blood. That was him biting the tip of his tongue while immersed in the illusion from Su Ming's eyes to jolt his pulse so that he would awaken. Then, as he roared loudly, golden light shone on half of his body, and he hurled a punch towards Su Ming. Boom! Blood trickled out of the corners of Su Ming's mouth when he fell backwards, but his expression only became more aloof, and there was even a faint mockery and killing intent within his eyes. Yi Shentong smiled ferociously, but he wouldn't have been doing that if he had noticed a black shadow appearing at the instant Su Ming's fist connected with his body before disappearing the next moment. In fact, not even Tian Lin and the rest had noticed it. "You little brat, I knew since the start that you were hiding your abilities." Yi Shentong was about to take a step forward when his expression changed drastically. A black decaying spot had appeared on his right wrist, as if he had been stung by something. Chapter 770, Intimidation. What is this? Just as Yi Shentong said these words, the rotting spot on his right wrist swiftly spread through his entire right arm, and within an instant, his right arm was reduced to a puddle of blood. The poison from the wasp did not only destroy Yi Shentong's physical body, but also corroded his cultivation base, causing Yi Shentong's level of cultivation to plunge straight down once he lost his arm. This sudden change of events happened too quickly, so by the time Tian Lin and the others heard a shrill scream of pain, it was all over. Yi Shentong's screams continued to echo in the tunnel. His voice revealed a mind that had sank into madness due to pain. As Yi Shentong's shrill screams rang in the air, veins popped up on his face. Blood capillaries instantly filled the whites of his eyes. The pain he suffered at that moment made him lose control of himself despite his power and endurance. It was a clear sign that the pain he felt was so great that it exceeded the limits of what he could take. Tian Lin's expression changed drastically. He swiftly approached Yi Shentong, but at the instant he took a step forward, a bloody stench immediately spread through the air, and Tian Lin's eyes shrank instantly. He had a strong feeling that he could not touch the puddle of blood that had formed when Yi Shentong's body melted, or else he would be in great trouble. In his hesitation, he saw that Yi Shentong had not just lost his right hand. Half of his flesh and blood started flowing down like water, revealing the bones beneath, which were also turning into liquid. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth, only a few breaths had passed since Yi Shentong attacked Su Ming. However, Yi Shentong's status as a world paragon was truly demonstrated when he forced himself to focus in the mid of all his shrill screams of pain and face off against the venom of the poisonous wasp. He swiftly lifted his left hand and seized the air, and immediately, 8 medicinal bottles appeared in his hand. He swallowed 8 different antidotes in one go. However, no matter how many of those antidotes he swallowed, he still could not stop the spread of the poison. His legs shivered, and even they were reduced to liquid. He fell with a crash onto the puddle of blood, looking incredibly pathetic and wretched. However, he was still a world paragon. At the instant most of his body had melted and his level of cultivation dropped by a large margin, He rose his half-melted left hand with much difficulty and struck his forehead fiercely, which currently had its skin turning into blood and dripping down, showing his similarly melting skull. Yi Shintong let out a shocking roar. All his power erupted from his body, forcing his nascent divinity to leave at the instant his body was about to melt completely. Almost at the same time, Yi Shintong's nascent divinity left his body. The remaining part of his body fell down, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a puddle of blood as well. His nascent divinity was lusterless while he floated in the air. As he shivered, he looked at Su Ming, and his gaze showed shock and terror, along with hatred as well as disbelief. Pity. If you had decided earlier to give up on your physical body and had your nascent divinity leave sooner, then you would have kept more of your power. The mocking look in Su Ming's eyes disappeared, and he returned to his usual aloof expression as he spoke calmly. When he spoke, there was a wasp that looked as if it was completely harmless lying on his shoulder. The wasp's wings were shivering lightly and letting out faint buzzing sounds. It had already pulled back the poisonous sting into its stinger, but the buzzing sound made Tianlin and the others' expressions turn grave. Tianlin looked at Su Ming. He was the one who paid the most attention to Su Ming in the group, but this level of awareness only reached a state where he treated Su Ming as his equal. However, once he had his nascent divinity change places with his physical body, he had obtained a temporary increase in power, so he had naturally come to pay less attention and attach less value to Su Ming. He had always believed that even though Su Ming posed some form of threat, that was because of the Crimson Python Phoenix, the strange power of law he possessed, and his 8-colored crystal. Perhaps he still had other mysteries surrounding him, but in Tianlin's eyes, in the face of absolute power, all his attacks would just be party tricks. Yet at this moment, he discovered that he had greatly underestimated the horrifying aspects surrounding Su Ming. Without using his bizarre power of law, without the Crimson Python Phoenix following him, without even using the 8-colored crystal, he had managed to poison Yi Shintong to such a terrifying extent by just bringing out a new pet. This might be related to Yi Shintong's carelessness, and this act of Su Ming could be considered as an ambush more than a real combat. But in the barren lands of Divine Source where the strong preyed on the weak, no one could say anything about Su Ming's actions, because, before Yi Shintong attacked, they had consented to his actions silently, believing that it would help their cause. This person's level of cultivation might be nothing outstanding, but he's veiled in mysteries, and he has plenty of skills. Not only could he break the seals, he also has the Crimson Python Phoenix and this poisonous wasp. In fact, if he wanted to, he might have been able to control most of the ferocious beasts in Crimson Flame Planet. Could he be a soul ensnarer? Tianlin's expression turned incredibly grave. When that thought appeared in his head, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards Su Ming. Brother Su, you truly hid yourself well. You've made me try to guess your power for quite some time a while ago. I didn't expect that you would be the incredibly rare soul ensnarer in the 4 great true worlds. Tianlin smiled wryly. As he spoke in a low voice, the expression on Yi Shintong's nascent divinity immediately changed. The hostility in his gaze as he looked at Su Ming was shaken, and the shock in his eyes grew deeper. He knew very well who soul ensnarers were. They were a type of cultivators who were incredibly vicious. Their levels of cultivation might not be incredibly high, but each soul ensnarer would possess many incredibly powerful ferocious beasts by their side. These ferocious beasts would seem to be controlled, for they would willingly follow after those cultivators. The beasts would also fight, ready to die at any time for them. Longley stared at the poisonous wasp on Su Ming's shoulder with an incredibly grave expression on his face. His heart was in an extremely shocked state at that moment. After all, even if he was the one who wanted to injure Yi Shintong this badly, he would have had to pay a certain price for it, and he would definitely have not been able to do such a thing so easily. If he only paid attention to the results of what had happened during that instant, instead of bothering about Su Ming's level of cultivation as well as the process that had led to this, his heart would fill with weariness. Even if the current Su Ming did not possess the power of a world paragon, in everyone's eyes, he was undoubtedly a powerful warrior, strong enough to make them be wary of him and make them pay a lot of attention to his person. And it was only at this moment that Su Ming was truly acknowledged by these old monsters and become a person who could discuss certain conditions on certain situations on equal grounds with them. What domineering poison, what shocking speed. Brother Su, even though I believe myself to know many ferocious beasts, I've never heard of such a poisonous wasp before. Even if it was the 10 great ferocious insects that existed during ancient times, only the dark shadow dragonfly, which is ranked second, and the poison ocean silkworm, which is ranked first, could compare to it. Brother Su, you have many attacks in your disposal. Even now, you might still have plenty that you have not shown us. Sun Ku narrowed his eyes to hide most of the light in his gaze, making it difficult for others to see his thoughts through his eyes. His words were also spoken in a cautious manner. I'm not the only one who has hidden their power, right? Su Ming swept his gaze across the group of people before he swung his right hand. The poisonous wasp on his shoulder immediately vanished. Sun Kuan opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something else, but the buzzing of the red threads in the tunnel suddenly grew stronger until they reached a piercing degree. As those sounds sliced through the air, an endless amount of red threads packed closely together appeared several hundreds of feet away. They were incredibly fast, and as they charged forward, they sealed off all paths of retreat. Sun Kuan's expression changed. By his side, Long Li and Tian Lin's eyes shrank as well. Only Yishun Tong's eyes alone were full of madness, even though he, too, was shivering at that moment. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape this place with his current condition, but if he could have all of these people die with him, then at least he would not have to die in regret. At this moment of crisis, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not choose to use the bald crane's power to break the seal. In his eyes, this was something that he absolutely could not reveal to others, or else, even if he solved his current predicament, many other problems would be added to his life in the future. Besides, Su Ming did not believe for even a moment that these people before him truly did not have a way to break this seal. After all, even that cultivator in Heaven Cultivation Realm who had died in Su Ming's hands had prepared many trump cards to protect his life, so these world paragons would only have even more of these things at their disposal. The red threads might pose quite a threat, but the larger threat came from the group members. That was the reason why Su Ming had used such a brutal and ruthless attack to intimidate them. After all, his level of cultivation was the lowest among them. At this moment of crisis, Su Ming took a few swift steps back, pressing his back against the stone wall. The deep blue stone wall that exuded a vast amount of physical power started melting at rapid speed at that moment. By the looks of it, it was clear that he wanted to sink into the wall to avoid the red threads closing in on him. Sun Kuan narrowed his eyes and immediately formed 7 seals with his hands. 7 shadows immediately appeared on his body, overlapping with each other. A sparkle appeared in Long Li's eyes, but no one knew what sort of thoughts were running through his head. The whistles were traveling so swiftly that they sounded as if the source was right beside their ears. The red threads from several hundreds of feet away closed in within an instant and submerged all the people's bodies. Almost at the instant the red threads filled the entire area like the sea, the 5-direction seal shone with an intense light around Su Ming. With the sea of red threads, Sun Kuan took 7 steps back, the shadows still overlapping his body. At the instant he moved back and touched the screen of light, his body phased through the screen. A slightly smug smile appeared at the corners of his lips, and in the blink of an eye, he moved back and vanished. At that moment, a low roar came from among the red threads. It was Long Li. His entire appearance had changed, and now he looked like a layer of black fog formed by an innumerable amount of shadows. He charged against the seal, turned into powder, and with some unknown method, also went through. It was at this moment that a loud boom echoed violently in the tunnel. It was the sound of that boundless sea of red threads crashing into the screen of light. As Su Ming remained inside the stone wall, booming sounds continuously reached his ears. The light of his 5-direction seal continued shattering. The poisonous wasp shone before him as well to resist the red threads, though with much difficulty. A cold sneer appeared on his lips. He had seen Sun Kuan and Long Li's actions and knew that his deduction had been correct. All of them had their own methods to pass through the seals. They had only chosen to not use them and drag down the progress to the deeper parts of the seal simply because they wanted to cause more deaths. With more deaths, there would be one less person to share the power of the world plane with. This is good as well. Let's all depend on our abilities to reach the bottom. A chilling glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. Chapter 771, Jing Nan Zi. Each person in the group harbored their own thoughts, and since Su Ming was no greenhorn in this regard, he could naturally see all of this clearly. He had lived in danger his whole life and had ran into many incidents where he tried to deceive and outwit others while they did the same, which was why his wit and cunning were on equal terms as that of these people, even though he did not speak much and maintained a lower profile. When he saw Sun Quan and Long Li phase through the screen of light and disappear, while Tianlin was submerged by the dense red threads, Su Ming could not see clearly, and he did not know the details of what happened to Tianlin. However, he did notice Yi Shintong, who had lost his physical body, using some unknown method to make his nascent divinity scatter as the red threads closed in. Even when Su Ming used his Atman to check the area, he could not find his nascent divinity. I can't underestimate any of these people. Even if Yi Shintong lost his physical body, I still can't treat him lightly. After all, each one of them is a world paragon's. Su Ming's body blended further into the stone wall. The bald crane was in front of him, and with its illusory art, it instantly hid Su Ming's body, making him look like part of the stone that was exactly the same the others in the wall. As Su Ming hid, his heart gradually calmed down. He no longer thought about the situation outside, for he was in a rather safe state in his current condition. The red threads could not see through the bald crane's transformation. At that moment, they were outside, continuously crashing against the screen of light. Time passed. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a violent bang echoed through the tunnel, and the screen of light was torn to pieces by the red threads ramming themselves against it. As the screen of light shattered, the numerous red threads surged past, in a manner as if they had found a chute. Then, they gradually left into the distance. Once they left, a green chute suddenly crawled out of the ground in the tunnel. Right at the moment this chute appeared, it immediately grew up, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a big tree that could support the entire tunnel. There was a face on that tree trunk, and the face was the exact same as Tianlin's. As that tree appeared, a crack tore through the center of its trunk. Tianlin walked out from there. His face was slightly pale as he stood there, looking around himself for a while with an incredibly dark expression. Right at that moment, a ray of light from a nascent divinity appeared from the crack at the center of the tree trunk. This was naturally Yi Shintong's pale nascent divinity. He came out of the tree after Tianlin. A look of lingering fear appeared on Yi Shintong's face. He looked in the direction the red threads had left, then said in a low voice, "Thank you for your help, Brother Tian. Once I get out of this place safely, I will definitely offer you great gifts as thanks for saving my life." "Brother Yi, you don't have to be so polite. After all, I was the one who invited you here. It is only natural that I would ensure your safety. What are your plans now?" Tianlin shook his head. When he asked his question in a soft voice, he looked at Yi Shintong with a profound gaze. Fellow Taoist Long and fellow Taoist Sun each have their own methods to obtain their serendipity. Brother Tian, you had your nascent divinity change places with your physical body and had even fused together with this tree. I can feel that your life force is so great that you have practically reached an undying and imperishable state. Even that boy Su Ming won't die so easily. He might have gone off long ago to search for his serendipity. Yi Shintong's face was pale. As he spoke with a bitter smile, he swept his gaze past the area before he fixed his eyes on Tianlin. "I only have my nascent divinity left now. I feel disheartened, and I only want to leave this place as quickly as possible now. Brother Tian, please allow me to do so." Yi Shintong's words were completely logical. After all, if anyone else were in his position, they would first think about protecting their lives, not obtaining a serendipity. A glint appeared in Tianlin's eyes. He gave Yi Shintong a scrutinizing glance before smiling suddenly. When Yi Shintong saw the smile that abruptly appeared on Tianlin's lips, his heart let out a thump, and he instinctively moved a few steps back. He forced a smile on his face and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Tianlin. "Brother Tianlin, please let me leave. I will definitely reward your kindness greatly." Yi Shintong. Tianlin's smile grew even more brilliant, but his gaze was cold. "We've known each other for years. Rumors have it that you once had a true guard after your life, and you did not die from that encounter. Many people do not believe this, but I do." Yi Shintong's pupils shrank. His expression immediately turned grave. At that moment, neither of them noticed that Su Ming was in the tunnel's wall not too far away from them. He might have his eyes closed, but he could hear their voices clearly. The stone wall that was the bald crane looked incredibly real, so real that even Tianlin and Yi Shintong did not notice it. "You provoked Su Ming right away because you wanted to determine our relationship, did you not?" You also wanted to use the chance to tell the others that we aren't close friends. This would have created a chance for you to work together with others. Then, as you continued with your observations, you decided to attack, but you did not expect that you would suffer such grave injuries in fellow Taoist Su's hands. In my opinion, you wanted to devour fellow Taoist Su's flesh and blood, then break the screen of light. But even after you did that, you would still have pretended to collapse in exhaustion to achieve your other aim. And that is to leave this place. Tianlin spoke slowly. With every single phrase he voiced, Yi Shuntong's face would turn more sour. Brother Tian, your analysis is completely groundless. I had promised to come to this place in order to obtain a serendipity. How could I choose to leave before I even obtained my serendipity? If it was not because I had no other choice, how would I have chosen to leave in resignation? Yi Shuntong immediately said, clearly afraid that Tianlin would misunderstand him. Tianlin ignored Yi Shuntong's words and suddenly asked airily, how does it feel like to have a true guard go after your life? Perhaps I should reword that. How does it feel to be one of the true guard spies after he left his brand on you? Brother Tian, what do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. A glint appeared in Yi Shuntong's eyes. At that moment, his face was no longer pale. Instead, there was a strange, sinister look on his face, and a ghostly dark light appeared in his eyes. You want to leave because you want to tell what happened here to your master, and there is only one way to report this matter to him, to burn one of your clones. What a coincidence. After I fused together with this precious tree, I obtained some of its innate abilities, and I can tell whether a person is his real self or his clone. With you, I saw a clone that is very similar to his real self. You have a physical body and a nascent divinity. There is practically no difference between the two of you, but a clone is still a clone. You want to leave this place and use 3 days to set up a rune to burn your clone to activate it. Then, you would let a certain true guard sense the memories before your clone's death and see everything in here. As for you, you will obtain a reward. Let me think. Did your master promise you that if you discovered something important, he would communicate with the other true guards and let you be free from then on? Tianlin spoke calmly, but at the moment he mentioned the word free, his heart twisted and a shock of pain went through it. Yi Shuntong's facial color had completely changed at that point. He instinctively took a few steps back, while the dark light in his eyes continued to shine intensely. That's right. Fellow Taoist Tian, since you can tell, then there's no need for me to continue hiding this. But fellow Taoist Tian, how is it that you know about this in such detail? Are you also one of True Guard spies? Yi Shuntong fixed his stare on Tianlin. At that moment, his heart was in incredible shock. This was his greatest secret, and he had thought that no one knew about this. Hence he did not expect that Tianlin would speak of it so easily. His heart trembled from it. A memory that was buried in the depths of his heart emerged against his will. It was something that happened hundreds of years ago. As he was chased by a true guard, he experienced several life and death situations. And if that man had truly wanted to kill him, Yi Shuntong might have died a long time ago. In the end, that man had left a section of a chain in his chest. That chain grew in his flesh, like a brand. From then on, he became that true guard spy. My hometown is far, far away from Crimson Flame Planet. Do you know why I came to this place? Tianlin looked at Yi Shuntong and suddenly smiled. It's because of you. You have Jing Nan Zi's presence on your body. At the moment Jing Nan Zi's name was brought up, Yi Shuntong's expression changed drastically. Jing Nan Zi. That was the name of the true guard who left the brand on his body. For the purpose of getting closer to you, I came to this place. I was worried that I would cause you to be suspicious of me if I got closer in a too straightforward manner, so I decided to stay in Crimson Flame Planet. Then, we'd be not too close, but not too far away, either. I fused with this precious tree because of you as well. Do you know why I'm telling you all of these things? When Tianlin curled his lips into a grin, an absent-minded look appeared in the eyes of Yi Shuntong's nascent divinity before he slowly closed his eyes, then fell to the side as if he had fallen asleep. One after another, tree branches swiftly closed in on him and wrapped him up into a cocoon. Besides being able to discern whether a person is his real self or just a clone, my precious tree has a second inborn divine ability. It can make a clone fall into deep slumber, and his real self would not notice it, either. Instead, this precious tree will fuse into the clone's nascent divinity and cast a dream art. Yi Shuntong, I've waited for this day for a long time. When I saw that chain growing in your flesh all those years ago, I investigated your past. Then, I was able to discern that you were one of the spies chosen by Jing Nan Zi, the man who massacred the Tian family. Jing Nan Zi, my ancestor was your spy, and for generations, he investigated and gathered all forms of news that you wanted. You promised freedom for the Tian family, but this freedom was a bloodbath aimed to destroy my family. This was the freedom you spoke of. It was your greatest mistake that you did not kill me in the past. I will make you pay the price with your death. Tian Lin's expression twisted. Low laughter echoed in the tunnel, and he charged into the depths right away. Jing Nan Zi, you would only need 10 days to reach this place from the four great true worlds region of suppression. I won't let you come right now, however, because your grave isn't ready yet. Once I finish arranging everything, I will let Yishun Tong's clone wake up and finish what he is required to do. He will tell you everything about this place. Tian Lin's laughter gradually left into the distance, and the tunnel returned once more into silence. After about an hour, a few shoots crawled out from the ground of the now silent tunnel before turning into Tian Lin's blurry figure, which was gathered together by a wisp of his divine sense. Looks like Su Ming has indeed left and is no longer here. Tian Lin shook his head. The figure that was formed by his divine sense disappeared. For more hours passed. Tian Lin's shadow appeared once again in this area. This time, he did not speak to himself, but chose to charge towards his real self. Su Ming, who was hidden in the stone wall, opened his eyes. He looked at Tian Lin's shadow leaving into the distance, and he started laughing coldly in his heart. Chapter 772. Picked up a gourd. Su Ming was not in a hurry to leave and move forward. He was not really attracted to the power of the world plane in the deeper parts of the seal. Instead, he had mainly taken the risk to come to this place for the stones that possessed physical power. For example, the deep blue stone walls around him. These stones alone possessed power that caused Su Ming to feel his heart pound in excitement. To Su Ming, this place was where his best serendipity lay. That was why he had never even thought about going outside the stone wall and leaving the place. Instead, once he sent a divine thought to the bald crane, he closed his eyes in the stone wall. His flesh and blood instantly withered away, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to only skin and bones. However, almost at the same time, Su Ming's entire body withered. A vast suction force that came from his body sucked away all the physical power contained in the stone wall around him. It surged into Su Ming's body, so he swiftly and visibly recovered from his emaciated state. In fact, he even looked slightly stronger. Yet soon, Su Ming's body withered once again. Just like that, he continued withering, then recovering, then withering again, and recovering once more. As this process repeated, Su Ming's physical strength, which wasn't weak to begin with, continued increasing. It could be said that the training of physical bodies would never end based on the surging indulger's divine ability. As long as they had enough physical power which they could absorb at their disposal, they could continue training with this art endlessly. Su Ming could sense that his physical body was slowly getting stronger. In fact, if he brought out all his physical strength, he could fight against a cultivator in the initial stage of man cultivation realm. However, this was too weak in Su Ming's eyes. His aim was to push his physical body to reach heaven cultivation realm, or even higher. In fact, it would be even better if he could reach the status of world paragon just by his physical strength alone. As Su Ming was devouring the physical power from the stone wall, Sun Quan was within one of the holes in the seal that looked like a beehive, which was located in the depths of the ground. As his body distorted, he turned into a semi-transparent state, as if his body did not exist in the same dimension. Wherever he went, ripples would spread in the air. His expression was grave as he moved step by step farther into the tunnel in the hole. Even though he did not run into much danger in this condition, the seal that looked like a beehive still made him feel as if he was in a maze. It was not easy to search for the path that truly led to the depths. Sun Quan had already been moving through this place for a long time, but he still had not managed to find the correct path. At the same time, the slightly hunchbacked old Longley charged through the seal that took the form of the beehive once he turned into an endless amount of black shadows that swept up his body. He could no longer be seen clearly, and only black fog could be found filling the air in the tunnel as it enveloped him and charged forward. His speed was much faster than Sun Quan's, and by the looks of it, he did not seem to be running about wildly at a loss. Instead, he seemed to have a goal in mind, but he was not heading to the depths of the center. He was running in another direction. After a moment, the black fog came to an abrupt halt and stopped moving forward. Long Li's sparkling eyes could be seen faintly within the fog. It should be around here. If the records on the ancient scroll I obtained all those years ago are true, then this is where the secondary core of the 6 Dao Seals lies. The main core of the 6 Dao Seals is where the person who is sealed lies. That's why there are several secondary cores of unequal power lying around. The ancient scroll mentioned that each of the secondary cores of the 6 Dao Seals is at least a world stone that has gathered together all the power of one world. As long as I obtain that world stone, I can begin improving my cultivation base after it had stayed stagnant for so long. A hint of excitement appeared in Long Li's eyes as he remained in the fog. His breathing had even become rapid. After all, it could be considered a blessing from heaven to simply be able to run into this sort of thing once in a lifetime. To most people, this sort of change in a cultivation planet and such an opportunity to reach the seal was just a dream. While Long Li searched everywhere, Tianlin's body floated in the tunnel. He had his divine sense completely spread out, but he could not cover the entire seal. He had lost his sense of direction in this beehive seal, as if his mind had become disoriented. He frowned. This beehive was simply too big, and from 100 to 1,000 branches would appear in the beehive every set amount of distance. Entering a single wrong path would make it extremely difficult to reach where the Duke of Crimson Flame was truly sealed, which was why Tianlin touched the ground in one of the forks with a dark expression on his face. He closed his eyes, and tree bark immediately manifested on his body. In the blink of an eye, his body turned into a gigantic tree. As that tree swayed, it grew hundreds of branches that numbered nearly 1,000. Then, they started squirming and worming their way into all the holes in the beehive in an incredibly bizarre fashion. Clearly, Tianlin wanted to use this method to search for the correct direction to the place he wanted to go. This method might be extremely taxing on his mind, and he would also definitely spend a lot of time for searching, but once he located the right place, the direction he got would be very accurate. As these people executed their divine abilities, Su Ming remained in the stone wall, exercising his breathing to absorb the power from the stone. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months went by. Su Ming was no longer in his original spot, but had instead slowly moved into the deeper parts of the stone wall. The bald crane had also decided to no longer take the form of a stone wall. Su Ming's body was already located deep inside the inner part of the stone wall, so there was no longer any need for the crane to hide him. After the 3 months, most of the stone wall around Su Ming's body was no longer deep blue. A large portion of the physical power contained within the wall around him had already been completely absorbed. Every single time this happened, Su Ming's body would slowly move deeper into the stone wall and head towards a spot where there were even more physical power contained. His physical strength had also increased by leaps and bounds due to obtaining a sufficient amount of physical power during these 3 months. By then, there was only a sliver left till he reached the peak of human cultivation realm. It was no longer far away from reaching the same level as Su Ming's level of cultivation. Su Ming was confident that as long as the physical power in this place was enough, then he could even hone his physical body to reach a terrifying state by using the Surging Indulger's divine ability. However, he could also sense that once his physical body had been strengthened to a certain point, it would be extremely difficult to make it any stronger. He would need to devour physical power that was as numerous as the water in the sea to continue making himself stronger. But Su Ming was not in a hurry. He did not make a conscious effort to search for a direction, but headed slowly towards the few regions where he could sense the most physical power. Once he got close to those places, he would begin to meditate and absorb the power there, while his body continued getting stronger through the cycle of withering and being restored. In fact, not even Su Ming himself noticed that he was moving in practically a straight line through stone walls in the beehive seal with the way he progressed forward. And in a spot less than 3,000 feet away from he stopped was an empty region. That region was about 1,000 feet in size. There were 9 big flags erected on the ground and a rune shining in a strange light on the ground. There was also a stone the size of a fist floating at the center of the rune. That stone was transparent, just like a crystal. There seemed to be nothing strange about it, but if someone looked at it for a prolonged period of time, their minds and souls would be immediately sucked inside, and they would feel as if they had been placed in an unfamiliar world. They would even be able to see other people go through their course of life and everything that could possibly happen in a world. This item was a world stone that possessed the power of one world. In another direction that was about 3,000 something feet away from the world stone was Long Li. whose eyes were shining with a dark light. There were about hundreds, close to 1,000, holes resembling a beehive around him. He knew that one of them led to the place where the secondary core of the seal, the world stone he desired, lay, but he did not know which hole it was that would lead him to it. He had been stuck here for half a year, trying again and again, but even after nearly 100 tries, he had yet to succeed. In fact, if he had not noticed that he had taken the wrong path early on and immediately retreated, he might have continued onwards, and who could know where he would have ended up? Damn it. According to the ancient scroll, the secondary core of the 6 Dao seals should be around here, but why can't I find it? And this beehive seal is seriously annoying. Even if I end up in the right path, I will still usually end up walking in circles. It makes people think that they're walking further and further away when they enter the hole, making it difficult for them to persevere. Longley lifted his right hand and continued calculating with his fingers. He would occasionally bring out an ancient scroll that was made from some unknown skin. Upon taking it out, he would examine it carefully for a long time before cautiously selecting a tunnel to enter. Not long after he entered, however, he would exit it with a dark expression on his face. Fortunately for him, he never tried going through the tunnel himself. There was a gourd placed right before him, and black smoke was rising from within it before turning into 10 black shadows that were entering and exiting the tunnel slowly. In another few months' time, I'll be able to check through all of the tunnels. At that time, I'll be able to pinpoint the tunnels that have the highest possibility of being the right path. Strong desire appeared in Longley's eyes as he continued prodding the gourd to continuously let out black shadows. He would also frequently enter some hole to investigate it. Su Ming's absorption and devouring of the blue stones was also slowly going on. As the color of the stone walls by his side became duller and fainter, and the physical power within them disappeared, he continued onwards without stop. The bald crane was by Su Ming's side, having returned to its bald-headed self. There was a lazy, lackadaisical look on its face. Occasionally, it would look around and mumble nonstop. Darn, I must have come here before, or else why would I find this place so familiar? Could it be that the brilliant, heroic, and intelligent me had truly walked out of the barren lands of divine source? As the bald crane mumbled, it looked at Su Ming. It felt bored and decided to seep into the stone wall to head further into the distance to examine the area. The bald crane was not far away from where Longley was. Almost at the instant it popped its head out of the stone wall behind Longley, its head immediately turned into a stone wall, and not a single hint of it could be seen. When Longley personally flew out once again and rushed into the tunnel, he left behind a gourd on the ground. Wisps of black smoke would occasionally spread out from the gourd before turning into black shadows that rushed into the other tunnels in the beehive. It was also at this moment that the bald crane quickly crawled out from the stone wall. As it let out bouts of dry coughs, it looked around with shifty eyes while mumbling to itself. Why is there a gourd here? Someone must have forgotten about it here. The bald crane put on an incredibly shocked face, then pounced on it without any hesitation. Once it grabbed the gourd with its claws, excitement appeared in its eyes, and it swiftly crawled into the stone wall by its side. Chapter 773, Treasured Gourd. 2 to 3 breaths after the bald crane took away the gourd and disappeared into the stone wall by its side, the hunchbacked Longley flew out of one of the hundreds of holes in the beehive in the form of a long arc. Once he flew out, he instinctively cast his gaze at the spot where he had placed the gourd. Longley was stunned for a moment. Damn it, I didn't run into a fork just now. So how is it possible for an empty spot where I'm supposed to choose a tunnel in the beehive appear again? Could it be that the tunnels here change on their own? The first thing Longley thought of at that moment was that he had taken the wrong path. He immediately turned around and was just about to walk back into the tunnel he had just left when he sensed the spot where the gourd was once again. He froze on the spot. His expression instantly turned incredibly sour. He turned around and stared hard at the spot where he had placed the gourd. At that moment, several shadows flew out from the other tunnels in the beehive and lingered around the spot where the gourd had been, as if searching for something that should be there. When Longley saw this, he became certain of one thing. Someone had sneaked into this place while he was gone and stolen his treasured gourd, which he had placed below to know his own position. However, even though Longley's expression was dark, there was not a hint of panic within him. Instead, with a spark in his eyes, murderous aura spread out from him. He let out a cold harumph, then lifted his right hand to draw a horizontal line across the center of his brows. I'd like to see just who has the guts to touch my gourd. The treasured gourd was the most important enchanted treasure in Long Li's possession. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, and even Long Li was not aware of all of its uses. The gourd had been wrapped in the ancient scroll recording the 1 Aeonic Barricade, 3 Snare Sealants, 6 Dao bolts, which he had obtained in the past. Long Li had investigated this in secret for many years, but he had never discovered any clues leading to the gourd's origins. However, after many years of research, he had grown to understand the gourd somewhat, and ecstasy filled him. But at the same time, he was also afraid, because he found that he could only bring out 2/10 of the treasure gourd's power. However, even if he was only able to bring out 2/10 of its power, it made him practically invincible when faced with his peers in the initial stage of World Plane Realm. In fact, he could even put up a fight against those in the middle stage of World Plane Realm. He might not be able to win against them, but if he was to flee, his enemy would not want to chase him due to wariness. It might be difficult for Long Li to bring out the treasured gourd's full power, but it had been by his side for many years, and he had used various methods to refine it. Because of it, he had formed a form of connection with the gourd, and he could somewhat sense where it was. At that moment, as he wiped his right index finger across the center of his brows, a green light began to shine in his eyes. He looked swiftly around him, but once he looked through the entire area once, his expression turned even darker, and a barely noticeable hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he chose to open his mouth and break the skin on his right index finger. He then drew a horizontal line of blood across the center of his brows. Once Long Li drew that line, his perception of the treasured gourd instantly expanded to its limit, but that resulted in his face becoming even paler. Panic and disbelief replaced the calmness in his eyes. He could not sense the gourd's location at all. It was as if his connection with the gourd had been concealed by someone. The connection might still be there, but there was not much difference compared to if that connection had been cut. What made anger shine through the paleness of Long Li's face was that the 10 shadows that had been released from the gourd had returned, but they were all lingering in the area, continuously letting out shrill roars. There was an irritable tone to their roars, and there were wisps of black smoke spreading out from their bodies. The shadows were gradually growing fainter. Long Li felt as if his heart was bleeding at this loss. Those 10 shadows were not things that were originally part of the treasured gourd, but something Long Li had obtained after he had worked out a method. Over the years, he had used all sorts of methods to kill 10 world paragons to extract their nascent divinities and refine them into shadow puppets. He then used the gourd's power to suppress and control them. These shadow puppets could even train on their own in the gourd. When he saw that the 10 shadows were showing signs of dispersing because they could not return to the treasured gourd, Long Li instantly swung his arm, and the 10 shadows immediately charged into his sleeve so that he could temporarily use his own body to provide nourishment for them. There are only a few people who entered the sealed region, and the person who took away my gourd is definitely one of them. Sun Quan has always sought my gourd, so the possibility of him taking the gourd is the greatest. Tian Lin has that strange tree of his, but it's not as if there's no possibility that it cannot fuse together with the gourd. He too has a motive. On the other hand, Yi Shintong has the lowest possibility of wanting my gourd. As for Su Ming, this person's arts are mysterious, but the possibility of him taking my gourd is below Sun Quan and Tian Lin. Killing intent appeared in Long Li's eyes, but he was somewhat uncertain in his heart. After all, he was in a spot that placed him the closest to the World Stone, so if he chose to search for his gourd, then it might be difficult for him to return in a short amount of time, and there was also a possibility that he would lose his opportunity to obtain the World Stone. However, if he did not immediately search for the treasured gourd, then his 10 shadow puppets would become weaker with time, and they would continue becoming weaker until they died. He gritted his teeth, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He leaped forward, then turned around to charge through the tunnel he had used to come to this place. He also spread his divine sense in an attempt to search for other people's tracks. As Long Li was searching for the others' tracks with anger and killing intent burning in him, the bald crane was swiftly moving through the stone walls with a smug look on its face. It had Long Li's treasured gourd in its right claw. There was a layer of black ripples spreading out from its body, surrounding the treasure gourd. The feeling of this particular action was the exact same as when the bald crane usually broke seals and runes. It was clear that the bald crane was worried that the owner of the gourd would come searching for it and use the art that it was born with to hide all traces of the treasure. Because of that, it would be completely impossible for Long Li to find the gourd. Wow, I'm really lucky. I just went out on a stroll, and I managed to get myself a treasure. But what is this thing? Why does it look somewhat familiar? While the bald crane moved swiftly through the stone wall, it brought the gourd before itself and regarded it carefully. I can't quite recall. I should be missing a large portion of my memories. But this gourd is familiar. Isn't this gourd capable of killing others? It blinked, then brought the gourd closer. The bald crane's eyes went wide as it observed the treasure it had obtained. However, even after looking at it blankly for some time, the bald crane still had the same bemused expression on its face. When it unwittingly returned to the spot where Su Ming was absorbing the physical power from the stone wall, it squatted down by his side and continued trying to find a hint of its memories from the gourd with a frown on its face. Why is Long Li's gourd in your hands? An unknown amount of time passed before Su Ming's slightly surprised voice fell into the bald crane's ears, making it snap out of its ruminations. I don't know. I was just out on a stroll when I saw the gourd on the ground, so I picked it up and brought it back here. The bald crane replied instinctively with a slightly aching head and a dazed mind. Su Ming knew the bald crane's character, hence he did not provide any further comment regarding it. Instead, he lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the gourd. It immediately flew out from the bald crane's claws and charged towards him. When the bald crane saw the gourd flying out, it was immediately jolted out of its daze by the ache in its heart. Just as it was about to argue with Su Ming and let out a small outburst, it saw Su Ming calmly bringing out a large amount of crystals from his bosom and gifting them over. The bald crane's face immediately lighted up, and the bird quickly pounced on the crystals to receive them. It would even occasionally take out a few and bite them in its mouth to determine whether they were real. As for the treasured gourd, it had long since been forgotten about. Su Ming held Long Li's treasured gourd. The black ripples left behind by the bald crane were still there. This was not the first time Su Ming had seen this gourd. Long Li had brought it out a couple times while he was still in possession of it. The black shadows that came from the gourd had especially raised Su Ming's cautiousness. Su Ming did not look down on the gourd due to its average appearance as he sized it up carefully. He sent in a wisp of his Atman with a slightly solemn expression on his face. Once he did so, he immediately sensed a force of resistance so great that it could not be described with words spreading out from within, instantly crushing the Atman he had sent into the gourd. However, at the instant Su Ming's Atman was crushed, his eyes shone fiercely. His breathing quickened at that instant, and his eyes went wide. He scrutinized the gourd, and after a moment, he sent another wisp of his Atman into it. At the instant the Atman was crushed by that force again, Su Ming's calm face changed drastically. The aura of death in this thing is so thick, but it's quite strange. It can actually resonate with my soul. When the two wisps of Atman were crushed, a powerful tremor had rung through Su Ming's soul. It made him feel as if he had come from the same place as this thing. During the 2 times Su Ming's soul trembled, clear, cracking sounds came from the treasured gourd. Su Ming immediately saw the bald crane's black ripples around the gourd shattering. All the mixed, haphazard seals that Long Li had used to control the gourd during all the years also shattered at that instant. Once they shattered, a glossy green light spread out from the gourd, floating before Su Ming. A wide-opened eye appeared on the smooth surface. That eye was wide open and looking at Su Ming with a judgmental gaze. Su Ming stared at the gourd and the eye before him. At that moment, his train of thought became smooth, and he struck his forehead with his right hand without any hesitation. With it, his soul spread out from his body. Almost at the same instant, the eye on the gourd shone with a powerful light, and when it looked at Su Ming, the judgmental look gradually turned gentle. It was at that time that eyes of the skeleton with 3 swords pierced through his body in the depths of Crimson Flame Planet begun to shine even more brilliantly. There was even an intense wave of excitement there. An Abyss Builder's presence, there's no mistaking this. This is indeed an Abyss Builder's soul. There's actually Abyss Builders in this world. This is a blessing for us of the 5th true world. This is a blessing that will lead our races into power. Chapter 774. Treasured Gourd, please kill it. Su Ming's soul spread out of his physical body, and during that instant, his soul resonated with the treasured gourd before him. This resonance caused the treasured gourd's eye to become even brighter as it looked at Su Ming. In the end, even a hint of respect appeared there. It was as if the soul within the treasured gourd had acknowledged Su Ming at that time. Soon after, 8 eyes appeared in succession on the gourd, and along with the previous one, there were now 9 sparkling eyes, and they were all looking at Su Ming. During the instant Su Ming's soul trembled, Long Li, who had his divine sense spread through the tunnel in the beehive as he was searching for the others, froze. His expression changed drastically, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and he staggered a few steps backwards before placing a hand on the stone wall by the side to support himself. Only then did he manage to stop himself. He originally had white hair, but the face of a youthful man. During that instant, he aged several dozens of years, and wrinkles appeared on his face. There was even an instant where a lifeless look showed up in his eyes. Haha, I've spent an innumerable amount of years to figure out the way to use the Gourd, and even prepared 10 World Paragon souls to control it. But now, the person who stole my Gourd has used less than an hour to completely sever my ties with the Gourd. Longley laughed loudly. As he laughed, he began to cough violently, and blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth once again. Clearly, once his connection with the Gourd was cut off, he had suffered a backlash. This backlash's strength would depend on how much he cared about the Gourd. Judging by Long Li's condition, it was evident that the Gourd had been his most valued possession. You despicable bastard, how dare you steal my treasure? Even if I, Long Li, have to pay an even greater price, I will definitely not allow you to take away my treasure so easily. Madness showed up in Long Li's eyes. He lifted his head and let out a crazed howl. His shouts echoed in all directions, traveling through the tunnels in the beehive. Sun Quan, who was the closest to the depths of the seal, heard a faint echo of the shouts. His footsteps came to a halt as he was moving forward, and a glint appeared in his eyes. It's that old monster's Long's voice. Could it be that he lost his Gourd? Heh. If he really lost the Gourd, it'll be a good thing. I wonder who stole it. Sun Quan mumbled under his breath, and an expression of regret and pity appeared on his face, because he himself had wanted Long Li's Gourd for a long time. Further into the distance was Tianlin. After spending half a year searching, he had now covered most of this beehive seal, which was covered in densely packed holes. He believed that before long, he would be able to cover more than a ninth of this place. At that time, he could search for the shortest path that would lead him to the core of this maze-like seal. Long Li's voice had become faint and indistinct when it reached his ears, but the branches from the tree that was Tianlin had already filled up most of the seal. Each of the branches was his clone, and because of that, Long Li's voice sounded as if he'd spoken right beside Tianlin's ears. The person who stole Long Li's treasure is probably Sun Quan. The two of them won't have the same goal as me right now, so it'll be good that they'll fight each other first. With Sun Quan's cunning, he won't die, and he'll be able to hide until Jing Nan Zi is lured to this place. At that time, they will have no other choice but to have the same goal as I do. Tianlin laughed coldly and closed his eyes. He had the branches from the tree spread out once again to continue covering the sealed region. Su Ming also heard Long Li's voice, but he could spare no attention at that moment. The 9 eyes were currently staring at him, and as he spread out his soul, the second of the 9 eyes gradually grew brighter. Time passed. When the 8th eye also brightened up, the bald crane suddenly sucked in a sharp breath by the side, its eyes going wide. It could sense that it was about to remember something, but when it tried to recall what it was indistinct. After all, this was the first time it had actively tried to recollect its memories, and it was vastly different from the usual passive recollection, where it would only remember when it came into contact with something familiar. Just as it was doing its best to remember, it saw the 9 eyes on Su Ming's Gourd. All of them were shining brilliantly, but as they sparkled, they would disappear one by one. Eventually, there was only one eye left on the Gourd. When it saw the bald crane, the eye suddenly grew sharp, and as if it had turned into a sharp sword, it shot into the bald crane's eyes. The bald crane let out a sudden screech, great wave of terror and shock filling its eyes. A picture emerged in its head at that moment. In that picture, it was not bald, but had a body full of beautiful feathers that made the crane now envied. It saw itself peeking at something sneakily, but an old man in a wide Dao robe suddenly appeared before it. That old man swung his arm, and the crane was immediately sent several worlds backwards. Immediately after, the old man brought out a gourd from his bosom with an enraged face. Once that gourd was brought out, 9 eyes appeared on it. Within an instant, 5 of those 9 eyes locked onto the crane, and a life-threatening sense of danger rose swiftly in its body. The bald crane saw itself quickly retreating with a screech. However, a sullen voice containing endless fury reached its ears. "Treasured Gourd, please kill it. Old Taoist Luya, I just stole and ate some of your Tao cores and watched you create your cores personally. Lu, how could you ask the youngster Gourd to come out here? The bald crane saw all of its feathers growing in size as it screamed. However, once the old Taoist said those words, the 5 eyes on the Gourd that had locked onto it immediately blinked together, and a wisp of green smoke flew out of the Gourd. There was a small boy the size of a palm in that smoke, and it held an even smaller sword in his hand, but it was rushing towards the crane at an indefinable speed. Pain. Pain that could not be described with words. That was what the bald crane felt when that memory ended. I remember now. This is old Taoist Luya's immortal slaying Gourd. But I remember that this Gourd should have been destroyed. When Luya was fighting against Tai Shing Su, who was one of the 4 great true progenitors, Tai Shing Su destroyed it. As the bald crane screamed, it immediately retreated. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, he had only formed a connection with the Gourd, but he did not obtain the method to control it. When he saw the bald crane's intense reaction, he, who had noticed many instances of something being off about the bald crane since they arrived in the barren lands of Divine Source, suddenly asked, "How do you use this thing?" I don't know how to use it either, but I do remember seeing Luya saying these words to that damnable Gourd. "Treasured Gourd, please kill it." The bald crane had no feathers on its body at that moment, else they would have definitely been standing on end. When it heard Su Ming's question, it instinctively answered, but once it finished answering, it immediately regretted its actions. Because once Su Ming heard the sentence, he echoed the bald crane's words. "Treasured Gourd, please." When Su Ming begun speaking, a presence that made even his heart tremble in trepidation suddenly spread out from the Gourd. As that happened, the eye on the Gourd suddenly showed signs that it wanted to blink. By the looks of it, that Gourd would kill as soon as Su Ming finished speaking the last word. At the same time, an apathetic and indifferent voice began speaking in Su Ming's mind. There is not enough energy stored. 8/10 of the real body have been destroyed. It needs to be replenished as soon as possible. Locking down on enemy. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. Since the bald crane was scared so terribly that its soul had almost left its body, he did not say the last word. Instead, he had his soul return to his physical body. He stood up then, lifted his right hand, and seized the Gourd to put it away into his storage bag. Su Ming's eyes shone. Confidence filled him at that moment. This sort of confidence was what he possessed when he became the god of berserkers in the land of berserkers in the past. Now, in the barren lands of Divine Source, that confidence rose once again within him. With this Gourd and the poisonous Wasp with me, as well as the large number of blue stones containing physical power in this place, along with the God Ascension nectar contained in the Wasp's body, which I can extract at any time I want, it won't be impossible for me to be the strongest in this region of the barren lands of Divine Source. It's a pity that the spirit body in the Gourd has been damaged heavily, but this thing is rather peculiar. It actually reminded me to replenish its energy. Right now, 8/10 of its body have been damaged, but it can still bring out such a shocking power. If I could replenish all of its power and make it whole, it would definitely be something that could overturn the world. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He did not have a suitable vessel to store the God Ascension nectar, and he did not know how long he would need to absorb that God Ascension nectar either, which was why he did not choose to absorb it even now. He wanted to search for a suitable place to quietly refine that nectar once he left this place. So that no accidents happened, he had left a divine thought for the Wasp, forbidding it from absorbing the nectar in its body, only allowing it to store it. Su Ming put away the Gourd. The bald crane had by then began to calm its heart, which had nearly gone still from fear. The bird watched Su Ming with anxious eyes. Su Ming casted a glance, then brought out another handful of crystals from his storage bag and gave them over. When the bald crane received its consolation, it became satisfied. Su Ming closed his eyes and forced down the restlessness in his mind to continue immersing himself in absorbing the physical power in this place. Time passed. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. During that time, Su Ming's speed as he absorbed the stones became faster. He also continued slowly moving forward and got closer to the spot where the world stone lay. On the day 2 months later, the stone wall between him and the world stone was less than 10 feet thick. Long Li, who had been searching for the person who had snatched his Gourd for 2 months, was weaving in and out of the beehive seal at random with messy hair. Perhaps fate truly existed, for when he was previously searching for the world stone, he had not been able to find the entrance to the place. Yet when he lost his gourd and was searching for the thief in a craze, he had walked out of a random tunnel to C9 flag, along with the stone containing the power of the one world floating in the air in the middle of the rune. At the same time, Sun Quan walked out of another tunnel with an excited look on his face, a vast mass of empty land before him. At the center of that empty land was a layer of purplish-black magma, and he also saw the Duke of Crimson Flame's white bones within that magma. The density of aura of a world plane in this place filled Sun Quan with excitement that was close to ecstasy. His breathing quickened, but he did not immediately move forward. Instead, he chose to swiftly sit down cross-legged in a corner and exercise his breathing to absorb the aura. He had never thought about saving the member of the alien race and letting him out. His main goal was the thick power of the world plane in this place. If it was possible, he wanted to use a secret art to devour that alien race creature's bones and soul to make himself even more complete.